GT Winter Series, but already... It's day 2 here at MotorLand Aragón. It is the 5th event of the GEDLICH Racing Tour of Iberia and the 4th round for the Winter Series grids. But we start with a Winter Series that has its very first weekend of racing of the season, that being the Prototype Winter Series, before we focus in on the formulas, the GTs and the GT4s. Myself, Adam Weller, joined by Andy McEwen here in the commentary box. Izzy Browning down on the grid and the pit reporting duties as always. We're here at a circuit that always delivers thrills and spills. The 5.344 kilometre MotorLand Aragón circuit, 18 corners, a 1.2 kilometre back straight, 50 metres worth of elevation change. This venue that's now almost 17 years old, still, of course, one of the most modern circuits in Spain. And a venue that has become a modern classic and a favourite among the drivers. A bit of a hidden gem, perhaps, compared to its Portuguese compatriot, the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve in Portugal. The forecast is looking somewhat optimistic for the first few hours of the day today. We've had the weather forecast referred to as something of a roulette wheel. No one's quite sure what to expect. Perspectives vary up and down the paddock depending on which weather app they choose to use. I just Google it personally. But it's going to be an exciting day. I think we're going to get some slick tyre usage out of this one. But as we've seen time and time again here since MotorLand Aragón was added to the Winter Series calendar, whether it is rain or shine, we always get great racing. There are plenty of deep braking zones, of course, most notably turn 16, but overtaking opportunities to be had at turn 1, turn 5, turn 7, turn 12. And Andy, it's just a fabulous facility and one that, again, is a highlight of the Winter Series programme.
Very much so. My first visit here to MotorLand Aragón, I've been very impressed so far, I have to say. The racing yesterday, certainly, you can't argue with the quality of the on-track action on day 1 here this weekend. Very much hoping we get more of the same today. It is one of those layouts that generally produces good racing. Quite a wide circuit, which means overtaking is possible. It's quite difficult to defend sometimes because you're always leaving a gap somewhere, especially in those sort of mixed conditions yesterday. It didn't seem like there was a real general consensus as to where the grip lay around certain parts of the circuit, and that did lead to a fair few exciting moments. So yeah, great circuit, some really exciting racing so far, and yeah, hoping for more of the same today. We've got the prototypes heading around to the grid, and they put on an entertaining little race for us yesterday, and certainly it was one of those kind of typical prototype Winter Series races in that it all came down to the final 10 minutes or so. It's the pit stop handicap system really working well yesterday to give us a sort of hare and the tortoise style race with cars that had been running towards the back before the pit stops, leapfrogging to the front and then being chased down by quick drivers in the second half of the race. So expect a similar sort of story out of race 2, and then later on in the day we've got championships that could be settled in formulas and in GT4 in particular. So busy day ahead, Adam, and potentially a significant one in the context of the championships.
Absolutely will be a significant one. Championships can be decided, and for those that maybe do not get decided today, 2 pivotal races ahead that will shape the journey from here to Barcelona and then through the racing weekend itself. It's going to be incredibly interesting to see what happens in this, the second of the prototype Winter Series races for this weekend, because of course this is the drivers who finished yesterday starting today. So that means that you've got Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain champion Andrew Rackstraw on the second row of the grid alongside Mads Kjelder Larsen. Of course, we saw them getting closer and closer together in the second phase of yesterday's race. And at the front of the field, we have the BWT Muka car and the Alley Racing machine of Emil Hellberg. Which of them will be leading into the first corner? That's going to be a drag race. Meanwhile, on the main straight and on the start line, Izzy Browning is with her cameraman. Let's go down there for the first time.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and a welcome to the grid for the first time today. And the final race of the weekend for the Prototype Winter Series. Feels a little bit strange in a way to say that, because we are early in the morning still. But of course, just the 2 races this weekend for this category. And as it was yesterday, it will be 50 minutes plus 1 lap. And I'm delighted to say, at the moment, no rain, although the track is, of course, a little bit damp still. But we are going to get swiftly down the grid. So it is going to be Emil Hellberg on pole position. Sadly, it was a non-finish for this car yesterday. I'm sure they will be hoping that that will not be the same today, of course, because brother Linus took the win. Brother Linus starting P4. We'll see what that battle will give us in the end. But we do also have the number 8 alongside. Now, this was piloted at the start yesterday by Tobias Bill-Klaus, and you can actually just see him to the right of the car if cameraman Herbie just pans up. Just having a little bit of a word with the team, last minute words, but it is going to be Mads Larsson who starts that car today. And of course, these two came P2 yesterday. It was a first LMP3 race for them, and there's a lot that can be learned in those 50-minute races, isn't there? I mean, yes, we may not have the biggest grid here in the Prototype Winter Series, but constantly learning are these teams and drivers, especially for those young drivers taking their first steps into LMP3, and indeed the teams taking their first steps into LMP3, as this team is doing so. I mean, the team not brand new, but relatively new to LMP3 racing, new to this car, certainly, and I'm sure taking all of the learning that they can. So that is our front row, and then at row 2 is going to be Andrew Rackstraw on P3. Now, this was an interesting fight yesterday, wasn't it? Because Andrew was chasing down the number 8 car, but just not able to get there. And I'm really interested to see what he can do today. I think we might have just a chance to jump in with Andrew. Well, Andrew, I mean, yesterday you'd been given the hurry up, obviously, by the team, you know, with the number 8 ahead of you, just not able to catch them. But today, starting, what's your aim?
Well, we've done something quite risky. We are going out on slicks, so it may be a call, but it's a long race, so I expect the first lap to be just survival. But as soon as we have temperature, or maybe halfway through the race, I think we'll start clawing our way back. And hopefully it pays off, but hopefully we can make it exciting again, and my job in the first few laps is to make sure it's pointing in the right direction.
Yeah, you can be a hero if it works out, but a 0 if it doesn't, right?
Exactly. I'm focusing on the hero bit at the moment. Hopefully not a 0, but I think I've made the right call.
All right, very best of luck. Thank you for speaking to us. We will see, indeed, if he has made the right call in a few moments. But as you can see, they are on the slick tyres, and just about, well, every other car is on the wet tyres. So will it be a hero or will it be a 0? We'll find out now.
So an interesting development there in that chat with Andrew Rackstraw, that he is on slick tyres. Certainly, I think we're closer to slick than full wet. That could pay dividends. Let's see what goes on. Let's see what the others have done. I'm sure it will be fairly obvious quite quickly. Emil Hellberg starting this one from pole position. The LA Racing Ligier JSP 325. That's Kjell Larsen, the VWT Booker Motorsport entry, the Duquesne D09 alongside. Of course, Emil Hellberg looking to make amends for yesterday. Andrew Rackstraw, third position on the grid, the 49 car. As we heard on the slicks, you can see that it's still damp out there around the circuit for sure, but Andrew certainly knows how to control a car, and therefore he will be possibly quids in after a few minutes of the track drying a little bit extra. Linus Hellberg lining up fourth on the grid for this one, but Emil Hellberg on pole position yet again, and let's see what happens to that end this time, because of course the car seemed to have issues a few moments ago, or kind of issues yesterday, sorry, and that of course was a race losing situation, a comfortable race lead for Hellberg prior, and
yes, interesting race yesterday, and we're looking forward to seeing in these conditions now what's going to happen in this one. It's been the theme of the season, really, hasn't it? Across all of our championships, tyre choice has been absolutely crucial, and it's decided quite a number of races in other categories this year. I wonder whether it will be a deciding factor in this one. It does look as though the track is perhaps damp, but certainly not wet anywhere. I've not seen a huge amount of spray, certainly no standing water. I'm not saying it will be fun on a slick tyre in these early stages, but I do think that as the race goes on, those slicks are going to come into their own. But how many of them are on the slicks? It looks to me a little bit as though Linus Hellberg is on slick tyres. That car was snapping around coming out of the penultimate corner there. And then the second placed car, the BWT Mucker Motorsport car, finding all of the wet stuff down the main straight as they begin the second green flag lap. So that suggests to me that car might be on the wet. So it will all become fairly evident, I think, once we go racing. But just reading some of the body language of cars out there on these green flag laps, I think beginning even now to tell a story.
Yeah, so we are now ticking down the clock. Of course, the pit window in this race will be from minute 20 through to minute 30 of this 50-minute encounter. So one would expect that we are going to very quickly see people regretting their choices in some cases. There's often only one right answer where it comes to tyres. Who's gone the right way? Myself and Andy are famously cavalier when it comes to weather and slick tyres, and maybe thinking it's possible too early, but I really can't see a validation for wet tyres. As low as the temperatures are here, it is the thinnest layer of grease effectively left on the circuit, and I think that within 5-10 minutes of pounding around the circuit, it's going to be pretty much universally slick favourite.
Yes, I would agree, definitely. As I said, no real standing water, and it's a long old race this, so there's plenty of time for the track conditions to develop. We should go racing this time. The clock has already started to tick down. The 50 minutes plus 1 lap duration already down by a couple of minutes, so we expect green flag racing to begin this time, and yeah, within the first few corners, I think we'll immediately be able to see who is on what tyres. In the first few laps, I fully expect a wet tyre to have the advantage. And it's crucial then that the drivers who are on the wet tyres really make hay in those early laps, build a gap over those perhaps on slicks, and hope that they can manage the tyres from that point onwards. I do think that Kjell Larsen may well be the one that's on the wet. He's been hunting around for the wetter side of the road throughout these green flag laps, but I fear that might mean he's the one who could find himself struggling after the first few minutes or so.
So to touch base then, Andy, in summary, who do you think is on slicks besides Rackstraw?
So I reckon at least one of the LA cars, I would say Linus, looked very twitchy and has not been going anywhere near the wet side of the road, although his easy information says that maybe the only car on the slicks is Rackstraw. So hard to tell, of course, until they really do start getting up to racing speed.
Yeah, but Izzy certainly had a closer look than either of us, so we'll go with that for the time being. And it would have been an illegal tyre change, and indeed a far too quick tyre change if anyone had switched at the very last moment. So it looks as if it will just be Andrew Rackstraw on the slicks, and I think he will be reaping benefits from it, if not immediately, well before the conclusion of this first stint. Of course, there are pit stop handicaps to consider in this race as well. 86 seconds for the two LA Racing cars only that they have to spend in the pit lane. For the all pink machine, it is 148 seconds because it's a silver grade lineup. So two pro drivers. Rackstraw will hand over to Michael Hove in a 117-second pit stop. So that will skew the look of the race in the mid phase. We are racing in the Prototype Winter Series 2x2 formation. Rackstraw there getting twitchy under power in the early stages. He's going to struggle for tyre temp, but I suspect it will come to him later on. Hellberg and Larson side by side. Larson getting squeezed out, and it's Emil Hellberg, now Linus Hellberg coming through into second place as well. So once again, it's an LA Racing 1-2 here at the first phase of the race. The two Ligiers ahead of the Duquesne as they run through the first sector. Larson is going to want to rally back against that, or rather, yes, I am right the first time. Larson wants to fire back against that. Linus Hellberg having a speculative look to the inside of his brother on the first lap, which the team will perhaps be hoping remains speculative at least, while Larson is right there with them. Rackstraw has lost a good 5 or 6 seconds in the early stages, but he'll still have incredibly cold tyres and a bit of a pinch point there at the top of the corkscrew.
Yeah, there was almost contact there between Larson and Hellberg, but there might have been a tiny bit of paint traded. Thankfully, no bodywork goes flying, but a very close quarters and feisty opening half a lap of racing. I think we've definitely got our answers for the tyre question, because Rackstraw, the only one who is noticeably not on the pace, but I do still think the track is going to come to him pretty quickly. It just all depends how much of a deficit he's at when that turning point comes. But yeah, very, very elbows out stuff, and Larson won't be pleased that he's been demoted down to third place, but immediately trying to do something about that through the turn 8-9 complex of corners, and that very nearly led to a bit of a calamitous moment, but they survived, and the battle rages on towards the end of the opening lap.
Yeah, Rackstraw lost 6 to 7 seconds in the first sector alone. So again, right now, just struggling with a lack of tyre temperature and a lack of traction. And in fact, he lost over 10 seconds in the middle sector, as we see there Larson diving to the inside of Linus Hellberg, the younger of the Hellberg brothers there, defending from the BWT driver, the youngster who has come up through some junior single-seater racing in the Nordic region and karting prior to that. It's a big step up to LMP3 for Mads Kjeld Larsen, and he's looking to try and find his way past Linus Hellberg, who's certainly got a few more reps, a few more miles in prototypes.
Yes, and he's going to try and use that now to his advantage in this battle. Windscreen wiper working away on the BWT Motorsport car there. There is still clearly a little bit of spray that's being kicked up onto the windshield of that car. But yeah, you can see the frustration, can't you, as he tries to work his way through. Rackstraw 27 seconds off the lead already. That is a much bigger deficit in pace than I expected, I'll be honest, on those slick tyres. And actually, I think those on wets, if they can just survive to the pit stops, presumably the plan might then be to stick some slick tyres on during the pit window. And actually, the more I see of the relative pace of the cars in the first part of the race, the more likely that might be to succeed.
I think broadcasters are built in with this affliction of remembering things like the 2007 European Grand Prix and Marcus Winkelhock and thinking we can make that happen. So that's why we're not on the pit wall at any given time. Let's see if it evolves in Andrew Rackstraw's favour as the stint goes on. He was quicker, but still well behind the pace through the first sector split, and it really does look like he's having a handful of a time. Down through the corkscrew he goes. Now, this is a very difficult section in any grip scenario, but he has effectively none of it. You can see how he's nursing the car, and you can see the car even juddering there. I think that's the traction control massively kicking in under initial torque, and yeah, it doesn't look comfortable by any means.
No, not at all. That is a driver with no grip whatsoever, and of course not able to go quickly enough to generate any real tyre temperature. That's the real problem with running the slicks. It's not just the water on the track, but the fact that you then can't go quickly enough to get the tyres into the ideal operating window temperature-wise. So he really is on the struggle bus at the moment. Leading two, though, up over the top of the hill, and it looks to me as though Linus Hellberg has now caught a bit of a second wind. Yes, fastest lap of the race, about 4.5 tenths quicker than the leader, so the lead gap down to 1.7 seconds now, and he's noticeably dropped Mats Kjelde Larsen over the second half of that lap.
Yeah, Linus seemed to be a bit patchy in that regard yesterday as well. Had some very quick laps, but then back off a little bit and then continue on at a rapid momentum once more. We'll see. Emil has traditionally occasionally had the edge over his younger brother, and certainly Linus would like to try and make it a second win at the weekend, this time beating Emil on the road. I'm sure there is some brotherly rivalry there. I don't think it's possible to not have your brother as your biggest rival if you're racing each other. Business partners with their ride store, snowboard and ski apparel business in real life, directors of this team as well, of GEDLICH Racing, but as soon as they're going to go side by side with each other, I'm sure that all goes well out of the window.
Yes, I suspect you might be right, and well, the gap actually goes out in the first sector by only a second, so even on the wet tyres it seems the drivers are struggling to find any real consistency at the moment. It was a poor first sector for Linus Hellberg, so he's got to do again now to try and chase after his brother out in front. Of course, what they really don't want to do is take too much life out of these wet tyres. There has to be a little bit of tyre preservation going on here, and they will be driving with that in mind, I am sure. Still got Larsen there in third position, not a million miles back. He more or less matched race leader Emil Hellberg's pace in the first sector, and only dropped to 10th in the second sector, so Larsen starting to come back into it now slightly. But Emil Hellberg just weathering that little storm on the previous lap, and now able to build that margin back over 2 seconds. Takes the wide line through turn 16. Slightly tighter for Linus and Mads behind. We'll see who has the best time through that final sequence of corners, which is, in these conditions, a really tricky sequence of corners. The quick right-left flick at the end in particular. You can really see the way the cars are moving around. 2:09.1 for the leader, a 9:9 for the chasing Linus Hellberg in second, and a 10:1 for Mats Kjelde Larsen. So at the moment, advantage Emil Hellberg, and he's got the gap up to 2.5 seconds.
Rather, I suppose, in retrospect, optimistic move to put Rackstraw on slick tyres is, of course, going to have a huge negative effect on high-class racing having any shot of another podium, because Rackstraw is quite comfortably their fastest driver, and they are losing time head over heels, or rather hand over fist is what I should say, in this situation where he's just trying to skate the car around on the slick tyres, losing, depending on the length of the sector, between 7 and 10 seconds per sector, and that is an absolute disaster. And on the face of it, again, you wouldn't really expect it to be this difficult to get the slicks going on the surface as it is right now, but I think with the low temps, perhaps even with the nature of the exact tarmac formulation that they use here in Spain, because of the higher temperatures they have than what we're familiar with in the UK, it takes longer to get it fully dry, and perhaps that's what Andrew was tricked by as well. He looked around the circuit and thought, give it 5 minutes, we're going to be slick ready. But in actuality, with the low temps, with the winds, with everything else, 20-25 minutes was probably more accurate.
Yeah, well, I fell for that as well. I really, even now, I'm looking and thinking, well, it looks like it's ready for slicks. I really don't understand, but you can't argue with the stopwatch, and the wet tyre has a fairly significant advantage right now. You can, though, see these leading three cars all looking for the wet side of the road as they head up the back straight, so they are perhaps starting to feel the tyres giving up underneath them just a little bit.
Had a very good note here from Diogo Ferrao of the Race Ready organisation, who organise the Iberian Supercars down here in Portugal and Spain in the summertime. They also assist us here on logistics and race management for the Winter Series, and he's pointed out, a very good point, that if you want to change your tyres during a mandatory pit stop, ergo if by the time in about 7.5 minutes we're nearing slick readiness, and I'm not sure we are going to be, but if anyone wants to move to slicks, that's another 60 seconds bolted onto their pit time, so it would be the handicap plus another 60 seconds. So I can understand again perhaps where high class racing were coming from there, that towards the end of the stint they'd gain with that minute in mind, but all the same it is going to be, I think, not dry weather in 7.5 minutes, and if anything, Michael Hove might want to switch onto the wets,
yes.
and that's going to cause another minute lost against what's already a mighty loss of time.
Well, yes, we're still 21, 22 seconds a lap away from that crossover point, aren't we? So it's just not, it's not happening yet for the high-class racing car. We'll get a lap time momentarily for Rackstraw when he comes through, because sector times aren't even personal bests on this lap, so really struggling to generate any performance from the tyres. At the front of the pack, it was a personal best lap for race leader Emil Hellberg, 2:08.9. He was exactly 1/10 of a second quicker than his teammate and sibling Linus, but in the first sector on the next lap, they're pretty comparable. So not a lot to choose between these two. It was really in the second half of the race, though, where the gap suddenly seemed to extend between the two of them yesterday, so we'll have to wait and see whether or not it's the same story this morning. Rackstraw crosses the line, by the way, at 33.5, so actually a couple of seconds slower than anything he's done before.
Yeah, struggling out there, and of course it's worth remembering that Andrew's come from Porsche Carrera Cup GB, which is a production-based car, softer, therefore more compliant, and that means that you can kind of get away with a bit more on a slick in damp conditions compared to a carbon tub, very stiff LMP. And before that, he was racing Formula Fords, and they're not even on slicks, so you can get away with a tiny bit of precipitation with those as well. I think this is a bit of a new venture, a new world for Andrew, and just perhaps suffering trying to get temperature into those wide, slick Michelin tyres with that layer of precipitation to consider. If you weren't watching yesterday's sports prototype race, to give you a little bit of background then on our race leader Emil Hellberg, he and brother Linus in second place were both racing in the Italian sports prototypes going back a couple of years, and in fact Emil won the championship in 2023, so while this is their first ever weekend of racing in an LMP3 car, they do have some prototype experience. Of course, most recently Ale Racing appeared in the Euro Cup 3 category, rather unusual step for a pair of amateur racers to be in junior single-seaters in Europe. Of course, in Asia, fairly common practice. There are a lot of businessmen in Japanese F4, for example, who could probably be my grandfather, no offence, Lions. But the Hellbergs moving into LMP3 this year, and that is because they have a harbored aspiration of going to the highest levels, going to the Le Mans 24 hours, and taking the first step initially here in the Prototype Winter Series. I believe Prototype Cup Europe is on the agenda for the summertime, and then of course looking to join the ACO package and move up that ladder in years to come. So they've got very clear marked out ambitions for what they want to do in racing. I think for people like Mads Kjell Larsen on screen, for Tobias Bill Clausen, his teammate, of course the statement of intent of driving an LMP3 car is one thing, but I think when you're a young Silver, to an extent at least, you'll have your preferences. You'll also take just about anything.
Yes, any opportunity that comes is an opportunity generally worth going for. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. Wet tyres, they've had the best out of them now, definitely. No one's setting personal best sectors on this particular lap. So it looks to me as though, I'm not saying the slicks are suddenly going to start becoming several seconds a lap quicker. We're far from that still, but the wets, I think they've had the best of them. Here is what it's like to be pedaling an LMP3 car around here on slick tyres. It doesn't look a lot of fun, does it, for Andrew Rackstraw, who is basically trundling around the circuit, almost at safety car speed, just trying desperately to keep the car on the track. In fact, he's about to go a lap down, because there is the race leader behind him, Emil Hellberg, and he's going to have to stay out of the way. He can see the way the car is just booking and weaving with even the slightest bit of accelerator application, and that is making life very challenging indeed for Rackstraw. He does now go a lap down to the race leading Emil Hellberg, and with that I think he realises definitively that this gamble has not paid off.
No, and again, I mean, as we've both held our hands up and said, I am surprised by it, but I can understand why we're not quite there yet, and certainly this is going to be data that Andrew Rackstraw will use going forward to make decisions in the future. I think understand entirely why he rolled those dice, but it's not going to pay off on this occasion. So the two LA Racing drivers continue on in formation, 3.2 seconds apart at the line. Linus with the fastest lap at the moment of them, about 2/10 quicker than brother Emil, but Emil just seems to have that step more consistency at this stage of their respective careers. It seems as though the peaks, while maybe not quite as high sometimes, he doesn't drop as far off the peak lap to lap.
Yes, well, his previous lap of 2:09.0 was only a tenth away actually from his previous best, whereas Linus's was a 2:09.7, a second off his best. So to your point, Emil is able to maintain that pace over a stint, even on a deteriorating tyre, and that is more or less what we saw yesterday, wasn't it, really? That in the second half of the stints, it was the 48 car that seemed to have a slight edge. Through the final corner, he's got a fair margin now over Linus Hellberg. Linus, though, is still lapping more quickly than Mads Kjelde Larsen, so the gap's going out between the drivers. And remember, the LA Racing cars have the same pit stop time to be served as each other, so it's not as if Linus can bank on that to bring him back into play. There is Linus Hellberg, the 43 car in second position. 5 seconds now, the gap, and then another 8.5 seconds or so back to the Duquesne in third position of Mads Kjelde Larsen. So for now, things fairly static. Potentially after the pit stops, things will change, but really, based on what we saw yesterday, the pit stops are only going to favour one team, and that is the team that currently holds first and second position.
Yeah, exactly right, and yeah, the handicaps are firmly in their favour. The design, of course, we've seen work very effectively previously with the pit stop handicaps, where the bronze drivers, or all bronze lineups, have a shorter pit stop than the bronze silvers, or indeed the full silver or all pro teams. But it all kind of not falls apart, but starts to make less sense when you've got bronzes as fast as the Hellbergs. Both of them, I think, in their first race well into their 30s, and in fact I think Emil was over 40 for his first ever car race at least a high level, and you know, there's no debating that they're bronze drivers. It takes a lot to be upgraded to a silver in the current environment, and well, it's not gaming the system because it's perfectly legitimate, but it is creating a situation where they are going to get a mighty boost going into the second phase of the race. Pit stop window is now open. They came in at pretty much the first opportunity yesterday. Let's see if they do the same this time.
Yes, I suppose there's no reason for them not to, unless they're going to try and stick this out and see what to do about tyres. Yes, it would require a 60-second penalty in effect, or extra seconds to be served in the pit lane, but they've got those 60 seconds to play with, really, haven't they, over the BWT Booker Motorsports squad, or if not a full 60 seconds, certainly a fair chunk of that will be cancelled out by the pit stop handicap. New fastest lap of the race, though, for Emil Hellberg, and a personal best for Linus, so that would tell me there's no need to change the tyres. These wet tyres are functioning just fine. A 2:08.2 for Emil Hellberg there, and that is a pretty rapid lap. It is quicker than anything they were doing yesterday, admittedly in wetter conditions. So we are getting closer to the track being a slick-ready track, but for now, the wets are performing pretty well, and actually maybe there hasn't been as much drop-off on those Michelin wet tyres as I thought.
So to reiterate then, with the pit stop handicaps, as we see there coming into the pit lane, Andrew Rackstraw will be very compelling to see if they decide to take the car off the slicks and put it on wets, because that will, of course, as we've alluded to, add 60 seconds to their already 117-second pit stop. It would end up being some 3 minutes and 27 seconds spent in the pits if they do decide to make that call. Michael Hove now hopping behind the wheel, as they do indeed put wets on, so they need to be 60 seconds longer in the pit lane, and we'll have to see if they've caught that memo, that complication. It is usually spelt out during the driver briefing, so they need to abide by that.
Yes, again, we'll find out as the time ticks on. Still conducting the driver change and indeed the tyre change for now. Of course, changing the tyres will add a fair amount of time to the pit stop anyway. As you're seeing, it's not the speediest to process with the limited number of mechanics available, so it's not going to be entirely wasted time, if you see what I mean. I think that's all 4 tyres changed, though. 4 Michelin wet tyres. Oh no, the last one just going on now, the right rear. Ooh, a bit of difficulty getting that slick tyre off. They can probably use those slick tyres again the next time that they do get some dry running. I doubt they've taken too much rubber off it, because as we saw, he really just wasn't able to push at all during that opening stint. Massively frustrating for Andrew Raxtor, who we know is a very talented driver, and we saw that yesterday with his blistering pace that he set in the second half of the race, and sadly this morning not able to demonstrate that.
Yeah, I was rather looking forward to seeing him fight his way through, potentially past the Hellbergs. I think the Hellbergs have had a little bit more seat time than Andrew in LMP3s, so I think that would have been a bit of an experience-based BOP, if you like. Larson into the pit lane. The BWT Muka Motorsport Duquesne is in, and that will be Tobias Bill Clausen taking the car over, seat insert in hand. I want to get a look, actually, these two together again, because, again, they don't look that differently built, do they? But that's quite a big seat insert that they have to put in for Tobias Bill Clausen, and we'll get them underway very soon. You can see they're just tightening the nuts on the existing tyres rather than a tyre change there, but just to make sure everything remains locked perfectly in place. So, about halfway around the lap at the moment are the two Alley Racing drivers. Emma Hellberg again just set the fastest lap of the race, and a 33.2 in the first sector as well. So, a fastest first sector on the ongoing lap as well. So, the Hellbergs continue to set a mighty pace, particularly Emil, who's now 7.1 seconds clear of his brother. I imagine we will see them in the pits before long. I cannot imagine that in the next 5 minutes it's suddenly going to be slick ready. So the question is, when will the Alley Racing drivers come in? The high-class racing car, I think, has just headed away from the pit lane. And have they done that an iota too early? It's 3:21 was the stop, and I think I made it 3:27, the handicap, but I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, well that's intriguing, because that means they did seem to be aware of the extra 60 seconds. They just perhaps misjudged that slightly, because remember, it's from pit in to pit out. It's not stationary time. It is 3 minutes 27 from the pit entry line to the pit exit line, and that can sometimes complicate matters. In come the Alley Racing cars, Emil and Linus Hellberg, and we believe these pit stops should be exactly the same length of time, a minute and a half or so. I think it was a minute 31.
86.
Close. Yesterday, so they should both be in for the same amount of time, and we would expect that gap to still remain about 8 seconds or so. Out goes the BWT car, so that will be Tobias Bill Clausen at the wheel. No driver changes, of course, for Alley Racing. They're solo drivers, so an opportunity for Emil and Linus to catch their breath, have a swig of a drink maybe, and no work to be done on the car, really. Tyre pressure adjustments, maybe they'll tighten the wheels as we saw on the BWT car a moment or two ago, cleaning the windscreen, but really nothing major that needs to be done on the car. They might just check in with the driver and see if there's anything that they need to report back, but essentially just a bit of general TLC given to the cars, and they'll be sent back on their way in the next minute or so.
Yeah, absolutely right. And of course, with them being solo drivers, as alluded to in the interview with Izzy, with Linus Hellberg yesterday, it's quite the advantage to have that consistent seat time across both stints of the race to effectively have that data of what the track is like, rather than going out cold and learning everything on the fly in the midst of competition. Michael Hove on the wet tyres is now a lot closer to the pace in the high-class racing car, just set a personal best middle sector for the car, and again that rather illustrates just how much Andrew Raxtor was struggling out there on the circuit. And an interesting point we heard from him, I think, talking to you as well, Andy, that Andrew's campaign here in prototypes in the LMP3, not confined to just a brief tryout. We heard that he was doing a full season of prototype racing in his chat with you yesterday.
Yes, indeed so. So valuable mileage. And as you said, you know, okay, it was a mistake maybe to go on the slick tyres, but there will be a point at some point this year where he perhaps is faced with the same decision again. You learn almost more from your mistakes than you do your successes in motor racing, and I'm sure he's not necessarily thinking quite like that now, but he is potentially going to be reminded of that by the engineers, and hey, it's all valuable data, and that is something that hopefully later on this season he'll be able to benefit from. Michael Hove on now his first full flying lap. It will be intriguing to see what sort of pace he actually is capable of on the wet tyre. The best that Rackstraw ever managed was 31.1. Which was 20 odd seconds off the pace of the wet shod tyres. Well, we've been talking a lot about Andrew Rackstraw in the first half of the race, necessarily for the reasons he would like, but we can at least now get his side of the story. He's down in the pit lane.
Yeah, I wanted to come down and grab a word with Andrew because we spoke on the grid and you said that it could be a crazy idea. Unfortunately, turned out looking a lot crazier than we expected.
Completely. Like I said on the pre-grid, the first few laps we were going to lose time, but when it never came back, I thought, okay, I've made the wrong decision. I think it's so cold and it didn't work, but this is racing. I think if there were more cars, more people may have tried, but you have to sometimes take the risk, and it could pay off massively. This time it didn't pay off at all, but it's our first race weekend, so looking forward to next week.
Absolutely, and as you say, you know, learning a lot. I mean, you've done most of your racing in the UK recently. This is very different conditions, and I think you were saying, you know, the surface maybe didn't dry as quickly as you thought it did.
No, I don't think so. I think maybe the tar is different, but for sure, I've done so much wet running in the UK, and off the back of that experience, I made a call, and it didn't work out. I apologize to Michael, who's now just lapping. But I still had lots of fun. Unfortunately, it wasn't that exciting for the cameras, but next week will be better.
Well, you're still smiling, so that's the important thing. Thanks for speaking to us.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Izzy. Well, interesting stuff from Andrew Rackstraw, who at least is able to see the funny side slightly and keep a smile on his face, despite the way that opening stint of the race went. But I'm sure down, he'll be wishing that he had the opportunity to look like a hero there, which he would have done if that gamble had paid off. But even now, on a track that really looks bone dry, it is quite clear that the wet tyre is still the one to have. And to illustrate that point, Michael Hove has just gone 16 seconds quicker than Andrew Rackstraw ever managed in his stint on his first flying lap on the wet tyre at 2:15.0, far more competitive pace. So shame really from our perspective as well, actually, that didn't work, because it would have been a very interesting scenario to see just how far ahead that high-class racing car could have got, even if it was on the same tyres as everyone else, and watching Michael Hove then try to defend that lead. But that is not the story that we're going to be monitoring over the final 20 minutes of the race. Instead, we're going to keep on watching this gap between the LA racing cars. It's fairly static still, 5.9 seconds, although that is a new fastest lap for Emil Hellberg, beating his own previous best, a 2:07.867, and that is about 3/4 of a second or so quicker than Linus Hellberg behind. So 6.5 seconds now the margin between them, and Tobias Bill Clausen not yet getting down to the sort of pace that we saw from Mads Kjelder Larsen in the first half of the race. We will see Tobias across the line in another minute or so. He has dropped back considerably. He's only in sector 2, and that means he's almost a full lap now adrift of the race leader. Of course, the longer pit stop time were confusing me. Again, in my mind, I'm expecting them to be on a similar sort of pit stop handicap as the BWT car, but no, the LA cars. And that really does demonstrate, doesn't it, the advantage they gained in the pits.
Yes, almost a minute of time bolted on to the silver lineup of BWT Mooker Motorsports. LA Racing gaining an awful lot with the pit handicap. Helberg going some 6/10 quicker on the previous lap than his brother Linus as well. Of course, he was in a very similar position yesterday, leading by just under 10 seconds and seemingly having the measure of the situation when what appeared to be an electrical issue, alternator issue, struck, and the car completely ran out of juice coming out of the corkscrew bend. So I imagine that at no point from here to the checkered flag is he going to be comfortable, no matter how big the gap gets. It's already happened once, and well, fool me once.
Indeed so, and I don't think we ever got an answer, did we, on what the issue was yesterday. Hopefully if he does make it to the podium, we'll find out today. Team watching on, the LA Racing team keeping an eye on proceedings. They'll be certainly hoping that the car runs faultlessly between now and the checkered flag, and yeah, the car running faultlessly for now, and fingers crossed that that continues to be the case for the remaining 17 minutes plus 1 lap. Another lap ticked off now for Emil, and that is 18 completed and another new fastest lap of the race. So Helberg out of turn 1, and seemingly no let-off in performance, and no let-off in performance in the tyres either. 7.5 plays an 8.1 for Linus, but they are still personal best laps, and actually quite dramatic improvements in pace now. It wasn't that long ago they were pretty happy with a 2:09 lap, and now another 2 seconds quicker, so track conditions definitely improving.
Yeah, it's getting there, and I dare suggest that there will be more people gambling on slicks going into our next race, although I'm not sure how much of a gamble it will be in about half an hour's time, by the time the next grid is cycling out onto the circuit. So I think that's going to be a, relatively speaking, safe bet for the drivers. And of course that next race in question being the GT4 Winter Series competitors, and of course those cars being a little bit softer sprung and softer built, that could be perhaps a little bit of a factor as well, rather than the stiff prototypes, which again aren't quite as malleable to sliding around and wet conditions in general.
Indeed so. Also a shorter race, nearly half the length of the prototype Winter Series races. So yeah, that is a fascinating question, isn't it? I think a lot of people would have expected normally for this to be a slick track, but notice what we've noticed, they might be second guessing that decision slightly. But yeah, we're interested to see how that plays out over the course of the morning, and then if we get another smattering of rain somewhere else in the day, it could take even longer then for the track to get ready for slick. So yeah, interesting day ahead.
Well, apparently, according to some of our eyes in the pit lane, we've seen a couple of SR representatives heading down to high-class racing and trying to get some feedback about how long they think it's going to take. Maybe slide Andrew Rackstraw a crisp 20 euros and ask for some data. I bet it was JMO Hertling that got sent out. It's just what they do. It's either him or Joel, always.
Well, yes, I'm sure Rackstraw will have some opinions on what tyre to go for. Not to the slick will be his thoughts, although, again, by the end of the race, quite possibly, it would be ready. And in fact, now we are seeing a slightly different shade of tarmac now appearing. So what we thought was dry wasn't dry. It is a sort of paler coloured asphalt that they use over in this part of the world, and that can look drier than it is. But now we are seeing a definitive dry line appearing, certainly in some of the faster corners, where these reasonably high downforce LMP3 cars are clearing that surface water quite well. The temperature will be climbing slightly, and that will all assist the drying process. And as that happens, the track gets faster. A 2:07.1 now, the new fastest lap for Emil Helberg. He's 8.1 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Michael Hove, meanwhile, is not that far off the pace now. 2:12, about 4 seconds slower than Linus Helberg and Tobias Bill-Clausen, who are pretty evenly matched on pace right now. So Michael Hove closer seemingly now to the overall front-running pace than he was in yesterday's race. And he's also, I think, enjoying the fact that this is the driest the track has been across either of the two races so far. And will finally be enjoying being able to put his foot down a bit and stretch the legs of the Ligier. There is the Duquesne, Tobias Bill-Clausen, and that was a personal best lap as well, a 2:08.1. And for the first time, perhaps in his stint, he was quicker than Linus Hellberg ahead of him. Trouble is, Linus Hellberg is 1 minute and 22 seconds ahead of him, and that means that third place, barring any late race dramas as we saw yesterday, is likely to be the best that Tobias can do.
Yeah, so Clausen turning into the uphill section here, just coming through turns 6 and 7 at the moment, and then you have that huge drop off of course. You see the crest of the hill here on corner exit, and then it is incredibly steep, the descent down the corkscrew. Myself and Izzy, Andy, have had the opportunity to stand at that corner and see it happen. I'll have to drag you out one of these years and have a bit of a look, because it's one of those things that never quite, as the old cliche goes, doesn't quite look as intense on TV as it does when you're feet on the ground. And I'm sure the drivers can explain it very well indeed as well. And honestly, it doesn't look comfortable bashing across those curbs to gain a few tenths down at the bottom of the corkscrew. But I mean, we even saw Andrew Rackstraw doing it, even with the incredibly limited rack grip he had on the slicks. He was cutting right across there onto the curbstones, onto the paint, and yeah, it's interesting with this and many other modern circuits, isn't it, to see how far they can go when it comes to breaking track limits, and indeed how far they're allowed to go.
Well, I noticed actually after the cars had been released to the grid, marshals out at the bottom of the corkscrew they were drying the curb, and actually they were drying the painted section inside of the curb, because in a way that is the racetrack. I think it's been accepted that that's not being monitored this weekend, and so the marshals thought, well, if we're going to use it, we might as well make it as safe as possible for them. They were out there drying the track out, about 4 of them there with big leaf blowers, trying to get rid of the surface water from the inside of the curb. So that is definitely the accepted route, at least this weekend, through the corkscrew, and marshals cottoning on to that. I don't know whether race control gave them that instruction to go and do that, but either way, they were preparing that particular part of the track for the drivers. Michael Home heading towards that part of the circuit now, and to your point, having only ever previously seen MotorLand Aragón on a TV screen before this weekend, I was quite surprised with just how much elevation change there is. The corkscrew we all know about, although again TV does tend to flatten things quite a bit, but even the climb out of turn 2 and then the whole section through 5, 6, 7, that's climbing very steeply uphill. You don't really realise that on TV. There is a big crest as well over through turn 11, and then a steep downhill braking zone into 12, so it is a lot more undulating than you might realise. It's no Portimao. I've not heard the words roller coaster quite as often this weekend as I had earlier in the season, but certainly not as flat as it looks on TV.
No, by no means. So, as much as I have zero credibility on the matter, I would suggest that in actuality we're probably at slick crossover point as we speak. The car of Michael Hove just set its best lap of the race last time by a 2:12.018, and he will probably dip into the 2:11s on this lap, having set a personal best in the second sector. We'll see what he does coming across the line. Meanwhile, the fastest lap of the race was just set by Emil Hellberg at 2:06.922 on his wets. But with all due respect to Michael Hove, we know that he's very new to this, and we know that he's a few seconds per lap off the ultimate pace. So I dare suggest that if Andrew was at the wheel now on slicks, would be getting there, I think. Of course, Michael is also on the wet at this stage, but looking at how it's drying, again, when we go GT4 racing shortly thereafter, I think it's coming. We'll have to wait and see, but it's going to be a head scratcher, I think, for everybody involved. Of course, we had a split decision in the GT4s at Portimao as well. Remember the likes of Zebis and Mattis Plushkel on the wet tyres, and Charlie Robertson electing the slicks, and that being the right decision after about lap 2 of the race. Guarantee you, incidentally, that Charlie's car in the GT4 race will be on slicks, because he's of this same British let's try and be the underdog in this race kind of mentality. Guaranteed. Will the gap be over 10 seconds this time? Well, yes, because it was actually last time 10.3 seconds, and the gain of pace from Emil Hellberg is quite sizable at the moment, at 2:05.987 last time by, at 2:07.6 for Linus Hellberg, the younger brother. So Emil is really on a mission out there at the moment and going quicker and quicker.
Well, yes, not only has he been perhaps the more consistent of the two, but looked after his tyres better perhaps as well.
Yeah.
I think that the only way you would be able to go that much quicker than another wet-tyred car at this stage of the race is if you looked after that Michelin rubber in the first part of the race. So that consistency benefited him not only in lap time over the course of the first stint, but now continuing to benefit him some 30 minutes or so later. We're inside the final 10 minutes of racing, so he will be very keen to see the checkered flag and get the car across the line to claim the win. It's been a brilliant performance this from Emil Hellberg, and yeah. Oh, as I say that, oh, was the car? No, okay, we're okay, I think. But that was a very wide moment going into turn number 12, and he was very slow on the uptake coming off the corner. I think he was aware he was on the wetter side of the road and didn't want to take any risks.
Yeah, there's something about that turn 12 exit that is very limited traction. I think it's one of the last places to properly dry on the circuit. We saw it last year in a wet to dry formula race, that it just almost looks like they've run out of juice completely coming out of the corner, which is exactly what we saw there. They just have to be so careful on the throttle out of turn 12 in these greasy conditions. Yeah, to your point about we were talking earlier on about the Muka car and you thinking it was actually a bit further back than expected. Their pit stop time was actually 2 minutes 30. They were meant to do a 1 minute 57 pit stop. So not only was the pit stop handicap, of course, affecting the gap between Muka and LA Racing, but actually their stop was inordinately lengthy as well. So you're onto something there.
And yet not 60 seconds longer, so it's not like it was a tyre change,
No.
and that would have become immediately obvious in their lap times anyway. So question mark over what exactly the delay was there. Maybe a couple of adjustments they were making to the car, but yeah, that's what 30 odd seconds that they dropped ultimately in the pit lane that they didn't need to. Now it wouldn't have made much difference. They're a minute and 22 seconds adrift of the lead, so they're not wouldn't have changed things particularly, but yeah, that has dropped them further back than we anticipated they would be at this point. As the sky starts to brighten now, perhaps, dare I say it, I can see some admittedly small patches of blue sky peeking out through the clouds now, so that will assist with track drying even further. We can burn through the cloud a little bit. Of course, this is where it starts raining again in 5 minutes' time, but for now, this is probably the most favourable weather that we've had since we started racing yesterday afternoon.
We've got Izzy in the box with us, and she does not agree with your weather forecasting from the face that she was pulling. But then again, she has to go out there, Andy. But so do you, actually. So
Briefly, yes.
Yes, you do have to go out there as well. So I don't know. I do see your point. There is a little bit of blue that we can see just about for now, and let's hope that it remains. But the overwhelming dark clouds we see elsewhere make me think that my preferred method, that being intense pessimism, might be the way forward. But we did also see the forecast suggesting that up until mid-afternoon, at least it's going to be dry, and we'll have to see if there's rain from there. We didn't see the rest of the day's forecast, but we'll keep tabs on that as we go. I certainly think it's going to be a mixed day, a challenging day for the race strategists. I think it's going to be a perpetual which way do we go seesaw scenario going on. Maybe some rock, paper, scissors being played in the garages. Let's see what the gap is this time then between the LA Racing cars. Hellberg already across the line once again in a good time, the low 206s, whereas the best for this car of Linus Hellberg is a 207.502, which he sets this time by, so he's gone quicker than he has done all race long, but it's still the better part of 1.5 seconds back from elder brother Emil.
Yes, and Tobias Bill Clausen just went fastest in the first sector, so faster than anyone else has been, so the decay suddenly unlocking a little bit of performance. That is immediately beaten by Emil Hellberg on the next lap. So, yeah, track conditions, I think, just evolving. Of course, the fuel load is depleting as well. They'll be running very light at this point on the race. And those wet tyres, as I said, clearly still generating a fair amount of grip. So this will be the best the cars have felt since the start of the race. And no surprise, therefore, that we're seeing drivers pumping out some really quick sector times. In fact, Tobias Bill Clausen, although his first sector's been beaten by Emil Hellberg, it's a very consistent lap. It's green in first and second sectors. So personal best in sectors 1 and 2 for Tobias. This should be his personal best lap of the race, and if so, he could now start going a little bit more quickly than certainly Linus Hellberg has been at any point so far in the race. There is still a sizable gap between the two of them, but at least Tobias can take a little bit of pride in the fact that he found some serious performance in the latter part of the race. Here is Linus coming through turns 12 and 13, neat and tidy, and down into 14 and 15 he will go. What was Tobias's lap time? Yeah, 7.0. So that is now half a second or so quicker than Linus Hellberg's best lap. So a little bit late, but Tobias Bill-Clausen now starting to unlock some pace in the Ducati.
Yeah, and again, very new to racing the LMP3. I think this is his first LMP3 racing weekend, but he is all the same picking it up pretty quickly, having only made his first ever car racing appearance with us at Portimao at the start of last year's GT4 Winter Series season. The BW team of the Motorsport team continuing to develop these young talents. Speaking to Stefan Mucker yesterday, he was, quite buoyant about the young guys in this car, the BW team Mucker Duquesne, but also just generally there's a really interesting mix of projects under that Mucker Motorsports umbrella, with modern GT4s, with like the older GT4, of course, of Thilo Goss, these LMP3 cars. I believe they still have some Mercedes GT3s as well that we haven't seen in racing action for a couple of years. And then, of course, you've got the huge historic division now, Mucker Motorsport Classic, which look after DTM cars, Group A cars, all sorts of fascinating touring and GT machines from years gone by. And it's an interesting little setup there, an enclave of the Berlin motorsport scene. And Stefan Mucker, of course, leading the charge, and he'll be doing so from the driver's seat, of course, in the next race. He'll be getting the cans off, getting the headset off after talking to Tobias Bill-Clausen through this stint. He'll already be in his race suit, and then he'll be getting the three-point harness on.
Yes, very much looking forward to seeing him in action in the GT4 race momentarily, and seeing exactly what he can do. And yeah, always a treat to see a driver of his experience take to the track. And we do get some drivers in Winter Series who you don't necessarily expect to see doing an awful lot of racing, and pop up, and it's a treat to see. There is your race leader, yes, yellow wing mirrors, is the Emil Hellberg driven number 48 LA Racing car, and he is about to come through to start the penultimate lap. He's just going to get through with time to do 2 more laps, with what, 7 seconds or so on the clock when he crosses the line. Yep, 7 seconds left, so this and 1 more lap before the checkered flag is flown, and that means Emil Hellberg has still got another 4 minutes or so's worth of green flag running before he hopefully claims a race victory.
Hey, Andy, everyone watching at home, Andy just made a point about interesting drivers coming into Winter Series events. Just watch the Winter Series socials on Monday, about lunchtime. You'll see why. There's some announcements to come. So we are on the penultimate lap of the race. Emil Hellberg, Linus Hellberg running 1-2, 16.6 seconds apart. They're not going to quite get that hallmark card moment of running side by side across the line, I don't think. And if they did try to orchestrate it, if I were Linus, I'd just boot the throttle and try and win the race, personally. So I think they'll be a little bit separate out there on the circuit, but it is 1.5 to go. Meanwhile, Tobias Bill-Clausen has found Michael Hove, albeit a couple of laps down. So Clausen having a look to the inside here at turn 16. I imagine Hove will simply lift and coast towards the corner to allow him back through. We'll feel a little bit like Charles Leclerc going into the final sector at Melbourne, if you know, you know. The number 8 car goes by, and that'll be another couple of laps down now, I think, against the entire field, unfortunately, now for Michael Hove. High Class definitely pulled the gamble. On this occasion it has not worked, but they'll be back at it again next week at Barcelona, and they'll get the opportunity to re-rack and go again. 16.6 seconds at the line. I think it would be somewhere around 18 seconds eventually for this, though we do still have one more lap, of course, crossing the line this time, so it may even break 20 seconds before the end of the race, depending on Emil Hellberg's progress here. It's not just the speed, but it is the metronomic way in which it's coming. To your point, Andy, I think maybe took less out of the tyres early on, and so he's here now, still able to do 205s, even though I imagine it's getting to the point now where that Michelin tread is starting to look a little bit second-hand with the limited precipitation.
Yes, in a way, maybe he has got slicks on the tyre now, because the majority of the tread, I suspect, has worn down. I jest slightly, but there is some truth to that, isn't it, as the blocks start to become smaller, and then in the more intermediate conditions, a full wet tyre can still work quite well. But yeah, in the first half of the race, Emil was taking at most a second a lap out of his teammate, usually less than a second, half a second to 7/10 or so. Now all of a sudden he's finding a second and a half a lap, and they're both still doing personal best lap times, so it's not like Linus has backed off. They're both pushing, but Emil just has significantly more pace at this point in the race. Just did another fastest lap at 2:05.0. So yes, I do think tyre management has been another skill that it turns out Emil Hellberg has perfected quite nicely.
Your thought there that maybe they are almost slicks at this point. The Michael Schumacher Hungary 2006 trick. Run around on inters long enough and they will become slicks, darn it. We don't have inters, of course, here. Just the two options, wet or slick. And it has been the wet tyre that proved to be the right call. Myself, Andy, and I dare suggest a few others were not quite sure that was going to be the way forward going into this race. But it has proven to be the way, and it's still wet favoured at the end. We'll see what happens next up in the GT4s, though. I think that's going to be a very split dynamic, and we'll see how that unfolds. For now, though, Emil Hellberg running through the penultimate corner of the lap. He, of course, didn't get to win the race yesterday after a technical issue with the car. This time, though, the car and driver have performed absolutely faultlessly, and Ale Racing take the checkered flag to win in the Prototype Winter Series. 2 wins for Ale, a win apiece for both brothers, as Linus Hellberg comes through the final corners now to take second place. So double podium for him, a first and a second. A solid weekend for Linus Hellberg. Tobias Bill Clausen will be next across the line in the Duquesne D09 from BWT Muka Motorsports. The better part of a lap down, ultimately, on the chasing pack. In fact, he's looking very slow. Is he already thinking that he's taken the flag, because he's running around on the pit limiter by the looks of it with the lights flashing? I think he's on the pit limiter. Just listen. Yeah, he's cruising around and short shifting, so I think he thinks he's already taken the checkered flag. Whether the checkered flag was waved at him or not, I'm not sure. But he has strictly not technically finished the race yet. So whether this is a problem or whether this is a miscommunication, I'm not 100% sure. However, he has not yet taken the checkered flag. He will, of course, be settled in third place, given that high-class racing are a couple of laps further back. I think Michael Hove has actually gone past him. Hove, yes, is further around the circuit, as a matter of fact. So the car that's going to finish in fourth place will be next across the line. Oh, and it sounds like maybe there's a little bit of a misfire or something on that car just coming out of that corner. That might have been the traction control simply fighting a little bit, but it didn't sound quite right coming out of turn 15. All the same, Michael Hove does come across the line to take fourth place, and Clausen now coming around to perhaps take the flag, but we'll see whether or not he does, or whether he dives straight for the pit entry. He will be classified third regardless. Doesn't strictly need to take the flag, but will do so. So it appears that it was a technical malady with that car right at the end of the race, albeit one that did not cost him any position, but a very, very slow final lap, a 2:41.088. Some 36 seconds off the fastest of the race, which certainly is not representative of what Bill Clausen was doing over the course of that race distance. Emil and Linus Hellberg, meanwhile, arrived to the pit lane in tandem, and they will now begin the process of celebrating together, and they do get to celebrate together this time. I think Emil, after the car failed, was sat on the service road as Linus took the victory yesterday. So this time the brothers get to celebrate together along with the team. A very well executed 1-2 finish, of course, assisted by the nature of the pit stop handicaps and both competitors being bronze rated drivers, but they are very handy bronze rated drivers, that much is for sure, and very compelled to see what they can do during their summer program. We're not expecting them in Barcelona next week, as we understand it, but all the same, they go into the summer with a pair of victories in the books, and that will be a big momentum boost going into a new discipline, having transferred over from the world of junior single-seater racing in Euro Cup 3, and prior to that open top prototype racing, the closed cockpit LMP3 cars, a new venture for this season, and it really couldn't have got off to a better start. A win apiece, and two cars that seem to be behaving very well underneath them. Can currently see a few GT4 Winter Series drivers heading to the pit wall to scout out what the tarmac is looking like. I can see Ville Kuhne for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalm having a little bit of a look and figuring out whether or not we should go wets or slicks. And I think he can hear me, so he's looking around to see where I am. I'm watching always. Also, down there in the pit lane is Izzy Browning, and I believe she's caught up with Emil Hellberg.
I do. He is alongside me now, and there was a bit of chat between him and his brother as they got out of the cars, just checking on the tyres a little bit. Congratulations. I mean, that's redemption for yesterday, isn't it, to get the win today?
Yeah, it feels very good. Yesterday was a bit of a setback. I heard it 12 minutes left, and then boom, the car just died. So but today is a big redemption for sure.
And it looked really comfortable out there. I mean, wets were the way to go, but you were just checking at the end to see what they looked like, weren't you?
Yeah, it was sliding more and more and more, and drier and drier and drier. So you felt the car like really moving around. But you were like, don't push too hard, but push enough.
Yeah, well, you did push enough. I mean, a 1-2 for the team as well. This has been a great weekend for you guys. How proud are you of their efforts?
No, that's great. The whole team has done an amazing job. So I'm super happy with the team, with everybody, with myself and my brother. So everybody's done a great job.
Congratulations. Go and enjoy the podium. Well done. A 1-2 for Ally Racing.
Yeah, 1-2 finish for the Swedish team and the Swedish brothers. And that can go down as a successful day in the offices. Ligier 1-2 as well, of course. Let's take a look back at the race in the Prototype Winter Series. They are finished for the weekend. We'll move on now, but let's take a look at the highlights. The second race of the weekend of the Prototype Winter Series, our first race of Sunday in the Aragon event. And it was an early side-by-side moment between Emil Hellberg and Mats Kjelder Larsen in the VW Team Motorsport car, but Kjelder Larsen then fell behind Linus Hellberg and tried to fight back at the corkscrew on the first lap of the race, and indeed at turn 16. Mats Kjelder Larsen was very keen not to lose out to Linus Hellberg, but lose out he eventually did. Unfortunately for Andrew Rackstraw in the high-class racing number 49, a move on to slick tyres after the sighting laps proved to be a little bit of an error, and he was still running around on slicks, getting lapped before the end of his stint in the race. The team having no choice but to bolt the wet tyres onto the car, and Michael Hove taking the car over, albeit by the time Hove was out there a couple of laps down. A couple of moments for Emil Hellberg here and there, just running deep into turn 15, but by and large a smooth, consistent and incredibly quick stint at the wheel of the LA Racing car. And of course the LA drivers, being both bronze rated, meant they had a shorter pit stop handicap as well, which really did assist with their efforts to capitalise and take a 1-2 finish, which is what they ultimately achieved. Tobias Bill Clausen taking over the BWT Mucker car, putting a lap there on Michael Hove towards the end of the race. The Hellbergs taking a 1-2 in their Ligiers. Emil Hellberg, after yesterday's issues with the car, redeeming with a race win. Linus Hellberg following him home in second place. Tobias Bill Clausen rounding out the podiums in the second prototype Winter Series race of the weekend. So the gap ultimately at the front of the field was 19.3 seconds, so almost 20 seconds that Emil Hellberg found over the course of the race distance. It went just about as well as one could hope for in that race for Emil Hellberg. Tobias Bill Clausen taking the BWT Mucker Motorsport car home to third place, and ultimately 2 laps down was Michael Hove, but still learning a lot and gaining more and more experience before his summer program in prototype competition. Of course, we saw him in a Radical back in February. He's been racking up the mileage. Also racking up the mileage, and indeed the step count, is Andy McEwen. He's down on the podium.
Very efficient drivers getting up to the podium for this second prototype Winter Series race of the weekend. We'll start then by introducing our third place drivers for BWT Mucker Motorsport, Mads Kjelde Larsen and Tobias Bill Clausen. On to the third step of the podium they will go. It was this time though a 1-2 finish for LA Racing. In second position, Linus Hellberg. Linus makes his second appearance on the podium this weekend, but the top step today belongs to his sibling and his teammate. It's a race victory for Emil Hellberg. Top step of the podium, punches the air in delight, and will now receive his trophies from various members of the GEDLICH Racing team. Stefan, Jan and Robin on hand to do the honours. Trophies then handed out. And we'll get some thoughts from our podium finishers in a minute. We've already spoken to Emil, of course, but it'd be good to have a chat with Linus, Mads and Tobias as well. Photos then taken by our wonderful photography team. And a strong start, an intriguing start to the day. Already I can see GT4 Winter Series teams heading out to the pit lane with an assortment of tyres ready to put onto their cars ahead of the second race for them this weekend. I think that's going to be the story of the next half an hour or so. There are bottles of champagne there. The drivers can either choose to spray or drink later. I think the Hellbergs have decided they're going to get the party started early this morning. The corks fly, the champagne does likewise, and our first champagne spray of the weekend is courtesy of the prototype Winter Series drivers. Fantastic stuff then. Let's jump in and have a chat then. Stick around for a second, guys, if that's all right. Mads and Tobias, we'll start with you. Mads, tricky race that. Tyre choice was the big question. Was there ever any doubt on what tyres to start on?
Yeah, there was a bit doubt. It was tricky to see how the track was, but I could feel it the first couple of laps. It was pretty wet, but I had in mind that it would probably dry up, but we stayed with the wet, and that was a good choice.
And Tobias, were you surprised at how long it took for the track to really start drying out? It was only the last 10 minutes, really.
Yeah, I think the first days in the practice, it was drying up quite quick, so we were expecting it to maybe dry up a bit faster, but yeah, it took quite a long time for the dry line to come.
Well, you managed it well. Third position then at the end. And, well, as for the Hellbergs, this time both of you making it to the flag. Linus, how was the race for you?
Yeah, it was good, and really happy for my brother today after what happened yesterday. So, no, it feels super nice and so good work by the team. They've been working really hard for this, and seems we have really good cars.
Emil, your pace was super impressive there, particularly in the latter part of the race. We were saying maybe you'd looked after the tyres a bit more at the start. Was that in your mind?
Yeah, I was trying to look after them a bit in the beginning. I was like, but then you want to push and then back and forth. But in the end, I felt I had couple of quite slow laps, and I was trying to push in the last 2 or 3 laps, I think, just to see if I can make something happen.
It's been a challenging weekend with all of the changing weather, but do you feel that you've learnt what you wanted to learn from this weekend?
Yeah, honestly, it's been great driving in the rain for so many days. I've never, like one time before, been in the car in the rain, so this is perfect to really learn the car, so I'm happy.
Fantastic stuff. Well, congratulations to our Prototype Winter Series drivers then at the end of an entertaining opening weekend of the season for them. That is it for the prototypes this weekend. We turn our attention now to GT4s, the GT4 Winter Series cars to be released from the pit lane shortly.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
GT4 Winter Series cars out on the circuit then on a drying track. I suspect a lot of people are slick tyre bound for this race. There are 3 cars at W&S Motorsport. That means they've got a lot of data to work with. And as a matter of fact, on Friday we caught up with one of the driver lineups, Tim Horrell, joined this weekend for the first time this season by Hendrik Still. And I spoke to him. I spoke to them on Friday. Tim Horrell and Hendrik Still are sharing a car for the first time in the GT4 Winter Series, at least. Of course, you've done a lot of time at W&S over the years. Tim, for you, back for the first time since Portugal. How excited are you to take on MotorLand Aragón again?
Definitely excited. Always good to be back in the car, and we are so far so good this weekend. We seem to have pretty good pace. So yeah, we'll see what the conditions are later in the weekend.
And you were telling me earlier on that with Hendrik alongside you in the endurance race, you've got a bit of a goal to try and beat the SR Motorsport streak of overall victories.
Yeah, for sure. That's always the goal, to go #1 overall, of course. And they just happen to be at the top right now. So yeah, we'll start with who's ever there. But yeah.
And Hendrik, obviously you've known Tim for a couple of years now, so you've seen his development curve. In terms of bronze drivers, he's right up there, isn't he?
I mean, it's amazing. We work together now since 2 years. He's making big improvements, and now finally we made the decision to go together this season in the GT4 Germany, so which is a quite competitive championship. And now we have it as a little preparation here in Aragon to do the endurance race together. Right now, for the first practices, the performance is really strong of Tim, and I think, like you said, maybe we are able to fight for an overall victory. This is a target. This is what we want to use as a practice and want to fight for. And yeah, so the improvement of Tim is amazing over the last 2 years. So I'm looking forward to race on Sunday together.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it goes from the commentary box, I must say. You've run a lot with W&S Motorsport over the years, so I suppose you can give us a bit of an insight into why these guys keep winning championships.
I mean, to be honest, last year we were just vice champion. The years before they won many championships, but it's always like a big family. I mean, I'm driving for W&S in 3 championships this year out of the winter series. I'm driving in NLS, GT4 Germany and the GT4 European series. I'm working always with same engineer, with the same mechanic, so it's like a family. We all know each other. All the engineers know what the drivers want and need, and the opposite, it's the same. So, yeah, I mean, overall, we are super strong because we are always on this with the same setup of stuff all together, and I think this is the secret for all these good results.
And lastly, we'll go back to Tim. We miss Valencia, but still mathematically possible that you can challenge Ravi and Charlie for the Pro-Am title. Is that in the back of your mind as well?
Yeah, I mean, always want, like I said, want to be on the top step, whether it's in a race or the end of a little season, the winter series. But main thing, I guess, is just preparing for the regular season with Hendrik, and yeah, we'll go from there. But right now, I guess it's just I'm just focused on myself mainly and getting ready, like I said, for the regular season.
Well, we're delighted to have this combination of drivers on the grid. We look forward to seeing how it goes, and good luck on track, guys.
Thank you very much. See you Sunday. Bye-bye.
Tim Horrell, of course, has since broken the SR Motorsport winning streak yesterday in race 1. Race 2 coming up, drying conditions. Izzy, what's going on down there tyre-wise?
Welcome down to the grid for the first GT4 race of the day, and the championship, well, it is looking very likely to fall to the SR duo of Enrico Federer and Joel Mesh, but yesterday, their winning streak was broken by Tim Horrell. I'm going to jump in straight away with Enrico because we have already had the 3-minute boards. He knows that I'm coming to chat to him though. So Joel jokingly closing the door on me, but Enrico knows I'm coming to have a word. Well, you know the championship situation, don't you? But is it a case of just go out there and drive and head down?
Yeah, so we do it like always. We just drive, give our best, give 100%, the whole team. It's working hard like always, and then we see what comes out in the end.
Absolutely, you can't control what happens around you, but you can only control what you do. I mean, you're on slicks. It looks like pretty much everyone's on slicks. It's pretty dry out there now, right?
Yeah, so in the first sector it's pretty dry, in the third also, but in the second sector it's a little bit wet still, but I think when it's not start to rain again, it's going to be the right decision on slicks.
Good stuff. Have fun out there. Enjoy it. I will close the door for them. Joel. Always the jokester is Joel Mesh, closing the door on me, but Enrico knew that I was coming to chat to him, so it was okay to do so. I'll see if I can jump in just quickly with Charlie Robertson, but he is still being spoken to. They are going to let me just quickly jump in. Well, Charlie, I mean, it wasn't ideal in the rain yesterday, but it's now looking dry, so it's going to be head down for this race. What can you do?
It would be nice to try and fight for an overall win, of course. We know that these conditions suit us more than the wet conditions, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's still a little bit wetter than it was in qualifying yesterday, so I'd say the track's going to be 5 or 6 seconds away at the start and then hopefully come to us. But I worked so hard there to get some temperature on the outlap, I'm already knackered, so yeah, hopefully it's a good race.
Oh dear, we hope so as well. And I mean, Cedric right behind you, obviously they're your main rivals for the Pro-Am title. You said an overall win, which would obviously get you some points, but got to keep an eye on them as well, right?
Yeah, of course. And Cedric's been had some hard fair races across the season so far, and it would be good to have another one with him. Obviously, ideally, I'd like to try and get gone, but we know in racing anything can happen.
Absolutely, best of luck. Have fun out there. We will go straight to the race.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
The word from down there on the grid is that everybody will be on slick tyres, so everybody will be facing the same challenges on those damp patches around the circuit. Enrico Verderer starting this race from pole position. He's alongside Charlie Robertson, who should be good in these adaptable conditions, one would suspect. Cedric Fuchs in third position in the Pro-Am entered 111. Mercedes joined once again on row 2 by Tim Horrell, the winner in yesterday's race, of course. And what a performance it was from him. Federico Peters lining up on row 3 of the grid to be joined by Frederick Zabis on that third row. Zabis can stay into the title fight going into race 3 of this weekend if he finishes ahead of the 11 car of Federer. That's going to be a big ask from P6. Tom Pappenberg in 7th position for CV performance by JP Motorsports. And Alexander Bobrovs alongside the first of the AM runners, the Team BRT Mercedes AMG GT4. The other AM car, Joachim Bolting, is next in 9th position. And then a familiar name from down the years in 10th place, Stefan Mucker, ex-factory Aston Martin driver. Raced the LMP1s and the GT1 cars in that halcyon period of Aston Martin factory team racing in the 2000s into the early 2010s, and even raced the Vantage GT4 in the early years in the Nürburgring 24 Hours, the first generation GT4 machine that he races here today, 19 years on from its launch into the marketplace.
Yeah, fascinating stuff, isn't it? And what a great addition to the grid, both car and driver. Fascinating race ahead then. Championship potentially about to be wrapped up. It's, I wouldn't say it's a long shot, but it will require a fair amount of things to fall into place. But yes, our Motorsport Mercedes is on the cusp of wrapping things up. Based on, I must admit, Adam's calculations, not mine. There's a bit of me passing the credit on to you, but also a mild amount of throwing under the bus there in case it's wrong. We think that Enrico Verderer has to outscore Charlie Robertson by 13 points in this race in order to claim the championship. So that's the target. He starts one position ahead of Charlie Robertson, but will actually have to finish at least a couple of positions ahead of him in the race. So the maths tells us in order to claim that championship with, in essence, 4 races to spare.
And of course, the overall points are the same as you would see in Formula 1 and other SIA categories. So 25 for a win, 18 for second, 15 for third, 12 for fourth. If Robertson finishes 4th position in this race and Federer wins it, that's not going to be enough. There will be exactly 100 points between them, with 100 points available, and there would not be enough time for L'espace Bienvenu to win enough races to win on countback. So the title, quite realistically, could be decided in this race, depending on the performances of Enrico Federer and Charlie Robertson, respectively. They start the race on the front row of the grid. Cedric Fuchs, of course, on the second row, will be looking to follow his teammate through in the early corners and perhaps play something of a rear gunner, or maybe go into business for himself. The red lights will go out, and we are racing for 30 minutes in the GT4 Winter Series. Federer ducking across just slightly towards Robertson to try and squeeze him out going through the first corner. Carries a lot more apex speed through turn 1 and holds the early lead as they run through the first corners. Up into third place there is Tim Horrell, just briefly, but shaking and bucking and weaving in the number 30 car. Fuchs in fourth place, Federico Peters running there in fifth position. Of course, we saw a brilliant scrum fighting out for the last of the podium places on Saturday in the first GT4 Win Series sprint race. Looks like Stefan Mucker a little bit slow out of the blocks there from 10th position.
Yes, interesting start. I did notice Frederick Zebis was quite aggressive on the outside line at turn 1, gained a couple of places, but then lost them again at turn 2 as Tom Pappenberg gets eased out wide slightly through the right-hander there at turn 7. Down through the corkscrew section. In fact, he's still getting into it, isn't he? There was definite contact that time, and that was the number 18 Team BRT car that he was trading paint with. Stefan Mucker thinks, oh, this looks like fun. I'll get involved in this if I can. Brings the Aston Martin onto their tail. So, feisty opening few corners, as we've come to expect from GT4 Winter Series, as we've come to expect in general here at Aragon. That first corner in particular, often a hotspot for action, and that action is continuing round the lap.
Yeah, Frederick Zebis there drifting a bit wide at turn 12, and that's going to put him into the clutches of Joachim Bulting in the AM leading car, since he's ahead of the Team BRT entry of Alexander Bobrovs. And you don't need to ask Joachim twice usually when there's an opportunity to make up an overall position, but will remain behind Frederick Zebis for now as they run down the 1.2 kilometre main straight for the first time in this race. You can see the kind of 360 camera there mounted in the 007 Araujo Competición Aston Martin Vantage GT4, and you can see him fighting the steering wheel a little bit there under braking. Of course, ABS on these cars, which helps as well, but you've still got to keep the car straight and narrow as the electronics modulate the braking force between the two wheels. Förderer leading by 0.6 of a second over Robertson. Horrell holding on to them in third place once again, doing very pro-like things as an AM driver. Cedric Fuchs in fourth, Peters in fifth, and Zebis rounding out the top half dozen.
Yeah, so far so good, Federico Förderer. Then he kept Charlie Robertson behind him through the opening couple of corners. Nothing Charlie could do really from the outside line into turn 1. But as we've already documented, this is not currently enough for SR Motorsport to clinch the championship. Of course, realistically, though, Robertson needs to start taking points out of that Mercedes squad, and he needs to start doing it now. So this is a really important race. Whilst mathematically he could take the championship down to later on this afternoon, even to Barcelona, the gap needs to be shrinking rather than growing if Les Passes Bienvenue are going to have any realistic hope of taking it. Robertson, to his credit, is staying with Förderer for now and significantly dropping Tim Horrell in the first sector. I don't know if Tim had a moment there, or whether Enrico and Charlie have just upped the pace all of a sudden, but the gap second to third significantly large now than the gap first to second.
Yeah, so Horrell, I think, just having a bit of a bobble, I think perhaps under braking toward turn 5, I thought it was already pulling off, but we'll keep posted on how his lap progresses. He's gone wide of the apex there at turn 12 as well, but of course you do still want to avoid that wet patch on the apex of the corner. The dry line, or the line that dries a little bit quicker in some places around this circuit, will be the section they've been using in wet tyres in the previous prototype race, and that might be a legacy of that move there for Horrell to go wide. He can't afford to lose too much time, of course, because with Cedric Fuchs right there behind him, if there's any opportunity for Fuchs to get an overall podium, he will take it. As it stands then, with this being the top two, we ride on board with Charlie Robertson as he looks through the windscreen at Enrico Förderer there. As it stands, they are doing enough at Les Passes Bienvenue to hold on to the championship. As long as that Charlie Robertson machine finishes on the podium, it doesn't matter if Förderer wins, the title still won't go their way.
Indeed so, but as I said, they really need to start outscoring them if possible, and Robertson's throwing everything at it. The BMW really strong on the brakes, it seemed, into turn 16. He was able to brake later than Förderer and get into the corner a bit earlier, so that could prove handy if he ever gets within striking range. Joachim Bulting there leads the AM class at the moment. Alexander Bobrovs in the BRT Mercedes, the green one, which had that little bit of contact earlier, is his only AM class rival. Bob Ross not able to finish yesterday, so Jürgen was a lonely man on the podium. He's not lonely at the moment, though, because he's got Tom Pappenberg for company. Tom Pappenberg, got the sense, maybe struggling a bit more this weekend than we've seen from him on his previous appearances in GT4 Winter Series. Still very much learning his craft, though, the youngster, new to car racing on the whole, let alone GT4 competition. And whilst he has entered into the pro class, he is busy battling with the AM leader for the time being. Looks quicker than Jürgen, though, and will be keen to make that move as soon as he can.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. And it is worth noting, from what I understand from Tom Pappenberg's driver coach Nico Verdonk, that that's a different chassis, not just a different livery from what he was driving up until Valencia. So perhaps it's just a matter of the intricacies of each individual car. Yes, of course, in theory they should all be the same. They come from the same production line, same manufacturer et al, but it can sometimes be some minute differences in how the cars as individuals respond to setup changes and the like. We're riding on board there with Stefan Mucker in the number 700, and let's listen to it under power going onto the straight. Nice rumble of the V8 motor on that car, of course naturally aspirated 4.7 litre engine in that thing, one of the loudest cars in the paddock across any of the categories, and always great fun to have an onboard camera in that one. I sometimes have a bit of an influence in where they go, and I had to do it once this year, and why not when Stefan Mucker was in the car as well. So we'll see if Stefan can make some forward progress as the race goes on. 0.9 of a second, effectively a full second between Federer and Robertson last time across the line, and another 0.2 quicker on that lap was Enrico Federer, who came out of yesterday with title in mind. He was, well, texting some of us asking how he could win the championship on Sunday. In race 2, as we said, it does come down to where Robertson finishes, with Federer now in the lead. But of course, all this would do as it stands is make the championship live into race 3. But as it stands, as things finish in this race right now, it would have to be a disastrous race 3 for Federer and Mesh not to win the championship before the end of the day.
Yes, it's prolonging it slightly, isn't it? But yeah, still an advantage very much lying with SR Motorsport. Charlie Robertson, though, upping his game on this lap for all of the previous 2 laps, certainly. Sector 1 has belonged to Federer, and he's been quicker than Robertson in Sector 1. Robertson's been the fastest in Sector 2, and actually Tim Horrell's had an advantage in Sector 3. I wonder why. That is the sector with the really, really long straight in it, after all, where the Porsche tends to perform quite well. This time around, Robertson a 10th quicker in Sector 1, looks to be continuing those gains potentially through the middle part of the lap. So Robertson, to his credit, not giving up here. He rarely does. And if he can get even a sniff of an opportunity to make the move, he will do so. We ride on board with the Brit now, down that long back straight. Seems to go on forever, and again from the onboard you can see really drops very steeply downhill before levelling off slightly in the braking zone. It's easy to see why drivers occasionally get that braking point wrong, and Robertson, for a moment I thought had done just that, but then whipped the car into the corner. The front axle on that BMW seems to work really well, really responsive, although I do think he lost maybe a bit of time through the latter part of that lap in the end.
Black and white flag for car number 11. I think that will be a track limit infringement. Yes, it is. So Federer has to be careful, has to keep this one between the lines as the race goes on. That main straight that back straight, I should say, it's kind of like a bench with one person sat on the middle of it. You do go down, but then it's actually quite uphill, that braking zone for turn 16. Really undulating circuit in general. You do feel like you're going to keep going straight until you hit the Parador Alcañiz Castle, because you can see it getting closer and closer as you run down that 1.2 kilometre main road. And apparently we've had a bit of a gravel excursion for the car that we're currently looking at, Federico Peters, one of the camera ops making us aware of that, but just 2 wheels off and continued on without too much problem. Zebis, though, will like that. That shows that Peters is pushing. He's pretty much at the limit, and that could present opportunity for the young Danish driver to try and swoop in for that 5th overall, and of course it's also 2nd in the pro class.
Indeed so a battle worth watching. It's interesting, isn't it, that that is actually only 5th place overall, with Pro-Am cars ahead of the drivers in, as we said. Yes, the 007 car kicking a bit of dust, and or maybe just deploying the smoke screen for the Porsche chasing behind, this being 007 after all. I think it is a motor racing law, isn't it, that if you race an Aston Martin, you kind of have to run the 007 number, and it's certainly something I'm a fan of. Will it be able, though, to defend from the rapid Porsche down the straight? I think all the gadgets in the world will struggle to keep that thing behind on a straight this long. It is an absolute rocket ship, the Porsche, and Frederik Sebis, I'm sure, will be looking to try and utilise that to his advantage. We're on board with Peters behind. The Porsche is closing, but actually not quite able to get within striking range. He was looking, was Sebis, but needed an extra car length or so.
3 cars presented on screen at the top of the start line gantry with track warnings. The Joachim Bolting car with track limits warning, we've seen that here before. The number 30 car of Tim Horrell has a warning as well, as does the 85 of Tom Pappenberg. Here comes the other W&S car. There goes Frederik Sebis to the inside, and Federico Peters got a great run up the hill there onto the main straight and capitalised very nicely. But Peters on the comeback now to turn 3. They go side by side, and Sebis has no choice there but to back out of it. Federico Peters there saying, my way or the highway, sunshine.
I love that Federico was flashing the headlights when he already had his nose ahead, back ahead of the Porsche. That was a little bit late for the light flashing, and I don't think it really contributed to the overtake. Instead, it was that great switchback on the exit of turn 2 that did the job. It's one of the things I love about this kind of circuit. Those kind of 90-degree, quite sharp corners, they really lend themselves to switchbacks, and there's a lot of left followed by right, followed by left around here, and it does generate a lot of great side-by-side racing.
The flashlight button on a race car steering wheel is kind of what the fidget spinner was to a teenager in 2017. It's just something you do compulsively and sit there for hours. Flash, 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 flash. And Federico Peters is perhaps to have some flashing lights in his mirrors here, as once again Sebis is right on him going through turn 12, and will likely still be right on him by the time they exit turn 15. Will he be able to use that smaller frame of the Cayman to cut through the air fast enough to challenge at the hairpin at turn 16? They'll be looking to square up 16 as best they can. Both of them get a pretty solid exit there. The Porsche will now be in the slipstream. It will most likely gain a little bit of time here down the latter half of the straight, as it often does, just because it's more efficiently cutting through the air. And there you can see it pulling alongside, pulling ahead even before the braking zone. And the number 31 of Frederik Sebis does get through. Federico Peters trying to lunge back to the inside, and unfortunately that has rather cost him a good exit out of the hairpin. The Porsche will again most likely at least be able to keep it equidistant between himself and the Aston Martin, now coming down the main straight towards turn 1. And Federico Peters, I fancy, now has a bit of an uphill battle to try and get that 5th place back.
Yes, I think you are probably right. Tom Pappenberg, by the way, I was about to mention, had a 5-second track limit penalty. By the time you finished your next sentence, that was up to 10 seconds. So he's racking them up quite quickly, and that's something he'll need to be mindful of. Again, we've seen this earlier in the season. We've seen this here in Aragon be a talking point in the past. It's always a good way, I find, of telling whether a track has dried out properly or not. As soon as those track limits infringements start to appear with regularity, generally means that those curbs are dry enough to be used and indeed abused, and drivers, a couple of them anyway, definitely a risk of falling foul of that.
Joachim Bolting has also received a 5-second track limit penalty, and he's only 3.8 seconds clear of Alexander Bobrov's in 9th place. So as it stands, that would be Bobrov's inheriting the AM lead, but he's going to have to work quite hard over the next 16 minutes to stay within that 5 seconds of Joachim Bolting. But unfortunately, there has been some stacking of penalties in Joachim's past, and he's going to have to be very careful for the next 16 minutes to make sure he doesn't get an excessive amount of them. Another 5-second penalty, the 111 car, Cedric Fuchs. Another 5-second penalty, the 007 car, Federico Peters. So Peters desperately trying to hold on, of course, for 5th position here to try and hold on to Frederik Sebis, and he's given himself a 5-second penalty to try and overcome as well. That said, who's on their final warning? Frederik Sebis. So it could well be even Stevens soon in the penalty department.
And of course, Enrico Ferdinand, your race leader, has been warned about track limits, so he's only one more indiscretion away from potentially picking a penalty up as well. So we'll monitor that situation as much as we can. Car 700 being warned about track limits. That's Stefan Mucker as he tries to keep up with Alexander Bobrov's ahead in the Mercedes. 20 seconds now for Tom Pappenberg. This is updating more quickly than I can make note of it. That's his fourth penalty, I believe. 88 with a 5-second penalty. Yes, we knew that. That was Jürgen Bolting. No, that's his second one, I beg your pardon. 10 seconds now for Jürgen Bolting.
Oh, that's nothing. 20 seconds for Pappenberg at this point. So,
a 10 now for Peters as well.
Andy's going to have a very painful wrist. He's trying to scribble these down, and I'm not sure that it's going to be a particularly fruitful enterprise for his future joint health. Enrico Ferdinand with the fastest lap of the race on the board, and that was last time by a 204.973. He now runs the better part of 2 seconds clear of Charlie Robertson. Tim Horrell has fallen off that top two now. He runs 7.5 seconds back from the leader. He also runs almost 5.6 seconds back from Charlie Robertson. And as we can see here, Cedric Fuchs, actually, sorry, that is the other Mercedes, but I think we saw a few moments ago as well that Cedric Fuchs is pretty much within a second at this point of Tim Horrell. So that will be one to watch potentially for the Pro-Am second place. Of course, Charlie Robertson leading Pro-Am from second overall at the moment.
Except Cedric Fuchs now has a 10-second penalty.
Oh, good.
So that's old news already, I'm afraid, Adam. We have to keep one eye trained firmly on the top of our screen. Case in point, 10-second penalty for Federico Peters is confirmed once again. His 6th track limits infringement. Keep one eye on the top of your screen and one on the on-track action, because the both elements of this race now are of equal significance, I think, as those track limits penalties continue to come in. For now, though, Cedric is still very much on the attack, trying to find a way past Tim Horrell, who does seem to be struggling a bit more in this race than he did yesterday. And I suspect maybe there were a few difficult decisions to be made, not necessarily on tyre choice ahead of the race, that was unanimous, but car setup definitely would have been tricky, wouldn't it? Because you can change the tyres in, comparatively speaking, a heartbeat compared to how quickly you can alter a setup. They would have had to have bolted on some sort of a wet-dry hybrid setup several minutes before the cars were ever released from the pit lane, and that means you're anticipating what the conditions are going to be like, not only at the start of the race, but then 20 minutes or beyond into it. And I wonder whether some teams have got that right and some, perhaps WNS, not quite getting the right decision made there, because Tim doesn't seem as comfortable today as he did yesterday.
Yeah, exactly right. You've got to commit to your own interpretation of what the radar is telling you, and that can be quite a heart-in-mouth thing. So on-track battle here between Horrell and Fuchs, although Fuchs has a penalty. We have had a track limit warning for Tim Horrell, but we haven't had a final warning yet, so he's got a little bit of leeway. It seems as though race control has somewhat given up, as we see that bulletin there, updated counting at the end of the race, all track limits under review. So that means that there are going to be some mighty penalty stack-ups, I think, post-race. So hopefully we have a final result to bring you on the timing screen, and they add that post-race. If you're listening, race control, please help me out, help a brother out. Third and fourth place, running out of turn 15, now down that 1.2 kilometre long straight, and this will be agonising for Cedric Fuchs, because he'll be sat there in the cockpit watching the Porsche just edge away slightly, even though he's got the slipstream, just because, again, it cuts through the air more efficiently.
Indeed so, he'll be planting his right foot down as hard as he can. Flashing lights, of course, is scientifically proven to give you 20 extra brake horsepower, and he was trying everything he could there to get closer to the Porsche, but not actually able to make any benefit until the braking zone, where he was then noticeably later, and the gap did come back down.
And you might be saying, well, the GT4 is a BOP formula, so if the Porsche is so much quicker at the end of the straights, why don't they just give it less power? Well, there's only so far you can go with that, because if you take too much power off it, coming out of a slow corner, it will drop way behind everything else. In fact, speaking to some of the McLaren drivers last year, they were making that very point to me. We've got nothing coming out of the corners. Yeah, but you're 3Ks quicker by the end of the straight. This is kind of how it works. There's a difference between balance and equalization, particularly when you've got so many different shapes, sizes, powertrains, and car configurations out there on the circuit. So while the Porsche maybe doesn't quite have the bite out of some of these turns, which is why we're seeing Fuchs here closer through this tight and treacherous section, climbing the hill, by the time they get onto the long straight, by the time they're about 110, 120 miles an hour, so about 200 kilometers an hour, suddenly the Porsche will start to edge off again.
And over the course of a lap, as you've said, it all sort of equalises, doesn't it, really? Or balances, perhaps, is the better choice of word. So that is how it works. But it is always difficult to overtake a car that's quicker than you at the end of the straight. And that's the dilemma facing Cedric Fuchs now. He's also got to try and do it without exceeding track limits again. Although, in fairness, of the two of them, it's Tim who I've seen straying beyond track limits a little bit more than Cedric over the last lap or so. I think he's feeling the pressure. And, of course, because those track limit penalties are no longer being updated, no one really knows actually what the situation is out there. I think we'll be bringing you the podium presentation for this race at about 6:30 this evening by the time they've sorted this all out.
Why would you throw that into the universe, Andy? It's your problem if it happens. Enrico Furter is mine, actually. Enrico Furter in the 11th car will have, I think, a 3-second advantage this time across the line. We'll keep an eye on that as they come by. Of course, the Espace-Bienvenue the new BMW there in second position. Let's see what the gap is. It is out over to 3.15 seconds now. Of course, for Robertson and Ramier, this is their second season in the GT4 Win Series. We saw them running with Century Motorsport last year, moving over to l'Espace-Bienvenue, which is run by the French Racetivity squad behind the scenes, with a view to going GT4 European Series racing later in the year. And quite a good little package they've got there. The Racetivity team run quite literally dozens of race cars of various ilks. And then, of course, l'Espace-Bienvenue is one of the bigger dealership groups for BMWs in France. So one would suspect that if anybody's got an advantage of the parts supply queue, it's going to be that team. And in GT4 racing, particularly in the European series at the tippy top, you are going to have some physical racing. So it could be an advantage for them.
Yes, it really is touring car racing on steroids, isn't it? Sometimes GT4 is very entertaining to watch, and we've seen that over the years in GT4 Winter Series, particularly some of the rounds where the grid is even more well populated. It's always a great spectacle. There was talk, wasn't there, a few years ago of GT3 dying out and GT4 sort of taking over, and some people weren't thrilled at that because, you know, they like loud, shouty, flashy supercars, but the GT4 cars, with their significant lack of aero, are able to provide far closer racing. And that is something that we've definitely enjoyed at times this weekend and indeed in the past. So yes, GT4 racing, whilst I don't think it is going to take over GT3 anytime soon, is certainly something that we have enjoyed and continue to do so in the present day.
Absolutely, and I mean, that is the natural evolution of motorsport. If you look back to what we eventually knew as the GTE class, that started out in 1999 as GT or NGT, depending where you were in the world, and it was very much a secondary class. It was not production-looking cars necessarily, but a lot more production than the faster GTs that were out there at the time. By the 2010s, the cars had evolved and progressed within the rule set, yes. However, oh, no, they haven't switched positions. I thought they're Horrell and Fuchs had switched places, but no, it remains Cedric Fuchs right on the back of Tim Horrell. But as the GT1s and cars like that died out, what was the kind of cost-effective, rough and ready way into the Le Mans 24 Hours became the GT class, the premier GT class. And of course, as manufacturer influence and stuff like that creeps in, sometimes you end up with more aero, more power, etc., etc. And it wouldn't be shocking if we see that eventually with GT4s years down the line. Race Control, race director, yes, says all previous time penalties for track limits have been cancelled. So that implies that there was a glitch in the system, perhaps a literal system, or maybe just an issue with the defined track limits that the marshals were monitoring versus the track limits that their drivers have been told, and the penalties have been wiped clean. The slate is clean, and that means the battle for third place is now on neutral ground. So Horrell and Fuchs are back on equal terms. This battle for third place suddenly resonates a bit more.
Okay, good. I'm happy about that. I've not seen that happen before, but I'm happy about that. This is a genuine fight then for position, well, we'll get that cleared up at the end of the race, I suppose. But for now, this is absolutely nose to tail. It's as close as they've ever been, I would say. Except, look at what part of the circuit we're on. Cedric Fuchs has done all the hard work to close in through the middle sector. He was always pushing Tim Horrell around turn number 15 just now, and just can't get within striking range into the braking zone. Or can he? We know the Mercedes is better on the brakes, seemingly. I just think he's a little bit too far back, and indeed Tim Horrell sort of fainted over to the middle of the road there, but I think a bit unnecessarily with Cedric just not close enough to make the dive into the corner. So Cedric Fuchs then with a good exit from the final turn will keep the Mercedes in striking range, but not able to do anything into the first corner. We've got 4.5 minutes remaining, 4.5 seconds now nearly between Enrico Federer and Charlie Robertson at the front of the field. So for Charlie Robertson, a Pro-Am victory, I think, is maybe the highest accolade he can hope for in this one.
Yep, the overall championship battle will continue on into Sunday's race in the in Sunday's last race, the second race coming up, the pit stop race. But that will be an uphill battle at that point for Charlie Robertson. The updated points gap would be 95 points between Federer and Mesh, the points leaders, and Robertson Ramyed in the Pro-Am entry. And with 100 points left on the board coming into the race and only 75 available in Barcelona, it's quite likely we're going to end up with Mesh and Federer crowned provisional champions coming out of this third and final race at Aragon. But Enrico Federer, who was texting me last night, and texting Izzy last night, going, do I win the championship in race 2? The answer is not quite, but he'll get there perhaps by the end of the day, as long as he and Joel Nesh have a fruitful pit stop race.
Yes, one hand perhaps on the trophy, but
handful fingers.
Yes, indeed, they're almost there, provided, of course, they get to the end of the race without any dramas. They were being caught by Charlie Robertson briefly at the start of this lap, but then ebbs back out again in the middle sector.
So there have been 3 warning flags for track limits handed out since they were all cancelled. So again, I'm not entirely certain where things stand as it pertains to the track limits, but I do hope this doesn't carry over into our next races. For now, though, no one has a penalty to consider. Cedric Fuchs has an opportunity at second place in Pro-Am and indeed an overall podium to consider, and he's running out of laps to try and make it happen. It's 2 to go effectively as they cross the line now, and Cedric Fuchs has been right there on the back of Tim Horrell for, well, the last 15 minutes, and we haven't seen it happen yet. It's going to take quite the, I think, trick pulled out of the Cedric Fuchs bag for anything to come good here.
I think only a mistake created from Horrell is going to lead to the overtake. And in fairness, Cedric is doing everything right. He's getting as close as he can into the braking points. He is flashing the lights and trying to distract Tim Horrell, who it does seem largely a fairly unflappable driver, though.
Yeah.
He doesn't really put a foot wrong under pressure. Famous last words, I realise. I'm desperately finding some wood to tap on his behalf as I say that. But yeah, he doesn't often succumb to the pressure. This is where Fuchs is quickest, though, isn't it? Out of turn number 7, and he closes right in through 8 and 9, and he's pretty strong through the 12 to 15 sequence coming up next. So if you just get close enough into a braking zone to distract Tim Horrell, perhaps, then that, I suspect, is the only way that he will ever be able to move past.
Meanwhile, Stefan Mucker has entered the pit lane, maybe with a problem. That car has been dropping off pace-wise a little bit over the last couple of laps. So unfortunately, the club class Aston Martin, the early spec car, is pulled over to one side. Maybe will rejoin the race, but either way, unfortunately, will not be finishing this one on the lead lap by the looks of it. Horrell and Fuchs run through turn 15 now, and look, you can see a better exit there for Cedric Fuchs. He will continue to close in, and then about this point is when the Porsche starts to slowly edge away. The 20 horsepower button being pressed by Cedric Fuchs, the headlights being flashed with aplomb, but not close enough for a move under braking into turn 16. While that's going on, Enrico Federer has crossed the line to start what will be the final lap of this race, and he's done so with a 4.7 second advantage over Charlie Robertson. So another big step taken on the path to a championship for Enrico Federer and Joel Mesh. It'll be 94 points, actually, not 95, between Federer and Robertson coming out of this race, with them finishing 1-2. But all the same, a pretty decisive hammer blow that Robertson hasn't been able to outscore Federer in this race. Cedric's coming up to the section where he's good, Andy. Can he get close enough? Final lap of the race.
Well, yeah, if he can't force a mistake, he's going to have to get very inventive, isn't he? Maybe somewhere at the corkscrew, just throw it at the inside, get Tim offline. Back out into the race goes Stefan Lucas. Whatever the issue was, hopefully they've resolved it. Look at the extra mid-corner speed there for the Mercedes over the Porsche. Cedric Fuchs really has the front axle working on the SR Motorsport Mercedes. Tim combating that by hammering the curve through turn number 8, taking a tighter line as possible. Where, if anywhere, can Cedric get this done? They've never really been separated by more than about 3 or 4 car lengths at any point in this race. Absolutely no attempt to stay within track limits by either of them there. I think they're using all of their track limits lives on this final lap, but Cedric Fuchs just can't get close enough.
And he's almost out of opportunities there now as they come through 13, 14 and then 15. And as they come onto the back straight, race leader Enrico Federer will be getting to the end of the back straight, ready to take another victory in the series. In the SR Motorsport number 11 car. It will equal the most wins in a season by an outfit, Mesh and Federer. 7 is the record, and it will be 7th heaven for Federer and Mesh. 7 wins in 8 races, not a record to sniff at, and a record that may well win them a championship before the end of the day. Federer has crossed the line to win the race. Charlie Robertson comes across the line in 2nd overall to win the Pro-Am class, and Tim Horrell will hold on to take a 2nd consecutive overall podium of the weekend and 2nd in Pro-Am, just ahead of Cedric Fuchs. And a reminder, Horrell is the Am of that Pro-Am lineup. Fuchs is the Pro of the 111 Pro-Am lineup. So impressive, Tim Horrell. Frederick Zebis in 5th place. Federico Peters will come across the line in a distant 6th place. The Aston really dropping off towards the end of that one. And Jürgen Bolting will be across the line in 7th position. He has now crossed the line to win in the Am class. Tom Pappenberg coming across in 8th position ahead of Alexander Bobrovs. And of course, Stefan Mucker, we saw him head back out onto the circuit. He wins the club class in the BWT Mucker Motorsport entry. And he and Thilo Goss will be looking to rally for the 3rd and final race in the GT4 Winter Series. Of course, that will be the 60-minute pit stop encounter, which happens a little bit later on in the afternoon. So firmly slick tie conditions around the circuit at the moment, with those clouds hanging overhead, perhaps creating some question marks for the teams of our next race. That next race being the GT Winter Series 2nd race of the day, or 2nd race of the weekend, 1st race of the day. After that, we'll be going into our lunch break, and coming out of the lunch break with the Formula Winter Series and their 2nd race of the weekend. So a double helping of Formula Winter Series action in the afternoon for those of you junior single-seater inclined. But for now, it's a victorious drive back to the paddock for Enrico Federer. A glittering record for the Mesh and Federer combination. First weekend of the year at Portimao, it wasn't quite the weekend that we're expecting from Federer and Mesh. They only got 1 podium, a 3rd place finish at Portimao. then they responded, of course, in resolute fashion with 6 consecutive wins across the Estoril and Valencia events. And they have now claimed that 7th victory in the GT4 Winter Series, which equals the record laid out by the Forsetti Motorsport team back in 2024, scoring 7 wins in a single season. And one certainly can't rule out, with another 4 races to go, that they will beat that record and extend it further. SR Schnitzelbaum, the most significant of the race-winning teams in the history of the series, having taken 16 victories, more than any other in the GT4 Winter Series so far. And I think potentially we've had a similar issue to what we had yesterday, with some cars being put in the wrong direction. No, there they are, the podium finishers, just taking a little bit more time to get around than the likes of Cedric Fuchs, who was pretty eager to get back into the paddock. You see there the name above the headlight on that Mercedes-AMG GT4. The car is called Liesel. They give all of the cars names down at SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum, and Liesel has certainly been serving its young occupants, Mesh and Federer, well so far this season. Tim Horrell in the W&S Motorsport car should be pretty happy with how he did in that second race. Of course, he'll be joined in race 3 by Hendrik Still, one of the foremost Cayman GT4 drivers out there, I would suggest. And both parties, Still and Horrell, will have a very busy 2026 in the summer months as their program unfolds. I think Federer and Mesh still trying to absolutely figure out what their plan is for the summer, but whatever it is, they're going to come in with a lot of momentum. That much is absolutely clear. They have been driving the wheels off the car in the GT4 Winter Series so far this season, and they are not quite champions yet. However, as long as they finish 8th or above in race number 3 of the weekend, no matter what Charlie Robertson and Ravi Ramyi do, it would be a championship win for SR Motorsport. So they are likely to claim the title here. It's going to be a big celebration in Alcañiz this evening, certainly, if SR Motorsport do win the title today. Incidentally, with the race result that we had, Frederick Zebis, who was the de facto 3rd in the championship, he is now out of mathematical contention for the overall title. The Pro Class title, I think, will still be up for grabs going into Barcelona, but the overall championship, which is scored slightly differently, looks very likely to be in the hands of Joao Mesh and Enrico Federer before the end of the day's proceedings, unless they have a very difficult race 3 and Charlie Robertson and Ravi Ramyi have a spectacular race 3. In fact, in race 3, it will be win or bust for Robertson and Ramyi to try and win that overall title. Joao Mesh and Enrico Federer have done everything right so far this weekend. Let's go down to Enrico Federer, because he is with Izzy.
They certainly have done everything right so far this weekend. Enrico alongside me now. Going to be honest, the race was a little bit more exciting for your teammate Cedric than it was for you. There was a bit of pressure at the start, but other than that, as we have seen you do so many times, you drove off, driving your own race. How was it from the driving seat?
Yeah, so for my side it was perfect. So the car was super. The team did an amazing job with the car, and yeah, the race was really good for me. But for Cedric it was more fun, because he was fighting with the other car. So for me it was a little bit boring in the end. But yeah, I love racing, and that's the best part.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll take a relaxed race over a more dramatic one, especially for the championship. So championship not done yet, but you guys are in a good place, a place to win it this afternoon in the final race. So what's the mindset going into that one?
Like always, just do our best and look at the results. Yeah, we do our best, hope we win, do a great job, and then we see the result at the end.
And you have just equalled the record for number of wins in a season in the GT4 Winter Series. So another win would hand the record to you. Is that something that you're quite keen to get?
Yeah, I think we can break the record. Yeah.
All right, congratulations, Enrico, and enjoy the race later today where they could become the champions.
Yeah, it's firmly in their favour. A hand, 4 fingers, and a tip of a thumb, I would say, on the championship right now. Let's have a look at the highlights of race number 2 of the weekend in the GT4 Winter Series. The second race of the weekend then in the GT4 Winter Series on Sunday morning. Still some damp patches on the circuit, but everybody's starting the race on slick tyres. Enrico Verderer from pole position, taking the early race lead. Charlie Robertson trying to pursue in second place as Tim Horrell moved up to third place at the start. Stefan Mucker trying to make up some places in the club class Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Joachim Balting, meanwhile, in the AM class car that, of course, he always wants to try and battle a bit further up the order. He was leading the AM class and running well. The field spreading out quite a bit as the race continued on, and Federico Peters looked like he was struggling quite a bit for car balance in 5th position. He'd lose that 5th place to Frederick Zbiss. Made it look fairly easy under braking into turn 1. However, there would be a fight back from Federico Peters. He'd get back to the inside at turn number 3 and hold on to 5th for that little bit longer. However, it would not be a long-lasting hold on 5th position as Zebis powered past on the 1.2 kilometre back straight using that superior drag coefficient. Just the way the Cayman cuts through the air, got through into 5th place, and from there Peters had no response and no rally. Tim Horrell had a great battle with Cedric Fuchs for 3rd position. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, it was Enrico Verderer claiming the win. Verderer winning the race, putting them within an inch of the championship win in the overall standings. He and Joel Mesh on the precipice. Robertson finishing 2nd place for L'espace Bennu, and Tim Horrell taking that 3rd place overall. Enrico Verderer then 4.6 seconds clear of Charlie Robertson, who put in a good shift in the L'espace Bennu BMW. Horrell, as we alluded to, finishing 3rd in that race, ahead of Cedric Fuchs. Frederick Zebis in 5th position. Federico Peters really didn't look on the ball in that race. Looked like something wasn't quite right with the car. He was 6th ahead of AM winner Joachim Balting. Tom Pack and Pappenberg, Alexander Bobrovs and Stefan Mucker, the club class winner, rounding out the top 10. Mucker struggling a little bit with the car there. We did see it come into the garage eventually. So hopefully that car is back on full song after what was quite an extensive repair, refurb, rebuild in Germany between this event and Valencia 3 weeks ago, because of course there was a lot of damage to that car coming out of that event after a contact between Mattis Puschkel and Joachim Balting. And so they took the car back to the workshop. They even decided to rewrap it from a black car to a red car, and now they will be looking for a little bit of a better result in race 3, where Thilo Goss and Stefan Mucker will of course share the number 700 car. Of course, that number 700 machine, one of the confirmed entries as well for the GT Summer Series. Lots of confirmed entries internally for that. We've not yet announced all of them, but they are rolling in pretty quickly. My GEDLICH Racing inbox is pinging that little bit more often at the moment with GT Summer Series news and GT Summer Series entries, but that Mucker Motorsport number 700 Aston Martin is one of the cars that will join us over the summer as well. WNS Motorsport also participating over the summertime, so we'll see more of those Caymans in the GT4 end of the grid. But then, of course, the Cup cars, the GT3s that we see the GT Win Series will be there as well, and quite a few exciting teams from the spectrum of German and European motorsport making the move to join the GT Summer Series, and we'll be telling you all about it as the weeks go on, building towards, in only about 6 weeks' time, the first ever GT Summer Series race, and that will take place from the 17th through the 19th of April at the Hockenheim Ring. That will be one to watch and one not to be missed. Make sure you keep tabs on the Summer Series socials to find out the whens, the wheres, and how you can watch live along with us. Now, the MotorLand Aragón circuit briefly falls quiet, but the GT cars will be off and rolling in just a few moments' time for their second race of the weekend, the 30-minute sprint. And it's a 30-minute sprint that looks very interesting to me, given some of the talent at the front of the field for it. I think the grid stacks up very nicely for an exciting GT Winter Series race, and that will be one to watch. Of course, Kenneth Heyer and Jamo Hertling trying to fight Simon Orange and Marcus Clutton in the overall championship battle, as well as Cup 2 entrant Igor Klyer, just 8 points separating separating the two GT3 cars in that battle. Well, we'll talk about the GTs again in just a moment, because the GT4 podium is ready to go, as is Andy McEwen.
Yes, thank you very much. We have our GT4 drivers assembled behind the podium. Most of them, anyway. We're still searching for Stefan Mucke, who's probably buried in a car, preparing it for a race later on today. But we'll start instead with the AM class, and our second place driver in AM for Team VRT, Alexander Zbobrowski. Makes a second appearance on the podium this weekend. Really got his elbows out in the early stages of the race. The win, though, not for the first time this year in AM, goes to WNS Motorsports' Joachim Bolting. Well done, back to the top step once again. This time, though, he did have some competition with Alexander Zbobrowski, showing some good pace in that race. The trophies to be handed out on this occasion by Sergio from GEDLICH and Oleg from Pirelli. And we've got Stefan waiting in the wings eagerly to join in the presentations in a moment or two. Handshakes and photos, and then we'll jump in and have a chat with Joachim, who's always got something entertaining to tell us at the end of the races. The AM category seeing some improved pace definitely from both drivers, and as I said, Alexander Zbobrowski in particular in the early part of the race really getting stuck into some of the battles. Let's have a chat with Joachim then once again, and another win, but different conditions today. Did you enjoy that more or less than yesterday?
Less.
Really?
I prefer to drive in the rain, because then it's not so quick. I'm a little bit scared about the speed in the car.
Well, you handled it pretty well. Congratulations, Joachim Bolting, the winner in the AM category. Right, Pro-Am is up next as the GT cars are getting released from the pit lane, so we'll crack on with this as quickly as we can. Third position in the Pro-Am class for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalm, Cedric Fuchs. Cedric Fuchs to the third step of the MotorLand Aragón podium. Second position, though, another strong drive for WNS Motorsports, Tim Horrell. Tim with the WNS Motorsport team here to join the celebrations with him. Heads to the second step, handshake with Cedric. The win, though, in Pro-Am, and a strong second place finish overall for the L'Espace Bienvenu BMW of Charlie Robertson. Charlie heads to the top step and has a smile on his face, celebrating at least the Pro-Am win and mathematically keeping their overall championship aspirations alive. It will at least roll on into race 3 a little bit later on this afternoon, and that, remember, is the longer race. It'll be interesting to see whether it's the same cars, the same teams that have the edge in the longer race with the pit stop later on in the afternoon. Trophies held aloft. We're not going to have time, unfortunately, to have an interview with our Pro-Am winner, Charlie Robertson, because those GT Winter Series cars are already heading out onto the track, but we'll let them pose for the photos regardless, and we'll see them all out again later. Hopefully we'll have more time to chat with them in the race later on this afternoon. So the final few photos taken by teams and photographers down below. Congratulations then to our Pro-Am podium finishers. Well done, Charlie Robertson, the winner in the Pro-Am class. And in a moment or two, we will have the Pro top 3 finishers out. And of course, within them, our runaway overall championship leader, who perhaps is now one race away from claiming the championship. So, Pro podium then up next, and we'll start with our third place finisher in the Pro class, Federico Peters. Federico now makes his way down the stairs, there we go, onto the third step of the podium. Again, got involved in some good battles early on there in the Aston Martin, and had a race-long battle with our second place finisher in the Pro category, Frederick Zebis. Frederick struggled for a while to get past the Aston Martin, and once he did, struggled to get away, but did successfully manage to defend second in the Pro category. The win, though, goes to SR Motorsport by Schnitzelam. They are perhaps now one away from claiming the title, thanks to another race victory for Enrico Förderer. Well done, Enrico. Onto the top step he goes, and SR Motorsport have more silverware to add to the collection. And as he climbs to the top step of the MotorLand Aragón podium, his winner's trophy will be presented once again by Oleg from Pirelli. And he will be very pleased with the performance there, was able to distance himself from the rest of the pack quite early on and go on eventually to claim a comfortable victory. So that concludes then our GT4 Winter Series podium. We have got the GT Winter Series cars heading out on track now, whilst in GT4 land, the championship is all but wrapped up. It's certainly not the case in GT Winter Series. This one's going to keep on rumbling on, and what happens over the next 30 minutes could prove very significant.
Absolutely right regarding the significance of this race. Andy McEwen, a very interesting grid and a very interesting race in prospect with some of the quality drivers that we have taking the start here in the GT Winter Series. You can see they're pulling up on the second row, the number 11 SR Motorsport Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo, that of course being J-Mo Hertling. Further forward or alongside on that second row of the grid will be the other Mercedes from the Antonelli Motorsport crew, that being Guy Albag, looking to make amends for damaging the car in yesterday's race and not being able to take the checkered flag. Behind them on row 3 of the grid is yesterday's winner, Arūnas Gakauskas, and I suspect he will be very keen to make some progress through the field over the course of this race, knowing that he can have a positive run. You see there the McLaren number 67 at the back of shot, that of course being the Orange Racing by JMH entry, and that car is due at the front row. It's due on pole position, the number 67 machine. The Orange Racing by JMH car, of course, Marcus Clutton at the wheel of that one. And he feels like he needs to get a really good result here to make amends after the team lost a couple of more points to Haier and Hertling in the championship coming out of race 1 yesterday. And pulling up alongside on the front row of the grid, Felix Hirsiger in the number 19 Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2. And he is going to be one to watch. Of course, we saw him win a race overall in a challenge spec Ferrari a little bit earlier on in the season at Estoril, and we were set to see him in the GT3 Lamborghini at Valencia last time out before an issue pre-race, some contact pre-race in the qualifying session. So now they get the opportunity to make amends and avenge that previous race from the front row on the grid here. Izzy is down there on the grid. Let's go down to her now.
Yes, thank you, Adam. Welcome back down to the grid. Delighted to say that it is still not raining. I don't want to jinx it, but it is delightful weather this morning, I would actually say, on the grid. And we're about to have a very exciting race. Of course, SR extending the championship lead yesterday, but it is their championship rivals, Orange Racing, on pole position. And it was a great qualifying from Marcus Clutton. I am going to jump in and grab a word with him if I can, just being spoken to by the team, last minute words, but just as I come over, as if by magic. Oh, well, Marcus, it was a great qualifying for you. Really impressive. I mean, the job's clear, isn't it? You need to win this.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, we've just got to keep trying to beat the SR car, and you know, we got a bit unfortunate yesterday with a first lap incident, which kind of halted any progress there. Yeah, just see what we can do. Qualifying went well. It was mixed conditions. You know, I really enjoy that sort of conditions, and it's going to be a bit of a challenge today. I don't think it's going to be plain sailing by any means.
What do you do about this car alongside you? Because they're not in the championship fight. They don't need to play it safe like you guys do. So what do you do if things start to get messy? Do you let them go?
I mean, in a perfect world, I want to keep that car in between me and the SR car. If it's not going to be like that and it's getting a bit aggressive, then yeah, I might have to take the decision to let them crack on and have their own race, and me just battle with JMO.
Absolutely. Thanks for speaking to us. Good luck. Right, we will continue along the grid because, as I say, it is going to be a car that's not in the championship fight on P2, and that will be the Engstler car of Felix Hirsiger. Obviously, Finn Zulaf was in that car yesterday, took the P2. But as I said to Marcus, they are not in this championship fight, so they can take a little bit more risk. Now, incidentally, this car, both Finn and Felix, were supposed to race with us in Valencia, but unfortunately, the car was there, and during qualifying, they had an incident that took them out of the rest of the weekend, so they're just enjoying their time in this Winter Series weekend in Aragon. But here is the number 11, and this is the car to watch because, of course, they are starting right behind championship rivals, and it will be piloted by JMO Hertling, and I'm sure he will be getting his elbows out. I don't know how much time we have. We might have a little bit of time to jump in with JMO. He has got the door open. Well, JMO, just quickly and very quickly, elbows out.
Yeah, I'm fine. It's going to be dry, and we hope for a good start, good race, and good results.
Best of luck. Thanks for speaking to us. I'll just close the door for JMO because we are going to the race.
The GT Winter Series grid is rolling. Then race 2 of the weekend in the GT Winter Series, and it will be Marcus Clutton who starts this on pole position. He did a bit of a burnout getting himself off the line for the formation lap, looking to get some heat in those tyres. Felix Hirsiger will be his main challenger in the early going from second on the grid in the Liquimoly Team Engstler Lamborghini Huracan. Row 2 of the grid is an all Mercedes affair as JMO Hertling starts from third place. He is joined by Guy Albag of Antonelli Motorsport. Arūnas Gudžauskas, who won the first race of the weekend yesterday, he starts from 5th place, along with the live wire that is Severin Mazur, who was kind of in amongst it all race long, battling for the podium places. He starts 6th. Przemysław Bienkowski 7th, alongside the Cup 1 Ferrari, the 296 Challenge car of Giacomo Rinaldo. In 9th position is Petar Matic, the Autosport Racing number 32. Igor Klaya alongside. He can only score 12 points per race at the moment with just 2 cars in the Cup 2 class, so he's losing out in the points. The 2 GT3 protagonists in the points battle. Alexandra Martins will be racing the nascent racing Porsche, which is interesting actually. I understood KC King was going to do both sprints, but that's apparently changed. Michael Fischbaum rounding out the order in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 that runs in the GTX class, owing to a minor spec difference in the brakes that just technically puts it out of homologation, but us Group Bay is very sharp on this stuff, so it's GTX entry for this weekend. And so the Alexandra Martin's addition for the nascent racing team, that is quite interesting because Martin's a pretty handy driver, so Igor Klyer, I think, may have some work to do to try and get that full quota of points, which yes is only 12, but still, if he can score 12 instead of 10, that's less of a loss potentially compared to the GT3 runners at the front. Marcus Clutton is 8 points back from Jamo Hertling and Kenneth Hyatt in the championship, so he's keen to keep that green and black Mercedes behind him and a few cars between them as well for good measure. So he'll be the biggest fan of Guy Albag if Albag can move up to third. He, however, will not appreciate Felix Hirsinger if Hirsinger challenges him for the race lead. It's Clutton on pole position at the circuit where they debuted in the GT Winter Series this time last year, and they won a race on their first weekend. Clutton won a race last time out at Valencia. Can he do it again? We find out now as we go racing for 30 minutes in the GT Winter Series. It's Clutton in the lead. Following him through is Jamo Hertling in second place. Hertling has gotten past Felix Hirsinger then, and it looks like there's a bit of a gap there from fifth back. I think there may have been some argy-bargy a little bit further back in the field involving Premislav Biankowski and some of those cup cars as Biankowski has fallen back. Jamo Hertling taking a very spirited run through the turn 5. Well, not the apex. He went about as far away from the apex as he possibly could before turning in. But he has to be careful with that as the race goes on. But Hertling really with the first mission complete, and that's getting ahead of Felix Hirsinger.
Yes, indeed. So that is significant. It's only, 2 points per position in the GT3 category. So really, Marcus Clutton wanted at least one, maybe 2 cars between himself and his title rival. That was a bit awkward down the hill. That was Petar Matic, who I think was the one who tangled possibly with Premislav Biankowski at turn 1. He was on the inside, was Petar, but at least a 3 wide, possibly 4 wide situation as they went into that real pinch point at turn 1. All cheer to hook around the other side. Maybe not in the order they went into the corner, but they are all at least still running. Clutton looks strong though, doesn't he? On cold tyres, he is already starting to get away from Jamo Hertling, with Hirsinger third, and then Guy Albag in fourth. And this is promising for Clutton, but largely, I guess, his destiny is out of his control. He needs to now hope that other people can get onto the tail of Jamo and start getting ahead of that Mercedes. Marcus is doing everything he can. It's now down to how Hertling responds.
Yeah, that is going to be a tricky situation here for Clutton, I think, if Hertling can fire the car into life. But it looks like on the first lap at least, Clutton has the edge at the front in the McLaren. It's looked very quick all weekend long. In testing, there was a slight BOP adjustment to the Mercedes coming out of Friday. I think a marginal amount more power given to the car, and that still is proving to be certainly sufficient. Yes, they're on good equal terms, but Clutton just seems to be a step ahead of the curve this weekend here at MotorLand Aragón. It's a circuit that both drivers, I think, know quite well and like quite a lot now at this point. Here at MotorLand Aragón. Indeed, Simon Orange, the co-driver to Marcus Clutton, actually has a GT3 lap record here, a 1 minute 54.964. And tell you what, slick tyres and a clear track, Clutton is going to be going for that lap record. He's only 3/10 off on his first flying lap of the race.
Yes, I suspect he is likely to be able to beat that because, of course, that was with a race start, wasn't he? Wouldn't have crossed the line quite as quickly as he normally would. He's got purple in the first sector this time, so yeah, Marcus Clutton will have that most definitely on his mind. Not entirely sure why car 67 is showing as a slightly different shade of blue, unless my eyes deceive me, on the timing tower. It is a GT3 car still, and it is very much leading that GT3 class, so ignore that. It is most definitely in the same category as the car that's just gone into the gravel, for example. That is Severin Mazur, and that was an odd one. That's not a place you often see cars missing braking points. He's stopping the car, in fact, as if something has gone a little bit wrong.
The way that it was battling him across the grass there, I just wonder if the throttle was stuck open. Let's see if we can hear the car redlining. No, he's turned it off at this point because the lights are all off, but it looked like either the brakes were giving up underneath him or throttle we hear from the director as well and the camera op down there at turn 14. So potentially the throttle may have stuck open there.
Well, that is rare. That is not something you often see in modern-day GT racing. So, yeah, lucky it happened where it did, I suppose, as opposed to a couple of corners later, for example, at turn 16. So, yeah, fortunate that we've lost Severin Reserve from the race, but this is on board with him, is it? It's going nowhere. Yeah, I think whatever he tries to do, unfortunately, that can only be fixed when the car is returned to the team. So we lose one GT3 car. It doesn't affect the championship battle because Severin was running behind both of our GT3 title protagonists, but it does just relieve a bit of the pressure. The other Lamborghini GT3, that of Felix Hirsinger, had Severin Reserve not far behind him until that point. He can now focus all of his attentions on applying the pressure to Jamo Hertling ahead. Then it's Guy Albag and yesterday's winner, Arūnas Kačauskas, only running down in fifth position even at the moment. And we'll see whether he is able to move up the order. In Cup 2, by the way, significantly, Igor Klyer is still leading and still 5.6 seconds clear of Alexandra Martins. So Martins is quick, but at the moment not quick enough to challenge Igor Klyer for that win that Igor desperately needs.
Yeah, not yet, at least. We'll see how that progresses. I'm quite surprised that Martins is that far off Klyer this early in the race. And again, they seem pretty steadfast in the idea that Casey King would do both sprint races. So we'll see. We'll see whether that's the case or not. Clutton was 1.7 seconds ahead at the end of the second lap of the race. I suspect that will have gone out yet again, although purple sector to Jamo Hertling in the first sector of the lap. However, retaliating in kind and taking more time out was Clutton, coming across the line, or coming through the second sector split on this lap. He comes across the line now to set a 1:55.035. That's the fastest race lap of the race, 0:39 I should say. Within a tenth is Jamo Hertling, but he's a tenth the wrong way, so he is steadily losing out here to Marcus Clutton. Hirsinger, meanwhile, staying with Jamo. Guy Albag, unfortunately, in fourth position, not able to stay with the top three. In fact, it looks like he's coming under pressure from Arūnas Kačauskas, who's only 4 tenths back from him as they came across the line in that battle for fourth position.
Yes, indeed. So Hirsinger, the only one of the leading cars not to do a personal best lap last time, guys. He's half a second slower than Jamo. And that means that Hertling is limiting the damage. If you can't win a race, that's all you've got to do. If you can't beat your championship rival, finish as close behind them as you possibly can. And it's only 1.8 seconds between Clutton and Hertling, so if Jamo can maybe preserve the tyre a little bit more, these Pirelli tyres are more than capable, of course, of running half an hour. In fact, it's quite significantly longer than that, but there will still be a peak performance in the tyre. If Jamo maybe that's a little bit later in the race, he might yet come back at him. A mistake there for Hirsinger, runs wide through turn number 12. Seen a few people doing that. We saw in the prototype race earlier on drivers making mistakes there. A couple of GT4 cars struggling to make that braking point. Again, it's a deceptively steep downhill braking zone on a bit of a turn and a little bit bumpy up there as well, I've heard, and that I think is catching a few people out.
Yeah, it is quite a difficult braking zone to get right, and it's accentuated even more so when there's a tailwind. I don't think they've got much of one to cope with today, but we've seen it many times before. Guy Albag then looking in the mirrors because Kačauskas is right there with him as they approach the braking zone at turn 16. Is there an Audi alongside? No, there's an Audi still in the mirrors of Guy Albag. But the Audi is looking menacing, and Kačauskas, of course, he knows what he can do in clear air based on yesterday's race. He'll be keen to get into some of it.
Yes, most definitely so. Guy Albag just had a bit of under rotation then through the hairpin at turn 16. I've noticed on previous laps he has a lovely little four-wheel drift going on. Speaking of, that was a bit of a moment through the first corner, and Kačauskas dropped back significantly as a result. Get the feeling both of these drivers are operating quite close to the limit, aren't they? And perhaps in danger of exceeding it slightly. Look at the way a Guy Albag is wrestling the car roughly around the corner. Didn't really make friends with the apex there. So, 4 corners into the lap, and both of them have had moments. This does look like a battle that could ignite properly at any moment.
Absolutely right. Meanwhile, fastest lap of the race belonging to Jamo Hertling. He took some time out of Marcus Clutton there. Hertling's lap was a 1:54.807 versus the 55.089 of Marcus Clutton, and that is a new GT3 race lap record for MotorLand Aragón as well. Simon Orange has been dethroned from that camp for the time being, but Hertling on good pace as we continue to watch Kačauskas looming large behind that Mercedes.
Yeah, Marcus Clutton won't like that. He likes a stat and he likes a fastest lap where he can get it, so I'm sure he's going to be trying to get that back. Quite important that he tries to get it back, of course, because that was the best part of a 3/10 gain for Jamo Hertling on that lap, so Marcus doesn't really have a say in the matter. He's got to push on. He is, though, losing another couple of tenths on this lap. Is that tyre situation already starting to come to the fore, I wonder? Guy Albag, meanwhile, keeping Arunas Kachauskas just about at bay, but Arunas has closed in over the middle part of this lap. That moment up at turn 5 for Guy Albag has helped, and the Audi is late on the brakes into the hairpin, but not quite able to make the corner perhaps as a result, and so Guy Albag keeps the Mercedes ahead. Another fastest lap, by the way, for Jamo Hertling, 1:54.754. He has got 3/10 a lap in hand over Marcus Clutton at the moment. That, if I were Marcus Clutton, would be concerning me.
Yeah, that really is quite a rate of gain. Of course, these GT3 cars are a lot more aero-dependent than the GT4s and maybe even the Formula cars, really. And that does mean that there's more dirty air to consider as Hertling draws closer. He's been the beneficiary of that previous season, the GT Winter Series. Remember, in 2024 at Portimao, he had Finn Wiebelhaus behind him. It looked pretty clear that Finn had the pace advantage, but he couldn't get close enough to make a move. Hertling is going to hope that doesn't work for him in reverse in 2026. He wants to get close enough to Clutton and then make the move. And while that battle is developing, this battle is continuing between Albag and Kachauskas. But we look now at the gap between Clutton and Hertling on screen, and certainly Jamo's looking more racy.
Well, yes, he was another 10th quicker in Sector 1, and purple first sector that was as well for Jamo, so he really is starting to trouble Marcus Clutton here. Marcus, you can see by the body language of his McLaren 720S that he is pushing on. Out of the middle sector, yep, loses another 10.5. It's pretty consistent, this, and at the moment the fastest car on track is most definitely car number 11. Now, what does Jamo do if and when he gets there? How much of a risk is he willing to take? Yes, it would be good if he could take some points out of Marcus Clutton, but they're only losing a couple of points at the moment. It's not the end of the world if you can't get past this McLaren. But then if we get to the end of the Barcelona weekend and they lose the championship by a point or two, this is one of those situations where drivers will inevitably look back and think, I wish I'd been more aggressive, perhaps take a leaf out of Arunas Kachauskas' book, because that was quite an ambitious look from a long way back, but it spooked Guy Albag and nearly led to the Audi getting the place.
Yeah, very, very close between them. 0.7 of a second between the top two across the line. So that gap has come down considerably. Kachauskas is on a mission to try and get past Guy Albag. Has another look to the inside at turn 2, but that wasn't going to yield any benefits on that occasion. Great racing between both parties, or both sets of parties, realistically, with the top two getting ever closer as well. Another 0.002 of a second taken out of Clutton by Hertling through the first sector split, but he continues to draw closer even through the corners, which tells me that that car really is dialed in underneath the German. Marcus Clutton was saying yesterday to Izzy, she told me about it after the day's work, I feel like I need to win this race now. I need to win my sprint race number 2 to try and draw the gap back, and he's having to work hard for it at the front of the field.
Yeah, interesting though that they were pretty equal through Sector 1, whereas Jamo consistently has had a 10.5 or 2 tenths in hand over Marcus through that part of the lap. So I wonder whether that is just that little bit of turbulent air starting to affect the aerodynamics of the Mercedes. Not entirely sure. We'll see if that trends over the rest of the lap. Yes, lost a bit of time in the middle sector did Jamo Hertling, and it's not like either of them are particularly running, well, they're not running personal best sectors, so that is, yeah, I think a maybe significant moment in this battle. Jamo might well be able to go quicker than Marcus in clean air, but out of it, it is becoming more of a challenge. Przemysław Biankowski here, meanwhile, 6th position overall, ahead of the Cup 1 leader, Giacomo Ronaldo. There are your overall leaders, though. And, well, let's see, it was 0.7 of a second at the beginning of the lap. At the end of lap 7, it is 0.6 of a second. So, yeah, the progress has now been halted largely by Jamo Hertling. It came down by only 1/10 of a second. I think now to go any quicker, Jamo is going to have to make the overtake, and that will not be easy, given who he's got to try and overtake.
No, exactly right. It's going to be a head scratcher, that much is for sure. It was still a 10th net gain for Hertling on that last lap of the race. But I think they're both now slowing each other down. The the dirty air for Hertling, the pressure for Clutton is having an effect, and they've still got more than half of this race distance to go. For Marcus Clutton, this is going to be 15 minutes of racing that he's not going to savour particularly. If the outcome falls in his favour, then suddenly it will smell of roses, but up until that checkered flag, it looks like he's going to have to do a mighty amount of defending.
Yes, most definitely. Now, that is something he is rather good at, it must be said, but yeah, this won't be an easy one for him to do.
And they're coming up on lap traffic as well. Michael Fischbaum is there just ahead, and so he's going to play a bit of a role in this potentially, depending on when they close in. With any luck here, Clutton can just about be close to him coming through 15 and then slipstream by on the run down to turn 16, or is he going to find him parked on the apex? I think it's the latter, but doesn't lose too much time. Clutton navigates it fairly well, and I don't think Hertling really profited.
No, not massively in the end, although I think it did come down fractionally, didn't it? He was actually a couple of tenths slower than Marcus in the middle sector on the whole, but has made a net gain, I would say, through the last couple of corners. On board then with the race leader as he approaches the braking zone at turn 16, the last proper braking zone. Hurls the McLaren into the corner, hits the late apex nicely, and now tries to carry the speed all the way up the hill. These two corners in these conditions, I would imagine, are flat out in a high downforce GT3 car. Well, not to exceed track limits on corner exit as well. Crosses the line then and heads for the first corner. Marcus Clutton 0.4 of a second clear as he hits the brakes into what again is a deceptively downhill braking point at turn 1. This battle refuses to settle as well. Guy Albag and Arūnas Kačauskas, who is up the inside heading into turn 1. The Audi we know is strong on the brakes. Has he at last made the move stick? Answer: no, not yet, because the next corner's a right-hander, and that favours the Mercedes. Guy Albag able to hang on, again proving that the winding nature of this circuit, whilst it does generate good side-by-side racing, it actually makes it quite tricky to execute the overtake.
Yeah, absolutely. Guy Albag holding on for the time being. Of course, fairly limited GT3 experience, has done a little bit of Italian GT last year with Antonelli, and some GT4 European Series at the tail end. Actually, the front end of last year as well, but he is a lot less experienced in a GT than Arūnas Kačauskas, and Kačauskas using that superior mileage and what is great familiarity with the Audi specifically to really be a thorn in the side of the young Israeli driver. Clutton and Hertling 1-2 then, 13 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock as they power out of turn 15. There was just 0.4 of a second between them at the line. It's not looking that much wider this time, although I think maybe 2 or 3 tenths taken out of JMO by Marcus Clutton on this lap so far, is it? Yes, in fact 2 tenths gained in the middle sector, but deep on the brakes there goes Clutton, a bit too wide arguably, and JMO Hertling pretty much nailed it. I think that's going to bring the gap right back down again as they come across the line. Let's see what the gap is. It's just a tenth more, 0.5 of a second. That's really makes no difference to the situation. Hertling continues to be a big threat in the mirrors of Clutton.
Yeah, but I've yet to see him actually get close enough to make an overtake where it counts. Yes, he almost got alongside the McLaren at turn 16, but Marcus made the wide line work and carried good speed up the hill, meaning he'd actually gained time by the time they got to the line. So where can JMO Hertling make the move? Feels quite important, this, doesn't it? We haven't really had, for as close as they are in the championship, these two cars, haven't had that many wheel-to-wheel battles between the number 11 SR Mercedes and the 67 Orange Racing by JMH McLaren. Often it's been a story of one team having a good race, the other team having an average race, and then roles reversing in the next one. So this really does feel like a defining moment in the championship, the fact that they really are going toe-to-toe now over a whole race distance. And this close to the end of the championship, every single result takes on extra significance. And Marcus Clutton will be thinking, oh no, not again. There's another back marker that he's catching through turns 12 and 13. And is this going to lead to another delay similar to the one that he faced a couple of laps ago?
Yeah, different spec of car, being a Cup 2 Porsche, so the GT3 that they caught up previously with some slightly different strengths and weaknesses, and I really don't think you want to be catching a Porsche up through 16, 17 and 18, and that might be what's about to happen here for Marcus Clutton. You can see the array of headlights on both cars flashing away at Alexandra Martins in the Nascent Racing Porsche, and goes very, very wide, very, very courteous there from the Nascent Racing driver. Clutton and Hertling continue on then, and Jamo will be, I think, a bit disappointed actually in how that worked out for himself, but Marcus Clutton will be breathing a sigh of relief.
Yes, it's so frustrating when you're the chasing driver and a back marker does the right thing and gets out of the way, but when you're the leader, that's exactly what you're praying for. And Marcus Clutton's McLaren was winking rather at the slower Porsche all the way up the back straight, and Alexandra Martins thankfully got the message and peeled out of the way. We're only 20 minutes into this race. Marcus Clutton will really feel like this is dragging on slightly now. The next 10 minutes are going to feel like about half an hour, because he's going to be under, I suspect, constant threat from Jamo Hertling. Whilst he does seem able to keep the Mercedes at arm's length, Marcus doesn't appear to have the pace to get away altogether. So the question now, I think, that will decide the outcome of this race is, can Marcus Clutton go 10 minutes without making a mistake? Probably. It is Marcus Clutton after all, he doesn't make many mistakes. Or can Jamo Hertling get close enough to try an optimistic move and make something happen?
Yeah, really compelling situation, of course, for Clutton. He wants to win this championship just as much as Simon Orange, but Clutton kind of has split responsibilities, of course, not just here to race to the fullest, but also to bring Simon closer and closer to the apex of performance. Jamo Hertling has split responsibilities as well, of a wildly different kind, because yes, he's driving, and when he's in the car, he's not necessarily coaching Kenneth Heyer, so he's focused solely on his performance, but he also acts as a mechanic. Sometimes he's working under the bonnet of his own car, often under the bonnet of other cars, and sometimes you see him doing other donkey work. We saw him driving the team truck or the team van in Alcañiz a couple of nights ago, so he stays very, very busy indeed. One of the most hands-on people in the paddock, and they've both got a lot weighing on their minds, but this is the bit they crave. This is the bit they're here for, to go racing head-to-head, the championship on the line and the priority for both parties. But right now Clutton is doing enough, and critically it's now just by hundredths going in favour of Clutton again, and I just wonder if that is several laps now of following in the dirty air for Jamo Hertling, and the front Pirelli P0s just slightly suffering for it.
Yeah, well, everything struggles really when you're running in the dirty air. The tyres have to work harder to rotate the car through the corner. The brakes, you have to work a bit harder because you're obviously arriving at the corner slightly quicker in a slipstream, but also with less grip at your disposal. Even things like engine temperature can start to climb, not necessarily to a point of concern where it's going to cause any long-term mechanical issues, but maybe just robs you of a little bit of performance in a straight line and counteracts the effect of the slipstream. So all things now starting to point to an advantage for Marcus Clutton, except for the fact he's under that constant pressure, and there's always the chance for a little slip-up. Guy Albag, by the way, sticking with Arūnas Kačauskas, more or less, about a second or so between them. So Arūnas, yesterday's winner, not quite able to get away from the Mercedes to the fullest of extents. And then it's a long gap back to the next car, because the next car behind him is the Cup 1 Ferrari of Giacomo Ronaldo. Both cars running quite deep out of the exit of turn 10. King then is turn 11. Again, Alexandra Martins does a really good job there of getting out of the way of these two. Continue on their way on the run towards the end of another lap with just over 7 minutes to go.
And on the brakes goes Marcus Clutton, very, very deep on the brakes there. Both of them, I think, just about nailed that as they lapped Igor Klyer, who, of course, is their overall championship rival. But Klyer, as we kind of alluded to, with a hand tied behind his back this weekend, with there only being 2 cars in the Cup 2 Class 4 Porsche 992 Cup machinery, that means he can only score a maximum of 12 points per race, while the GT3 class has a full quota of 20 available. And with the top 2 in the standings running 1 and 2, there's going to be a big swing away from Klyer towards it being a 2-horse race in the championship between the Orange Racing by JMH crew and SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau.
Indeed so, but I think we're expecting all of the classes to be slightly up in numbers at Barcelona next week. So, okay, there might be more Cup 2 cars, that's more competition for Igor Klyer, but if he can beat them, it's more points on offer, and more GT3 cars could well start getting in between these two. So a fascinating decider, isn't it, I think, at Barcelona in a week's time. Make sure you tune in for that one.
Hertling looked quite slow at the apex there at the top of the hairpin, and he's smoking as well. A little bit of smoke coming out of that car. Now, is that tyre rub, or is that something a bit more sinister? Is that a tyre maybe going down, or an issue in the suspension? It looks quite low to me at the right rear corner. That car not looking right and not really cornering as right as it was, certainly at the corkscrew. And you can see, and the brakes, I think, were going on the number 11 car potentially. And, well, there we saw the end result.
Well, I think I saw something fall off the car as it went into the escape road, which may well have been a bit of brake disc or brake rotor that has come off. We won't speculate too much until we've heard from the team, but whatever it is going to take J-Mo Hertling out of the race, and all of those championship points calculations go fully out of the window if they don't finish the race. Marcus Clutton and Simon Orange, I reckon, could take the championship lead here if they win this race. And all of a sudden, the pressure on SR Motorsport to try and get those points back. He's recovered the car back onto the road, which again, I think strengthens the possibility that that was a braking issue. I don't think he pulled off the road there. I think he had no choice. The car would not slow down for turn 14, and he's now going to limp back home. Maybe Izzy can march down towards the SR garage if she's not there already, and try and find some information out for us, because that could be a real turning point in the championship.
They are currently on lap 14 of the race. I believe it's going to be a 16-lap race all told. In order to score points of any sort in the race, you have to have done 75% of the race distance. And Hertling, this time by, when he enters the pits, will complete a 13th lap. So that would be enough to have 75% distance and at least get the 7th place points, which are 6th place points actually, given Mazur has retired from the race, which won't be great. It will be just 10 points against 20 for Clutton if he stays in the lead out there at the front. But still, that is a big swing in the championship, and it would be, as it stands, the championship lead for Clutton and Orange going into race 3.
Wow, how things can change. I'm gutted in a way that, you know, we've had such a big swing in points because of maybe a mechanical issue. That's never what we like to see. We want this to be decided by the drivers and by the drivers alone, but that is motor racing. It could happen to anyone. It could happen to Orange Racing. I'm sure they have had instances in the past where that's cost them, but it is the Mercedes which has now returned to the pit lane, which is going to suffer. They did, though, crucially cross the timing line by entering the pit lane, so they have, to your point, Adam, completed that 13th lap of the race, which should at least entitle them to some points.
Yes, because we're not going to break more than 16 before the clock hits 0. So they will get 6th place points, aka 10 points. While Marcus Clutton gets 20, it will be a 2-point advantage for Clutton and Orange in the championship going into race 3, with 4 races remaining total in this GT Winter Series season. We have had a big twist in the tail and another exciting new chapter added to the season-long story. Clutton leading by 3.4 seconds now over Felix Hirsiger, but Clutton's last lap was a 1:58.0 and it was a 55.8 for Felix Hirsiger. Is something amiss with Marcus Clutton's McLaren? We need to have a look at the race leader, because that last lap was not what we'd expect. He should be approaching the corkscrew around now, and there he is at the corkscrew bend, and Hirsiger is closing. Now, was this just a matter of easing off, or is there something greater and more sinister at play? He lost another 6/10 through Sector 1 alone.
Well, there's nothing obvious wrong with the car. There's no smoke, there's nothing falling off it, so that's potentially good news, but that doesn't mean that there's not something internally that's going wrong. I take your point about easing off the pace. He doesn't need to drive at 100% anymore, but he also doesn't need to allow Felix Hirsiger to get within striking range. Izzy asked Marcus on the grid, remember, whether he was concerned about Felix, because Felix has no dog in this championship fight. He's got nothing to lose. If he gets close enough, I'm fairly sure we'll have a go. So Marcus, he's a very experienced driver. I'm sure that there's a good chance he's just managing this situation, but if he lets that Lamborghini get too close, he could live to regret it.
Yeah, Yes, he could. This is alarming scenes if you're at the Orange Racing by JMH garage, unless you're in the headset and you know he's just messing with us effectively. But I don't think that's the situation, to be quite honest. We've got 1 lap to go. The gap was 3.4. It's practically halved to 1.8 seconds. If that happens again on this lap, it's going to be a couple of tenths between them coming into turn 16. And to your point, Felix Hirsiger, no dog in the fight, possibly marginally more likely to pull a Hail Mary at turn 16. Of course, no one wants to damage their race car, but Hirsiger, if he senses the opportunity, it's not like he's going to take sympathy with Orange Racing's situation.
No, and this is where really smart, calculated drivers can use that to their advantage. Felix, if he can get close enough, should know. If I throw it up the inside of the McLaren, Marcus can't afford contact. He will have to make sure that he opens the door, and he could use that to his advantage. Another 4 tenths gained in Sector 1. This is going to be a real nail-biter here. Can Marcus hang on? Is he dealing with some sort of mechanical issue that will hamper his ability to hang on to the lead? It will all be decided in the final sector and the final lap.
Well, we are on that final lap now. The clock has hit 0. It will be 16 laps. Therefore, the 13 laps of Jamo Hertling will count towards the championship points in that regard. He will score 10 for a 6th place finish in GT3. But all the same, a dramatic race that we have had unfolding before us, and a dramatic conclusion as Marcus Clutton continues to drop off the pace and Felix Hirsiger continues to close in. Hirsiger is not going to be close enough by turn 16. It doesn't look like there's any straight line speed differential between the McLaren and the Lamborghini. So if it is a problem, it's not power related. Certainly the McLaren woes in to turn 16 and did look mighty slow under braking and through the apex compared to Hirsiger. He's not, though, going to lose the win. It will be a 2nd win of the season for Marcus Clutton and Orange Racing by JMH by just 0.6 of a second. Felix Hirsiger with 1 more lap may well have made that happen. It will be an inherited podium as well for Arūnas Gečauskas by the look of it. Guy Albag not a million miles behind him in the battle for 3rd position, but it looks as though Gečauskas is going to hold on to the overall podium. Clutton crossing the curbs there on his in-lap. Gečauskas crossing the line to come 3rd place in that race ahead of Guy Albag. Przemysław Bienkowski will cross the line 5th ahead of Giacomo Ronaldo, who wins Cup 1, Petar Matic, who wins Cup 4, and Igor Klaya has already crossed the line to win in the Cup 2 class and gain 12 points for his troubles, which will actually bring him 2 points closer to the Mercedes AMG of SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum, who will only register 10 points, but still quite a gap of about 8 points between them in the championship. But critically, 2 points clear now in the championship. I think for the first time this season, leading the overall championship and indeed the GT3 championship. They're scored the same way in the GT Winter Series. Marcus Clutton and Simon Orange by 2 points are your championship leaders in the GT Winter Series. There are only 4 races to go. I can tell you there is a very heavy GT3 contingent next time out in Barcelona as well. So these big point swings here at MotorLand Aragón are going to be pivotal on the final weekend of the season. What a race in the GT Winter Series. Very much looking forward to hearing from Marcus Clutton on the interview with Izzy to try and work out what was going on there. Was it some teasing? Was it some car preservation? Or was there something a bit more sinister at play? I can't imagine that Marcus Clutton would have been overly keen to make the finish quite that grandstand if he'd had it all his way in the cockpit. We saw the rate of gain between Clutton and Hirsiger just in that turn 16 braking zone, so I'm inclined to wonder if it was something of a braking quandary. Of course, we also saw that huge braking problem for Jamo Hertling as well, that took the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum car out of the race. hear all of the insight from the cockpit with Marcus Clutton in just a few moments' time when he pulls up under a P1 sign that may not have felt certain on those last couple of laps. He's won the race, and thankfully he managed to hold on to it there at the end. Otherwise it would have been a cruel twist for Orange Racing by JMH just minutes after what looked like a golden opportunity as SR Motorsports car had an issue. Certainly the championship has taken a big swing, and it's closer than it has been at any point in the season. And it's the first time that the British team has had the advantage. It's only a 2-point advantage though. Cars heading back to the paddock then. Felix Hirsiger, incidentally, he'll be delighted with a second place result in that one, I'm sure. Maybe a bit disappointed that he couldn't follow Clutton and Hertling for outright pace in those early stages of the race, but then again, Felix a lot less experienced in GT3 cars, so I think he can let himself off the hook compared to the thousands upon thousands of kilometres that Hertling and Clutton have done over the last several years in GT3 machinery. Runas Kachauskas following up on his race win for Utah Racing yesterday with a P3 today. There's Simon Orange giving the embrace to Marcus Clutton, a scene that we're familiar with. We saw the same thing here at MotorLand Aragón in 2025, but this win on their full season campaign here in the GT Winter Series could not have come at a more critical time. It's only the second win of the season, their first coming thanks to Marcus Clutton again at the Valencia event, the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. And so it's 2 sprint race wins on 2 consecutive weekends for Marcus Clutton, firmly earning his bucks. And it'll be the opportunity for Simon Orange to match that performance in the endurance race. But if that performance drop-off at the end was indicative of anything other than just easing off at the end, then they have some work to do potentially before race 3 of the weekend down at Orange Racing by JMH. But until we hear word, one can only speculate. To reiterate, the SR Motorsport car did score points, was within that critical 75% distance marker to at least be classified as a finisher and therefore receive 10 points for 6th position. But all the same, not the comfort that they would have been seeking on the championship quest here in the GT Winter Series. Of course, they were in contention for the overall title last year as well and ended up losing out to Cristiano Mathiel with that 2025 campaign. They, of course, a team winning the championship from the Cup 1 category. Of course, GT3 champions still were Kenneth Heyer and teammate for that year, Moritz Verskirchen. But the championship winning, overall championship winning duo of Heyer and Hertling back together, that was a stumbling block for them, a stumbling block that has put the Orange Racing by JMH team into the championship lead, Izzy.
It certainly has done, and there are some very happy faces down here in that camp. Marcus, congratulations. I mean, it was a bit of a tale of two halves almost. You had the big green murk in your mirrors for a long time, and then all of a sudden it disappeared.
Yeah, no, it was quite tough, that race. You know, Jermo's a mega racer, and never actually seen him race before, but what I've seen this winter he's fantastic, and kept me super honest. And I noticed he dropped back on one car, and I thought I must have made a mistake, and the next minute it disappeared. And you know, it's never nice kind of celebrating off someone's misfortune, and it's not how we really want to do it, but it's racing, it happens, and yeah, obviously it benefits us massively.
It absolutely does. I mean, it's a timely win, an important win, because you now take the lead of the championship again. This is going to go all the way, we feel, but it is important today.
Yeah, it's a huge huge change in the championship. You know, we was definitely on the back foot. We had nothing to lose, and let's have a good race this afternoon. Both cars are on the front row. So hope Simon and Kenneth can keep it clean. But yeah, it'd be nice to take the fight to Barcelona. Obviously, advantage us would be great. Let's get the day finished.
Yeah, it could get spicy. Just before we let you go up to the podium, at the end there, the Liquid Money car just coming closer to you. Did you back off?
Yeah, there's not much fuel left in my car.
And that's the reason. There you go.
Oh dear, okay, that's the admission. That would also maybe explain why Marcus was making a very intense effort to pick up some tyre debris on the inlap. Okay, so the story has revealed itself there. A dramatic end to the race, and what a race it was in the GT Winter Series. Race 2 of the weekend in the GT Winter Series, and it was a thrilling race 2 in the GT Winter Series. Marcus Clutton from pole position taking the early lead, and critically Jamo Hertling having a move up to second place, not getting caught behind fellow front row starter Felix Hiersiger in the early stages. Przemysław Bienkowski working his way through the cut traffic in the early going, and an issue for the number 79 car, Severin Mazur, with what appeared to be a stuck throttle on that car. The way it accelerated through the gravel there looked rather like it may have been a stuck throttle on that thing. Arūnas Gudžiauskas fighting with Guy Albag. This was for fourth position on the road. Albag doing a great job of defending for much of the first phase of the race. Marcus Clutton at the front of the field was equally having to worry about Jamo Hertling in his mirrors. Gudžiauskas to the inside of Guy Albag, and a bit of contact between them. It got a bit rough and a bit physical at times, this battle, and every time Arūnas thought he'd got it done, Guy Albag would hold on that little bit longer. Eventually, though, Arūnas was through, courtesy of a little bit of lap traffic there. Michael Fischbaum finding himself in an inopportune position for both himself and indeed for Guy Albag. And then a huge twist. Jamo Hertling started to slow down, and then he had a full lockup at turn 14. He would end up being a non-finisher, scoring points though for 6th place, and Marcus Clutton winning only just at the end of the race ahead of Felix Hiersiger, as he was making sure he had enough fuel in the tank to get to the checkered flag. But get to the checkered flag he did, and it's a new points leader in the form of the Orange Racing by JMH McLaren. A great win for Marcus Clutton. We saw Simon Orange there, the first to congratulate Marcus on a good job, well done. And it certainly was that. He wins by just 0.6 ultimately over Felix Hiersiger, and we now know that that was because the fuel was limited in the McLaren. Arūnas Gudžiauskas in third place, Guy Albag in P4. Przemysław Bienkowski running in fifth ahead of Giacomo Ronaldo, the Cup 1 winner in the Ferrari 296 Challenge car. Petar Matic in seventh. Igor Klaya winning Cup 2 from 8th place, which keeps him roughly in the ballpark of championship contention in the overall GT Win Series title fight. Alexandra Martins finishing 9th, and Michael Fischbaum, the aforementioned Michael Fischbaum, running P10. Hertling not taking the checkered flag. Ditto Severin Mazur, both of them having issues at turn 14. Both will be searingly disappointed. Let's hope that both are able to take part in race 3 a little bit later on. Certainly, I think SR Motorsport should be okay to resolve their issues, but I know that the Sendom racing team, Severin Mazur and co, do have a fairly scant amount, I think, of spares for that Evo 2 in particular. They do, however, have the Evo 1 Lamborghini in the truck if they feel the need to pull it out. I'm sure there would be a force majeure situation to let them out onto the circuit if they do need a car swap. But what an incredible race that is. What an incredible race that was for the GT Winter Series. The championship lead now with Marcus Clutton and Simon Orange by just 2 points. It's certainly going to go to the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, but which way is it going to go? Your guess as good as mine, but what an honour to keep having two guests here on these Winter Series broadcasts. Of course, Andy down on the podium, and we'll be hearing from him shortly. Then, of course, it will be the lunch break where we'll continue broadcasting to you. We've got some great insights from a couple of days prior in the paddock, and we'll also get some live chat down in the pit lane as well, of course. Always a hive of activity, lots of people to chat to, and I'm sure Izzy will be down there getting a couple of conversations in down there in the pits. Andy McEwen is ready up on the podium though, so let's go there now.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, what a fascinating GT Winter Series race that was. What an important one it could prove to be in the context of the championship. Let's get our drivers out onto the podium then, starting with the GTX class. Our GTX winner, Michael Fishbaum. Well done. Onto the top step of the podium he will go. The only GTX car in the race, but he had a trouble-free run. Stayed out of the way of the leaders nicely as well, which could have gone wrong at some point. Someone needs to give a winner's trophy to Michael. There we go. Like his in position from Pirelli to help do so. Michael Fishbaum holds it aloft and poses for the cameras after a strong running in that second race of the weekend. So Michael, very eager to vacate the podium, which means we can move straight on then to our Cup 4 winner. Again, just one car entered into the class, but a trouble-free run to victory for Autosport Racing's Petar Matic. Well done, back onto the top step again. He's earned that drink of water, I think. It is a little bit warmer outside, at least, than it was yesterday. And inside the car, I can imagine even more so. So Petar with another trophy to add to his ever-expanding collection of Cup 4 race wins, and Petar Matic celebrates once again a race win in Cup 4. Congratulations, Petar. Cup 2 then we move on to next, the class for the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup cars. 2 drivers to welcome onto the podium. Second position in Cup 2, Alexandra Martins. Well done. Second position then for the Nascent Racing team Porsche, but an important class win, especially because of that disappointing result for SR Motorsport for the PTT Racing teams, Igor Klyer. It is a valuable 12 points towards his championship campaign. And as I said, with SR Motorsport, the championship leaders having reduced points in that race, that means that Igor will be at least taking points out of them and not losing too many to our eventual GT3 class winners. It's going to be a fascinating championship run-in over these final few races. Very, very excited to see who comes out on top. So our Cup 2 drivers then hold the trophies aloft. Round of applause from the crowd down below. And Alexandra and Igor Klyer celebrate their podium finishes. 2 more podiums to go through then. Cup 1 is up next. Again, only the one Ferrari 296 Challenge car entered this weekend. It is, of course, the Rosso Corsa entry of our Cup 1 winner, Giacomo Rinaldo. Well done. Onto the top step again. The beautiful looking and sounding Ferrari with another trophy heading towards its driver. Giacomo shakes the hand of Oleg from Pirelli, who's once again on podium duties, and celebrates the class victory. They'll be going for a hat-trick of wins. Yes, there's only one car in the class, but still an awful lot to learn over the course of the 3 races. And Giacomo is welcome to vacate the podium and make way for our final set of podium drivers, the GT3 top 3 finishers. A second podium visit of the weekend for our 3rd place driver, Arūnas Kačauskas. Congratulations, a race win yesterday, 3rd place in the GT3 class after what became a bit of a race of attrition. 2nd position and chasing down the leader in the closing stages, Felix Hirziger. Felix started on the front row, dropped to 3rd, and then, of course, inherited 2nd with the demise of J-Mayer Hertling. All of this, though, going on behind our eventual race winner and new championship leaders. Orange Racing by JMH get the race win with Marcus Clutton. Well done, Marcus. He managed to nurse the car home at the end and claims the race win. A crucial 20 points for the championship. Makes his way to the top step of the podium. And the trophies, once again, will be handed out. The trophy is a nice thing to be taking home, but it's those points that they are the most interested in. And that result has put them firmly back in the championship conversation. Marcus Clutton then, with a beaming smile on his face, holds the trophy aloft and celebrates a race win in the GT Winter Series, cheered on by his team team down in the pit lane. So the final set of photos are taken. We move now into our lunch break. We'll be hearing from plenty of people up and down the pit lane and paddock area over the next half an hour or so. So do not go anywhere.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
Well, welcome back down to the pit lane. We are well and truly in the lunch break here at MotorLand Aragón, and I have dragged someone away from their lunch to come and have a chat to me. Now, if you've watched any of our coverage throughout the season, you'll know that I've been speaking to some individuals from around the paddock who don't always get on camera and having a little insight into what their jobs entail. I've got Graham Young, team manager at Orange Racing by JMH, alongside me. Graham, as I say, I mean, we don't always get the chance to chat to you because you're very busy throughout a weekend. Just take us into what your role entails here.
Busy and nervous most of the time. My role, I'm a co-team manager with Jason, so I sort of look after mainly the paperwork side of things and stuff. Jason brings the race experience with JMH. They've been doing it for 20 odd years, and it's just a lot of planning and logistics. I mean, obviously being a UK team, we've got to put a lot of stuff together to get here, and then it's to and from car stays out here, so it's never ending. The logistics starts in probably about November, and then it rolls through and it doesn't stop until we leave Barcelona.
Well, this is where we saw you guys for the first time last year. You also took a win on that weekend. You have just taken another win, of course, in this championship hunt. Did you guys expect to be in this position?
I don't think you can expect anything, to be fair. You know, there's some good cars, good drivers. So don't get me wrong. You know, when we came here, we'd done a lot of sim work with the drivers. Marcus had driven at Portimao before, but Simon had not done Portimao, Estoril or Valencia. So the bonus was we'd been here before. And the year before, we hired Aragon for 3 days. So we have tested here extensively. We seem to have a good package around here. The drivers like the circuit. It's a great circuit to drive. I've driven it in a hire car. Yeah, and the car seems to go well, but you can never expect anything. So it's a challenge, especially out the back. But no, it's going well so far. Fingers crossed.
And you said to me at the beginning of the season that no one ever leaves your team in terms of team personnel because you guys just have such a nice bond. I mean, as you say, you travel everywhere together. We've got 2 of the team members, by the way, just taking photos of him behind the camera. But yeah, no one leaves your team. You've got such a nice bond. How do you build that?
Pay him loads of money. No, it is. It's been one of the core principles of what we try and establish. I can't comment on other teams. I'm sure they say the same thing. I've no idea. I'm going to say we've got the best team in the paddock, of any paddock. We've got great mechanics, great engineer. It runs through the spine of the team, tyres, even down to the runner. In my view, one of the most important members of the team who picks up all the slack, really, gives you your donuts. It's... I don't know, I think it's just making sure that you enjoy yourselves at the circuit and when you leave as well, and that you spend a lot of time together. I think that's important. We make sure that we do congregate together, drivers as well, have a meal together, and we just get on. We're lucky we just get on. It's just, I think we've had one new person join us in about 5 years, and that's about it, and no one's left. So we're clearly doing something right.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is that camaraderie that kind of makes the good moments so sweet, but also probably helps you pick up in the bad moments, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think that's the key, and it's the never say die attitude of these guys. And again, I'm pretty sure all the teams in the paddock will say the same. It's, we've had a few issues while we've been here, late nights. The lads only left last night at, I think, 11 o'clock. But they just get on with it. They will not stop. Their goal is to make sure that car makes it onto the grid, and you've just got to back them and support them all the way. You end up being, in my role, you're like a cheerleader, because there's nothing I can do. I don't know which end of the spanner to use. But it is. You're right. It is. It's the the good times are great. It's the dark times that is when really sort of where everyone is and how good they are at the job, and they all just support one another. There's never a whinge or a complaint. They just get on with their job.
Yeah, they certainly seem like a group that is well gelled. A result like this as well, I mean, it's come at a perfect time to put you 2 points in the lead. I know it's only 2 points, but mentally that's actually quite significant, isn't it? Because you want to go into Barcelona well in the fight for this championship.
Yeah, and I think that you're right. Barcelona's going to be interesting. I've not seen, I'm not going to ask you for any inside stories either, but I've not seen what the list is going to be, but I'm expecting there might be more cars on the grid at Barcelona, which shakes it up because of the way the point system works. So to come away from here with a good haul of points is key. Listen, really unfortunate for Kenneth and JMO. Great guys, great team. Real shame. You don't want to have that happen to your competitor. But you've also got to take those opportunities when they come along. Puts us in the lead. I think what's going to be a thrilling race for the end of the day. And then, if we can come away in the lead, great, or at least right on the tails, it's all to play for in Barcelona, and we're looking forward to that.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that we are expecting a few more cars in Barcelona, so I'll give you that much for free. But as you say, you never want to see that happen to your competitor, but you do have to take the wins where they come in whatever fashion they come in. And as you say, well, you guys have worked it out. I know you're the king of spreadsheets when it comes to working out who's where on the grid with the combined times. Yes, I have. But we are expecting both of you to be on the front row next to each other, all things considered, hoping that JMO and that car get back out there. You've worked with Simon and Marcus now for a few years. I've seen the way they work together. They're a special duo, aren't they?
Oh, very much so. And again, it stems from, I think it's getting that pairing is right, specifically with the AM driver and what they want to achieve from their race weekends. People tick differently, but Marcus and Simon have become really great pals. So I think they're going playing golf tomorrow. Having a nice day off, and they've become great friends. They get on brilliantly. Marcus has brought Simon along amazingly over the last couple of years. Just the way he does his tuition works with Simon. That it just, you could call it luck. I don't know, but it just works. They get on great, and as a result, that drives the team forward. And listen, we're always striving to get better. We're always trying to find more in the car, find more in the drivers. GT3 is such a hard category to race in. There's so many good teams and cars. You've just got to keep going all the time. You can't sit on your laurels. So even though we'll enjoy it back in the garage now. Where we'll no doubt have a couple of donuts and enjoy ourselves, and then it's start the countdown for the final race, and then see where we go, and then right on to Barcelona and see. Let's hope there's not that many cars.
Yeah, well, donuts is what keeps this team going, by the way. I've seen them have a fair few donuts. Just quickly then, before we let you go and have your lunch, I mean, how proud are you of this effort, and then to be able to, whether you win the championship or not, take all of that learning into your summer season?
Oh, yeah, no, listen, every time we come to the circuit and leave, I'm always proud of this team, always proud of the team members, yeah, drivers as well. They do everything they can to compete, yeah. Today's been good, hopefully it ends well, and as you said, king of the spreadsheets, I think we've calculated, I could be wrong, I think we've calculated that us and Jamie and Kenneth are on the front row, so that should set it up brilliantly for everyone who's here and watching on TV. And then, yeah, it does. It's, this is part of a programme and a process for us that rolls into British GT when we get home. And, it's a lot of data and it's a lot of racecraft. That's the important thing for these drivers. Testing's good, but racing's key, yeah. And they've learned a lot and they'll take that forward, and fingers crossed the rest of the season goes well for us.
Yeah, no better testing than racing, you're absolutely right. Right, we'll let you go and have your lunch. Thank you so much for speaking to us. You head off for another donut, I'm sure, and we will head off to hear from another individual in the GT Winter Series, Przemysław Biankowski.
Przemysław Biankowski has been very competitive so far in the GT3 class of the GT Win Series, doing a full season along with Maciej Lizowski. At Valencia last time out, it was the first podium of the season for you and Matthias. That must have been really exciting.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, the race was really good for us. So I'm let's say beginner of the GT3 because I entered this class last year. So it was really first my competition with this kind of competitors, with this level of competitors. So the race went well from the beginning. I was able to go up a little bit with the position and give the car to Mateusz in a good place, and then with his awesome driving he did the rest. So it was amazing feeling and very positive emotions.
And 2 top 10s, of course, prior to that with you only in the car, so great performance from you all weekend long at Valencia. You alluded to it being quite new for you, GT3, but I think you were driving a GT3 in Poland last year and managed to win a championship out there, didn't you? So it looks to me like maybe you're starting to aim more internationally now. What's your goal in the medium to long term?
Okay, so yeah, like you said, I started driving Mercedes last year, and I really started to like it. Yeah, I liked the Valencia track. The weather was very nice, a lot of spectators, so it was awesome to drive there. And with every race, it was, let's say, getting better. Actually, I don't have fixed plans for this year. Probably I will take part in the Polish competition again, and we'll see what next. Now I'm focusing on this GT Winter Series.
Is there any potential maybe to join us in the summertime? Because of course we've got our first GT Summer Series, and I suppose that's not too far from Poland, a lot of German tracks.
Yeah, we'll taking this seriously into consideration, yeah.
I think the team boss is too, from what I've heard. But talk to us a bit about Matthias, because every time we've seen him on a track here in the Winter Series, it's clear that he's an incredible driver. But from what I can tell, he's really good at using his knowledge and his wisdom to pass on to you and the others as well.
Yeah, so Mateusz is an awesome driver, just like you said. It's a pleasure to drive together. Mateusz also was my coach from the beginning of my driver. Yeah, and so his level is very high, like you said.
And here at Aragon, obviously this weekend, it's a very different track than Valencia, I think it's fair to say. But what do you think of it?
So it's different track. It's much more high-speed corners here, but the track is also very awesome. The layout is very interesting, a lot of up and downs. So yes, it's an awesome track.
Yeah, really one of my favourite tracks on the calendar for sure. It's been awesome to see you so far this year with the PTT team, and of course in years previous with PTT as well. Good luck on these last 2 events of the Winter Series season, and I hope it goes well.
Very big thanks, and maybe I'll add a little bit about Aragon, because I learned it myself, so I know that I learned that this place has a very long racing experience, because there was races in Alcañiz, so that's really a place with really long motorsport history, so that's very interesting.
The Circuito de Guadalupe in the city of Alcañiz. I'm very aware of that one. Good that you like your history as well. We'll have a longer chat about that someday, I'm sure. But for now, we'll let you get out of the rain, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
Well, always great to hear from some of our drivers up and down this Winter Series paddock. Now, of course, we do have plenty of racing still coming up after the lunch break, and that is going to start very shortly with the Formula Winter Series. But just a quick update for you. Well, you can see the Van Amersfoort Racing garage just behind me, and the number 3 of Alexander Reuter has actually withdrawn from the rest of the weekend, I am being told. So there will be a slight reshuffling of the Formula Winter Series grid, but it is going to be Thomas Behrman and Dries van Langendonk on the front row. Can Dries van Langendonk continue to put another hand on that championship trophy? We will wait and see. But earlier in the weekend, as the Formula Winter Series teams start to head to the grid, we had a chance to catch up with the driver starting P13 in this race. That is going to be Alexander Chartier.
Another new addition to AS Motorsport. They've had a lot of talent in the paddock this season so far. Delighted that we have Alex Chartier here for the first time. Alex, how's it been going so far? Do you feel like you've landed on your feet?
So far, yesterday was good. Today we struggled a little bit with some technical issues with the car, but overall it's been good so far.
And there's been a lot of testing for you previously as well. I've seen some of that on social media. I also saw as well that CTV Calgary did a piece on your debut coming into this weekend. It looks to me like you understand kind of the role of media in getting up through single-seater racing.
Yeah, I mean, it means it helps you go up the ladder if you're good at media. You get sponsors come in and teams sign you up, and hopefully you push their product to the mainstream and be able to push that up, and yeah.
And MotorLand Aragón, I suspect, is one of the more spectacular tracks you've driven an F4 car at so far. Tell us how it's feeling out there.
Well, it's obviously raining right now, but no, it's a nice track. Hilly, a lot of ups and downs, but it's a nice track to drive.
And the AS team, they've run here a lot previously in previous seasons of the Formula Winter Series. Are you finding that you're able to kind of rely on them to find the best out of the car?
Yeah, I mean, they know the car more than I do. Obviously, it is my first single-seater race, so I try to learn from them as much as possible, and I think they can give me a good car.
Well, we're confident that they will do so. In terms of a target for your first weekend, is it just getting reps, as they say, getting laps under the belt, or is there a result in mind that you'd like?
I think the goal for this weekend is just to learn as much as possible, get laps in, and learn the car and how to race.
Excellent. Well, we're delighted to welcome you into the paddock for the first time here in the Formula Wind Series, and we hope you have fun here at MotorLand.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
We're down at the Nascent Racing team for the second time this season, joining us in the GT Winter Series. We've got Casey King here and Alex Martins. Alex, we'll go to you first because you're heavily involved with getting the day-to-day operations of this team together, and indeed with helping Casey improve and improve and improve. How's it been going so far on this weekend at Aragon?
Well, it's been a tough weekend at the moment because there's a very poor weather. I don't know how we came here to Spain and it's pouring weather all the time. So, but it's been good. It's getting all things together. But yeah, it's been challenging, but we're doing well. I think it's for the starting point. This is only the second race of the team, and we're improving it day by day. So we're getting better.
And KC, for you, racing in Europe is a fairly new venture, but you've done a lot of racing in Central and Latin America. Talk to us a bit about what goes on there, because from the outside looking in, it's a different world. You're driving an unrestricted GT3 McLaren at circuits that are a lot twistier and smaller, but it looks so exciting.
It's interesting indeed. It really accentuates driver skills, so that's why I'm here, trying to improve that a lot. The team's getting a bit tired of me not putting any sim time in and showing up at the track blind, so that's a waste of a couple days. But we're making progress. It's good because when I get here, I do make progress quickly, just not quick enough.
And you were talking about the fact off camera that there's a lot of expansion going on behind the scenes at the moment at Nascent, and I think that's both sides of the Atlantic, right?
Yeah, indeed. Alex is doing a great job here with business development, bringing in new drivers, new cars all the time. And so we've established our garage, getting set up, and I think we're pretty much looking at 4 series here in Europe this year. Wow. Yeah, pretty ambitious. And then on the Americas side, we are adding a lot of teams to that series. We're expanding the map. Haven't quite made it to Brazil yet, but we're going to be in Mexico for 2 races this year. So, and by next year, we're going to be going all the way from Brazil to Mexico. So it'll be truly North America, Central America, and South America next year.
Okay, very ambitious and very exciting, I must say. But Alex, it's always interesting in the garages on Thursday, Friday, to hear about some of what's going on with the car and what they're doing to set up. You were just telling me about something rather unique with the Porsche, that you've switched exhaust because the Super Cup exhaust is too loud, not for the track, but for you.
Yeah, in fact, we're changing at the moment as we speak because it's too loud, man. It's nice for the crowd. Yeah. It gives a beautiful noise, but inside the cockpit, I barely can hear my engineer, so we just decided to switch the exhaust because it's too loud at the moment. But hopefully, now I can hear what he's saying. I'm too slow, probably, but we'll make it happen. Let's see. I think it's a better way to start the racing weekend because at the moment we're still doing some practice times, so it's going to be good, hopefully.
And I suppose we should ask. There's a lot of expansion going on now. But for yourself and for the Nascent brand, what are the goals, and are they perhaps in unison? Is the goal for the team also a goal that will involve you as a driver?
Indeed, it's a full business plan that includes both the racing team and the series, and it's step by step, it's a process, it's progress, but we're making very good progress on both sides, yeah, everything's exciting and upward.
And for you this weekend, driving-wise, what would be the box ticked for you?
Good question. Box tick for me would be to stay within a reasonable time period with the GT3 cars. There's only one other cup here, so we should be side by side with that cup at least. But if we can stay close to some of the GT3 cars, that would be a real win.
Excellent. Well, we look forward to seeing how it goes. Delighted to have you back for a second time this season, and particularly, Casey, with your racing record, means that we've got quite the international expansion going on in the paddock. So we thank you for joining us again, and we hope you have fun on the track.
Appreciate it.
Chris.
It's our help, getting all the help you guys did. Okay, thank you so much.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's hope for some dry weather.
Yeah, bring some sun, by the way.
Absolutely.
And I just wanted to say thank you for the whole organization of GT Winter Series. Brilliant guys.
Oh, yeah.
They're really, really good.
You guys do.
Thanks so much.
GEDLICH runs a really nice series as well. Very nice. Yeah.
Indeed.
Awesome. Well, we are delighted to have you, and have a good weekend. Thanks.
Cheers.
Formula Winter Series action for the first time on Sunday then. And that is an exciting time always when the FWS cars arrive to the grid. And they will do so for the first time since yesterday afternoon's race. As Izzy alluded to, Van Amersfoort Racing's Alexander Rutter not taking part in the rest of this weekend. I think sustaining a bit of a hand injury in race 1 yesterday, which was probably in that collision with Ari Bansel, of course. There would have been a big snap on the steering wheel at that point. And that's such a shame for Alexander Rutter, given the season that he's had to this point, coming out of his best weekend of all at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. So let's hope we see him again very soon. Not convinced he'll be at Barcelona with a hand injury, but let's hope that it's not that serious and he can be with us again in short order. Formula Winter Series, of course, another championship at this stage being dominated by the championship conversation, courtesy of Ari Bansel's result in race number 1 of the weekend last night, or yesterday afternoon, I should say. It was certainly not a night race. The point standings have shifted. It's now only 53 points between Van Langendonk and Ari Bansel. So Van Langendonk on 173, Ari Bansel on 120. So 53 points between them, with effectively 28 points available per race, 25 for the win, 2 for pole, 1 for fastest lap. That does mean that the championship, while it could be decided today, it would now require Ari Bansel to have quite a lot of issues. But what can happen today, if Ari continues this vein of form, is bring himself into a position where he's not just in mathematical contention, but actual contention, a risk, a threat to Dries Van Langendonk, and that is absolutely going to be the goal, the objective for the young Indian racer in this one.
Indeed so, and yeah, you're absolutely right. His form has taken a big turn in the right direction this weekend with that win yesterday, his second of the year. He's been a bit hot and cold, hasn't he, Ari Bansel? He had a win at Portimao earlier in the season, but those 2 race victories, his only podium finishes, whereas Dries Van Langendonk has barely ever been off the podium. His worst finish was a weather-affected 22nd at Estoril, but beyond that, he's been a top 10 runner in all of the races and on the podium in all but 3. So, extremely consistent run from Dries Van Langendonk. Ari Bansel needs to find some of that consistency over the final 2 events, and really be winning with some consistency to realistically have that opportunity to take the title at Barcelona. The Rookie Championship, as you said, a little bit more likely to be settled, perhaps even in this race. If Dries Van Langendonk is anywhere on the podium in the rookie category, and you'd have to say, barring something very strange happening, that should happen, then Samuel Ifrid has to win the race in order to keep his rookie championship hopes alive. If Dries is off the podium, that changes slightly, but for Ifrid, a rookie win is all that will do, realistically. Dries just needs to stay out of trouble, and at least the rookie title should be his.
Yeah, that is a first tick box for Dries Van Langendonk. They'll never admit to caring about the rookie standings, but it is a good notch to have if you're not fighting for the overall championship. And in the case of Samuel Ifrid, he's having his best weekend of the season, seemingly. Of course, in the first race, he got tagged into a spin by Alexander Savinkov and ended up finishing down the order, but we've not seen him as high up the grid as he is this weekend at any point. He is 4th on the grid for this race, determined by the second fastest laps from qualifying 1. So he has had a very, very good qualifying session. There were quite a lot of laps disallowed in quali on Saturday, so I think he, as much as anything, was rewarded for being neat and tidy out there on the track. So that is a plus point once again for him. Another interesting name up there, first of the female trophy drivers, Chiara Batig, 6th on the grid for this race, and that is a really big opportunity for her. Of course, already been on the podium this year, taking a 2nd place at the Circuito Estoril at the very top of the season. What can the Red Bull Junior team member do from there?
Yes, Chiara Batig, of course, inherited the female trophy win yesterday after a post-race penalty for Alicia Palmowski, who makes a welcome return to Formula Winter Series competition this weekend. She was the leading female trophy driver at the line, but was given, I believe, a track limits penalty, wasn't it? Something that I also suspect be a talking point over the course of this race. Right, down on the grid, Izzy Browning, I can see, is ready and raring to go and chat to some drivers. Izzy, what have you got?
Well, a very warm welcome back down to the grid. The first race of the day, funny enough, for the Formula Winter Series. It feels a little bit strange to see them only for the first time after lunch, but here they are and ready for another race. And it is going to be the number 87 of Thomas Behrmann on pole position once again. Now, you'll remember if you were with us yesterday that Thomas was on pole yesterday, but it didn't end up being the race that he would have wanted. Conditions, though, today, much, much nicer. Well, Thomas, pole position again. I know yesterday did not work out the way that you wanted it to, but how much did you learn and what did you learn to take into this race?
Yeah, obviously still got a podium yesterday, so not disappointed, but just we knew there was a bit more in there for us, so we'll try and maximize it today. Yeah, just a few things to take from myself, just a pressure management and stuff like this, but yeah, we'll see if we can get it right today and see if we can use the pace we have without getting screwed by the conditions again.
All right, best of luck. Thank you for speaking to us. Always a great sport is Thomas Behrmann. Always happy to have a chat on the grid. But here we are then, the number 15, Dries van Langendonk, our championship leader. We haven't actually had a chance to speak to him yet throughout the weekend, so I am going to dive in with Dries. Well, Dries, the first time I'm speaking to you this weekend, which sounds almost unfamiliar because we usually speak to you quite a lot. I know you were disappointed with yesterday. I know it was still a good result, but you're I want to win every race kind of guy, aren't you?
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate. Got a bit unlucky with the back marker on the penultimate lap, but yeah, I mean, we showed good pace in the dry, which was unexpected considering our first session in the dry here was Thursday, sorry, in FP1. But yeah, it's been really good, and I'm excited for this race.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen so much sunshine in the Formula Winter Series. These conditions looking pretty good, and you're going to be able to push and hopefully take the win on Thomas?
Yeah, I mean, it's unusual to be dry in this series, but yeah, we're going to see how it goes, and hopefully I can bring a challenge to Thomas.
Awesome. Best of luck. Have fun out there. Right, we will continue back. Yeah, I think these are possibly the most favourable conditions that these drivers have had all season long. But as I said yesterday, you know, to be able to take all of that learning into whatever series these drivers head into in the summer is ultimately only going to be a good thing. I just want to quickly point out, while we have the chance, the number 89 of Chiara Bertig. Now, we haven't actually seen her in the points since that podium in Estoril back in round one, but a real chance for her to get some more points and pick up some more points. And we'll jump in with her ever so quickly. Well, Chiara, great place to start. I know you had the podium back in the first round, a real chance to pick up some extra points here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great starting position through the race. Now it's dry, so we'll see where we are.
Best of luck. Thanks for speaking to us, and on to the race.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
The Formula Winter Series race number 2 of the weekend for them. Thomas Behrmann starting this one from pole position, and he's joined on the front row by championship leader Dries van Langendonk, looking to claim a few points back against Arie Bansel, who as of yesterday's race is starting to creep back towards the contention. Samuel Ifrid on the second row of the grid, his best starting position of the season, joined with, I think, yesterday as well, where he was also fourth on the grid. Great to see the Crown driver so far up there. In 5th and 6th places, Alfie Slater and Chiara Batigue starting from 6th position. Great to see Chiara getting that opportunity in P6. George Proudfoot-Nolder, who's really landed on his feet so far this weekend. He's 7th on the grid alongside Yenza Motorsports' Levi Arn in the 21 car. Pedro Lima next in 9th position. He's alongside Marcus Silkunas in the number 26. Max Kamalander in 11th place alongside Alicia Palmovsky, who's one of a few drivers making a flight to Shanghai tomorrow to go and do the F1 Academy opener. Alexander Chartier starting from 13th on the grid, and another of the F1 Academy drivers for next week, Matilda Pats in 14th position. Andre Rodriguez and Megan Bruce, another one for that flight to Shanghai, 15th and 16th on the grid. Platon Costin in 17th, along with Ethan Lennon, who once again has to work his way up from a long way down the order. Ludovico Busso and Ian Frayling among many who didn't set valid laps in qualifying. Alexander Savinkov, another one who did not, so he's got to work from all the way down with Theo Borenstein there in 21st and 22nd. Emilio Del Grosso and Rahim Alibay in 23rd and 24th, 25th and 26th. Vittorio Orsini and Ginevra Panzeri, 27th and 28th positions. Nicholas Cortez and Victor Paulson. And Noah Killian and Alexandre Lauser will round out the order in this race because, unfortunately, Alexander Ruta not able to take the start. So 30 cars on the grid for this Formula Winter Series race. 53 points between Van Langendonk and Bansel. We know that Ari Bansel has a really good head on his shoulders. Both drivers do, as a matter of fact. But when you know that you pulled something back yesterday, sat there right behind Dries Van Langendonk on the grid, he's going to be so keen and so eager to replicate what he did yesterday and outscore the McLaren driver.
Absolutely, he knows he can do it now. He knows he's got the pace. Okay, it's slightly different conditions now, although it started dry-ish yesterday. All of the cars more or less were on slicks, and then of course it started to drizzle as the race went on. It became a bit of a battle of survival. Now in all dry conditions that should level things slightly, but even so, he knows he can do this. He knows he's got an opportunity. And Dries Van Langendonk, remember, hasn't had a flawless performance when it comes to getting this car off the line this year. Had a stall, didn't it, at Portimao earlier in the season. So Ari Bansel will be thinking he's got half a chance. On the outside line is Ari going into turn one, and sometimes, although that's the riskier place to be, if you're willing to take the risk, it is a good opportunity to sweep up a position or two. So an interesting race coming up. I'm sure yesterday's race was my favourite Formula Winter Series race of the season so far. Can they go even further here this afternoon?
30 cars on the start-finish line. Thomas Behrman got a exhilarating lightning-fast launch yesterday. Some issues being pointed out there at the back of the field. I think a couple of cars maybe slightly askew, but now the green flag waves. Now the lights will burst into life, and after that it's the engines that will rise and roar, and we're ready to go in the Formula Winter Series. But it looked like there was a big jump start from Pedro Lima. Alfie Slater didn't get off the line at all. He now starts, but he's a long way back. The order is hugely jumbled up. Looks like there was a long hold that caught out some people there. Pedro Lima leads, and who's that up into second place? It's Ari Bansel. Dries Van Langendonk in third, Samuel Ifrit in fourth, but a critical hammer blow early on as the 52 car sideways there. Alexander Chartier having a moment in that instant, but a critical start there for Ari Bansel to get himself ahead of Dries Van Langendonk, and he's already challenging Thomas Behrman around the outside at turn 7. Everything going to Bansel's script so far.
Yeah, he did exactly what I said he might do. He went to the outside at turn 1. Dries got up alongside briefly. Thomas Behrman had to really back off the throttle, and that allowed Ari Bansel to sweep round the outside. Great start from Bansel, and he has the slight track position advantage, at least over his title contender. Can he now find a way into the race lead? A few of them side by side further back, but at the front of the field it's a car length or so only between race leader Thomas Behrman and second place man Ari Bansel. Bansel needs to try and make this move, and if he can get the lead and Behrman sits between himself and Dries Van Langendonk, that is a dream scenario for the man who is second in the championship.
Rather unsurprisingly, the start is under investigation. We saw Pedro Lima rolling before just about everyone else on the grid, certainly. It seemed like there was a bit of confusion there in general, but it is at the front of the order, Behrman and Bansel, and you can see Behrman doing the time-honoured dance down the main straight towards turn 16. There's a front wing loose from somebody further around the circuit, but it's side by side for the race lead. Bansel's going to try and cut back across, but they couldn't really commit to the cut back there because Dries van Langendonk was on his inside. So winners and losers in that first lap. Certainly Harry Bansel has made progress. Chiara Batig has lost a few positions by the looks of it, but we'll take stock of everything as we go. Pedro Lima's up in 4th place, but I'm not sure how legitimate that's going to prove to be. And Matilda Patz is up as far as 9th position as well. So she's had a brilliant start in the eponymous Matilda racing car, but look how close Harry Bansel is to the rear of Thomas Behrman's gearbox as they run through the first sector for the second time in this race. Dries van Langendonk in the wheel tracks as well. There's nothing between the three of them as they turn uphill.
Yeah, Bansel is in that most difficult of positions though, isn't he? Attacking for the lead, but also trying to make sure he doesn't leave the door open for Dries van Langendonk to attack behind. Ethan Lennon and Nicolas Cortez, by the way, both in the pit lane at the end of the opening lap. Cortez certainly for a front wing change. Not sure what Ethan Lennon's drama is. We'll wait and see whether he is able to rejoin the race. Leaders, though, down through the corkscrew section at turns 8 and 9 for the second time. And it's really that leading group of 6, isn't it? All the way back to Chiara Batig, with then 7th position now belonging to George Proudfoot-Nalder. So George Proudfoot-Nalder up another spot on this very impressive debut weekend.
Yeah, so great running there, and it really has split off, isn't it? The top 5 and then a big gap, or top 6 I should say, because Batig is right there with them. I thought she'd fallen back further than she did. I think I might have been tricked by Megan Bruce's not quite Red Bull looking car further back in the field, but Batig is up there in 6th position and right on the gearbox as well of Samuel Ifrid. This could be yet another top 5 seeking result if Batig keeps us up, and indeed if George Proudfoot-Nalder keeps defending for his life back there in 7th position. Speaking of defending for his life, Thomas Behrman certainly doing that, not wanting to give Harry Bansel any more slipstream than he absolutely has to on the run down to turn 16. Bansel again to the outside. He's going to stick around the outside that time, but once again it doesn't work. Pedro Lima under investigation for a full start, the only one currently under investigation for a full start, but we'll see if that develops.
Indeed so. Slipstream so powerful in these cars, isn't it? Look at the way that again Harry Bansel drafts up behind Thomas Behrman and once again gets wheel to wheel with him on the outside line at turn 1. Again cuts back to the late apex, tries to carry the speed through 2. The next overtaking opportunity realistically is the braking zone at turn 5, but that is a very difficult one to pull off, and we'll have to wait and see whether maybe he bides his time for an opportunity further around the lap. These three getting away slightly now from Pedro Lima, who we've just had it confirmed is under investigation for a false start. I suspect that might be a fairly short investigation with Samuel Ifrid and Chiara Batig behind. Remember, Ifrid trying to score as many rookie points as he can to keep that championship battle alive as well. False start penalty, car 53. Pedro Lima, I said they would come to a quick decision, and indeed they did.
5 seconds added to the race time. I actually feel it's fairly lenient, to be honest. That's often more like a drive-through or something like that in those circumstances, but 5-second penalty is what has been handed down. Chiara Batig then following Samuel Ifrid at the moment as they run through the lower end of the circuit, now climbing once again up towards turn 12, 13, 14 and 15. Batig would love to try and get herself up into the top 5, maybe even into the podium places, and prove that she can do it at just about any occasion if she's got a good starting position. Of course, we saw her on the podium at Estoril in what was a crazy and largely disjointed race, but we've seen so many flashes of pace from her, particularly actually in Thursday and Friday. Sometimes not had the best of qualifyings, but she's done well on this occasion to be on the first 3 rows, and she remains in the P6 where she started. Thomas Behrman remains in the lead where he started. He's yet to win a race this season in the Formula Winter Series. He told me coming into this weekend that's the objective at this point. I need to get a win before the end of the year. Of course, he's already done that in British F4, but he wants to say that he won a race in this championship as well going into the summer campaign.
Indeed so. Across the line again then, the top three covered by 0.6 of a second only. But this time, for the first time, both into turn 16 and now at turn 1, Thomas Behrman doesn't have to defend. That could be telling. He's just got that extra car length or so in hand. Seems that maybe Thomas struggles a little bit on colder tyres, doesn't he? We saw that yesterday when the conditions were deteriorating. He didn't maybe have quite the same confidence out front, and in the early stages here, Harry Pansel from a long way back looking to the inside, perhaps out of desperation there at turn 5, but yeah, now he's got the tyres in the window. Behrman looks pretty strong, and actually that sort of half-hearted look from Pansel leaves him under threat from Van Langendonk. The championship leaders absolutely wheel to wheel, and Dries Van Langendonk not quite able to get through there. I'm sure Dries will be thinking with a championship head on his shoulders here. He should be anyway. This is not necessarily worth the risk.
No, exactly. This is going to be a very compelling battle between the two of them. Of course, yes, Langendonk would love to be ahead of Harry Pansel, but it doesn't really serve anyone anything if they both end up off the circuit. And speaking of being off the circuit, we already have a not a drive-through, sorry, a 5-second time penalty for car number 40. So that's our first tracks limits transgression penalty. I am getting through the words as best I can. Andre Rodriguez, the driver responsible for that penalty. Of course, we saw a lot of them. I think eventually Alicia Palmovsky ended up with as many as 45 seconds worth of track limits penalties yesterday. Easily done here at Aragon, but I'm sure everyone will have been examining the tape and figuring out exactly why and where they were picking up their penalties yesterday. So hopefully it's a little less of that today.
I'm not a professional racing driver by any means.
No.
I likely never will be, thank you. But I have heard if you stay within the white lines, generally you don't pick up that many track limits penalties. So it can be done. It's just that when they're all absolutely on edge, as they often are in these frenetic battles, especially yesterday with the changeable conditions, it's I appreciate rather easy to slip beyond them. In the dry, though, I'm hoping, optimistically, that we see a little bit less hear a bit less from race control on that subject. There is Pedro Lima, so obviously that 5-second penalty will drop him down the order. It is showing on our timing screen that he is in 6th position on corrected times. That's not reflected in our timing tower yet, but he is in 6th position. That promotes Samuel Ifrid and Chiara Batigue on the spot. So Chiara Batigue actually running inside the top 5 on corrected times, with Pedro Lima down to 6th.
And of course, with the situation that's unfolding, you can see Ifrid there being slightly held up now by Pedro Lima. He's trying to find a way really around the number 53, the Brazilian racer, and if they do start to fight, or indeed if Lima's pace starts to drop off and that brings Ifrid to Batigue, then that could do even more favours for the Campos racer. One, of course, of 3 Campos cars out there, Alicia Palmovsky and Megan Bruce, who will be joining the same team, or at least the same umbrella, certainly different personnel at Shanghai next week. And Chiara Batigue, who at 15 until later this month is still a bit too young to be in Formula One Academy, which is a 16+ series, but she's doing great things and proving quite early in her career what she can do in an F4 car.
Very much so. So out onto the back straight we head again. Purple first sector for Harry Pansel this time, as he's maybe just spent a lap or so cooling the tyres off, maybe. And he is now closing right back in on our race leader. Middle sector looks pretty strong as well. Adam, you spotted something further down the order there?
I spotted that Alexander Savinkov is already in 9th place, having started in 21st. Savinkov has had a mighty first few laps of the race. Great effort from him, as we see there. Samuel Ifrid certainly narrowing the gap there to Pedro Lima, and that is Alexander Savinkov. There he is. Has he just gone past Levian? Yes, he has. Next target then will be George Proud from Nalda, although Levian will fancy a retaliative move if he can possibly achieve it going into the first corner of the lap, but I think he's going to be too far back. Savinkov up to 8th position. Again, we've seen some brilliant racing out of him. It's just often not been quite where he should be, arguably, on the circuit. I saw Alexander Chartier and Noah Killian fighting for 12th position in the back of shot there as well. So all sorts of fighting going on, as always, in the Formula Winter Series.
It is always frantic and always entertaining, isn't it, Formula Winter Series racing? And as I've said already this weekend, the MotorLand Aragón circuit really does seem to provide them with all of the ingredients for proper classic single-seater racing. And yeah, this has certainly been another entertaining race. Thomas Behrman with a much bigger lead than he had at any point in yesterday's race, that's for sure. He was under a lot of threat, wasn't he, in the early stages, before eventually being demoted to the third step of the podium. This time around, though, he seems to just be taking control a little bit more. Harry Bansell was coming back at him a lap ago, but now that gap has crept out by a tenth or two in the first part of this lap. While car 26, the latest to be given a track limit penalty. It is Silkunas, yes. So another one falling foul of the track limits rules, not even halfway through the race.
Yes, now, point situation. I'm sure you'll be shouting at me. What's going on with that? What's going on with that? Well, neither driver involved in the title fight at the sharp end, Bansell or Langendonk, are involved in the fastest lap right now. So neither of them get the point for fastest lap. So that therefore means with 18 points for second, 15 for third, it will be 50 points, 5-0, between them going into race 3 if we throw the checkered flag at this moment. Now, that's still a sizable advantage. That's 2 full race victories between the pair of them. But again, going in the right direction critically for Harry Bansell, and even more critically, he's as close to Behrman as Langendonk is to him. So there's every opportunity he could yet find even more points. Savinkov is again on the charge. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, and he's just gone past George Proudfoot-Nalder for good measure. A 2-minute point 353 from Alexander Savinkov. The fastest man on the track, and only about 4 other drivers underneath that 2-minute 1 barrier at all.
Well, that's the fastest lap by about 0.4 of a second. That is massively impressive. Alexander Savinkov from Czech's notes, 22nd on the grid, or 21st on the grid, I suppose. Even so, massively, massively impressive. I was rather looking forward to seeing Alexander coming through the field with Ethan Lennon. Ethan Lennon started 19th on the grid, and I thought he would also be able to make good progress through the field. Of course, that issue at the start has rather taken him out of the equation. He went to 29th after that pit stop.
I tell you what, if you're a Van Langendonk or an Harry Bansell, I can't help but think how much of a threat is Savinkov going to be with this race car and meet him in race 3, where he starts from 6th on the grid rather than deep in the 20s. Another penalty coming to pass. That again is the Silkunas penalty coming up. So they're stacking as always, but keeping an eye further back as well on 5th and 6th position, where I think Ifrid is, yes, under a lot of pressure from Fatigue, who actually is diving for the inside there at turn 15. It will be a drag race now towards turn 16. She's going to get back into the slipstream now, and of course she's right on the gearbox of Samuel Ifrid. This could be an opportunity for the young Swiss then. She's to the outside for now. Will she duck to the inside line? The 89 car and the 28 car side by side with an axle ahead for Ifrid. A bit later on the brakes there, Chiara Batig. She can't get it done there, but she does set herself up very nicely for a good run out of 16 through 17 and 18, and will once again be threatening the rear view mirrors of Ifrid as they come across the line, and Ifrid senses the danger, immediately cuts to the inside to try and hold that line through turn 1. I think Ifrid has covered it off for at least a couple of corners, but the pressure is mounting.
Yeah, Chiara wanted to jink to the inside there, but she actually had such a good run. She was already alongside Samuel Ifrid and got sort of stuck on the outside line. Samuel Ifrid running second in the rookies at the moment. That class led, of course, by Dries van Langendonk, with George Proudfoot-Nalder again on course for a podium visit, if he can stay where he is. Chiara Batig massively impressing me in this race. She's got really genuinely strong race pace, with still half the race to go. If she could get past Ifrid, she might yet have a chance of chasing after Pedro Lima ahead. Don't think Pedro Lamy is eligible for Formula Winter Series these days. Yes, that car of course does have a penalty, but it was clean air. It'd be interesting to see what sort of lap times Chiara Batig was capable of running. New fastest lap, by the way, for Arjen Kraling. So again, shows the strength in depth in the field, doesn't it? That we've got drivers who are running, well, in Arjen's case, outside of the top 10, still capable of setting the fastest lap of the race.
Mr. Lamy, per my interpretation of the regulations, you are welcome if you so choose. Of course, with that penalty on Lima, like you were saying, this is the 4th place battle at the moment, and with these two fighting each other and still not losing time, particularly to the Brazilian racer in the 53 car, I think there's every chance that it could be an inherited 4th. But of course, every time Batig and Ifrid fight each other, it not only brings them further away from Lima, but it also brings the car in the background, Alexander Savinkov, that little bit closer, and I think Fatigue maybe senses that threat as much as anybody, seeing the black and white car get closer and closer and closer. The battle for top Swiss could soon allow Savinkov to join the battle.
Well, Savinkov is just on a different level, isn't he? He is running, well, at the moment, a couple of seconds a lap quicker than the battling pair ahead of him. So this time by, across the line they go. Ifrid and Fatigue in the 201s, in fact Fatigue in the 202s, Savinkov with a 2 minute 0.3, so Savinkov 2 seconds quicker that time than Chiara Fatigue, who, yes, is being held up a little bit by Samuel Ifrid, but that will matter little. As soon as Savinkov arrives on her gearbox, a challenge will come, I suspect. He's not been backing away from overtaking opportunities so far by the looks of it. How else would he have got from 21st to 7th in 17 minutes? And I don't think he's going to change his tactics now. As soon as he gets close enough, I think Alexander Savinkov is going to pounce. Savinkov, winner, remember, at the season opener at Estoril in the third race. That's his only podium finish of the season so far. Might not get a podium in this one, but he is certainly on course for a top 5.
We missed something quite important. Dries van Langendonk is in second position. Harry Bansel has dropped down to third place. So that is... that's the 71 of Alicia Palmovsky with a puncture. Yellow flags at turn 9, a nice coating of gravel added to the exit at the corkscrew as well. That's an unfortunate, effective end to race number 2. I'm sure they'll try and get the Campos car back out there. But there you can see Harry Bansel now a long way back from Dries van Langendonk, and I think that car might be ailing because look how quickly Pedro Lima has gotten to him, and look how quickly the other two have vanished up the road.
Yeah, his previous lap was 2 seconds off the pace, which I thought at first suggested a mistake, but that pace has continued to be similar on the next lap. Here, meanwhile, from Savinkov to the outside of Chiara Fatigue, and look at that, so much later on the brakes, right around the outside. Fantastic from Savinkov. He is into 6th now, which could potentially be a net 5th after the Pedro Lima penalty, but I don't think he's done yet.
By no means. Dries van Langendonk briefly had the fastest lap of the race there as well in the slipstream of Thomas Behrman. He is now cooking on gas, as it were, and we'll see if he can challenge for the lead. But for Bansel, this is the worst case scenario. Car appears to be ailing. Van Langendonk appears to be driving off over the horizon, and there's very fleeting opportunity then for Van Langendonk if Bansel falls through the order to maybe be in mathematical contention to win the championship in race 3. It would still be a long shot, but with Bansel starting only 9th in race 3 as well, that could be a big story if Bansel cannot hold off the likes of Pedro Lima and those closing in on him behind. I take the point, of course, that Lima has a 5-second penalty to his name after the false start, but if Lima's caught him that quickly, so will Ifrid, so will Savinkov, so will Fatigue, et al.
Well, and he could easily lose 5 seconds, couldn't he, to Pedro Lima if the car really is struggling. His previous lap was a 2:02.3, second and a half slower than leaders. Here comes Lima to the outside line into turn number 12. Does he go through? Yes, he does. They almost made contact, not only on the entry to the corner, but the exit as well. And still, to his credit, Harry Bansel contests it round the outside at 13. They're side by side again at 14. That gives the inside line now to Lima for 15, and he will go through. And I would find it very surprising now if Bansel were able to fight back up the back straight. The damage, though, in a way is done. Not only has he lost that track position, but look who's catching him. Look, meanwhile, who has caught Thomas Behrman. Dries van Langendonk out of absolutely nowhere.
Whoa.
Goes for the race lead from the outside to the inside. What a move that was. DVL to the lead, but Thomas Behrman is having none of it. Gets back alongside. They almost tangle wheels through the penultimate corner, and Behrman reclaims it.
Thomas Behrman remains in the lead for now, but for how much longer will he be able to defend this? We've got a third of the race left to go, plus 1 lap at this stage. He's going to have to fight this for a long time if he wants the full haul of points. There's Alicia Palmovsky, who's been stopped at a service road. They're going to get that car in, I think, under local yellows. Thankfully, Van Langendonk welled into the gearbox of the Van Amersfoort racing driver, Thomas Behrman. Rode in at Motorsports. Dries van Langendonk to the inside at turn number 5, and he's got it done really smoothly there. That was almost too easy by the looks of it, but Behrman is going to try and fight back as they run up now through 6 and now turn 7. The corkscrew awaits next, and Van Langendonk pushing out Thomas Behrman. Behrman is desperate to get that back. I think he's aware that Van Langendonk has some pace in the back pocket and doesn't want to free fall away from him. Speaking of free falling, Ari Bansel, 6th place at the line. He is falling back heavily, and the championship, any opportunity at the championship, is sliding away from him.
Indeed so. Savinkov up to 5th. He'll likely be challenging Samuel Ifried as we speak for 4th. But what a battle that was, and what a move from Dries Van Langendonk. We really haven't seen much overtaking into turn 5 in any of our categories this weekend. It's not enough really of a braking zone. It's quite a quick corner, turn 5, deceptively so. But Dries Van Langendonk made it look fairly easy, as Adam said, and now he's almost out of slipstreaming range from Thomas Behrman up the back straight. Behrman looked hunting around for the draft, but can't quite make anything happen. Will Alexander Savinkov have more luck? Well, yes, I think he will. He's already ahead of Samuel Ifried, and he now wants to get himself into 3rd place on the road. He's off the road, going up the back straight as Pedro Lima really gets the elbows out, but nothing seemingly can hold Alexander Savinkov at bay. He has charged through from 21st to 3rd position.
And here comes Chiara Batti trying to get herself to the inside there of Ari Bansel. Did that work? I'm not entirely sure. He's still side by side. George Proudfoot-Nalder involved in this. He has the favoured inside line as Savinkov and Lima continue to scrap, but almost 4 wide running down to turn 1. Batiga's lost out really in all of that. Bansel and Proudfoot-Nalder now ahead. Levian involved with this as well. Still with an axle in 6th place is Ari Bansel. Proudfoot-Nalder up to 7th, and Batigue will be very frustrated with how that one panned out for her, because she's now losing positions, falling further outside the top 5 as Levian has her inside, still going through turn 5.
Yeah, she just couldn't get back in line, could she? Finally managed it coming out of turn 5, but yeah, damage potentially done there. Levian now under threat from Silkunas as Batigue goes round the outside of George Proudfoot-Nalder. This is absolutely sensational racing in the middle to the back of the top 10. 5-second penalty meanwhile for
Thomas Behrman.
Thomas Behrman, yes it is. P2!
Oh!
Contact, was that Levian? Sideways bits of bodywork flying. Was that Silkunas who
Yes,
got
it was. It was Marcus Silkunas, Yenza on Yenza. Not the first time this year we've seen something like that. Not necessarily those two, but certainly Yenza drivers, unfortunately, but that does happen sometimes. Big lock up there from George Proudfoot-Nalder. He did very well not to end up in the rear there of Ari Bansel, whose ailing car continues to be just enough to keep Ari in 6th position, much to the frustration of the cast of characters behind him. Proudfoot-Nalder and Chiara Batigue right there. Batigue got another great run out of turn 15. She's right in the business now of George Proudfoot-Nalder, trying to find any way past that she possibly can, but she's let herself get out of the slipstream there briefly. Let's hope Levian isn't close enough to make that even harder. And look at Ian Kraling. He's up into the top 10 now as well. Levian's going for it. He's pulled the pin. Batigue is on the outside, and they've both gotten past Bansel. 3 cars. In fact, no, sorry, Bansel's still ahead of them. Batigue is in the midst of a massive battle here, as is Levian, as is George Proudfoot-Nalder. Ian Kraling says, why not, I guess. I'll have a bit of it. I've got a couple of hours before race 3 if we need to fix the thing. 3 wide into turn 1, and it will be Kraling profiting massively. He's gone from 10th to 9th. He's not quite into 8th position where I thought he would be. Bansel now has 2 seconds on all of this. He's gone up the road. It's very useful for him, and Levian is up to 7th place.
I'm glad you were talking when that all kicked off, Adam. I quite literally couldn't keep up with what was happening.
Evidently, nor could I, but yeah.
Who can? This is changing by the corner. This is fantastic stuff. Chiara Batigue still just can't catch a break, can she? She's under more threat from Silkunas, who seems to have a slightly dislodged front wing as a result, I guess, of that contact with Levian a lap ago at the part of the circuit we're bearing down upon now. Down the hill they go. There is Levian. He came out of that quite well in the end. It is his teammate who really is wounded slightly, and that front wing, the danger is it becomes dislodged completely and gets stuck underneath the front tyres. So in a way, you'd rather it just fell off completely and got discarded to the side of the road.
And look who's right behind this as well. That is Matilda Pat's going to try and make it 3 wide there. That's the female trophy lead, of course. Chiara Batigue is the female trophy leader, and Matilda Pat's here trying for a female trophy win and overall points in the top 10 as well. Silkunas now in 11th place with her Chiara Batigue ahead, so Pat's in P12, and we go back here to Samuel Ifrid, who in amongst all of that is, yes, still behind Pedro Lima. That is still ongoing. Ifrid in 4th position. I should reiterate, incidentally, that as it stands, as they finish, Dries van Langendonk is claiming the rookie title in this race. The overall championship has a long way to go and a short time to get there, but the rookie standings will, as it stands, be concluded here.
Right, okay, well that, as you said, is one box ticked for Dries van Langendonk, assuming of course he can stay where he is until the checkered flag. So Kunis' car continuing to battle on despite the damage, and somehow, as we've said, Arie Bansel is in 6th position, but for no longer. Levian sweeps round the outside of him, and Levian, another who has made good progress, started 9th but dropped down the order in the early laps and has done a really good job now to get back into the top half dozen with that good move around the outside of Bansel at turn number 1. Fastest lap, by the way, set by Alexander Savinkov on the previous lap. He is 6.1 seconds adrift of Thomas Behrman and possibly not going to have time to get there, but I agree with you. His promising pace in this race bodes well for race 3.
Look at how quickly Bansel has been caught and now passed by Levian. He's now with Kraling, Nalda and Batigue right behind him. Matilda Pat's trying to find a way past the ailing Marcus Silkunas. Silkunas, who is, I think, ailing but not enough to be out of the way of the likes of Pats and Alex Chartier behind. We look again at Alexander Savinkov, who is on an absolute lap time mission here. He's taking his frustrations out on every apex, and well, maybe we should fluster him a bit more often in that case, because he has put in a fantastic drive in this race. A 2:0.052 is his current fastest lap. Lap record round here, incidentally, is a 58 from Maciej Guadish back in 2024 here in the Formula Winter Series. But some way off that pace, but in these conditions, he's doing a fabulous job. We saw that scrub at the top of screen again. That was, once again, the Arie Bansel queue, and look at how many of them it is. It's a 6-coach carriage going to London Waterloo, as we have George Proudford Nalda looking to the inside line here. Once again, I think this is going to really combust at the apex of turn 16. Bansel trying to hold on, trying to squeeze out everyone he possibly can. Batigue again around the outside. Can't get it done there, and again kind of gets the worst of it. Bansel holds on to what is 8th position for the time being, and there is Alex Chartier trying to get to the inside now of Batigue, and Matilda Pats is not far behind either. George Proudford Nalda, who now has 10 seconds worth of time penalty, the top of the screen tells us he's not going to care. He goes around the outside at turn 1, that's the inside for turn 2, and he moves up into what will be 8th place for now, and you wouldn't mind betting he'll finish ahead of Bansel with how wounded his car is. A minute plus 1 lap to go. This is the penultimate lap of the race, and that was Matilda Pat looking to the inside of Chiara Batigue for the female trophy lead. It's all kicking off here at MotorLand Aragón with 2 to go.
Oh, this could get very interesting for the female trophy. They're properly boxed in, aren't they, behind Arie Bansel. Batigue needs to make this move quickly, I think, in order to hang on to the female trophy victory. Woo-hoo! That's all a little bit late on the old squeezing down the hill. I think they just about managed to avoid a similar incident to that we saw at that part of the track yesterday. Yes, they did. That was Theo Borenstein trying to get to the inside. He's now on the outside a couple of corners later, but not ultimately able to make the move stick. This has been breathless stuff. We've got another lap to go after all of this. It is, though, one of those races we don't really want to end. I suspect a few drivers are going to be quite grateful for a chance to catch their breath, but what an entertaining race it's been.
It has been brilliant racing and really exciting racing to that end as well. I don't want to say it, but we haven't had the intervention of a certain belighted car at any point in this race either. They saw there Matilda Pats, I think, losing out a little bit. She was trying to get around Chiara Batigue, and that's actually opened the door for Alex Chartier as they run down towards turn 16. Batigue again hoping for any slipstream he can get off of Arie Bansel, who's swerving around the joint. That is one of the US Racing cars, Ludovico Busso, falling through the field. Chiara Batigue with Matilda Pats on the outside for the female trophy lead. Has she circumnavigated the outside of the corner enough to do it? The answer is no, it's still just about fatigue ahead. Ari Bansel is trying desperately to hold on to two measly championship points, but who knows what impact they can have in the bigger picture of the remainder of this season. He's got one more lap to try and stay in the all-important top 10. Can Chiara Fatigue claim a female trophy win? And there's a small matter of everything else going on behind and in front in what is the race of the Formula Winter Series, possibly ever.
This has been absolutely sensational. What is going to happen in the female trophy? Here comes Matilda Pats to the inside. No, a little bit too far back at turn number 5. And Chiara Fatigue at least manages to defend that one. But I think there will be further attacks between now and the checkered flag. Theo Borenstein got up a position just behind them. That was, I think, at the expense of Alexander Chartier as they head towards the corkscrew section. Again, defensive line taken by Bansel, that was, I think, which backs Fatigue into Matilda Pats. It is the number 89 car trying to defend the female trophy lead, and the all-black number 18 with the orange halo trying to take it away. Chiara Fatigue, who inherited the female trophy victory yesterday after an Alicia Parmovsky track limits penalty, now trying to defend one from a fired-up and racy Matilda Pats behind her.
Look at this then, Bansel still in 9th place. Matilda Pats having to fend off here the Yenza Motorsport car, side-by-side action. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Van Langendonk is not far away here from coming to the start-finish line. The number 15 Rodin Motorsport car coming across the line to win what has been a sensational race in the Formula Winter Series. Behrman will take 2nd place, Savinkov 3rd. What's going on in P9? Where's turn 16 at? And there we are. Fatigue is still in P10. It's still the Borenstein car in 11th. Pat's trying to go around the outside, and lots going on all through this battle in the early teens and the late stages of the top 10, and Bansel will hold on to 9th position. It will be a win in the female trophy for Chiara Fatigue. She's deserved that one, but Ari Bansel putting in one of the best drives from a defensive perspective that we've seen in very, very tricky conditions. Dries van Langendonk is your rookie champion in the Formula Winter Series. That feels like the sub-headline of the sub-headline with everything that just happened, but goodness gracious me, what a race that was. Van Langendonk to the top once again. That is victory number 5 of his season, equaling the record of most wins in the Formula Winter Series in 1 year. The withdrawn car of Ludovico Busso painting a sadder picture than the jubilation that Rodin Motorsport will be feeling for their McLaren driver development program talent, who has put in another faultless performance. We didn't see him get past Bansel, but it must have been fairly straightforward given how quickly Bansel then continued to fall through the order. From there, Thomas Behrman was the target, and Behrman, while he defended incredibly valiantly, he couldn't quite do it ultimately. Now, penalties, we do have to consider them as well. Pedro Lima will have his penalty, of course, so he's going to drop back behind Samuel Ifrid, I think. I don't think that penalty has been applied on the timing screen just yet. So Ifrid should claim 4th position. Further beyond that, I think we're going to see some cars free falling through the order in the lower places. Car 46 got a penalty. Of course, that is Ari Bansel. That's a big story. Bansel got 5 seconds towards the end of the race while we were watching all of that unfold. That rather escaped our grasp on, I think, the final lap of the race. But Ari Bansel got a 5-second penalty, so he's not going to score any points. That's disastrous for his attempt at trying to hold on to the championship, as a matter of fact. What was a 53-point advantage is going to expand out to 78. In fact, is it 79 points? Yes, it is, because Dries van Langendonk was the fastest lap of the race. How many points do you score in a weekend in the Formula Winter Series? The answer is 84. Dries van Langendonk is the rookie champion. He could yet be the overall champion in race number 3 of the weekend. I've got some maths to do. But goodness, what a change, what a transition in the championship this has been. But per what we're seeing on the timing screen with the track limit maths being what they are, I think Bamsel's going to be out of the points entirely. He will not be champion overall, Dries van Langendonk. He is the rookie champion, but in race 3, that accolade might be added to his list. In race 3, in the Formula Winter Series, he will be lining up on pole position. Arie Bamsel will be lining up in 9th place. Van Langendonk has the proverbial hand on the championship overall. He is our provisional rookie champion. He is now tied for most race wins in a season in the Formula Winter Series as well. The most wins in a season, 5 from Kasper Stuker in 2023. And that was win number 5 for Dries van Langendonk in the 2026 Formula Winter Series. A breathless race is how Andy McEwen defined that. A breathless race in which Dries van Langendonk became the rookie champion, provisionally, of course. And now the overall championship is just over the horizon too. What a race here at MotorLand Aragón. What a pair of races in the Formula Winter Series. Exciting for different reasons. The dry to wet had its part to play in race 1, but that was just a rip snorter of a battle. I'll say a battle. It was about 6 different battles that we got to see unfold over the course of this race at MotorLand Aragón. I'll stick my neck out there and say best race in FWS history. Finn McLaughlin's win here last year was very special in that wet to dry crazy race, but there was something about that one. That was incredible. And we've got to do it all again before the day ends. Amazing. MotorLand Aragón delivers in the Formula cars, I'll tell you that much. It is a great circuit for these things. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of smiles down at Rodin Motorsport. We saw them climbing the fence and punching the air as their young man came across the line to take that all-important 5th win of the season. And given what happened to Bamsel there, given the way that car faded away, that's going to be a huge win. That is a pivotal moment in the championship. Arguably, Bamsel's 5th, 6th at Valencia last week, or last event, kind of put him on the back foot in the championship battle. But that result and that issue, whatever it was for Bamsel, clearly is an even worse step. It wasn't power. I think we should specify that. It clearly wasn't power for Arie Bamsel, because he was just as quick as those in his slipstream running down the main straight. There have been some adjustments here to the result. The 87 is down to 3rd place. So that is Thomas Behrman being pushed up to, or pushed down to 3rd place. Alexander Savinkov therefore inherits 2nd position. So Thomas Behrman accrued some track limit penalties out there. I didn't actually see a bulletin for the 87. Oh yes, there was a 5-second penalty for Behrman as well. So Savinkov is going to inherit 2nd place. Behrman is going to take 3rd ultimately. And also, I think there was an issue for Chiara Batigue with track limits, because Matilda Patz is going to be the winner in female trophy as well. Yes, car 89 got a 5-second penalty, I think, on the last lap of the race. That's a real shame for Chiara Batigue. The Matilda Patz will inherit female trophy. There's no change, though, to the winner of the race and provisionally the winner of the rookie championship, Dries van Langendonk.
Yeah, this site is getting rather familiar, isn't it? I do have Dries van Langendonk alongside me. Dries, well, I have to say congratulations, because you have, with that, wrapped up the rookie standings. You are our rookie champion. I know that you want the overall championship. I know that is what you've got your eyes on, but congratulations nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean it's been great, especially this race. I mean it's been the most enjoyable one so far. The speed, I mean I was saving tyres a bit at the beginning, but the speed was just amazing. Honestly, the team's done a brilliant job, especially because it's so difficult because we haven't had a lot of trial running. But yeah, just amazing. And to wrap up the rookie championship already. Obviously, I'm aiming for the overall championship, but yeah, it's great. Good points.
Well, the team might have done a fantastic job, but as have you as well. You've also now equalled the win record in the Formula Winter Series, so it'd only take another to write your name in our history books once again.
Yeah, I hope I could do it quickly, but yeah, we've still got a couple of races to do it, so yeah, hope to get that as well.
Well, you got another race today to give it a shot as well.
Yeah, starting on board for that one. Obviously, we're going to see how it goes. Obviously, I have my teammate as well on P2, so yeah, just going to see how it goes.
Congratulations, well done. Our rookie champion in the 2026 Formula Winter Series.
And very few points that he needs to score over Bansal to win the overall title going into race 3 of the weekend, especially with Alex Reuter on the bench with his hand injury for the rest of this weekend. We'll do the maths on that somewhere between the races. Of course, we've got GTs and GT4s to worry about. But for now, let's look at the highlights of race 2 in the Formula Winter Series. How'd we cut this one together? Race 2 of the weekend started a little bit early for Pedro Lima and a little bit late for Alfie Slater. Some issues getting off the line. Thomas Behrman, though, with the lead into the first corner. Ari Bansal got a sensational start. He was second, almost leading around the outside at turn 1. He would be behind Thomas Behrman for the early phase of the race. There was a bit of a moment for Alex Chartier up at turn 3. Did well to avoid the back of, I think that was Matilda Patz in the early corners. Back in the field there, we see 2-3 wide as always down through the corkscrew, and from the very start of the race, Behrman was under pressure. It was Harry Bansal doing the application of the intensity going in the early laps at least, but Bansal would be in P2, not for the duration of the race, unfortunately. We'd see him fall through the field later on. Andre Rodriguez and Ginevra Panzeri among those fighting back in the pack, and Rodriguez was one of the first, unfortunately, to get a 5-second track limit penalty. Certainly not the last to get a 5-second track limit penalty as the race unfolded. And there we see some of the top 3 fighting. Of course, Dries van Langendonk chasing Behrman, chasing the prize at the front of the field. And what about Alexander Savinkov? From 21st on the grid, he was up in the top 10 and navigating his way towards a podium finish. Chiara Batigue was having a great battle for, at the time, 4th position with Samuel Ifrid. Ifrid was having a really exciting dice. Alicia Palmovsky, unfortunately, with a puncture. That would see her race end prematurely. This was Alexander Savinkov making his way up into the top 5 around the outside of Chiara Batigue. And meanwhile, Ari Bansal now behind Dries van Langendonk and suddenly losing time under pressure from Pedro Lima, and he'd fall further and further back. Dries van Langendonk on the offensive, trying to get the lead from Thomas Behrman, and finally that lead would be definitively exchanged up at turn 5. A good, very smooth-looking move from Dries van Langendonk. Not such a smooth move from Alexander Savinkov, bouncing across the curves to get around Pedro Lima, but that would move him up into the top 3, while Ari Bansal was fighting for his life and fighting for some championship points up against the likes of Proudfoot, Nalda, Batigue, Levian, who got tagged by Marcus Silkunas, 2-3 wide all through the field, and Ari Bansal was proving to be a very effective bottle cork, holding everyone up behind him, much to the testament, I'm sure, of the likes of Chiara Batigue and Marcus Silkunas, who are trying to make headway. George Proudfoot Nalda in amongst it, Matilda Patton amongst it as well. The 89 and the 18 cars were fighting for the female trophy in amongst the skirmish. It was really entertaining racing, and Ari Bansal did hold on to 9th on the road, but he would accrue a track limit penalty while putting in the hard graft of trying to defend. No such issues though for Dries van Langendonk. A full haul of points, fastest lap and race win, rookie championship going the way of DVL, and the overall championship is a hair's breadth away as well. What a drive from Dries van Langendonk, the drive of a champion, which in the rookie class he now is, and we didn't really expect it to come before the end of the weekend, but now he's just a few points away from winning the overall championship in race 3 as well. Arie Bansel is going to have to work very hard to keep the title fight going into Barcelona. Van Langendonk is the race winner. Alexander Savinkov in second place. Thomas Behrman in third. Sammy Livrid in fourth place. Pedro Lima fifth. Levian in sixth. Ian Kraling, Theo Borenstein, Matilda Pats and Alex Chartier rounding out the top 10. That's corrected as well with the penalties applied. So overall points for female trophy winner Matilda Pats there. Arie Bansel outside the points critically. Huge blow to his bid for the title. Chiara Batigue in 12th. Del Grosso 13th. Platon Kostin in 14th. George Proudfoot-Nalder in 15th place ahead of Victor Paulsen, Noah Killian, Megan Bruce, Rahim Alabey, and Vittorio Orsini rounding out the top 20. 21st place for Ginevra Panzeri, Alexandra Lauser in 22nd, Ethan Lennon, Andre Rodriguez, and Max Kamalander taking us to 25th ahead of Silkunas, Slater, Cortez, Ludovico Busso, who pulled up towards the end, and unfortunately Alicia Palmovsky not reaching the checkered flag after her puncture in the number 71 Campos Racing entry. Well, what a race that was in the Formula Winter Series. This is going to be, I think, a fairly breathless podium. Andy is ready down there to deliver the trophies.
Yes, I am. What a race. What an entertaining 30 minutes of racing from the Formula Winter Series. We've got our drivers ready to go on the podium, starting as always with the female trophy winner. Another female trophy race decided by a post-race penalty. And this time the driver who ends up on the top step is Matilda Pats. Congratulations, Matilda. Gets the victory in the female trophy. And of course, the driver who really benefited from those penalties yesterday, this time around, on the other end of the story. And Matilda Pats able to claim the win. And it was a brilliant battle between herself and Chiara Batigue all race long. And I'm sure she enjoyed that, and all the more so because she was able to come out with the race win. The photographs, I think, have largely been taken, so we're going to jump in and have a chat with Matilda. If you want to step down here, Matilda, what a race. You were right in the middle of that battle. You were fighting Chiara for the lead anyway, and then obviously the penalty decided it, but it was so close.
Yeah, it was purely chaos. I catched up to the group, and then I was inside. I made up some places, but obviously trying to fight Chiara. I was also on the very limit with the track limit, so just stayed in between before getting a penalty, so very happy with that.
So difficult as well when you're battling with so many cars like that. You try and make a move, and then if it doesn't work, you could lose 3 places. Do you enjoy that kind of racing, or is it a bit stressful?
I would say it's a bit stressful. I tried to make some moves, and then you would get pushed wide, and then you just have another 3 cars behind you trying to overtake you. But we managed quite well, and I'm happy to take points again.
Well, we enjoyed watching it at least, and I hope you enjoyed racing in it. Matilda Pats then our winner in the female trophy for Matilda Racing, and that was a absolutely sensational battle between her and Chiara Batigue in the quest for the female trophy victory. So, quick change of decoration behind the podium, and then we will have our rookie top 3 welcomed out here to begin their celebrations. Remember, there's a third Formula Winter Series race still to come a little bit later on in the day. So this the second opportunity then to welcome drivers onto the podium. We are, I think, good to go with the rookies. And in third position in the rookie category, Levian. And out he comes to a huge reception from the Yenza Motorsport crew down below. Second position for Cram, Samuel Ifried. Well done, Samuel. The rookie championship might now be just out of his grasp, but that was still a really solid race. The win, though, once again goes to Rodin Motorsports, and provisionally they claim the rookie title. Congratulations, our rookie winner, Dries van Langendonk. Well, the drivers might claim not to be that bothered about the rookie championship, but the team, their response definitely suggests otherwise. That was a huge reception from the Rodin crew down below as they celebrate another rookie class victory, and Dries van Langendonk able to celebrate it. Levian looks very, very pleased, rightly so, with his podium finish. And I think actually whilst they're changing the flags behind the podium, I might jump in and have a chat with Levy in a few seconds. Photos then can be taken of our rookie podium finishers. So Levian, Samuel Ifried and Dries van Langendonk Not their first appearance for any of them, I don't think, on the rookie podium. Certainly not for DVL, who, of course, will also be welcoming up in a moment as the overall race winner. Fantastic stuff. Levy, if we can just have a quick chat. Levy, I wanted to talk to you because you had a brilliant race there, charging through the order. Do you remember any of it, or is it a bit of a blur?
Well, it was a wild race. I did my best, and yeah, at the end, we finished in a good position.
I'm going to ask you the same question I just asked Matilda. Do you enjoy those kind of races, or do you prefer it when you can get your head down and just get away?
Well, it's hard racing, but I prefer this over just driving alone, yeah, so I enjoyed that.
And of course, it's a great learning opportunity as well to learn your racecraft. It's been a learning season for you. Are you satisfied generally with how things have gone?
Yeah, at the moment I'm happy. I hope we can continue like this. So yeah, at the moment I'm happy.
Excellent stuff. Levian then on the podium. The win, though, in the rookie category goes to Dries van Langendonk and Rodin Motorsport. Very pleased with that. I do think, though, that Jensen Motorsport might be even happier to have their driver on the rookie podium. One more set of drivers then to get out before we head back trackside for our next race here this afternoon. The GT4 Winter Series drivers heading out onto the track momentarily. But hopefully we've got time to get our last set of drivers out onto the podium, which, by the way, is now bathing in sunshine. It's turning into, dare I say it, quite a pleasant afternoon. There is a threat of some rain later on, but we're hoping that stays away for once, and we can have some good dry racing through the rest of the day. Right then, final podium presentation then for our second Formula Winter Series race of the weekend. The overall top three. Another podium finish for our third place finisher, Thomas Behrman. Well done, Thomas. He's been up there battling for a win both times this weekend and will be gunning for the top step, I'm sure, in race 3 later on. Second position, what a drive from 21st on the grid, Alexander Savinkov, who looks remarkably calm for a man who just gained 20 positions in that race. In the end, though, there was one man he couldn't catch. It's been the story for most of the season. Another race win for Dries van Langendonk. Once again, punches the air to celebrate a victory. He'll be joined by Rodin Motorsport representative Tilly Trafford is here to join in the celebrations, and she arguably gets a bigger cheer than their driver did as he headed to the top step of the podium. Now then, it's time for the national anthem of the winning driver. Dries van Langendonk claims another win in the Formula Winter Series and now puts one hand on the championship trophy. The rookie class is sewn up provisionally, and now he's got one target in that third race later on this afternoon to try and claim the overall championship with 3 races to spare. He claims the winner's trophy once again. A huge congratulations to Dries van Langendonk, to Alexander Savinkov and to Thomas Behrman, our overall top 3 finishers. A very, very lively podium, as Adam predicted that it would be. And I suspect that's not the last of the liveliness today. We've still got plenty of racing to go. The GT4 Winter Series up next.
GT4 Winter Series up next, up now. We are ready to go racing in that, and it's going to be a very compelling run to the flag in this race. This is another race where a championship is very likely here. There is a significant gap at this point between Robertson and Ramyed, currently runners-up in the standings, and the GT4 Winter Series Championship leaders, that being Joel Mesh, of course, and Enrico Federer. That will be their aim for this race, undoubtedly, to try and claim the championship in this one. We'll guide you through the finer maths of it all in the next couple of minutes in the early laps of the race while we prepare for this. I think we saw the 700 car there out on circuit. Hopefully it wasn't slow out on circuit. I didn't quite see that until the last few moments of the onboard, but the 700 car, of course, Thilo Goss and Stefan Mucker in the number 700 Aston Martin from the BWT Mucker Motorsports stable. But another championship deciding race could be in the offing here. We know that there's every chance now that the overall title in FWS could be decided in race number 3, but here in the GT4 Winter Series, it is an iota, a fingertip away for the number 11 pairing of Federer and Joel Mesh. A lot of pressure on those young men's shoulders, but it's pressure they're all too familiar with, especially Enrico Federer, of course, having been ADAC GT4 Germany champion last year in the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelhelm framework. You see there the pace car heading out on its sighting lap. We are just a few moments away from going racing here in the GT4 Winter Series. And we should, in just a few moments, be able to go down to Izzy Browning. I can actually see that she's recruited Enrico Federer. Let's go down to them now for a chat about this race coming up.
Well, welcome down to the grid for the final race of the weekend for the GT4 Winter Series, and you will see that I'm not alone because I have a familiar face alongside me on the cusp of winning the GT4 Winter Series Championship, Enrico Federer. The car will be started by Joel Mesh. Do you have any nerves at this point?
For now, no, because Joel is in the car. Joel knows what he's doing. He's a great driver. So for now, everything is okay. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to get in the car in like 40 minutes.
So do you think about the championship then? I know I've asked you it quite a few times, but at this point, you can take it in this race and you can take it quite comfortably. So it must be a little bit on your mind, surely?
Yeah, so it's always on our mind, yeah, but yeah, we try to not focus too much on the championship because we need to drive a great race. And we just give our best like always, and then it's going to be great.
Absolutely. Best of luck. We will let you go because I know you need to leave the grid, but it is, of course, going to be the number 11 on pole position of Joel Mesh, and they do have the chance to take the championship in this race. And the two of them have both been very confident throughout the weekend. And as I said to Enrico there, I have asked him quite a few times, you know, do you think about it? You have to think about it, don't you? And that's exactly what he said there. They have the chance to take it. Both of them have come P2 in this GT4 Winter Series Championship. Neither of them have won it, but this is the chance to do so. But who can stop them? Well, this man here might be able to stop them. Tim, I mean, you've been having a mighty impressive weekend. You've been in some crazy battles and making it so enjoyable for us. How much are you enjoying it?
I'm really enjoying it. Love this track. Love this series. Happy to be a part of it. No, looking forward to this race. I know the Mercedes is really strong. They have great pace on the dry. But if I can, I think I can stick with Joel. I think I know my teammate Hendrik can bring it home for us. So we'll see.
Yeah, we certainly will. I mean, we've had some of the best conditions we've probably had all season long, so that also makes it quite nice and exciting for us to watch. So you say you think you can stick with Joel. Obviously, you've got another Pro-Am car just behind you. Are you thinking about them or just eyes forward?
Definitely eyes forward. Can't worry about what's behind. Just hitting my marks, carrying the speed through the corners, and yeah, stay as close to him as I can, and let one of the best drivers in GT4 do it, my teammate. So.
Absolutely. Thanks for speaking to us. Have fun out there. Right, I will close the door for them. And we will continue up the grid because here is the number 71 L'Espace Bienvenue car of Ravi Ramid and Charlie Robertson. It will be started by Charlie Robertson. I did just see Ravi leaving the grid, and it's going to be an exciting fight. I mean, as I just said to Tim, he's done a fantastic job all weekend, but I'm sure that this car will be well and truly getting in the fight. Do we have time to jump in with Charlie? I think we do. Just one quick word. It's only going to be one quick word, Charlie. Final race of the weekend. I know you want to go into Barcelona with enough of a buffer. How are you feeling?
Very good. Track's a lot drier now, so it's good for all of us. I think the racing should be pretty clean. got these two guys ahead of us. Haven't actually been on track with Joel yet, so it'll be interesting to see how he gets on in the dry. Tim's obviously very quick, so just try and settle in and see where we go.
Best of luck, have fun out there. We will go to this race. SR on the cusp of the championship.
The GT4 Winter Series cars then released from the grid ahead of their perhaps decisive third and final race of the weekend. Adam Weller, this could be a very, very tense next 50 minutes or so.
Couldn't it just, especially for the man on pole position, Joe Elmesh starting from pole, Tim Horrell alongside on the front row of the grid, the Pro-Am driver. He's very confident in his teammate Hendrick still, isn't he? We heard that on the grid. Charlie Robertson from third place. He needs to outscore the 11 car by 9 points to have any hope of taking the title fight to Barcelona. Federico Peters in 4th position. In 5th place on the grid, it will be Nicholas Guillaume in the W&S Motorsport number 31 car. Joachim Bulting in 6th place. That's the AM class leader, of course, always one to watch. Alexander Bobrovs in 7th place. He's alongside Billy Kuhne in the SR Motorsport by Schnitzlau 111 entry. In 9th place, Tom Pappenberg, who really does appear to be struggling a little bit this weekend in that 85 car. And then unfortunately, I think that clip we saw on board earlier on with Thilo Goss was the car struggling. I only saw the very tail end of that moment in the sighting lap where the 700 car went missing, but we don't see it out there in the safety car queue. So I think unfortunately Thilo Goss and Stefan Hooker not taking part in this race.
No, that is a shame. Sorry, I was just having a moment of silence at the loss of a fan favourite car from the grid in this final race of the weekend. That is a shame. Maybe they can get it out partway through the race. We shall see. But yes, these are the races where the intensity really starts to ratchet up. Yes, SR Motorsport know that even if they don't win it today, they've got 3 races at Barcelona next weekend to try and do it, but they don't want to have to rely on that eventuality. They'd much rather leave Aragon and be able to start the party a week early, and there ain't no party like an SR party, so I've heard, and I'm sure they will be very, very keen to get that party underway before we get to Barcelona. Whichever way, though, they've had a brilliant season. That car has just performed faultlessly, touch wood, so far, and they seem to have a pace advantage over L'Espace Bienvenu this weekend. Stranger things have happened, though.
Will we be painting downtown Alcañiz a lurid green? We'll have to find out over the course of the next 60 minutes of racing in the GT4 Winter Series. Certainly for Joe Elmesh in the very near term, he's got a lot of challenges surrounding him with the big BMW. Charlie Robertson immediately behind him, immediately alongside him, Tim Horrell, who won the first race of the weekend standing on his own in the solo race, of course, 30 minutes rather than 55, no pit stop change, and the bronze driver did it all by himself, which was awesome to see. What about Federico Peters in the 007? He's been a factor over this weekend in a lot of battles as well. Joe Elmesh under all the pressure then as the hour-long race gets started in the GT4 Winter Series. He's got himself a solid launch. Tom Pappenberg showing some ambitions further back, but cannot make up any places. It's all gone okay. Oh no! Not a turn 2 it hasn't. Federico Peters trying to get to the inside there of Charlie Robertson. Now we can see the damage on the number 007. What about the number 71? It looks like it's slowing. It's a puncture. It's a puncture on Charlie Robertson. He needs to outscore the number 11 by 9 points to take the title fight to Barcelona. as it stands, they might not even get the thing back to the pits.
Oh, heartbreak for Charlie Robertson. Didn't seemingly do anything wrong there. And unfortunately, that fairly inconsequential appearing bit of contact, I think, has broken the rim, hasn't it? It's not actually just took the tyre off the rim. I think it's broken the wheel rim and did quite a lot of damage to the Aston Martin. So what a shame. Charlie Robertson not out of the race. They could get the car back to the pits. They could change the wheel. It could be a safety car, but that is a massive, massive dent in their championship aspirations.
On the back foot due to the damage to the back wheel on the first lap of the race. Tim Horrell in second place, leading Nicholas Guillaume through in third position. There's your AM-class battle. Alexander Bobrovs has got the better of Joachim Bolting on a race start. That doesn't happen very often. Joachim Bolting, typically ace, coming off the rolling starts and making up places every which way he can, but for now he's been bettered by the Team VRT driver. Also, Tom Pappenberg has leapfrogged both of them on the first lap to now run fourth overall. Of course, this partly owed to the melee in the first few corners. Here comes Bolting to the inside line of Alexander Bobrovs, using again the Cayman's ability to side through the air, going down the main straight, or down the back straight, the longest straight of the lap. Bobrovs goes rally crossing, trying to hold on to the back of Joachim Bolting, but Bolting has eased by.
Bolting is bolting as well now, isn't he? Ahead of the Mercedes slightly. That's a decent gap already, and he's only been in front by a couple of corners. Yes, nearly a second between the Porsche and the Mercedes. Kuna is in 7th position, and well, nobody else has made it to the end of the opening lap, so it's a slightly depleted field already. Lots of bits of bodywork from the Aston Martin, largely from the Aston Martin anyway, at turn number 2. That is of a little bit of concern, strewed across the racing line as a couple of the drivers drove over it, but what disaster for L'Espace Bienvenue. They are in the 3rd sector somewhere, so Charlie Robertson has carried on and is limping back to the pit lane, but I fear will lose at least a lap through this whole process.
Absolutely right. You've got to remember, of course, that GT4 cars don't have centre-lock wheels, unlike GT3s, so it's a 5-stunt process. It's something more akin to an old-school NASCAR pit stop before the central lugs were brought in. You've got to fire the wheel gun around 5 bolts, and that takes a little bit of extra time. It's almost certainly Charlie Robertson is going to be a lap down. Incidentally, Thilo Goss did start the race. He was in the pit lane. I think they were resolving some issues with the car, but it is now out there on the circuit at the very least.
Excellent news, okay, and still on the lead lap as well, so that's a good safety car. They could get right back onto the tail of the queue. There goes Tom Pappenberg. There is your AM battle. Pappenberg, of course, in the 4th now as a result of all of the carnage on the opening lap. Did quite well to pick his way through that. He was on his toes right from the minute the red lights went out. There is Charlie Robertson, only now making it out of the final corner. And of course, we're assuming this can be easily solved by fitting a new tyre onto the back of the car. Has it done any more damage to the brakes, to the suspension internally? If that's the case, then it's realistically championship over.
And Racetivity, L'Espace Bienvenue are not going to send Charlie out without doing the prerequisite checks on that. So this pit stop could take a lap all on its own at the very least as well, even in the most optimistic scenario. But what we are seeing here is the overall championship really slipping away from L'Espace Bienvenue. Realistically, it's been slipping away since Estoril, since that hot streak from the number 11 car. But now it's looking ever more distant, and in fact Frederick Zebis could well find himself running second in the overall points coming out of this weekend, with Guillaume, his teammate, running in 3rd position.
Yes, and that car's had good pace all weekend long, regardless of who's been in the car, so a good chance that they could bring a podium finish home. Now, you know, someone else who's had good pace all weekend long is Tim Horrell, in fact all season long, and he is demonstrating that now. He was a 1/10 of a second quicker than the leader on the previous lap, and is certainly not allowing Joel Mesh to have this all his own way, and I'm sure if he can get close enough down that back straight, he will have a good go at taking the lead away. So we still have a race on our hands here, and of course Joel Mesh, I'm sure the message has been relayed to Joel that Charlie Robertson is, if not out of the race, certainly out of contention now for a good result, and I wonder whether he might just be a little bit more circumspect if and when Tim Horrell was knocking on the door.
quite possibly. That is a good point to make. Horrell would absolutely relish the opportunity to win this race. Of course, it's always a bit of a race against time for W&S Motorsport with the driver change, getting the car switched over from the hand controls to the conventional pedal setup for Hendrik Still. It is just the press of a button in theory, but it does take a little bit of time to get Tim out of the car and get everything ready to go for Hendrik Still, who will take the car over. So Horrell is going to, if anything, want to get ahead, and then if anything, try and build a gap, which against Joel Mesh is quite the task, but Tim's game for any task, really, seemingly behind the wheel of the Cayman this year. He's come another step forward since we saw him in the previous Winter Series, and yeah, it's really incredible to watch.
Indeed it is. I'm running out of things to say about Tim Horrell, really. It just is remarkable what he's managing to achieve, and yeah, he's as quick as anybody, isn't he? He is, although actually on that lap, slightly slower than Joel Mesh, but at least keeping Joel in his sights. To tell you who is going well long is Joachim Bolting. He was half a second quicker than Tom Pappenberg on the previous lap, so Joachim for fourth is a possibility. Back in the race then is Charlie Robertson, so they are
a lap and 2/3.
Yes, so not quite 2 full laps, but they're a lap down at least. That was a quicker turnaround than we perhaps feared it might be, though, so that suggests it was just the wheel/tyre damage. However, a stronger pairing as he and Ravi Ramyadar, I don't see them needing a lap and a half or more back, so they'll salvage what points they can. They'll hope in the nicest way possible that a bit of misfortune befalls the number 11 car, but as it stands, it looks good for SR in the championship, and unless Pascal Banu, it's a case of what could have been.
And I think it now is a switch of focus for Robertson and Ramy to the Pro-Am title fight,
yes,
which coming into this weekend, so before race 1, there was only 10 points between themselves and Fuchs and Kuhne in that championship, because the Pro-Am points are scored separately from the overall results, and indeed have a different point system from the overall results. There was only 10 points coming in. I think it went out to about 16 points in the first 2 races. However, there's every possibility that they could be right back in it if the 71 car was a non-finisher. Certainly Kuhne and Fuchs would be right up there. So yes, Robertson's now running around a lap down, but getting those 3rd place points in Pro-Am is going to be massively important going into Barcelona all the same.
Yeah, exactly so. They're only 1 position behind the 111 car at the moment, despite them being the best part of 2 laps between them. But to your point, they have to make sure they complete the required number of laps in order to be classified as a finisher. Here comes Joachim Bolting for 4th position, meanwhile, to the inside of Tom Pappenberg. There is an argument to say that Joachim Bolting is by far the more experienced of these 2 drivers, but he is also a bronze-graded driver. Pappenberg is not, but Joachim Bolting using the strength of the Porsche and indeed the fact that he's been quicker consistently over the last few laps there to make the move and move into 4th position. I actually think he's running comparable lap times to Nicolas Guillaume up the road, so that might not be the last overtake we see Joachim making this afternoon.
Joachim Bolting always one for an overall podium if he can possibly find it. Let's be totally real. He loves to fight with these youngsters and fight with the drivers with accolades against their name. Speaking of accolades against their name, in that Lewis Baspen-Venue situation, of course, I think the team would have a lot of faith in Charlie Robertson. They go out there and say, look, if it's not right, do not push through it. And Charlie's experienced enough to not do anything silly. There is Pappenberg then, right on the back still of Joachim Bolting. So, yes, Bolting has got through, but I'm not convinced he's going to get this one through easily. I think, if anything, Pappenberg is going to make life hard for Bolting by the looks of it over the next couple of laps, and who knows, that could bring Alexander Bobrovs into contention, and that would be the AM battle interloping with the pro driver.
Well, it is bringing Bobrovs back into the equation, I would say. He was half a second quicker than Pappenberg on the previous lap. Yes, Pappenberg was in the process of being overtaken, but he's already gaining in sectors on this lap as well. So, yes, the second Mercedes, the green one at the back of shot just there, is definitely starting to close on this battle as well. Tim Horrell, by the way, has set the new fastest lap of the race, a 2:05.594, and a couple of tenths gained on Joel Mesh, and that lead gap is now just a tiny bit under 1.1 seconds.
Yeah, no, Horrell setting a great pace there, so also best first sector from himself, personal best first sector from himself there as well. Charlie Robertson is the one lighting up the timing screens. He's just done a personal best lap, including a purple first sector. I think driving a little bit angry, potentially, Charlie Robertson, given the circumstances of that. If you're just joining us, first lap collision, turn 2 collision between Federico Peters and Charlie Robertson. Charlie Robertson needed to outscore Joel Mesh and Enrico Federer, of course, along with Ravi Ramyi, Charlie Robertson's co-driver. The two of them needed to outscore the 11 SR Mercedes by 9 points to bring the title fight to Barcelona at the very least. But as it stands, it will be a championship win for the 11 car Mesh and Federer going into the season finale weekend. It would be over 100 points between them going into the final round. As it stands right now, only 75 available at Barcelona, so that one's fairly rudimentary, thankfully.
Yes, I don't think we'll be quite so fortunate in our GT Winter Series calculations next weekend. That's going to be rather more complicated, but yes, GT4 Winter Series looking likely to go to SR Motorsport. Of course, they would love to do the double, wouldn't they, and claim the GT title as well. Meanwhile, Alexander Bobrovs has closed in on Tom Pappenberg. All the while, Jurgen Bolting getting away, though, really in front of them. There is your race leader. There is Tim Horrell. That is not 1 second anymore. That's 1.7 seconds. So Tim, I think, had a moment in the middle sector maybe on the previous lap. I did notice a slow sector time for him. And I think maybe Joel Mesh to really take advantage of that. He's now starting to pull the pin as well.
Yeah, that is a good point. And of course, yeah, Mesh, if he's got the pace and he doesn't have to take any undue risk to get it, why not build himself an advantage? Frankly, why not win this championship with a win? That will be Mesh and Federer's attitude. Ultimately, the two youngsters from the SR Motorsport team would love to get on the top step as they celebrate the provisional championship victory. Alexander Bobrovs is right on the back of Tom Pappenberg then for 5th overall as they run down towards turn 16. Will he make a big dive to the inside line? We'll see. He's certainly thinking about it. He's forced to the outside by Pappenberg, but really late on the brakes and a tag between them. That was always going to be straight on either way with how late Bobrovs tried to brake. The Latvian racer certainly brave on the pedal, and Pappenberg colliding with him just slightly there. Well, remains in 5th place, and that really wasn't Pappenberg's fault. Either way, Bobrovs was going to go spearing into the runoff area.
Yes, he sort of put himself into a gap that was always diminishing and wasn't really making the corner anyway, so he will rethink his strategy potentially. I think he might have the pace to catch back up to Pappenberg. Gap between the two of them, 3.7 seconds across the line, but whether he's able to then find a way through when he gets there, we'll have to wait and see. Charlie Robertson, by the way, fastest lap of the race for what it's worth, 2:05.517, just under a tenth quicker than the previous fastest lap of the race. There is Charlie. He's just an outright fastest, but on the next lap as well. Typical, isn't it? It's always the way. As soon as they're out of contention, suddenly drivers loosen up. They do drive a little bit angry and they demonstrate the pace they've really got. Of course, if he'd been able to survive the first lap unscathed, could he have still had this pace and maybe gone and taken the fight to SR Motorsport? It seems that would have been the case, but it's all ifs, buts and maybes now.
It is, and I know Charlie Robertson will not be best pleased with how it's unfolded. It'd be very interesting to get his immediate take. Maybe we can dispatch Izzy down there to find out after the pit stop window once Ravi is in the car, see quite exactly what he makes of that in review. But the 71 car continuing on unabated, all on its own out there on the circuit, and that of course again is a points gaining exercise for the Pro-Am class. And indeed, of course, if things go very, very crazy, then there's every chance that they could beat Mesh and Federer if there's a problem. However, they do have to outscore them by 9 points, and that's not going to happen if they're running 8th and 9th at the end of the race. So either way, it's a very tricky situation for Robertson and Ramyi, and one that they're unlikely to take the the overall title to Barcelona. There's Thilo Goss running in the club class entry. It's the first time this season, actually, that the club class has been a solo act, as it were, with the Zone Racing McLarens in amongst it. And if you are just joining us for the first time, you think that's an old Aston. Yeah, there's a reason. The club class is for out-of-homologation GT4 cars. So the idea is to try and, as Stefan Mucker put it to me, get these cars out of storage effectively, because there isn't really anywhere for them to go. I think the GT4 historic movement is maybe a couple of years away. We have seen attempts at it in the UK, but it's slowly bubbling over hot at the moment. But why not have somewhere for the cars to go? And in the GT4 Winter Series, we do have them out here, and it is a great addition, especially with the sound that Aston makes rumbling down these straights and around these corners. Actually, yeah, there you go. Director was listening. Let's listen in as they run down the straight. See it under braking. Thilo Goss continuing to navigate the circuit. Will hand over to Stefan Mucker, the ex-Aston Martin factory driver for the second phase of the race. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what kind of job Stefan can do from what will be about, I think, 20-30 seconds back once he takes the car over. In fact, it's already 35 seconds at the moment. But of course, if he's on the lead lap and there's a safety car, then, hey, he can be right back in contention. That's what a lot of these kind of pro drivers, especially those that are only in the endurance races, they hope for that safety car to come. That's what Milos Pavlovic was telling me. We spoke to him, of course, on Friday and aired the interview on Saturday's broadcast, and he said, look, there's a safety car, if we're on the lead lap, I'll give it my best shot, you know. That's always fun to hear, because yes, they're here to coach, yes, they're here to impart wisdom, but it's nice to know that that racing driver mentality has been packed in the bag, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. I don't think they go anywhere without it, do they? And that's what makes a successful racing driver. Anytime you're on track is an opportunity to prove yourself, regardless of how long you've been in the game for. Joachim Bolting, what pace has he got at the moment? Well, that was a personal best lap, a 2:06.9. A couple of tenths, though, slower than Nicolas Guillaume ahead. And so fourth position he will stay for now. Papenburg, meanwhile, keeping Alexander Bobrov's behind him, actually by an ever-increasing margin. 5 seconds now between the two Mercedes AMGs, and Alexander Bobrov's, whether maybe that little touch they had has knocked the tracking out slightly, but doesn't seem to now have the performance that he had before that little altercation at turn 16. Leaders then head towards the corkscrew section, and Joel Mesh so far, everything ticking along quite nicely in the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelal Mercedes. Seeing a personal best first sector, still fractionally slower than Tim Horrell. The Porsche really seems to have the edge in this race in sector 1, which is interesting. It was very much sector 3 where the Caymans were particularly strong earlier on today, but the winding uphill sequence of corners at the start of the lap, suiting that car quite nicely. The Aragon Competição Aston Martin is being wheeled back into the garage. That car returned to the pit lane at the end of lap 1 and has not been seen again. And indeed will not be seen again, I'm afraid. The 007 car heads to the garage, and we'll hopefully have them back out again at Barcelona in a week's time. Real shame that they had that contact with the BMW, and a shame that perhaps the championship will be decided because of contact with a non-championship contending car. I'm not saying there was any malice in that at all from Federico Peters. It was just one of those lap 1, turn 2 things, but I certainly won't improve the way that Charlie Robertson and Ravi Ramid are feeling, because if they were going to go out to contact with any car, I suppose they'd rather it was the one they were fighting for the championship in a way.
But even that wouldn't have actually done anything for them. If they'd both been non-scorers, it would have still been championship Joel Mesh, Enrico Federer. So yes, I take your point all the same. But the 11th car continuing on, 3.8 seconds is the margin between Mesh and Horrell at the moment. So Horrell's pace still relatively equivalent, but 7 tenths off on the previous lap. Hendrick Still and Enrico Federer going head-to-head. That's something that sounds really interesting to me. So I'm hoping that Still is able to be just a couple of seconds back by the time that the pit cycle has made itself known. Speaking of which, the pit window from minute 25 to 35 of this race, ergo 5 minutes or so until they're able to go to pit lane and make their mandatory driver stop. No tyre changes in this series unless you fancy serving a 60-second penalty in the pit stop. So you've got to have a slightly longer stop if you want a new set of tyres. Effectively discourages people throwing tyres at the wall because, well, if you've ever been to Quick Fit and you think they're costly, you should know what a slick racing tyre costs. I do. I don't want to break any hearts, so I won't say the exact figure.
Yes, not pocket money, is it really, for many of us, but yeah, good way of keeping the costs down, and the tyres are more capable of running the great distance of the race anyway, aren't they now, without really dropping off too significantly. It's not uncommon to see some really quick laps put in towards the end of these 1 hour races because, of course, yes, the tyres do wear, but the fuel load comes down, and sometimes it is the quicker pro driver in the second half of the race, and they can pull out a really, really rapid lap time. Tim Horrell is doing everything an AM driver should do, really, here, isn't he? He's keeping that car in contention for when his pro jumps in at the pit stops. In fact, he's doing a better job than most AMs would be able to do of that. He's within 4 seconds or so of the leader. Yes, Enrico Ferber, when he jumps into that number 11 car, is not going to be slow either, but it is at least keeping the WNS Motorsport car in the picture. 4.6 seconds back now, actually losing a bit of pace on that lap, but a really solid performance this from Tim Horrell, and no one else inside. He's got the length of the pit straight practically back to another pro driver behind in the shape of his WNS teammate Nicolas Guillaume.
And there's a phrase in journalistic parlance, burying the lead, meaning that the real headline is probably 4 paragraphs deep, and for some reason you've not led with that. And it's hard to know if we do bury the lead or not with Tim Horrell, because yes, he's a bronze driver and he's performing at a level of a pro driver, but that's completely ignoring the fact that he is on hand controls, which is a huge, immense challenge. Realistically, hand controls have to be specifically adapted to the user. Alex Zanardi, for example, who was one of the most famous examples of a driver using hand controls, he had a very different setup than what Tim has in the car. Zanardi was actually using a prosthetic to control the brake pedal, rather amazingly, back in the World Touring Car Championship. And so Tim and the team have collaborated so hard and worked so diligently to find the setup that works for Tim. And now that we're at that point, and we have been at that point for a while, Tim's driver development is coming on in earnest. And again, we don't know what really is more impressive, that he's able to do this with a different set of controls than anyone else on the grid, or the fact that he's doing it as someone who is a bronze-rated driver.
Absolutely so. I remember this time last year being very impressed with what he was doing and sort of thinking, well, you know, almost how much better can he get? But, you know, where is his ceiling? He seemingly keeps on improving every time he gets on track.
As I remember it, Andy, this time last year on a beach in Mexico with a pina colada.
I'm sure I had just enough Wi-Fi on the beach to keep track of what was going on in Aragon. I was there in spirit.
I see. Great. I'm so sorry. Nicolas Guillaume under braking then for turn 16. The number 31 car running through the corners. Of course, Frederick Zebis is typically one we would expect to be quite quick once he takes the car over as well. Guillaume and Zebis getting closer together in terms of performance. Joachim Bolting is off the circuit and trying desperately to get back on it as he kicks the clay up on the inside of turn 16, turn 17. That was Bobrovs going past him for the AM lead. Now, how close were he and Tom Pappenberg earlier?
Yes, let's have a little. It's too late to see now because Pappenberg's crossed the line, but they were generally in the same vicinity, weren't they? Look at the dirt still falling out from underneath the Porsche cave, and we'll have to wait and see if we've got a replay of any sort that would explain that. Still huge clumps of that sort of clay-like soil falling from underneath the car, and that is particularly slippery. Okay, it's dried out slightly compared to where it was this time yesterday, but that is not going to be ideal for those coming behind, and of course not ideal for Joachim Bolting, who we've spent all the way so far saying very nice things about, and remarking at how quickly he was going. Well, if it was a solo effort, maybe he pushed the boat out just a tiny bit too much.
It is possible. Joachim, I think, is a driver that tends to operate on the edge of what he and the car can do at any given time. So remains to be seen, really. I don't think they were terribly far apart before the incident, but whether it was an incident singular or an incident collision flavour, we'll have to wait and see. Pit window will be open this time by for everybody. We are going to get a replay now. Is it a replay that tells the story? Where's Vaulting? There he is. That's a lonely incident, I'm afraid. That is one man having a problem all on his own, isn't it?
Yeah, I couldn't see another car flashing through at the top of screen as I would have expected. So, yeah, I think maybe that was done all by himself. But, well, we'll see. He'll be on the podium, at least in some capacity, hopefully later on. I'll try and ask him the question if we've got time. Will he be there as the class winner, though? As you said, Alexander Bobrovs has actually got ahead of him for the time being. Thilo Gus continuing on his way. If he wants to, he can pit at the end of this lap and hand the car over. We'll wait and see whether he does. Tim Horrell has taken the opportunity to get in straight away. He told Izzy on the grid how confident he was in his pro driver, and he's keen to get the pro driver plugged in as soon as possible. And Tim Horrell, the first one to visit pit lane.
He's been pickled tink, as Tim Horrell, about having the driving talents of Hendrick still in the back pocket. Yeah, that was intentional. There are two Mercs in as well, the 85 and the 18. So Bobrov's in from his inherited AM lead. It wasn't a very big AM lead. Vaulting was mission stations go at that point, running very quickly at the time of the number 18 car pitting. So they will both be in for a non-driver swap, of course, because Bobrovs and Papenburg both drive solo. In fact, I think a majority of the field is solo this weekend, rather strangely, or at least a good chunk of them are, at the very least. The 18 car being held for the time being. There is the number 31, Guillaume, who of course will hand over to Zebis. I'm interested to see how far back Zebis is from some of the other cast of characters, whether he could maybe try and close in on Tim Horrell's teammate Hendrick still in the latter phase of the race. Second time by then for the leading trio, as it now is. This is Cedric Fuchs coming in at the first opportunity, Vinny Kuna coming in to hand over to Cedric Fuchs, and this car always flies with Cedric at the wheel, so once this car is factored back in, I'm interested to see if Cedric can do anything.
Yes, indeed so, and that has some significance for Pro-Am Championship if they can get up there and compete for the class win. We'll have to wait and see. They go a lap down to the teammate car, which is still in the hands of Joel Mesh. That has continued on to another lap, as has Nicolas Guillaume. Jürgen Vaulting also continuing on his way back out into the race has got Hendrick still. Is number 30 Porsche. There he is, in fact, right ahead of Charlie Robertson, who is still at the wheel of the L'Espace Bienvenue BMW, hoping maybe to gain one of those laps back during a pit cycle and then bank on a safety car. It's a long shot, but the longer they keep him in the car, the more chance there is maybe that something could happen. And everything else, he's enjoying absolutely thrashing that BMW M4 GT4 Evo. Setting the fastest lap times that he can, closing in here on Still as he slowly tries to bring the car up to speed. Of course, it's Hendrick's first racing lap of the weekend, so with Tim Horrell having done both of the sprint races solo, so it'll take him just a lap or so, I'm sure, to get right on to the rhythm.
Not that Charlie Robertson is particularly devilish at the wheel, but his last lap was a 205.666, so just take that as you will. He has been pressing on pretty hard and setting fast lap after fast lap after fast lap. The fastest lap of the race, of course, still in his column, as you can see on the timing screen. It's been a very rapid stint indeed. It's now Hendrick still just ahead of him on the circuit, so that's another very fast driver who I expect to light up the timing screens on tyres coming back up to temperature and a lighter tank of fuel. That will be very compelling. Hendrick still, who I seem to think we saw in 2024 at Barcelona, if my memory serves me correctly, but a driver who is very commonly seen in GT4 Germany, in the GT4 European Series as well, and one of the very best drivers in a Porsche Cayman GT4, certainly a star of the WNS roster.
Indeed, he is, and even over just the second half of that lap was able to noticeably up the pace and get away from Charlie Robertson. Not many people can do that, so that tells you all you need to know about just how quick that car is. And of course, they've got him in the car early. Joel Mesh is going long in the number 11 car, so whoa, Charlie, that was a little late on the brakes into turn 5, backs the BMW in. Keeps vaguely within track limits, and I don't know whether he was just trying to copy or maybe beat the braking point that was set by Hendrik still in front of him, but only just managed to hang on to the car. I was making a point then before Charlie interrupted me with that sideways acrobatic driving. Yes, Joel Mesh staying in the car, going long. Well, if still really is as quick as we think he might be, there's a bit of an undercut situation that could possibly be executed here. We'll have to watch his lap times with interest and see exactly when SR bring that number 11 car in.
Yes, well, on the money immediately has been Still. He's been setting great sectors so far. He was a best middle sector of anybody on his outlap, I think. He was certainly a couple of tenths quicker than anybody else on that lap on his outlap coming out of the pit lane. Joachim Balting, one of the last ones to make his stop. Only one car then left, two cars left that owe us a stop, Mesh and Robertson. But just checking the tyre temperatures, the tyre pressures on that number 88 car, and you can see there's some leftover dirt from that trip rally crossing for Joachim Balting. Always a good fun to watch, isn't he? You never quite know what you're going to get from a Joachim Balting motor race, but you'll always enjoy it.
Absolutely so, and I've enjoyed every interaction I've had with him on the podium. He's a great character, always got a story to tell, and he's got a few to tell, I think, already before this race even really much. Just now reached halfway through the 60-minute duration. There is one of the SR Motorsport Mercedes. I think it's the Cedric Fuchs car. Yes, it is in the middle sector.
And interestingly, 206.541 last time by for Hendrik Still, which was slower than Joel Mesh on his previous full lap. So Still's attempt at the undercut may not be working out here. We'll find out very quickly, because the 11 car is now in the pit lane. So the race leader in the pits, the potential championship winner in the pits in the form of that number 11 SR Motorsport car. There is Joel Mesh strapping in Enrico Förderer for a title-winning stint, potentially. Not something Förderer is unfamiliar with, given his ADAC GT4 Germany win with Jamo Hertling over 2025, but still a little bit of added pressure on the otherwise cool demeanour of Enrico Förderer.
And look at the way that Charlie Robertson has closed back in on Hendrik Still. Not the position, but again, indicative that maybe the Porsche's pace has just faded slightly over the last lap or so. Anyway, he's heading into turns 14 and 15 with Robertson all over. In fact, Robertson up the inside of him into 15. That was a good move. It doesn't actually pay off on the exit of the corner. I'm almost not convinced Charlie meant to do that. I think he just carried so much more speed through 14 that he almost had no choice. Flashes the light at Hendrik Still. I, again, don't really know what that's going to achieve. But anyway, Hendrik gets away from him down the back straight. I can hear a car firing up underneath me. That was the Enrico Förderer Mercedes. He is leaving pit lane, and Still is only at turn 16.
Yeah, so Still will be a distant second place ultimately. I think it'll probably be something in the region of 10 seconds actually by the time by the time Förderer is embedded back into the car. Robertson into the pits at what would be the last opportunity, so I'm glad that he's figured that out and got the car in. Ravi Ramyid will take over then, another one of these very fast bronze drivers. Unfortunately, he's not going to really get much out of this other than laps at this point, but all the same, he will be focusing forward and getting on with his stint. Again, looking to make sure they get that 75% race distance to, at the very least, get third place points in Pro-Am, considering that title is very much up for grabs going into Barcelona.
It is indeed. So, yeah, let's pass Bienvenu go to work down in the pit lane. I'd love to get the thoughts of Charlie Robertson. I'm not convinced he's going to be in the best of moods as the way that things have panned out over the last first 15 seconds, really, of the race. But He's a fairly pragmatic man, is Charlie, and hopefully he can still see the bigger picture, and, you know, winning the championship would be great, but this is a learning experience, if nothing else, and he and Ravi hopefully can still take something out of this race. Joachim Bolting is taking everything out of the brakes and the tyres on that Porsche Cayman, but it is working. He's back with Alexander Bobrovs. This was, what, a 5-6 second gap at one point. So Joachim Bolting, after the pit stops have all said and done, still has a chance of the AM victory.
A very significant chance at the AM victory, I dare suggest. Bobrovs feeling the pressure there, missed the apex at the top of the corkscrew by quite a margin. So he's seen the car ramp up in his mirrors once again, that all too familiar and all too distinctive Porsche Cayman of Joachim Bolting. He and Bobrovs have had some great battles so far this season, and they are the top contenders in the AM class as well. There was only 12 points between them coming into this weekend as well, and it's been a bit of a seesaw between them. Bolting still with the advantage in the AM proceedings, but that's not going to be decided until well into the Barcelona weekend as well. As if Bobrovs can hold on to Bolting, it obviously shrinks the gap between himself and the German driver. It also makes things very interesting for the remaining 3 races.
Yes, that it does. And this could be a pretty interesting braking zone coming up because he's within striking range. Look, goes to the inside of Bobrovs, who's tried some late braking here already in this race. It didn't really work. Oh, Bolting scoots ahead into the apex, and I'm quite surprised he got the car stopped there on the tighter and dirtier side of the road. Dirty mainly because of the dirt that he dragged onto the circuit, of course, 10 minutes or so ago, but he made the move stick. Nicely done.
Yeah, very good stuff there from Joachim Bolting. Fairly procedural. I think that maybe Bobrovs felt that it wasn't really worth sticking his neck out that far. He left the inside open, and we obviously know the Cayman can draw alongside towards the end of that straight if it's close enough. And yeah, Mercedes behind Porsche once again then in the AM class battle. Meanwhile, at the front of the order, the gap not quite as big as I thought. 6.4 seconds between Federer and Still, now that Enrico is back up to speed in that car. Bobrovs looking very quick through the first few corners of the lap. Again, the Mercedes cars seem that little bit better at this twisty section. The Cayman is quick down the back straight. That's not really what you'd expect looking at the cars on paper, but with the BOP sometimes having to kind of choke the best aspects out of the cars, it's the situation we've ended up with.
Well, and we do see, Bolting very wide down at the bottom of the corkscrew there. We do see this sometimes, though. The front-engine cars, they really get into the corners well. Those sort of sharp 90-degree corners, you can really charge into the turn, and that extra weight over the front axle helps give the front tyres some grip and some rotation through the turn. They put a lap on the slow-moving Stefan Mucker in the 700 Aston Martin, but yeah, Bobrovs in the middle sector, where it does become a bit more technical, more change of direction, now losing a little more time to the perhaps slightly more nimble Porsche Cayman of Joachim Bolting, who is back in the lead of the AM class and back chasing after Tom Pappenberg again. Now just be careful, Joachim, you've only got 22 minutes left in the race. Another spin and you might find it a little bit harder to get back into the lead of the class.
That is a good point. He does have to be pretty precise from this point onwards. That much is clear. Federer lapping quicker than Hendrik Still at the moment. Last lap at 205.038, the fastest lap of the race from the number 11 driver Enrico Federer. So he's knocking on the door of 204s out there on the circuit. 205.8 last time by for Hendrik Still. So 0.8 of a second between them in terms of lap time. That's impressive again from Enrico Federer, as the number 31 car turning in here from 3rd place. This is Frederick Zebis, who in turn is lapping in the 206s. So very impressive from Federer. He's got this much of an edge right now.
Yeah, going quicker again in the first sector on this lap, and as we turn our attention to the SR Motorsport Mercedes now, you can see from the body language of the car, he is not stroking this home. He is absolutely pushing on, wants to win this championship, provisionally at least, in emphatic style, and that is exactly what they are doing so far. He heads down the back straight, another purple middle sector.
The fastest ever race lap in a GT4 car here belongs to Enrico Federer. It was a 2:03.631, so I think the conditions not quite there to deliver that kind of pace today, but certainly he knows his way around the track in this car, and he's doing a pretty good job right now. The 11 powering up through the uphill 17 and 18 to do another lap, and is it going to be a 2:04, I wonder? He's been knocking on the door, and he does seem to be treating it like qualifying. It is. It's a 2:04.940. Federer really flying along. A better lap as well from Hendrik Still, but not quicker, so the gap extends further to 7.8 seconds. Still must be thinking to himself, I'm giving it everything, and that thing keeps disappearing up the road.
Yeah, it must be frustrating, because if it weren't for Enrico Federer, then Hendrik Still would be the quickest man on track. But this SR Motorsport car is very much in the race, and Enrico Federer is very much in the zone at the moment. And we're in that nice period of the stint now where the fuel load has burnt off sufficiently that the car's quite light. It's almost down to a sort of qualifying level fuel load now with 20 minutes to go, but the tyres haven't given up any real life yet. So this is often where really quick lap times come in. 20 minutes or so to go in the stint. And that is where we're at now. 19.5 minutes left on the clock in this final GT4 Winter Series race of the weekend. And Enrico Federer putting on a bit of a clinic here. 8 seconds clear of Hendrik Still, 26 seconds clear of third place Frederik Zemis. A dominant performance.
Yeah, really impressive driving. The gap between Boulting and Bobrovs in the AM battle has extended out to 3 seconds, so Joachim Boulting delivering on the promise of his pace so far out there on the circuit. Cedric Fuchs, incidentally, he is running kind of on his own island. We alluded to wondering what he might be able to do in this stint, taking the car over from Villicuna. He is unfortunately some 40 seconds back from Bobrovs in 6th place. So I think Fuchs is going to struggle to really make anything happen over the course of his stint, but he is lapping very quickly. In fact, he's only slower than Enrico Federer. His last lap was a 2:05.448.
Wow, yes, really good pace from both of the SR cars then, but again, another driver who would have been hoping, to your point earlier on, for a safety car perhaps in the latter stages. Up over the hill come our 2 championship contenders, but with a couple of laps between them now. Ravi Ramid, of course, plugged into the Sebastian Avenue BMW, and Enrico Federer chasing him down. Ramid's pace in the sort of mid to high 2:06s, so about a second a lap slower than Enrico is running at the moment. And there's going to be 2 on before then, 2 laps down. So Rami Ramid now into that BMW that was a title contender about 45 minutes or so ago, but then, Izzy Browning, it all went wrong.
Yeah, I have got Charlie alongside me. I mean, commiserations, Charlie. That was not how you wanted the race to go. That was not how we wanted to see the race go. Just tell us your perspective on the incident there.
Well, I mean, I was focused on trying to get a clean getaway, following Joel and Tim through turns 1 and 2, and maybe try and put an opportunity to overtake going onto the back straight or in that area. Got a clean start and then went into turn 1. And I could saw the Aston behind going into turn 2 and just thought, oh well, he'll tuck in, and then suddenly steaming into my back wheel. Bit odd, really, and it's not a place really, unless you're fully alongside, you can overtake. I just think really you need to try and chill out at the starts, really, not try and get it all done in the first 2 corners. A little bit frustrating. And we didn't DNF, they did, so it's more fool them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, 1 more round to go in Barcelona. We put this to bed now. I know obviously Ravi's got a race to finish, but in terms of results, you put this to bed for now and then move on to Barcelona, hey?
Yeah, of course we'd like to still take the overall fight to Barcelona, but the guys at SR are pretty slick, so it would have been a tough fight anyway. So yeah, we're happy with our pace. We had great pace in the longer stints, so that's why it's a little bit more annoying. I think that race was probably our best opportunity this season to get a proper result. But yeah, we're looking forward to Barcelona and hopefully try and get the Pro-Am title wrapped up.
Yeah, you go again there. Commiserations. Thank you for speaking to us. Boys, back to you.
There is Ravi Ramid running down towards the first corner then, and as alluded to in that interview, yeah, he's still got a race to run and he's still giving it his best. But unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be a no further action in terms of the overall championship for Ramy and Robertson, since they will be outscored by Furter and Mesh in this race. They needed it to go the other way. So for now, Ramy just circulating, just getting some valuable time here on the track at the MotorLand Aragón. A brilliant circuit. I wouldn't turn down a drive around here in a GT4 car, that much is for certain. But he continues on fairly lonely, albeit with Enrico Furter getting ever so slightly larger in his mirrors. While that's going on, Andy, a bit of a twist in the tail of the AM battle by the looks of it on the bulletin board.
Yes, Alexander Bobrov's pit stop is under investigation. Minimum pit stop time being the thing that race control are questioning. Now, his pit stop time was a minute 45, which...
He is a second short.
It is a second. It's 1 second short, yes. Okay, I was beginning to question that because a lot of people are on a minute 46 and seem to be fine. But yes, a minute 46 then is the time they were aiming for. So yeah, that will almost certainly be a cut and dry penalty. Pretty easy to prove exactly how long that car spent in the pit lane. So that will take him out of contention then for AM. I mean, he already was nearly 5 seconds behind Jürgen Bolte, but very much so will drop a lot further back if there is a penalty to be added. Stefan Mucker, meanwhile, 9th position. No one to fight against, unfortunately, really, for Stefan. He is more or less a lap behind everybody else now. He's got Tom Pappenberg ahead that he's at least able to give chase to, and they are running reasonably... Sorry, excuse me, Bobrov's one Mercedes that he's chasing after. Bobrov's running high 2:07s, Mucker low 2:08, so pretty comparable lap times between the two cars, even though there are laps between them.
Yeah, that's Vantage GT4 that Mucker and co have really had to work hard on since the Mattis Prushkel incident with Joachim Bolting at Valencia. It is the same car they ran at Valencia, albeit it's now red instead of black, because Thilo drove it himself to Berlin in his black box music back truck. Took the car back, they repaired it at the Mucker Motorsport base, and while they were at it, he said, "Mind awfully changing the colour on that thing as well, let's get some red wrap on it," and then just proceeded to drive it back down to Spain for the rest of the GT4 Winter Series. And he has got this kind of, I guess, maverick spirit that I absolutely love in a driver. He was just really effectively a club racer in Germany prior to coming down to the GT4 Winter Series last year, and he was doing 5 different championships over the course of the season. Not full seasons, I might add, but if there was a race the car was eligible for, odds on he was there. He did an N24 support race, he did Tourenwagen Legenden, he did all sorts of stuff all throughout his career prior to the GT4 Winter Series, and now he's dueling between the GT4 car and his new, in inverted commas, DTM car circa 2006 that he's been having a lot of fun with so far at historic events in Germany, and I keep trying to convince him is eligible for the GTX class in the GT Winter Series, because it is, but whether or not he ever takes up that invite/hint, we'll have to see.
Oh, I do hope he does. That's a car I'd very much relish having on the grid in the future. Here, meanwhile, is Enrico Furter, about to really put the final nail in the coffin now of the Sebastian Venus Championship hopes. 2 laps down, that BMW is about to fall behind the runaway race leader. Now, it must be said, Enrico nearly 10 seconds clear at the front of the field. Here comes Furter. Now, would be rather awkward if these two were to trip over each other now, and Enrico is having to drive slightly beyond track limits there into turn 1. Ravi is not getting out of the way exactly, really not getting out of the way. In fact, he's back on the inside of Furter and goes back ahead of him at turn 2. So Enrico Furter thinking, oh, come on, there are 12 minutes left this weekend, just get out of my way. But it's not really in Ravi's best interest to do that, I suppose.
No, exactly right. Blue flags are being waved at Ravi Ramid, but I don't think he cares. He's too busy seeing red to see blue right now after what's happened over the course of this race, and we have a rather impromptu battle, and what is probably a slightly frowned upon battle, but a battle all the same, as Ravi Ramid really pushing it. You could see the rear axle there drifting across the exit of turn number 7, and Enrico Ferner is thinking, I get it, but really? This is a bit stressful.
It's definitely a complication Enrico could do without, isn't it? But I think he should have the pace advantage to make a move. His point will be that he shouldn't have to make a move, really.
Warning flag for driving standards to Ravi Ramid, so it might be worth him, in all seriousness, putting the flag at half-mast and just letting it happen for the time being, because as fun as this is to watch, I don't want to encourage it too much, and sure enough, I think Ravi's realised that, okay, fair enough, and allowed Enrico Ferner through.
Yes, and a deep sigh of relief emanates from the SR Motorsport garage, I'm sure, and indeed the SR Motorsport car, as Enrico Ferner will be very happy now to have the BMW firmly in the rear view mirrors. A case of what could have been, really. That car could very well have been a contender for a race win, given the pace that Robertson had in it earlier on, after the wheel had been replaced anyway. Sadly, they are 2 laps down. Ravi arrives about 7 or 8 miles an hour too fast into the third 16 braking zone there, and nearly rear ends the Mercedes. And Enrico's thinking, right, okay, I best had put a couple of push laps in here just to get away from that pesky thing.
I've got a theory, you know. Ravi Ramid's Skills Alliance company on the side of his door is a health company, first and foremost. And I wonder if he was trying to get his team manager's steps in, because the team manager has been reported to race control, just looking out for his buddies down at Les Pas Bienvenue, you know, that's what's going on. But yes, that one rather frowned upon, and understandably, as fun as it was, you do have to obey the blue flags. It's just, again, a hard situation to stomach. In all likelihood, Ravi Ramid and Charlie Robertson were going to fall out of the overall championship contendership in this race anyway, unless there was a miraculous change in form for the SR Motorsport pairing. That said, it's still a big loss in the Pro-Am title battle that's still very active, and obviously build up in a way to the pit stop race all weekend, and when it's more or less over 2 corners in, that's gonna sting.
Absolutely, you can understand the frustration, can't you? And a really unfortunate tangle it was as well. It wasn't really one driver being massively over-aggressive or someone making a mistake. It was just 2 into 1 didn't go. So almost more frustrating when you can't really blame anyone. And Charlie didn't appear to be trying to pin the blame on anyone in that interview that he had with Izzy downstairs either, in fairness to him. As I said, it's a very reasonable chap, and he will be able to see the big picture perhaps better than Ravi, maybe, and that's another job of the pro driver sometimes, isn't it, to just step in and cool the situation down ever so slightly. And I'm sure that Charlie and Ravi will discuss that at length after the race, which is only 8 minutes and 20 seconds now from conclusion. We are getting towards the final portion of this third GT4 Winter Series race, and still some battles, I think, to be settled, particularly battles centering around Joachim Bolting, who over the last 10 minutes or so has taken about 7 seconds out of Tom Pappenberg. He's only 3.1 behind. He just did that car's best lap of the race, 1.4 seconds quicker than the Pro car ahead of him.
So he'll be up at the square section by the Flint wall at the moment, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. There they are. I'm doing well with that today. I'm happy about that. But Joachim Bolting does indeed look to be in the crosshairs, or rather Pappenberg is in his crosshairs going into the final minutes of this race. We know Tom Pappenberg is scrappy. He's not going to let that one go fairly easily. While we're watching this battle develop into something for the final moments of the race, I do also want to spotlight Cedric Fuchs. I think it's always important to pick up on the pro drivers in the Pro-Am cars doing good things even if they're out of position. His last 2 laps, a 205.213 and a 205.256. So he's going faster than anybody else on the circuit right now. Also, what was a 40-second gap to the second place AM car of Alexander Bobrovs has been shrunk down to 15.1 as of last time across the line. So he has put in an incredible stint, and the former Tourenwagen Junior Cup driver, the former champion in the GT4 Winter Series last year in Cayman Trophy, not to mention the rookie standings champion in last year's GT4 Germany, continues to evolve, continues to develop into a really impressive GT driver. And while he hasn't quite had the platform to show it in the overall standings today, he is one of the quickest drivers out there on any given day.
Yes, most definitely so. And in fact, he's now only 12.8 seconds back from Alexander Bobrovs. He's taking about 3 seconds a lap out of the Mercedes driver ahead. So, of course, same machinery at their disposal. And it goes to show the difference between an up-and-coming pro and an AM driver, I suppose. He might get there before the flag, actually, depending on how many more laps exactly we end up with. Jürgen Bolting, meanwhile, 2.3 seconds back from Tom Pappenberg. Took about 8/10 out of the youngster on the previous lap, and he very much now has the Mercedes in his sights. Can he get there before the checkered flag?
I think the answer is yes, he will get there. It's whether he gets past that's the question mark.
He'll have a go, I'm sure.
He will have a go, but ditto, Tom Pappenberg will have a go at keeping him back. 4th overall and 5th overall converging together here in the latter minutes of the motor race. Jürgen Bolting, as always, a great source of entertainment. He's already got the headlight flashing going on in mirrors of Tom Pappenberg, the young 15-year-old coming under scrutiny here from Jürgen Bolting. We talked, of course, about the kind of mediating influence of Charlie Robertson to Ravi Ramji. While we don't see him on the entry list, the mediating influence for Tom Pappenberg is Nico Verdonk, another hugely experienced and hugely resumed driver. And so he'll be saying, look, he's coming, don't worry about it, get ready to defend. This is where your car is strong, this is where his car is strong. Let's see what we can do. With 5 minutes left on the clock, almost exactly, 1.4 seconds, I think give it one lap, potentially give it the run down to turn 16, and Bolting will be right there with the youngster.
Well, yes, because he's capable of taking a fair chunk out of the Mercedes in that section of racetrack alone, I would suspect, and I think he's quicker everywhere, really. So Jürgen Bolting is definitely on his way with 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. Quick shout out to Hendrik Still, by the way, who has just set, I believe, the second fastest lap of the race, a 2:05.1. He has been significantly quicker than the race leader Enrico Ferderer over the last handful of laps. Again, I'm convinced that Enrico is now just bringing the car home without taking any real risks, but Hendrik Still, with some serious pace in the latter stages of the race, is noteworthy, I think. Not the only one, though, with pace at this end of the race. Jürgen Bolting, who arguably without that spin would have already been ahead of Tom Pappenberg, I suppose, but he is giving us a bit of a grandstand finish here as we get a time penalty
for Jürgen Bolting.
Oh dear.
So that will rather dampen the battle in the actual final results. However, I'm going to wager that Jürgen Bolting won't particularly care and will still be aiming to try and get past. And of course, really with the rate of gain, if he can get by very quickly and very efficiently with still a couple of laps left to go, maybe he can just about make it work. We'll have to see. All the same, Pappenberg and Bolting running together, certainly a lot closer this time by. It was 1.4 seconds at the conclusion of the previous lap. And I think it would be well within a second this time.
It's well within a second now as
Yes.
they arrive at turn 16. Only a car length or so between them at the apex, so Bolting almost there. Don't think he's got much chance of getting the move done and then pulling 5 seconds over Pappenberg. Try as he might, and try he will, but I think any chance of doing that meant that he really had to make the move sort of last lap, although he's now trying it up the inside into turn 1. He's a bit too far back, is he? No! Pappenberg lets him go now. Is that maybe the team telling Tom, you don't really need to defend this, just stay with him? There is some logic to that, but the pace that Bolting has had, give him too many laps, and he could start to build a sizable cushion.
That is my thought as well. Ferderer is going to come across the line in a matter of 30 seconds, so it will be penultimate lap for these guys this time. So they are on the penultimate lap of the race. 2 laps should be okay. I think if it was going to be 3 laps, then maybe Bolting could do it. But Pappenberg, to his credit, holding on nicely at this juncture, and he remains third in the pro class, of course, even though he's now down to 5th overall.
Indeed so. Of course, there's also a question mark over exactly how Jürgen Bolting was getting those sort of lap times out of the car. Was it because he was exceeding track limits, or was that an isolated incident? I suppose it was gaining a huge amount of time either way. But yeah, Pappenberg, as so often is the case, now he's got someone to follow and chase, actually able to up the pace slightly once again. Enrico Federer upped the pace last time by as well, with his second fastest lap of the race, and a purple middle sector as well, a purple final sector for Hendrik Still, as these two really do now enjoy the low fuel laps at the end of the stint. But for Federer, this is now a lap to really savour, isn't it? It's been a fantastic winter series for them, and the SR Motorsport squad are now on the precipice of clinching the GT4 Winter Series title. This Bolting and Pappenberg scrap continues on, and Jürgen Bolting able to keep the Mercedes at arm's length by the time it arrives at the turn 16 hairpin. More than half a lap ahead of them, though, is Enrico Federer in the SR Example AMG, and he is now only a handful of corners away from yet another race win. Yes, that's great. Crucially getting that provisional title under their belt, and this will be a moment to savour, most definitely, for drivers and team alike.
Yeah, Joel Mesh and Enrico Federer have been a cut above in the middle phase of the season. Those last two events in Valencia and a week prior to that in Estoril were searingly dominant from Mesh and Federer. It was by no means wrapped up coming into Aragon, but the way Sunday has gone for the SR Motorsport team has left an insurmountable advantage on the championship. Enrico Federer 2 corners away from, yes, a race win, but moreover, an overall title for the first time in the GT4 Winter Series. It will be an overall title for Mercedes and an overall title for SR Motorsport. It'll also be most wins for a manufacturer in a season for Mercedes, and most wins in a season for a team for SR Motorsport. But overall, most importantly, it's a championship for Enrico Federer and Joel Mesh. They are the champions of the GT4 Winter Series. I believe the team's championship will also have gone to SR as a result of that as well. So championships being doled out every which way in that race. Hendrik Still takes second position as a result of that. A lot of glory to be had down at SR Motorsport. Double podium for WNS as well. They've managed to claim themselves a great advantage there, with a second and third place finish. Of course, Hendrik Still winning Pro-Am along with Tim Horrell, so a good result for Hendrik. Joachim Bolting will cross the line in 4th place, but the question is, will he hold on to that? No, because Tom Pappenberg is well within 5 seconds at the line, so Bolting will still win the AM class, albeit he will be demoted back to 5th in the overall order. Meanwhile, we see the 11 car cruising home. Enrico Federer and Joel Mesh have executed at the highest level here in the GT4 Winter Series. They've been top of the tree for a majority of the season. Win number 8 of the season for the pairing. Win number 8 of the season for the team and the Mercedes manufacturer. In all 3 regards, that is a record. So they win the championship on a provisional basis. They secure a place in the GT4 Winter Series record books to go along with it. After 2 vice championships in a row for SR Motorsport in the inaugural 2024 season and the 2025 season to boot, they've come into this year's GT4 Winter Series, I would say, striding with purpose. And they have fulfilled that purpose 1 round early in the GT4 Winter Series. What an outing from them. And there you see Ravi Ramid in the back of shot as well. Ravi Ramid will be a little bit sore, but he will come back swinging in Barcelona. We're expecting the biggest grid of the season in the GT4 Winter Series. Might be knocking on the door of 20 cars, so that should be a lot of fun to watch as always, with the GT4s at a good grid size. As Andy said earlier on, touring car racing on steroids a lot of the time, GT4s. But that is the championship for the driver pairing of Joel Mesh and Enrico Federer, and I also make it the championship in the title fight for the teams as well, in the overall teams title. So SR Motorsport can celebrate along with their young men, not just in support of Joel Mesh and Enrico Federer, but also with the fact that they have won the championship in the teams title race as well. So SR Motorsport, there will be jubilation for many, many different reasons. A WNS 2-3, the double podium, as we said. Frederik Zebis putting in a pretty solid stint there at the end of the race, but wasn't able to match the mighty pace from Hendrik Still and Enrico Federer. Federer, who incidentally set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap of the race. That really does tell a story, not just of the race, but of the season for the young man. Federer and Mesh have done it. Villicuna, the first to congratulate his young teammates. The SR Motorsport by Schnitzelam team, always really quick to support one another. It's a very harmonious garage, with a number of the drivers also serving as mechanics. That's the case for Joel Mesh, that's the case for Jamo Hertling. Car number 18 has got a pit stop penalty of 11 seconds owing to a short pit stop. So Alexander Bobrovs has had a penalty thrown at him there. But of course that doesn't change the AM standings. It will still be Joachim Bolting that wins in the AM class. But team's title, driver's title, provisionally secured by SR Motorsport, by Enrico Federer and Joel Mesh, which will give them the opportunity to really savour and enjoy the finale next time out in Barcelona. The Pro-Am title, the AM title, both still very much up for grabs going into the finale, though, so there will still be championships to decide in the GT4 Winter Series headed into the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. And even if there were no titles on the line, I'm sure the GT4 Winter Series battle would be every bit as fun as it always is. A 6-race in a row winning streak, of course, set in stone. And I think Izzy Browning has actually had the job of informing them that they have, at least on a provisional basis, won the title. I did explain in a text message to Enrico Federer last night how it was going to work, but he obviously didn't take it fully to heart. But he has indeed won the championship, along with Joel Mesh, as long as all things are good in the Scroot Bay, etc., etc. So I'm sure the celebrations are going on in earnest now. We should probably be having a look at that if they are indeed going to party at the moment, which I'm sure they probably are. But shortly, I'm sure we'll hear from Izzy with a jubilant Joel Mesh and Enrico Federer. They are just now finding out that the numbers don't lie and that they will be champions, and are indeed now champions in the GT4 Winter Series. And Izzy is with them. Let's get some reactions from Mesh and Federer.
I certainly am, and I'm not going to lie, the celebrations were very muted until a few moments ago when they found out that they had won the championship. Congratulations, boys, you have won the championship. How good does that sound, GT4 Winter Series champions?
Yeah, it feels very good. Also with Joel. Joel did an amazing job the whole season, and the car was perfect. The team did a really good job, perfect job, so it's very, very great.
And both of you have come second in this championship before. I know I've said that to you a couple of times, but to change that now, to rewrite that and have a P1, that must feel so good.
I mean, it's all good things are three, right?
That's true, that is true, third time of asking. I mean, if we think about the way this season has played out, though, it was a tricky round for both of you, the first round in Portimao. But since then, I mean, there was the winning streak. That I know you were disappointed to lose that winning streak yesterday. I know that was painful. But from then on, you didn't look back, did you?
Yeah, so the first in Portimao it was not really good, but after that the team did an amazing job and repaired the car. So yeah, everything was perfect from Portimao and from till now. So yeah, it was amazing.
And a nice way to start the year as well. I'm going to hold my breath when I ask this. Dare I ask, how do you celebrate this one? According to our commentators, there ain't no party like an SR party.
No comment, we're just partying, just like normal people do, and that's it.
Yeah, we just go sleep.
Yeah, sure. Congratulations, boys, our 2026 Provisional GT4 Winter Series champions.
I assume sleep is the name of a nightclub in Alcañiz. Excellent stuff from Joel Mesh and Enrico Federer, our GT4 Winter Series provisional champions. They will have a great evening, and so they should. They should be delighted with the season they've had in the GT4 Winter Series. Race 3 in the books then, the title in the books. It was a great start for Joel Mesh and Enrico Federer. The objective was to win. The objective was to stay ahead of the Ramyeed and Robertson BMW, and that task became easier at the very second corner of the lap, of the collision there between Federico Peters and Charlie Robertson. Damaged both cars, both the tyre and the wheel damaged on the 71's right rear, and that unfortunately would really end any chance they had of taking the title fight to the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. The Mercedes battling, Tom Pappenberg and Alexander Bobrovs having a bit of a fight. Bobrovs was ambitious on the braking there, but the collision certainly didn't help. Jürgen Bolting, who was the AM leader at this point, he was spinning away his AM lead, unfortunately, and just about managed to get the car going again on the grass on the inside there of turn 16. Pit stop cycle was fairly hassle-free for all parties. A lot of very well-oiled machines, both in terms of the cars and the teams preparing them during the pit window. Hendrick still got overtaken by Charlie Robertson, who was a couple of laps down after that damage, of course, to the 71 car. And this, meanwhile, was the AM lead. Alexander Bobrovs and Joachim Bolting fighting it out after Bolting recovered from his mishap at that very corner, made the move stick, and indeed continues to lead the AM class standings and had another AM victory to his name. Rami Ramyeed, for about a lap, was doing some defending against the number 11 car, which, given the blue flags were being shown, he strictly shouldn't have been doing. He was having a lot of fun out there, and we were having fun watching it as well. Joachim Bolting made a late move to get a fourth on the road, though that would be lost to a penalty. But at the front of the pack, Joel Mesh and Enrico Federer have managed to set a new record for wins in a season for themselves, the manufacturer Mercedes, and the team. But more importantly, they are the 2026 overall champions in the GT4 Winter Series. A great feeling, I'm sure, for Federer and for Mesh. Of course, it's provisional for now, but they are the champions. A fairly straightforward race, all told, for Joel Mesh and Enrico Federer. Hendrick still 8.6 seconds back in second place. Frederik Zebis in third position, having a fairly easy run to his race as well. Tom Pappenberg inheriting fourth back from Joachim Bolting after the 5-second penalty late on. In 5th position and winning the AM class W&S Motorsports, Joachim Bolting. Even with that penalty, he won the category. Alexander Bobrov's in 6th position, just finishing ahead of Cedric Fuchs after a penalty was applied to Bobrov's. Stefan Mucker in the club class with some issues with the car at the very start of the race ended up finishing in 8th place. And Ravi Ramyid collecting some damage, of course, rather Charlie Robertson collecting some damage early in that race in the GT4 Winter Series. And with that, of course, ended their campaign for the overall title, but they will still be in prime position to fight for the Pro-Am Championship going into Barcelona. Of course, the car that is not on that result sheet is the number 007 Araujo Competição Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT4 Evo. That car of Federico Peters not making it beyond turn 2 after the collision on the first lap with Charlie Robertson. Certainly not how they would have wanted to end their weekend, and hopefully the car isn't so badly damaged that we don't get to see them at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya next week in the GT4 Winter Series. With a championship in the books, it does always feel like a bit of finality, but we do indeed have another round to go in the GT4 Winter Series. We have another podium for the GT4s as well, and that's coming up now with Andy.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, GT4 Winter Series podium then about to kick off. And we'll start with our AM class. 2nd place in the AM category for Team VRT, Alexandros Bobrovs. And I can see him coming, fighting his way through the crowd backstage. And there we go. Alexander's onto the podium. Well done. 2nd step of the podium for the Team VRT driver. The win, though, once again, despite a spin midway through the race, goes to W&S Motorsports Porsche of Joachim Bolting. Well done. An exciting race for the W&S driver as always, and bounced back from that little rotation at turn 16 to claim himself the win in the AM category, but really had to fight for that, had to overtake Alexandros partway through the race, and was chasing on after Tom Pappenberg as well into the closing stages. A real giant killing performance from Joachim, as we've seen from him in the past. So trophies handed out then. We also, of course, have those bottles of champagne waiting for the drivers. Wait and see what they choose to do with that one. First of all, though, photography team comes into place. There's a bit of a debrief going on the podium between the two drivers as they discuss everything that happened to them both. In fact, they both had a lively race. Of course, Bobrov's had that little tangle up at turn 16 himself, didn't he, in the early stages, going off the road, but managing, thankfully, to keep the car running until the flag. Drivers, I think, have just about pointed and posed for every camera down below them. Yep, go on, you can uncork the bottles if you want. I think Joachim is keen to begin the celebrations. Out will come the corks eventually, and straight at the cameras. That's what they were discussing, I think, before the trophies were handed out. And Joachim Bolting, Joachim, let's have another chat, because there's plenty to talk about after that one. You were very, very quick, but we have to mention the little spin. We did see that. What happened?
I was not concentrated enough because in the front there were no car, behind me was no car. I was a little bit just like feeling a little bit bored, and then I think I can turn a little bit to the mud to make some motocross.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
It gave us something to get excited about,
Yeah.
as did your chase of Tom Pappenberg. You must have been quite proud of yourself when you were catching him.
Yeah, it was nice. There were a car in front of me to catch, so I have a job to do, and at the end I finished.
Always very pragmatic. Congratulations, Joachim Bolting, then, with a brilliant weekend here at MotorLand Aragón, claiming another win in the AM category. Pro-Am then up next, and of course this championship is still very much going on into the final round in a week's time at Barcelona. And who will be crowned Pro-Am champions at the end of the year, I wonder? It could well be the team that finished third in that race. It's a podium finish, despite it being a bit of a race to forget, really, for L'Espace Bienvenus, Ravi Ramyid and Charlie Robertson. Ravi Ramyid and Charlie Robertson out to the podium. They come deep in conversation with drivers behind the podium area. The team they'll be fighting against for that Pro-Am title finished second. SR Motorsports, Cedric Fuchs and Willy Kuhner. Onto the podium they will go. A lot to celebrate for SR Motorsport this afternoon, including a podium finish in Pro-Am. The win, though, once again goes to W&S Motorsport, to Henrik Still and Tim Horrell. back to the top of the podium they go. That's been a familiar sight this weekend as well, as Tim in the first 2 races, but with the assistance of Hendrik this time around, was able to really get the job done and claim a win in Pro-Am. And once again, a really strong overall finish as well, with a 2nd place at the flag and taking the fight to the all-pro entries, which is something we've become accustomed to seeing over the 2025 GT4 Winter Series thus far. So trophies held aloft. Photos will be taken of a very crowded podium this time, with a full quota of drivers up there joining in the celebrations. And yes, that Pro-Am Championship battle is going to rumble on to Barcelona, and that very much now is where the attention turns in the GT4 Winter Series Championship race. So trophies held aloft, photos taken. And what are we doing with the bubbly, everyone? I think L'Espace Bienvenue are taking theirs home with them. SR, though, are getting the party started along with WNS on the MotorLand Aragón podium. And as I said, SR with a lot to celebrate. They didn't necessarily realise that they had anything to celebrate at the end of that race. But I think they have now got the message that they are in a pretty good position championship-wise, and of course there's still a chance that their 2nd car could claim a Pro-Am title as well. Congratulations then once again to our Pro-Am podium finishers, and we will vacate the podium now for the Pro drivers to make their way out in a moment or two. And we will first of all need to get the podium dressed, of course. We've got GT cars heading out, but I think we've got a couple of minutes before they make their way around to the grid. Plenty of time to get our GT4 Pro runners out. Are we perhaps missing 1 bottle of champagne? No, okay. Do we not have Tom? Of course, we don't need one for our 3rd place driver, because I forget sometimes just how young Tom Pappenberg is. It is another strong podium finish for Tom Pappenberg. Out he comes onto the podium. He can't enjoy the champagne, but he can enjoy the applause from the crowd down below. 2nd position for WNS Motorsports, Frederick Zemis and Nicolas Guillaume. Well done, guys. Yep, they are both there. Nicolas makes his way out onto the podium as well. But I expect a big round of applause for the next 2 drivers, because not only have they claimed another race win, they have provisionally wrapped up the championship as well. Huge congratulations to SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalm's Enrico Federer and Joel Mesh. Out they come, the SR team down below cheer them on, and as I said, provisionally they have the championship more or less wrapped up now in the overall GT4 Winter Series campaign, and what a way to do it. They have claimed more wins than anyone else, in fact the most wins in any one season for one manufacturer or team in GT4 Winter Series history. It is the definition of dominance for SR Motorsport, and Enrico and Joel Mesh are very worthy GT4 Winter Series champions, and the beaming smiles on their faces tell me that they are now fully aware of what they've managed to achieve at the beginning of 2025. So they'll smile for the cameras. I've got a feeling these corks are definitely going to go flying in a moment or two. And Enrico and Joel will begin the celebrations that I suspect will last quite a while. So, photos taken, they're free to spray the champagne on the MotorLand Aragón podium. Tom Pappenberg sensibly gets himself out of there as quickly as he can, and I found myself properly in the crossfire then as Enrico Federer made a beeline for Tim Horrell, who thought he was safe backstage on the MotorLand Aragón podium. That, I think, is my cue to get out of here and hand over momentarily to Izzy Browning, who's down on the GT Winter Series grid.
So GT Winter Series action up next. And as you can see, the cars arriving on the grid for this one. Cars up on the jacks at the moment. The conditions a little more overcast than they were, but still, of course, bone dry out there on the track for now. This will be a 55-minute pit stop race in the GT Winter Series, and it will be a front row composed of our main protagonists in the championship battle. Just 2 points separate championship leaders Orange Racing by JMH from SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum, and it will be Kenneth Heyer starting this one on pole position, with Simon Orange holding every intent to sweep around his outside, running towards the first corner. But boy, oh boy, do they have some potential spoilers in their midst, with Finn Zulauf, Guy Albag, Arunas Kachauskas, and Severin Mazur making up 3rd through 6th positions. That first segment of the race could be very lively indeed, and I would bet a great many valuable things, some of which I don't own, that that top 6 will not be in the same order by the mid-race pit stop window. It's a 55-minute race with a mandatory pit stop window from minute 25 to 35 of the race. And this will be an immensely intriguing battle. Of course, we shouldn't forget that Igor Playa is also a championship factor, albeit he's not got as much competition. Let's go down to Izzy for a grid walk.
Well, welcome back down to the grid. I have to say I'm very, very excited at the prospect of this race, and very, very excited at our front row. Of course, it is our championship contenders lining up alongside each other. Of course, pole position will belong to the number 11 of Kenneth Heyer. And if you remember this morning, it's only a few short hours ago, you should remember, Jamo Hertling was of course in that car and ended up not finishing the race, but I have just spoken to him and it seems like all is well. I will try and grab a word with Kenneth, but seeing as they've got the door open on the 67, I will jump in with Simon first. Well, Simon, Marcus did a great job this morning. 2 points in the lead now of the championship, but you're lining up alongside Kenneth. How you feeling?
Yeah, it's a bit unusual for me. I think I'm surrounded by silvers, so it's going to be a tough one. But yeah, you're right. I suppose Kenneth's the main man here.
Absolutely, he is. So eyes on him. I mean, these are probably the most favourable conditions you've had all weekend. So you must take some confidence into this race.
Well, yeah, it's the first dry race I'll have had, or first dry lap I'll have had. So other than that, coming to the grid. So yeah, it's going to be unusual, but hope I can remember from last year what we were doing.
Head down. Good luck. Best of luck out there. Have fun. Right, we will continue. I am going to try and speak to Kenneth. I hope that I will be allowed to speak to him. I'll just try and grab his attention. Can we have a word? Yes, we can. Here we go. Well, I thought I might ask before I speak to you this time, because I know things didn't really go to plan for Jamo this morning. Just tell us what happened to the car.
Something on the right rear broke down, so Jamo wasn't able to finish the race. Big shame, because he was doing quite well. So yeah, let's keep pushing now and look what happens.
Best of luck, Kenneth. Thanks for speaking to us. Close the door and we will go to the race.
That's the sound of the GT Winter Series grid firing into life for a pivotal race with our two championship contenders on the front row of the grid. Kenneth Heyer representing the number 11 SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum squad, and Simon Orange representing Orange Racing by JMH in the first phase of this race. But keep an eye on Finn Zulauf from third on the grid. We saw his pace in the sprint earlier on today. He will be looking for an early lead if he can possibly grasp it. Guy Albag for fourth position in the Antonelli Motorsport number 64. He will hope for a good run, a podium run, if anything. Arunas Kachauskas, ditto for him, of course, having already tasted some champagne on the top step of the podium on Saturday. Severin Mazur looking for a strong finish, looking to really capitalise on the pace that he hasn't had the appropriate results for all weekend. He's lining up in 6th position. Przemysław Bienkowski in 7th place. He is alongside Petar Matic on row 4 of the grid. Row 5, Samuele Butarelli in the Rosso Corsa entry. Butarelli will be one to watch, I reckon. Igor Klaya lines up 10th in the PTT Racing team car, of course 3rd in the championship at this juncture. We'll be hoping that he can still challenge by the Barcelona finale. Michael Fischbaum in the Autosport Racing number 18 car. He will hand over to Milos Pavlovic later. Pavlovic hoping for a safety car to go and play with some of the big boys. KC King will start from 12th position in the nascent racing machine. The very successful driver in the Central American racing scene, looking to make some more impact on Europe this year with both his team and as a driver himself. They'll go into 2x2 formation at the end of the straight, and we will then be ready for 55 minutes of racing. We've had quite a good set of scripts so far today, I feel, in terms of how these races have gone, and I couldn't think of a better way to start this one than our top 2 in the championship side by side.
You're a man who appears to wear many hats within the GEDLICH Racing paddock. Is one of them script writer as well? Because if so, I think you've got quite a lot to be proud of. We have got an intriguing championship battle on our hands here, and I said in race 2, I felt like that was an important race. I just felt like that was going to be a key moment in the championship, and that retirement for the number 11 car and the win just about for Marcus Clutton, despite all of the challenges he was facing in the closing stages, has changed the dynamic of the championship completely. It couldn't really be a lot closer.
No, absolutely right. We'd need to take some cues from the actual scripted world of professional wrestling and get some steel chairs into it. That's the only way it could be better than what we've seen so far today. Formation flying then 2x2 as we run towards the first corner. It is going to be the 67, Simon Orange on the outside of Kenneth Heyer. Will he be able to sweep around the outside, or will Heyer have the high ground coming out of turn 1? We are racing in the GT Winter Series for 55 minutes, and it's Finn Zulauf with a very good start from the second row. He may have the inside. No, he backs out of it, decides to think better of it at the first corner. Severin Mazur in a spin at turn 1. His run of tricky races set to continue, but he can still salvage it from there. At the back of the pack, Zulauf is through into second place. He's gotten past Simon Orange in the early stages, and Simon will now be willing him on to go and chase down Kenneth Heyer. Orange is wide at the apex there at turn 5. Guy Albag and Arūnas Kačauskas will see opportunity in LEDs up ahead of them.
Indeed so. Well, that's not the end of the world for Simon, I think, Finn getting past him, because Finn should have the pace, and indeed seems to have the pace, to go after Kenneth Heyer. So that SR Motorsport Mercedes could yet come back towards Simon Orange, nose to tail for the lead as they drop down through the corkscrew. Orange third, Albag fourth, Kačauskas there in 5th position. That's Igor Klaya losing a position, I think, in the overall running order anyway to Petar Matic, but still leads crucially in Cup 2. Here, though, comes Zulauf. He was on the attack as we headed out of turn 11 and into the braking zone at 12. Not close enough to get to the inside of Heyer there, but you really do feel that a move is incoming, and it could be a pivotal one. Heyer doesn't really need to fight this too much, actually. If he were to allow Zulauf through, which might happen here, Zulauf to the inside, Heyer turns in, up the curb goes the Lamborghini. Forget everything I was about to say. Kenneth is going to defend this one.
And watch the back of the pack. Samuele Butarelli, the pro driver in that Ferrari 296 challenge for the first time. He'll be up the inside, I reckon, of Przemysław Bienkowski by the time they get to the next corner. We have a lot of potential moves going on here, but Butarelli gets it done before the turn. Sparks flying off Finn Zulauf, and there goes Simon Orange. Zulauf keeps a wide berth, wise driving by going wide there from Finn Zulauf. Simon Orange remains in 3rd place. He's got Guy Albag all over him. Albag, who this time last year was racing in the Formula Winter Series, and he's enjoying himself very much in the GTs.
Well, Simon Orange is enjoying the fact that Kenneth Heyer is sort of holding up Finn Zulauf. There, look, goes Butarelli, although runs a bit wide out of 1, and that means that Kačauskas will get back through at turn 2. But yeah, Kenneth Heyer can't get away in front of the field. Finn Zulauf, as of now, can't get through, and that is bunching this whole leading group together. Guy Albag launches to the inside of Simon Orange. The back of the Mercedes was absolutely out from underneath him, and Simon Orange just about hangs on the outside line, but that would have been another heart-stopping moment for the championship leader. Again, Albag is to the inside, but again, I think the McLaren will hang on.
Finn Zulauf, meanwhile, I think is maybe even scoping the corkscrew as an overtaking opportunity through the lead battle. Higher holding on for the time being. Giechauskas getting involved as well now with Guy Albag. Both championship contenders here are in situations they will not be comfortable with. It's side by side. Kenneth Higher runs very wide indeed, and that could open up the door for Simon Orange. An error there for Kenneth Higher. I think he got out on the marbles, and that cost him. Zulauf is through into the race lead. Simon Orange senses an opportunity, but so does Guy Albag. Albag performs the switch back to get up to third position. Brilliant driving from the Antonelli Motorsport driver. He's now got another Mercedes in Kenneth Higher as his next target. Orange thinks to himself, well, I've lost out. How have I lost out on that one? And he's going to lose out further because Butarelli in the 296 Challenge car, the pro driver running interference in the GT3 battle, and there he goes. He gets past Albag as well, maybe even higher, heading into the 16th corner. He's not that brave on the brakes, but Giechauskas is. He's to the inside of Simon Orange. Simon Orange is down to 6th position. A disaster of a lap.
Oh, he's just got his sights set on Kenneth Higher and sort of forgot about everyone else around him there, Simon Orange. That one little lunge cost him dearly, and now he has it all to do again. Butarelli, meanwhile, to second, ahead of Kenneth Higher. You said we should keep an eye on him. You were absolutely right to say that. The lone Group 1 Ferrari is now in second place and might yet have the pace to go after the race leader.
And the thing is, Higher, Albag, Giechauskas, Orange, they will all be quicker up until they get to the straight. So now, Butarelli, who we ride on board with, is going to have a lot going on in his rear view mirrors. He is a very quick driver, yes, but you can't really overcome downforce when there's as much of it as there is in the GT3s. His car has great get up and go on the straights, 700 horsepower for the Ferrari 296 Challenge, high 500s for the GT3 cars with SRO BOP applied, but through the twisties he should be getting caught up, but it's not really happening. I think Kenneth Higher is a little bit preoccupied with defending second in the GT3 class, especially because if we were to wave the checkered flag now, he would be the championship leader once again. But Guy Albag is going to get the opportunity. Higher again asking too much of the tyres down at the bottom of the circuit, and by the time they get to turn 12, Albag is through.
And Kenneth needs to be careful of track limits there, because that is, I believe, a corner where they're monitoring it. If he goes well beyond the exit of the curve, the edge of the exit curve, then he could end up picking up penalties. Remember, all of these cars apart from the Ferrari in this lead group are GT3. You score points within your class, and so any position gained by Simon Orange or lost by Kenneth Higher is going to have championship ramifications. Is there about to be another place lost by the SR Motorsport car, because Arūnas Giechauskas is up the inside in the Audi, and Arūnas Giechauskas has been good on the brakes into turn 16, and he is once more. He moves through. That means that once again the title contenders, separated by next to nothing in the championship standings, are nose to tail.
And I want to say a word to Przemysław Bienkowski just behind them as well. At the start of the year, he wasn't really at the same level as a lot of the GT3 drivers, but as the season has gone on, obviously he's got a lot of mileage and he's so much better, as is Simon Orange. He's got a great run to the first corner, but a bit too late on the brakes. It did look slightly ambitious. He's going to have to wait that little bit longer, and this is one of the things we see in the GT Win Series with the mileage they get coming into the weekend. Drivers like Orange, like Bienkowski, we see them flourish almost weekend on weekend, and that's definitely been the case for Przemysław Bienkowski, who's looking to bring a second podium of the season to PTT Racing after they achieved their first in the pit stop race last time out in Valencia.
Yes, good stuff from him. Simon Orange really on the attack here, but you almost sense he just needs to take a deep breath and just remember there are 48 minutes left in this race still, and he's got Marcus Clutton tucked away in the garage, like a coiled spring, ready to jump in the car and go. He doesn't need to make this overtake right here, right now, but every opportunity he gets is throwing it up the inside of the Mercedes, and in fact it is now Simon who goes beyond track limits coming out of turn number 10, and he's to just be mindful of that. He clearly feels and I tend to agree with him that he is quicker than Kenneth Hire at this point of the race, and of course he's under threat from Biankowski, who does not have anything to lose by putting a move on these championship contenders. So I understand why Simon wants to get out of this position, but he just needs to make sure when he makes the move, it's a decisive one, and he gets the job done.
And this is the thing, everyone ahead. Oops. Oh, Biankowski very wide indeed. Pushing a little bit too hard. Here comes Arūnas Gečauskas. He's to the inside of Guy Albag for third position here, and he's going to take it well before they get to the braking zone. Gečauskas' car, I think, has a bit of the Porsche Cayman GT4 Winter Series disease, where once again, it's a very low slung and fairly small car compared to the big Merc. The back end of the straight, that Audi slides through the air very nicely indeed. He's up to third position and will now go Buttarelli hunting if he can at all. Of course, for Kenneth Hire, he doesn't care what's going on ahead of him. None of those drivers are overall championship contenders, but Simon Orange very much is. Simon Orange looking around the outside once again of the 11 car. They're side by side, inside line for Simon Orange, and he's through. And once again, he's gotten to the point of extending that championship lead. 2 points coming into the race. It would now be 4 points since he's 1 place ahead of Kenneth Hire.
That was a great move, a brave move as well, to go around the outside of your championship rival this deep into a season and trust them to leave you space. That was great respect between the two of them. Kenneth left him just enough room on the outside of the corner, and Simon Orange was able to get through without any paint being traded. Now he's got the clean air that he wanted. Simon Orange needs to get his head down and try and pull away. Of course, Kenneth has to try and stay as close as possible to that McLaren, so that when he comes in and hands the car over, they're still in the fight in the second half of the race. But really good stuff. You can tell there's a championship on the line, and you can tell it matters to both teams quite a lot, because neither of them were pulling any punches there.
J-Mo Hertling's going to be working up a sweat in that box, not just because he's watching in the box. I'm sure he's also shadow boxing, getting ready to take on this fight a little bit later on in the race during the mandatory pit stop window, which I remind you will be in 15 minutes time, minute 25 of the 55-minute pit stop of the pit stop race. Sorry about that. And it's a 10-minute pit stop window total. So we'll see who extends and who dives in early. I dare suggest both of our championship contenders will peel in fairly sharpish at that point to install Marcus Clutton and J-Mo Hertling, respectively.
I would tend to go along with that. Finn Zulaf, by the way, completes his 5th lap of the race. He is extending the margin over Samuele Buttarelli. So in the end, the Cup 1 Ferrari's charge, I think, will end at 2nd position. But he is still lapping more quickly than Arūnas Gečauskas, who's up into 3rd. So 2nd place for the Ferrari looks pretty secure for now. Look who else is about to buy into this battle in the background. The black Lamborghini of Severin Mazur, you remember, was tipped into a spin here at turn 1 on the 1st lap of the race. He is another GT3 car. He could take points away from either Kenneth Hire and or Simon Orange.
Well, this was the point I was going to make. I said a couple of laps ago that Kenneth Hire didn't care about what was going on through his windscreen. He now very much cares about what's going on in his mirrors, because yes, these are not full season entrants. Severin Mazur has been here for most of the season, but he missed Portimao. Come what may, they can still take points off of him, and Kenneth Hire will want to stay ahead of Biankowski, will want to stay ahead of Severin Mazur, and if anyone's going to be determined, it's going to be Severin Mazur, who's had a 3-for-3 record of dramas in the races this weekend already after that first corner spin. But we know he's quick, we know he's got good pace around here, and he would love to get himself at the very least a top 5 finish.
Yes, and that could still be possible, because through all of the dramas, he's had good speed, hasn't he, Severin Mazur? And demonstrating that here by reeling in the cars ahead. And in fact, he's right on the tail now of Przemysław Biankowski, because Biankowski was wide then through turn 12. I mentioned all weekend how tricky that braking zone is, and caught out Biankowski. On the inside goes Mazur. That is a move that I hadn't really seen anyone attempt until Charlie Robertson did in the, Rod Robertson in the previous GT4 race. And now all of a sudden everyone's cottoned on, I think, and realised, actually, if you're really not here to make friends and you just throw it up the inside and hope for the best, it can pay off.
Mediator, trendsetter, Charlie Robertson can do it all. Severin Mazur up into 7th position. Meanwhile, our race leader, Finn Zulaf, has been the first driver I've seen to get a track limit infringement warning. That could develop into a penalty if he's not too careful, and certainly his co-driver, that being of course, Felix Kiersinger will not thank him for racking up the tab before he takes the car over.
No, we've seen drivers bitten by that before, haven't we, when they jump in for the second half of the race and almost inherit a penalty from their co-driver. So through goes Mazur. We'll watch his lap times with interest now. His best lap is a 58.0, which is quicker than both Simon Orange and Kenneth Heyer have been at any point. So he should be able now to catch up to these two, possibly before the pit window opens. To Kenneth Heyer's credit, though, he has now settled down. He's not letting Simon Orange get away. So when he was in front of Simon, Simon looked much the quicker of the two. But now they are pretty evenly matched. And it is that black Lamborghini, I think, that's the next one likely to make a move.
Yes, Mazur, the danger man at the moment, for sure. You can see him jostling with the car there through the apex down at the corkscrew. I remember last year, actually, right here at MotorLand Aragón, we did a little bit of a feature with Kevin Morocca, who is the team manager at Sendum Racing Team this year, and also the driver coach for Severin Mazur. And he was showing us in footage in some laps around the circuit in testing over a year ago now. Severin was just launching it a bit too hard into apexes, and that would cost him time coming out of the corner. He rather illustrated that for me better than I was anticipating. But I was going to make the point that I think Kevin's job with a driver like Severin Mazur is to calm him down a little bit, to get that little instinct to go as quick into the corner as possible out of him just a bit. And while Kevin is certainly succeeding at making him a quicker driver, we do still see that kind of Larry instinct from Severin Mazur, which I'm sure makes Kevin sometimes go, oh my, but at other times it's great for us.
Yes, and if you speak to any pro driver, they'd tell you they'd rather have a really quick but perhaps inconsistent AM than an AM who's just off the pace. And, you know, it's much easier to dial them down from 100 than it is to get them up from 60, for example. So, yeah, that's not a bad problem for him to have. Simon Orange, though, definitely has an issue, and that issue is Kenneth Heyer, who has just ranged up behind the McLaren driver again over the last lap or so. Remember, these are the two drivers, two teams now, realistically fighting for this GT Winter Series Championship. There's a slender advantage that lies in the hands of the McLaren squad. But SR Motorsport, they know a thing or two about how to win these Winter Series Championships, and Kenneth Heyer is showing here that he is not out of the fight by any means.
Absolutely not. Severin Mazur, how far back was he at the start of the lap? He was 2.5 seconds off. He was actually slower than Kenneth Heyer on the previous lap, though, so it seems as if the pace has stabilised, and that's not really as much the pace coming down for Mazur. He's been in the 158, but what's actually happening is both Simon Orange and Kenneth Heyer are getting quicker as the stint progresses, as the fuel comes down, and indeed as they get hooked back up in the car once again. And Kenneth Heyer was some 0.6 quicker, nearly 0.7 quicker than Simon Orange on the previous lap, so I wouldn't mind betting Kenneth has a go before too long here.
Yeah, let's see what the relative straight line performance is between the two cars down this long back straight. Is the Mercedes going to have enough of an advantage to pull a move at the hairpin? Let's track them up down the hill and then back up the hill the other side. No, McLaren seems to be running well, doesn't it? Again, that slightly more slippery shape of the 720S, just keeping the big Mercedes at bay. The Mercedes advantage generally is on corner entry, though, and Kenneth Heyer, well, didn't really demonstrate that. Actually ended up going for the late apex, but did charge the corner well. Simon Orange, though, I think has responded nicely to the pressure. He did his personal best first sector, did Simon, on this lap, and third sector as well. A 58.3 for Simon Orange, 58.7 for Heyer, and a 58.9 for Mazur. So that time of these three cars, it was the Orange Racing by JMH McLaren, which was the quickest.
Certainly not the closest battle on circuit, but one worth flagging just to keep tabs on it as well is the battle for third and fourth place, because Arūnas Kačauskas hasn't really been able to drop Guy Albag, 1.7 seconds between them. And indeed, Albag was getting quicker and quicker, still 0.2 slower than Kačauskas on the previous lap, but they are quite close together. I don't think that third place battle is over by any stretch of the imagination. It may well, of course, become a second place battle a little bit later on in the race, because Giacomo Ronaldo will take the car over from Samuele Butarelli. We just saw the 296 challenge car go through, and we know from the previous races that Ronaldo's ultimate pace isn't quite there in the same way as his driver coach Butarelli. So I think that this battle for third overall will soon become second overall post-pit window.
Yes, I think you may well be right. Also worth making a point that Igor Klyer still leads in Cup 2, very handsomely actually, over Casey King. So Igor Klyer doing everything he can to maximise his points haul in Cup 2. Remember, because there are only 2 cars in that category this weekend, the maximum points available for winning the class is 12, but Igor Klyer is just maybe starting to slip a bit too far back from these 2 GT3 entrants to be a realistic title contender. But if you can have a really good weekend and there are a few more Cup 2 cars on the grid at Barcelona, he could still have an opportunity to score well. Simon Orange putting a bit of distance now between himself and Kenneth Hire. Was 9/10 of a second at the start of the lap. I'd wager it's crept up slightly in the sectors this time, as Simon now maybe starts to settle into things into the final third of his stint.
Yeah, absolutely right. It does seem as though Simon Orange is finding that little bit of X factor in terms of lap time. Let's see if he can go sub 1:58 this time. His last lap was a 58.1. In fact, that was the lap he just finished. So yes, 58.1 is his ultimate benchmark right now. We ride on board with the 32 car. This is Petar Matic for Autosport Racing, leading in Cup 4. The only Lamborghini Super Trofeo car here this weekend. There will be some interesting cars in Cup 4, some additional Cup 4 entries next time out as well. So we will see a couple of more Lambo Super Trofeo cars out there. Of course, we will see Alessio Raffini back out there, although he will be, I understand, driving solo, as Milos Pavlovic will remain in the Fishbaum GT3 spec Lamborghini, and a couple of other teams to tell you about as well when it comes to the Super Trofeo class, the Cup 4 class, next time out at Barcelona.
Yes, very excited for Barcelona. We're expecting a big grid, lots of exciting names on that grid, and a potentially nail-biting championship battle to be enjoyed as well. It's got all of the ingredients to be a classic, that. Make sure you're keeping in tune with all of the GT Winter Series social media channels between now and next week, and tuned into the action. Look at that, the race-leading car of Finn Zulauf really bottoming out under braking. I noticed actually this car doing that on the opening lap. I don't think it's anything to be massively concerned of, but very soft front suspension, very low ride height. I'm not sure what it is, but it's certainly dramatic.
Yeah, it's been doing it throughout the weekend, actually, on the compression zones under braking. And yeah, I think actually we even saw it last year, because they were here with Luca Engstler and Jonas Karklis in the 2025 GT Winter Series. And we did see it again from the Engstler Lamborghini specifically. I haven't seen the Severin Mazur car or the Fishbaum Pavlovic car doing it, so I think it may well just be a characteristic of how Liqui Team Engstler set the car up for this race.
It's working, because he just set the fastest lap of the race whilst doing that, so it's made me jump out of my seat, but it was a 1:55.545, which is a second or more quicker than anyone else is managing, and he's gone purple at the beginning of his next sector. So Finn Zulauf maximising this final part of his stint, and really starting now to get some properly good lap times out of the Liqui back Lamborghini, which again sparks the front splitter as it drops down through the corkscrew at turns 8 and 9. Just over the edge of the curb. You can do that in the GT races. The GT races and the Formula races, incidentally, have different track limits regulations, which is what led to a bit of a glitch in the timing earlier on in the penalty system. But the GT cars are able to run a bit further beyond the track limits than the Formulas that we'll see out next.
The reason for that being several-fold. If you look at that curb outside of turn 10, for example, a GT car can handle that. If you have the Formula guys trying to do that in a 30-deep field, that's not going to be a very good idea. So there is good reasoning behind that, and indeed it's just kind of matching the energies of what goes on in the summertime. The GT classes do typically have a slightly more lenient approach to track limits in continental Europe than we see in the single-seater classes. So the logic there is sound, and of course there are completely different race controls across the two categories as well. We've made a great deal in the Formula races about the F1 Academy drivers that we have here jumping on the plane to Shanghai just after this race is completed on Monday morning, or Monday evening, I think think it actually is. But another one doing that will be Neo Santa Maria, who's part of the race direction in F1 Academy, as well as our race director in the Formula Wind Series.
Yeah, exactly. So all adds to the credibility of that championship, doesn't it? And they're going to be rather tired, I think, by the time they eventually get to their next destination. We caught a glimpse there of Arūnas Kačauskas, who is still about 1.9 seconds ahead of Guy Albach. That gap is pretty static. This gap is anything but. It seems to really ebb and flow, doesn't it? It comes down as low as about half a second sometimes, and then occasionally it extends to closer to 1.5 seconds. But Kenneth Hire, over the last lap or so, has just been creeping back onto the tail of Simon Orange, keeping the pressure on, turning the screw and making sure that Simon can't relax.
Yeah, that is exactly what's happening. Simon Orange is definitely having one of the most tense race stints he's had in recent memory, really. When has he not been embattled over the course of the last 23 minutes or so? Incidentally, not this time by, but next time by, the pit window will be open for these drivers, and I wouldn't mind betting that that will be the point where we see them very quickly dive into the pits.
Yes, I imagine they'll want to try and get their pro drivers in as soon as possible, and it's not to say that these two haven't done a sterling job, because they have. Know that the drivers they'll be handing over to are more than capable of going that little bit quicker, and they crucially don't want to give the other team even a lap's advantage on having their pro driver in. If you wait even one lap longer, then you could lose a couple of seconds or more. So both teams will have one eye carefully trained on the time elapsed and waiting with bated breath for that opportunity to bring the cars in. The Severin-Mazur challenge never really materialised, did it, in the end? 3.3 seconds back is sort of where he stayed now. In fact, he was closer than that at one point. But Simon Orange and Kenneth Hire continuing to run strong pace, and gapping the Lamborghini behind. Hire once again creeping back up towards Simon as they come through this final sector of the lap. 31 minutes remain, and we are getting closer and closer now to what I feel will be a pivotal pit stop window for these two title contenders. Who blinks first? Do they both come in on the same lap? They should do, really.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? I don't think, with all respect to both parties, that it would be wise to keep them out there with either Clutton or Jamo Hertling on the circuit, would it? Because we know just how quick both are. Kenneth Hire has taken great pride in watching Jamo develop into a driver, and at this stage in his career, a slightly quicker driver than he is now. And that is, I think, something he'll take full advantage of in the midst of this title battle for the remainder of the season. Zulauf by 12.5 seconds, leading the way over Butarelli, who again we'd expect to maybe stay out there until the very end of the window. Conversely, being the pro driver in that Cup 1 Ferrari, we will then, of course, see him potentially watch that car fall back a little bit with Giacomo Ronaldo at the wheel. For now, though, Orange and Hire run through the 12, 13, 14 and 15 section. It may also be the case that Kačauskas, Albag, being solo drivers, they may well make the decision to dip into the pits fairly early as well. They've got a bit more freedom to do so, quite frankly.
Yes, that's going to be interesting, isn't it, though, because there's a possibility that Clutton and Hertling could start to then catch the likes of Kačauskas and Albag ahead, and that could be an interesting dynamic in the final part of the race as well. That is coming soon, I think, because the pit window's now open, and I suspect we will see both of these cars diving for the pit lane this time. In fact, looking out of the window, I think I can see the SR team preparing for a pit stop. I have to imagine the Orange Racing by JMH squad are doing the same. Out through the penultimate corner they go. The pit entry is on the exit of the final turn. Are they both coming in? Simon Orange is. Kenneth Hire is as well. So in they come, and it's now a battle, in inverted commas, in the pit lane. Of course, there are pit stop times to think about here, but this is going to be significant. They're within a second of each other, so if one team miscalculates it slightly, it could make a difference.
Yeah, absolutely right. This is going to be a very intense set of pit stops here because, yeah, to your point, both parties, of course, will be wanting to run this as close as they can in terms of the minimum pit stop time, which, incidentally, is 76 seconds here. It's 26 seconds worth of time to run down the pit lane from end to end. and then of course an additional 50 seconds allowed there for the actual service on the cars. So they might be rushing it out, but they can't rush it out too far for the sake of track position and then cost themselves a penalty in the process. Finn Zulauf continues on his way. I imagine he and Felix Hirsiger will split it straight down the middle, which would be one more lap's time. We hear the SR Motorsport Mercedes fire into life. Where is the McLaren relative to them? We need to really see that in the pit lane. There is the McLaren. It remains ahead. Marcus Clutton is still leading in terms of the teams or the championship battle in this race. So Clutton heads out ahead of Jamo Hertling. Jamo Hertling has some work to do.
I think I spotted that Jamo Hertling has inherited a warning for track limits from his co-driver Kenneth Hire, to the point you made earlier on. So he's got to be a little bit careful. What a job that is now for Jamo. Not only have you got to try and stick with and preferably overtake your championship rival, but oh, by the way, that championship rival is Marcus Clutton, one of the fastest GT3 drivers around. Oh, and you absolutely can't exceed track limits whilst doing it, because then you'll get a penalty and none of it matters anyway. So the pressure is on for Jamo here, and he again was running quite a bit over the exit curve coming out of turn number 7.
Be a bit brazen, that was, but yes, we'll keep an eye on that. It was actually on the in-lap that the warning flag was given, so Kenneth was pushing for an in-lap, clearly. Severin Mazur is in the pit lane as well, and of course that could be important to see where he factors in amongst these drivers coming out of the pits as well. Zulauf continued on his way, as did the top 4, Butarelli, Gachauskas and Albag, but let's see where Severin Mazur comes out relative to these two when he exits the pit lane. A little while for the team at Sendom to service the car just yet, and lights not ablaze yet on Jamo Hertling. I suspect they will be flashing before too long.
Yes, and McLaren winking at us again slightly as it comes up the back straight.
Well, that's what you meant.
Yes, yes. One of the headlights was not quite as well illuminated as the other, I noticed, in that other race, and particularly comical when Marcus was flashing the lights at people. But yes, 3/10 quicker in the middle sector was Marcus on this outlap. He already seems to have settled into the groove. I think I heard maybe Severin Mazur's Lamborghini firing back up in the pit lane. It should, all things being equal, come out behind these two by about 3 seconds or so, but we'll wait and just get that confirmed. Yes, there it was, just in the back of shot, so that car's not a factor right now, and you'd imagine that both Marcus and Jamo should now have the pace to get away. The question I have, I suppose, apart from the relative pace between Jamo and Marcus, I don't expect there to be a lot in it, is whether they do have the speed to start catching Guy Albag and Arunas Kachauskas ahead. It was a fair gap, though, that those two had built out, wasn't it?
It was a fair gap, but I do think it is a possibility over the course of 25 minutes for sure. We'll find out what the gap looks like in about a lap rotation's time, because both Kachauskas and Albag are into pit lane, and into pit lane fairly close together as well. Meanwhile, just behind Severin Mazur is race leader Finn Zulauf, who has still not made his stop, but we just now crossed the halfway mark of the pit window. I suspect he'll hand over to Felix Hirsiger now. I think there's an equilateral amount of driving going on between the two drivers in the 19.
Yes, I suspect you may be right. He's in the middle sector somewhere at the moment. There is the Audi in the pit lane then, and the GEDLICH Racing team go to work on Arunas Kachauskas' car. And yeah, this was pretty close between he and Guy Albag. It was never more than a couple of seconds between the two of them, really. And where is Guy Albag? He's further up the pit lane. In fact, there is Igor Klyer in as well. Still mathematically a title contender, the Cup 2 front runner. Cup 2 championship leader quite healthily, I think, now, with Alexei Kukureshko not taking part this weekend, who had been actually the better placed of the two in the standings. There goes Guy Albag, there goes Arunas Kachauskas.
It's a smaller gap, and it's also the opposite way round now.
Yes.
And a 75-second delta for Guy Albag, and it's a 76-second mandatory stop. It was quick, it was too quick for Guy Albag.
Well, that's going to be a penalty then, and that could also then have an impact on the title contenders coming from behind. So, shame though, really. It puts this battle on ice, and realistically means Arunas Kachauskas has a good opportunity now to make this third place his own, and of course, second in the GT3 category once he re-inherits the position, as we anticipate he will. Race leader is in, as you predicted. Finn Zulauf is in, so too Samuele Buttarelli has just brought the Cup 1 Ferrari to the pit lane, and that I think will complete our cycle of pit stops, will it not? I think pretty much everyone then will have made a stop, getting the thumbs up from Adam, which is always good. There is the Liquid Volley Team Engsler Lamborghini in the pit lane, and that will be released still with a very healthy lead. This car, though, I suspect might still have a part to play in all of this. It's not taking points away from any of our title contenders, but there's a good chance the title contenders could start to catch this car, I think, in the second half of the race.
Very good looking car, this one as well. But the livery, while it is quite subtle, the white stripes, the white details on it, and indeed the company logo on the side are all very BMS Scuderia Italia circa 25 years ago. It is a very handsome machine indeed, and that was a Ferrari too, so it all makes sense. Albag and Kachauskas running in tandem in third and fourth in the opposite way, but as we know, the pit stop window is 76 seconds. Albag's time was 75. That doesn't account for all of it, because it was actually a fairly slow stop for you to racing at 1 minute 19, a 79-second pit stop, but well, as this scenario has proven, better safe than sorry.
Yes, the Buttarelli pit stop's quite slow as well. He's still in the pit lane, nearly 90 seconds through now, so that car is going to fall back towards some of the GT3 cars that were chasing it. In fact, those GT3 cars going across the line now, and he's still in the pit lane. Is that the position?
Yes.
Yes, it is, isn't it? So there's something gone wrong for Rosso Corsa and their Ferrari in the pit lane. There it is. Is it obvious? Can they fire it up?
Looks like someone working on the steering wheel to do just that, doesn't it?
So I think that's the issue, and that is often a concern when you switch the engines off on these things, not the Ferrari specifically, but any racing car. The warm engines don't always then like to fire back up. So, okay, that takes that potential plot point out of contention, and it means that everyone from third place down inherits a position.
Just 4 tenths between Clutton and Hertling at the line. I know it's not news necessarily. They've been close, they'll continue to be close, but Hertling certainly has Clutton within his sight. There goes the Cup 1 leading Ferrari. Of course, no one else in that class, so it's not too much of a drama from that perspective, but still a shame really that they couldn't capitalise on being second position coming into the pit lane to maybe try and still finish ahead of a couple of the GT3 cars, but all the same, actually maybe one less obstacle for the likes of Clutton and Hertling, who would have been behind had there been a pit stop served in the timely fashion by Rosso Corsa.
Indeed so purple middle sector for Marcus Clutton as he responds to the threat of Jamo Hertling, but it was only 3 tenths quicker, so Jamo is staying with him. There they are, this is the story, this is the championship battle, and this is Marcus Clutton now having to get a bit of a taste of what Simon Orange was going throughout the first half of the race, just seeing that Mercedes never really getting that small in the rear view mirror, and having to be absolutely certain that he doesn't put a foot wrong and make a mistake. New fastest lap, by the way, is about to be set, I think, by the PTT Racing Team Mercedes of Mateusz Lazowski. Purple first and middle sector on this lap. And we'll have to see how that compares to the lap times from race 2 earlier in the day, where I believe we did in the end get a new lap record, didn't we, in that second race earlier on this morning. Clucked across the line, and it's just under a second now between the two.
Yeah, we did indeed get a new lap record down in the 54s, as it were, at that time, and 54.991 from Mateusz Lazowski, so not quite there yet. I believe it was a 54.6. I'll cross-reference that in just a second. But yeah, it is very fast-paced once again from Mateusz Lazowski, who of course we saw do this exact trick last time as well in the race at Valencia, and a late safety car of course made it eventually a podium result for Mateusz Lazowski, and he'll probably be quietly hoping that maybe such an opportunity will fall into his lap once again. As it stands, he's only 2.4 seconds back from Severin Mazur, so the PTT Racing driver will be on it going into this battle for 6th place in just a few moments.
Indeed so, yeah, 54.691 was Jamo Hertling's conserved time in the early race. We're a few tenths away from that, but there is fuel still to be burnt out of these cars, and Jamer is on the track right now with lots of incentive to find an even faster lap time if he can. Marcus Clutton, though, has the advantage right now. He's just got a purple middle sector. It's that middle part of the lap, isn't it, where the McLaren seems to have 2 to 3 tenths of a second per lap in hand, at least with these two drivers in the cars. So Marcus Clutton is, again, behind Igor Kleyer's class-leading car, I believe, as Jamer Hertling heads through the final corners, the McLaren now becoming a much smaller dot on the horizon for him to chase after.
A much bigger dot on the horizon, though, is Kachauskas, who's now only 7 seconds clear of Marcus Clutton at a lap gain rate of about 1.8 seconds. So I think in the final 10 minutes or so of the race, these two battles for 3rd and 4th, 5th and 6th, second and third, 4th and 5th, are going to merge together. Of course, Guy Albag is likely to receive a penalty. It will be 11 seconds in theory per the rule book, because you get 10 seconds plus however long you were out by on the pit stop. So he will receive a penalty, but all the same, on the road, I believe Clutton will at least get to Kachauskas, and I wouldn't mind betting he gets to Albag as well. There they are, going through shot, and in less than 10 seconds time, there is the Orange Racing by JMH McLaren through the shot. He is going to get there. It's going to be very tricky, quite hostile negotiations when they arrive to the back, although Clutton is currently doing a very good job of gapping Jamer Hertling, who is starting to struggle just a little bit. His last lap was his best of the race, but it was 7 tenths off of Marcus Clutton.
And this is pace that Marcus didn't have compared to Jamer really in the earlier race today, so is really impressing me here. Car 75, that's the Rosso Corsa Ferrari, had ironically a very slow pit stop, despite the fact they sped in the pit lane and have picked up a penalty for that. So there was the self-imposed penalty by having the long pit stop. Number 64 under investigation for a short pit stop. That, again, we had already spotted. That was the Guy Albag Antonelli Motorsport car. Yeah, this is not over, this race, at least as far as the battle between the championship contenders. For Jamer Hertling, he's probably got mixed feelings about what's about to happen. Part of him wants Marcus Clutton to catch up to Arūnas Kachauskas, because there's a chance Marcus gets embroiled in a battle that could delay him and allow him back through. But there, meanwhile, is Kachauskas to the inside of Albag, and this is further going to assist Marcus Clutton in catching these two. Point I was making is that, yes, if Clutton catches that, may invite Hertling back into the party, but there's a chance that Clutton could put these cars between himself, or at least Kachauskas between himself and Jamo, and that's a bigger points advantage for Orange Racing.
Yeah, the 71 car right alongside. I saw them out of the pit window and was frantically trying to figure out how to try and get the cameras down there to turn one, but the spot director and the camera crew picking that one up very well indeed. Kachauskas is on a mission. I don't know if he's been told about the investigation. Certainly, I don't think necessarily Utah Racing would have been aware of the shorter pit stop up until the point of that investigation coming up. They're not listening to the likes of me. They're kind of busy. But now that that's come up, they'll be watching with bated breath to see if the overtake needs to be made by Kachauskas. Although, to be honest, if you can get past Albag and then have Albag be the first one to have Clutton arrive on his bumper, that's probably better.
And that's a dream scenario for Hertling, because even if Clutton does get past Albag, it's not actually gaining him anything really, because he's going to inherit that position anyway. He might still delay the McLaren though, and bring the SR Motorsport Mercedes back onto its tail. So there are Albag and Kachauskas. There is Clutton in the background.
Car number 75 has the drive-through now for speeding, and the fact that that's been handed down makes me think that Albag's ruling will come in about 20 seconds. What might come before that, though, is a red Audi. There it is to the inside line at turn 16. The 71 very late on the brakes, but Arūnas Kachauskas gets it just perfectly stopped for the corner. Great driving from him to move up to second position on the road. He would probably have moved into second position with the penalty that's expected for the number 64, but all the same, great driving, and again that means that it's going to be Albag that gets caught up by Clutton first, and that can only really benefit Kachauskas.
Yes, Albag is 3.6 seconds ahead of Marcus Clutton, so there's a few laps maybe yet until Clutton gets there. Clutton back to Hertling is down to 1.3 seconds now. There's a Jamo responding ever so slightly as they head up through the winding section now that begins at turn 5 and takes you really all the way through to turn 15, where the drivers don't get much of a break between corners. Marcus then setting a strong pace, and again he'll have mixed feelings. Does he really want to now get embroiled in a battle with other GT3 cars, even if it means there are more points up for grabs? He's an experienced enough driver to know that that can come with risks and dangers that he'd much rather avoid.
And while this is something of a long shot, I grant you, as we see their 11-second penalty added to the race, so I understand the book, that's good. 11-second penalty added to the race for Guy Albag. But if Albag and indeed Kachauskas put up a fight, only 15 seconds back from Jamo Hertling is Matthias Lazowski, setting fast laps, and fast laps again. If this becomes a battle in the last dozen minutes of the race, they're holding each other up, costing each other 2 seconds a lap. By the end, Lazowski might be arriving to try and take some points away from the fellow full-season entrants.
Yeah, Lazowski, I thought, was going to beat his own fastest lap last time by, but fell a tenth or so short. All 4 of these cars then now comfortably in the same shot, heading up the back straight. Second place, Arunas Kachauskas. Third place, for now anyway, on the road, Guy Albach. Marcus Clutton will inherit that third position, and Jamo Hertling will inherit 4th. But that's not really a net gain or loss for either of them over the other, but it is more points at least on the table. So across the line we go, and a new fastest lap for Jamo Hertling all of a sudden, a 54.975, fractionally quicker than Lazowski went earlier on. Has Jamo been saving something for the final 10 minutes? He is a smart enough guy, I think, to have read this situation, seen that there's a chance that Marcus could get delayed in the closing 10 minutes, and Jamo wanted to make sure he had tyres underneath him to fight if that happened.
I think you're on Jamo's wavelength right now. Lazowski just took the fastest lap back away, incidentally, from Jamo Hertling, so Hertling is going very quickly. Lazowski is somehow going a little bit quicker, but that's an exciting sight. Apologies to Felix Hirsiger, we're not seeing that much of him. There is a double yellow flag at turn 15 briefly there. We didn't see what it was for. I think it's already stopped, the double yellow, but there was a moment somewhere on track briefly. But the point I was going to make, how awesome is this? Second, third, fourth and fifth together on the circuit. And yes, Hirsiger not getting much broadcast time, but he'll watch it back and understand why, because we have a thriller in prospect, and not only is it a thriller, but it's one with huge championship implications. If you're just joining us, the car that we're watching, the number 67 Orange Racing McLaren, leads the points by 2 over Kenneth Heyer and Jamo Hertling. They're about to extend it to 4 with how things finish at the moment, and it goes up in increments of 2. So it could go either way here. We could end up, of course, if Hertling gets through with a tie going into the season finale, and wouldn't that be special? But for now, we're basking in a great fight. Marcus Clutton about to get embroiled in a fight, and he scared off Guy Albag a little bit there, but Albag is going to hold his ground, and Jamo Hertling's eyes are going to be wider than they've been all race long. This is going to get intense now, Andy.
Oh, 10.5 minutes to go, and it's a nightmare scenario for Marcus Clutton. Overtaking this Mercedes doesn't gain him a single extra point. He's already ahead on corrected times, but he has to take a risk to do so, and he's already lost all of the cushion that he had over Jamo Hertling. Here he comes to the outside at turn 2. Guy Albag just about saw him coming, and Clutton gets the job done. That was just in the nick of time. It happened just before Jamo Hertling arrived on his tail. Now, how quickly can the SR driver make the move stick? He goes to the outside at turn 5. That is not going to work, but it will give Hertling a much better run through 6, which is a flat-out right-hander, and maybe allowed to make the move at 7. He has his nose ahead, but again occupies the slower, longer outside line. There's not a lot of grip beyond the curb either for Jamo to use, and he's still on the outside. Doesn't matter, he's got the job done before the corkscrew, so both of them, to be fair, handled that well. A slight net gain maybe for Jamo Hertling, but Marcus Clutton's troubles are not done with, because I think his pace is going to naturally carry him onto the tail of Arunas Kachauskas.
It absolutely is. We're going to go through it again in just a few moments' time. Marcus Clutton managing to get it done at turn 1 to get past Guy Albag after a side-by-side moment going into turn 16. Corners later, turn 7, we saw the move from Jamo Hertling around the outside to then convert it under braking into turn 8. So Hertling and Clutton getting through in the matter of the first sector of the lap. Can they do the same with Kachauskas? I don't know, he's scrappy.
He is, and the Audi seems to be pretty good at the end of the straight, doesn't it? I'm not saying the Mercedes isn't, but I don't think this corner is going to be an obvious overtaking opportunity for Clutton, and Kachauskas has had a really strong weekend so far. Remember, won a race yesterday, another podium earlier on today. He will want to try and get this second step of the podium if he can. It's actually the only step of the podium he's not stood on yet this weekend within the GT3 rankings. He won't really care that much that he's got a championship battle going on behind him, and indeed around him, I think, within the next lap or so. And of course, if they really start battling, it could bring Guy Albag onto their tail as well. There is a lot still to be sorted out in the last 8 minutes of this enthralling third race of the weekend.
I feel like it, well, I mean, it's a completely irrelevant statement to say it could go one of two ways, but Jonas Gelsnes is in the ear of Arūnas Kachauskas. He knows about fighting for championships in Carrera Cup GB. He's also quite a sensible head on a pair of racing drivers' shoulders, and if anything, he might suggest not to do anything too crazy to defend the position, knowing what's going on behind. And Arūnas is fairly sensible too, but I don't know, they are both racing drivers, both parties involved with that negotiation. I also think that, you know, Utah have paid the entry fee just like everybody else. There's no reason they should make way, and I really hope that Arūnas isn't being told discretion is the best part of valour, because I want to see what's going to happen.
And you just fell off Marcus Clutton's Christmas card list, I think.
Sorry, Marcus.
I'm sort of with you, though. We want to see this settled in a pure, fair fight, and Kachauskas is still pushing on because he made a big mistake there through turn 14. That will compromise his line through 15, and Clutton is now closer than he's ever been. Hertling is also flashing the lights at the McLaren driver as this all starts to build to a crescendo with 7 minutes on the clock. We might still have 3 races at Barcelona to settle this championship, but it really does feel like what happened this morning in race 2 and what happens in the next 7 minutes is going to be absolutely crucial in the destiny of the GT Winter Series title.
One way or the other, this has been a critical day in the series. The most pivotal day in the GT Winter Series season so far. Can Jamo Hertling reverse the pivot, spin things back around in favour of SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau? He has a little bit of assistance, perhaps, over the horizon. Well, not really over the horizon anymore, right in front of Marcus Clutton. Kachauskas may prove to be an X-factor against Clutton. Of course, equally, he might prove to be Clutton's best mate if he gets overtaken by Marcus and then holds Hertling up behind. That would be 4 points gained, not 2, in this championship of narrow margins.
It's why it's so important that Jamo has got back onto the tail of Clutton, because if Clutton goes through, Jamo is close enough that he might be able to go with him. If there was a second or a second and a half between those two cars, that's enough of a cushion for Clutton to make the move and still put that car between himself and Jamo Hertling. Marcus is definitely close enough to the Audi now that he'll be starting to feel the effects of the dirty air, and maybe that explains why he was a bit scrappy and a bit slow out of turn 9. Hertling now closing in on the McLaren driver, but he seems to ebb and flow almost by the corner.
It absolutely does, and look at that through turn 12. Kachauskas closer than ever before in the windscreen of Marcus Clutton, and I dare suggest on the run down from turn 15, 1.2 kilometres time at turn 16. Clutton is going to be right in the wheel tracks of that Audi, as strong as it is in a straight line, but Hertling is closer even to Clutton than Clutton is to the Audi.
Yeah, Clutton had a moment turning into 15. He took a really wide line in, went over the paint, and I think it was a bit dirty. The rear snapped on him, and that means that Jamo Hertling is almost close enough to think about it. I'm surprised in a way Jamo didn't even show the nose there to try and distract Marcus. Not that that's an easy thing to do, but anyway, closes onto his tail now, less than a car length in it.
Here we go towards turn 1. Hertling is not going to be close enough, I don't think, for a safe, low percentage move into turn 1, but let's see what the percentage game has to say about it. He's straying very wide at turn 1. He has to be careful about that. Of course, he's already received a warning flag for track limits. Kenneth actually received a warning flag for track limits a little while ago, so they do have to be a little bit cognizant of that as well. It's worth noting that there has been a warning flag applied about 8 minutes ago to Marcus Clutton as well, so neither man can afford to take it too far with the track limits. Here is Gaczauskas then, right in front of Clutton again, and this is now going to become an active problem for Marcus Clutton, especially because there's a Cup 2 Porsche up ahead in the form of Alex Martins as well. This could be a big compression point over the next couple of corners. Martins was very charitable in the sprint race when it came to the blue flags, and he's done so again right off the circuit. That's unconventional from Alex Martins, but it is very wide, and Gaczauskas has gone incredibly off the circuit. It's side by side. Clutton has the inside. Clutton has the position. He's through, and now he's going to be cheerleading Gaczauskas as if it was England in the 93rd minute, hoping that Jamo Hertling can hold on. Hertling goes for the move. They're still side by side. Going through turn 15. Hertling will have the run out of the corner with that line, and he's going to try and draw alongside the Audi as quick as it is in a straight line. I think Hertling may now be in position to go for the inside going into turn 16, but will Gaczauskas carry it off? It is the 67 car through into second place. Is Hertling going to be through into third place? He's got the side-by-side action. He's through into third place. Brilliant execution by Jamo Hertling. He needed that move with less than 3 minutes left on the clock. If he didn't get it done there, the pressure cooker really would be on.
Yes, and even if he now doesn't manage to get past Marcus Clutton, at least he's limited the damage again. It's only 2 points that Orange Racing by JMH will take out of the SR Motorsport pair, and that is really the least that Jamo Hertling would have wanted to take out of that situation. And Kenneth Hire, I'm sure, watching in the garage, felt exactly the same. Both of them, I thought, both Marcus and Jamo, really dealt with that situation well. It was a mistake from Gaczauskas initially that opened the door for Marcus Clutton, but then he made a decisive move when the opportunity presented itself. Jamo knew the significance of getting through as soon as he could, and he was able to do so at the first opportunity.
And I think that Arūnas Gaczauskas there deserves a doff of the cap as well, because he wasn't all out just giving up and allowing them through, but he wasn't doing anything crazy. It would have been quite possible and well within his rights to go dancing across the inside line at turn 16 to try and keep Jamo Hertling behind. He raced him, but he didn't go overboard with it. He didn't try and defend it as if it was a podium place, quite frankly. It was a bit more calm than that without just allowing it to happen. Jamo Hertling there with what turned out to be just about perfect rotation through turn 12. Not sure he intended it that way, but it was quite good to watch. While all of this is happening, of course, Felix Hirsinger is about to cross the line to start his final lap of the motor race in the race lead. The forgotten man at the front that is Felix Hirsinger in the Liquimoli Team Exeter Lamborghini. They are on their way to a race victory here in the GT Winter Series. Marcus Clutton and Simon Orange are on their way to fractionally extending the points lead in the GT Winter Series overall title battle, but fractions will do coming into the last round of the season.
This is a little hurdle that Clutton could have done without, though. Petar Matic is not leaping out of his way as he comes to put a lap on the Lamborghini, and Petar Matic is going to still stay in his way as they go through the first corner. Runs a bit wide, Clutton gets through. That was a bit closer than Marcus Clutton would have liked, but through he goes. And now Petar, I think, is going to get very up close and personal with Jamo Hertling as well as they head up the hill. So that possibly has decided the outcome of that fight for second place.
Yeah, it absolutely has. And hopefully Hertling got through that okay. Would have been an interesting one to see. Felix Hirsinger, though, running down to turn 12 for the final time in this race. We've seen him very little. We've really not seen him at all. We saw Finn Zulauf for the first couple of laps of the race, but I can confirm he is there, Felix Hirsinger, and he is going to win this one. Just a couple of corners to go for him, Andy.
They're the worst races to win, aren't they, really? Back end of the season, there's a championship battle going on behind you, and you just disappear off up the road. We haven't seen a lot of this car, with good reason, but yeah, let's give them the credit where it's due. It's been a flawless performance in this race. They've got a car that clearly is set up absolutely perfectly, 25 seconds up the road from anybody else, and it's a competitive GT3 grid this weekend, so a well-deserved win heading their way.
Absolutely right. Felix Hirschinger comes through the penultimate corner and the ultimate corner to win the race in the GT Winter Series, but further back there is a hammer blow in the title fight. Congratulations to Liqui Team Engstler on a very well performed, immaculately performed race victory. But how about this? What a day for Team Orange by JMH. You heard it earlier on. They don't want to see their opponent's DNF on their way to leading a championship, but it's happened and it's fallen into their laps. They will head to Barcelona with a 4-point championship lead, and that is more than enough for the time being. Let's see what they can do next time out in Barcelona. Hertling takes third, Gachauskas holds on to fourth position, and there was a switch at the end, not on the road, but of course with the time penalty for Guy Albag, Matthias Lizowski moved up into P5. Albag then taking sixth, Mazur in seventh place, and the Ronaldo car, Giacomo Ronaldo, finishing in eighth place. Of course, that's a Cup 1 win. Petar Matic crossing the line in ninth. Milos Pavlovic will round out the overall top 10 in the GTX entered Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2. See there the 19 hand out of the window for Felix Hirschinger. He would like to get used to the winning feeling in a GT3 car. Has done a couple of GT3 races last year in ADAC GT Masters in tandem with what turned out to be a championship winning campaign in Ferrari Challenge Europe. So for Liqui Team Engstler, a good sign that Hirschinger is really hitting his stride in this machine. The 19 car. It's been great to see Liqui Team Engstler all season long to this point. Some chopping and changing of the driver lineup round to round, and perhaps in future seasons we could see drivers of the likes of Hirschinger taking on the full season. That would add another very compelling addition to the championship fight. But it's been great to see Liqui Team Engstler putting on this performance all year long. They've had quite a few great results so far this year. Of course, Hirschinger himself already a race winner this season, albeit that was in a Cup 1 Ferrari 296 Challenge. He's now done it in a GT3 car as well. I must say, I can't think of many drivers, perhaps any drivers, who have won in two different cars in two different classes in the overall standings in a GT Winter Series season. That's not happened very often. And a great achievement from Zulauf and Hirschinger to really do a walk-off win on that occasion. But the biggest story of all is definitely the one for second place, and Marcus Clutton managing to gain himself an extra 2 points. He and Simon Orange with a 4-point lead now going into the finale at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, where there will be 20 points available per race. So 60 to score and 4 between them. That is going to be very intriguing. And I can tell you, we will absolutely have a full haul of points available in the GT3 class next time out. In fact, it could be the biggest GT3 entry we've had in series history if the numbers and the entries I've seen all materialize. And therefore, higher Hertling, as well as the Orange Racing by JMH team, are going to have a really thrilling and perhaps slightly arduous run to their possible titles. You saw Kenneth Heyer in the background talking to Simon Orange. Nice to see that mutual respect and camaraderie. Good friends off the circuit as well. They've obviously come to know each other over the last year or so in the Wind Series paddock. It was here a year ago where the McLaren team, Team Orange Racing by JMH came into the series for the first time, got to meet drivers like Kenneth Heyer for the first time, and over this season, where they're both full championship entries, they've really kind of built a respect, a camaraderie, but it'll be temporarily put on hold, I dare suggest, next time out. Championship on the line in Barcelona, and those two, Simon Orange and Marcus Clutton, will be with a marginal 4-point championship lead going into the next one. Izzy, of course, will be down there to, at the very least, talk to the winning drivers, Felix Hirziger and Finn Zulauf. May even get a word with our championship leaders as well, if we have time to do it before the podium. But obviously we don't want to delay the podium with the Formula Winter Series race coming up right after that. In fact, we're going to get hold, I think. We're going to put Andy McEwen into action to talk to Simon and Marcus on the podium. So we will get to hear from our championship leaders as well. But for now, Izzy has our race winners.
I do indeed have our winners alongside me. Guys, going to be honest, we didn't see all that much of you in that race because that was a mighty gap that you pulled. Finn, I'll start with you because, I mean, really impressive stint from you. And to finish the weekend like this after 2 P2s has got to feel good.
Yeah, it was definitely time to finally hit the top step. But yeah, it was a good stint. I had a good start. Didn't quite make it into P1, but yeah, definitely had a fun couple of first laps, and then yeah, just drove to the end, gave the car to Felix, and he did a great job finishing the race.
You certainly did, Felix. I mean, it was quite the gap at the end there. You, of course, have already won in the GT Winter Series, albeit in a challenge car, now in a GT3 as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a long wait after Valencia, where we had this misfortune in qualifying. And to now get the top spot together with Finn is something we work towards, and very happy to have it now. And I think the performance speaks for itself. It was very clean. We didn't do any mistakes, and that's what you need to win those races. So we're very happy. Yeah.
Absolutely, very impressive, guys. Go and enjoy it. What a way to bounce back from Valencia.
Yeah, absolutely right. It was a great performance from them and a great honour to see them race after we missed out in Valencia. Well, race 3, the pit stop race, is in the books in the GT Winter Series. Let's take a look at some highlights. As the race got underway, our championship top 2 side by side. Kenneth Heyer on pole position, Simon Orange on the outside of the front row, but Finn Zulauf getting the best start of anybody. Had a look to the inside at turn 1. Decided better of it, perhaps for the best. Severin Mazur got himself into a spin, unfortunately, but he would recover well as the race went on. In fact, it was a little bit of contact with Premislav Bienkowski at turn 1, as that secondary angle showed us, and Finn Zulauf was very eager to get past Kenneth Heyer in the early stages. Guy Albag equally was trying to get his way past Simon Orange any possible way he could. Eventually, Zulauf would get through into the race lead, and pretty soon it would be Heyer defending from Orange, from Albag, and also from Samuele Buttarelli, who in the Cup 1 Ferrari Challenge car was having a very good run, up as high as 2nd overall after making the move on Kenneth Heyer. Heyer would soon start leaking positions, unfortunately, to both Kachauskas and Albag, and then Simon Orange with a very cheeky lunge at the first corner. Couldn't get it done there, but they would continue to spar with each other over the course of the next several laps. And this was the critical moment where Simon Orange did get himself past Kenneth Heyer, and that would, of course, mean he could hand the car over to Marcus Clutton with the Schnitzelbaum SR Motorsport car in the mirrors. We saw some bottoming out and locking up from the Liqui team next to Lamborghini, but it was still the fastest thing out there on track for a big part of the race. Clearly the car set up a little bit soft at the front end, but sparking its way to speed all the same. Guy Albag came out of the pits ahead of Arūnas Kachauskas. The opposite way they came around, it seemed suspicious, and sure enough, the stop was too short, so a penalty was applied post-race for that transgression. Meanwhile, some interplay among the classes further back, and some battling up ahead. This was Arūnas Gečauskas getting up to second overall at the expense of Guy Albag, albeit Guy Albag holding a penalty, and pretty soon Albag would be under pressure as well from Marcus Clutton, who wanted to try and put another GT3 car between himself and Jamo Hertling in the 11 car for the sake of the points, but that wasn't going to happen. They arrived on the back for second place for Arūnas Gečauskas. Gečauskas effectively scared himself off the circuit going out of turn 11, and sure enough, Clutton would get through, and it wouldn't be too long before Jamo Hertling found his way by as well with a good run out of turn 15. At the front of the field, Felix Hirsiger claimed a dominant race win for Liqui Moly Team Engstler along with Finn Zulauf, and Marcus Clutton and Simon Orange have extended their championship lead in the Orange Racing by JMH McLaren 720S. And they have a lot to celebrate coming into this next weekend at Barcelona. You see the Formula Winter Series teams already out there, ready to prep their cars for the racing, but for now, Felix Hirsiger winning the race by 25.3 seconds over Marcus Clutton, who held off Jamo Hertling to extend the points lead. Arūnas Gečauskas in 4th position ahead of Mati Zazovsky, who managed to inherit 5th place after Guy Albag's penalties. Mazur in 7th, Giacomo Ronaldo taking 8th place ahead of Matic, Milos Pavlovic, and then at the back of the field, the Cup 2 class Porsches, Igor Klaya finishing ahead of the number 4 car, the machine from Nascent Racing, and at the very back of the field as well, of course, towards the rear of the field at least, was Milos Pavlovic as well in that Autosport racing car. He was actually running 10th of the flag, of course. So then the GT Winter Series race is concluded. The podiums will be up next. There you see confirmation of what I was saying with the 7 and the 4 car, and we'll go to the podiums in just a few moments' time. In fact, we'll go there now.
Thank you, Adam. Well, what a sensational final GT Winter Series race of the weekend that was. The tension mounting right until the final few laps. We'll get our podium underway with the GTX Category 2 drivers to welcome onto the top step of the podium. The GTX win goes to Michael Fishbaum and Milos Pavlovic. Well done, guys. Good job done in the GTX Autosport Racing entry. And they head to the top step of the podium. We've got Oleg from Pirelli here to hand their winner's trophy out, and 3 solid races. Good to see Milos out in the car in this 3rd and final race as well. And they are all smiles on the top step of the MotorLand Aragón podium at the end of a busy weekend of racing, and the GTX car running seemingly faultlessly in that final race. They've got their bottles to take with them, I think, for the after party tonight. We'll let them go away and begin enjoying their evening here at Aragon. Cup 4 is up next then, and we'll just quickly prepare the podium. It shouldn't take too long because it's just one driver. He has claimed the victory in all 3 Cup 4 races this weekend. It is, of course, Petar Matic. Well done. On to the top step goes the driver of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Huracan. And again, a winner's trophy heads his way. Okay, only the only entry in that class, but still, he's kept largely out of trouble this weekend and will be very happy indeed with the trio of trophies that he will be taking back home with him. Congratulations, Petar, then, on the 3 Cup 4 victories, and we'll see him again, I'm sure, in the near future. Cup 2 we move on to next, and this is for the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup cars, and we are, I think, good to go then with our 2nd placed runners in Cup 2, Casey King and Alexandra Martins. Well, oh, Casey isn't here, but we have Alexandra here to celebrate on the 2nd step. He's got 2 bottles of champagne to enjoy later on. Maybe he'll share one with our race winner. It's 3 wins from 3 races in Cup 2 for Igor Klaya, who is not here either. So we have the trophies for Alexandra Martins. Stefan stopped me just in time, and Alexandra sees the opportunity to jump onto the top step of the podium in the absence of his fellow Cup 2 competitors. But congratulations to Igor Klaya, 3 wins from 3 races, and just about keeping maybe his championship hopes intact. Remember, led the championship, Igor, coming into the weekend on the combined class points. So congratulations to our 1 Cup 2 driver who made the trip up to the podium. Cup 1 comes up next. I believe we've got both of our Cup 1 race winners here. The Rosso Corsa Ferrari, which ran as well as second. Oh, here's Igor Klei. Well, Igor, there's a trophy waiting for you. There's some more photos I think they want to take now because Igor Klei, our Cup 2 winner, has arrived and does now receive his winner's trophy from Stefan from GEDLICH, and there's a chance for him to pose for the photographers as well. Took him a while to make his way down here, but good that Igor's been able to come and join in the podium celebrations. Gets a handshake from Alexandra Martins and will again take 2 bottles of champagne with him, and they will continue their celebrations. Congratulations, guys. Right, Cup 1, we need more champagne now because I think Igor possibly has done a runner with one of the bottles intended for our Cup 1 winners. We'll sort that out backstage and introduce our Cup 1 race winners, Giacomo Rinaldo and Samuele Buttarelli. Well done, guys. They ran as well as second at one point in that race, and if it wasn't for the slightly slow pit stop, they might well have been able to finish in the outright podium positions, and certainly would have had a part to play in the GT3 battling that was going on in the closing stages. So Samuele and Giacomo celebrate the win. Of course, 3 races for Giacomo. He's had plenty of seat time this weekend, and Samuele doing his first race of the weekend. Congratulations, guys. And finally, we move on to the GT3 class, and this is where really all of the main drama was centred in that race. So many storylines, the championship battle going right down to the wire, and right in the middle of that championship battle are our 3rd place finishers. It's their 2nd 3rd place finish in the class this weekend, Gemma Hertling and Kenneth Heyer. Well done. 3rd step of the podium for SR Motorsport, and they are 4 points behind championship leaders Orange Racing by JMH, we believe, going into the final round. It was the Orange Racing squad who claimed 2nd in GT3, but extend their championship lead. Simon Orange and Marcus Clutton. Well done, guys. On to the 2nd step of the podium. A brilliant drive from both of them. They both had some elbows out overtaking to conduct, and they both did so in fantastic fashion. That battle rather meant we forgot a little bit about our race winners, but what a flawless performance it was for the Liqui Team Engsler pairing of Felix Hirsiger and Finn Zulauf. And that is, of course, the first win in class for that team, but they've had 3 podium finishes in the GT3 category this weekend. Handshakes all round, and the trophy's now presented by Oleg from Pirelli and Stefan and Sergio from GEDLICH. And we are going to try and take a chance. We've already heard from our race winners, but I'm going to try and take a chance to speak to our title contenders after this podium has been conducted. Certainly want to speak to the Orange Racing by JMH pairing, and if we've got a chance for a quick question for either Kenneth or JMO, then I wouldn't mind doing so, just to get their thoughts going into what is going to be a nail-biting finale. Make sure you tune in, everyone. This time next week, we'll be crowning GT Winter Series champions, and it could still be any one of 2 or 3 teams. Corks are being taken out of bottles. That's my cue to go and hide behind the podium. And Marcus is looking very suspicious next to me. There we go. There's the spray from the rest of the podium finishers. And JMO finally gets the cork out and joins in the champagne shower as well, and smiles on all faces. I wonder who's going to have the biggest smiles on their faces at the end of the Barcelona weekend. Simon and Marcus, if I could ask you and the SR guys just to stick around for a second. We're going to have a quick chat with you all. If you want to just wander over into the middle of the podium. They're ignoring me, not for the first time. There we go. Come on, Simon. I want to get your thoughts on that because, my word, this is getting tense, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. I had very specific instructions there from Marcus to do not defend all the silver pros behind me, and I didn't really need to. They went past me before I could do anything, but I had my eyes on Kenneth the whole race. Yeah, so I just didn't want to slow myself down when they went past.
What was going through your mind? And remember, we're going out live on air here, Simon, when you were watching Marcus battling away with for a podium place. Valuable points on the line, weren't there?
I was cool, calm and collected, mate. He's absolutely magnificent, smooth as anything, perfect racing. What can you say?
And now to the blushing Marcus Clutton, let's get your thoughts. I mean, you revel in those moments, don't you? With the championship on the line, positions to be gained, you never back out of it, do you?
No, it's been a good weekend's racing, really. I'm sick of looking at JMO in my mirrors, so it'd be nice to have a few days off. But
Yeah, good work from the team. Simon's done a mega job. That was his first laps in the dry there. He's been in the wet all weekend, so great job. Did everything he needed to do, gave me a good car, and yeah, we did the rest. So yeah, let's get to Barcelona.
Sounds good. Right, I'll let you go. Congratulations, guys, and congratulations to all of our podium finishers in the GT Winter Series finale, final race of the weekend anyway, here at MotorLand Aragón. Our finale for the day could well be a championship deciding race. The Formula Winter Series drivers are on the grid, and as Izzy Browning, I'm sure, is about to detail to us, there is another championship perhaps about to be claimed.
There absolutely is a title that could be claimed here, and it is that of overall Formula Winter Series champion in 2026. Dries van Langendonk, who incidentally starts this race from the front of the grid, he could well take the championship win here. In order to do so, he needs to outscore Arie Bansel by 3 points. Arie Bansel, who is set to start from 9th on the grid. So that is certainly not a big leap of the imagination to imagine Dries from pole outscoring Arie Bansel by just 3 points. There are 81 points in it once you factor in the 2 points for pole position that Dries van Langendonk now has in his pocket. That puts him on 201. That puts Arie Bansel on 120. Now there is a slight X factor here in terms of deciding the championship today. If Van Langendonk were to fall back to the very low point scoring positions and Thomas Behrmann were to outscore him by 17 points, Behrmann, from 3rd in the championship on 110 points, could just about keep the championship alive. But by all logical matters, it should be straight up Bansel or bust in terms of taking the championship to Barcelona. Behrmann still has a tiny iota of an opportunity as well, but it is a long shot. Dries van Langendonk ultimately is in a very strong position, only having to outscore the closest rival by 3 points to win, especially with that rival all the way back on row 5 of this grid. It's very exciting times to come here in the Formula Winter Series. We've had 2 fantastic races both so far this season in the Formula Winter Series. This weekend Aragon has presented some exciting racing, and let's go down to Izzy to present us an exciting grid walk.
Well, here we go then. Welcome down to the grid for the final time today and the final time this weekend for the Formula Winter Series. And here we go, a championship could be decided. This man here on pole position, the number 15 of Dries van Langendonk. Well, what does he need to do? He needs to outscore Arie Bansel by just 3 points. And I know that he will be aware of that. I debated whether I shouldn't go and speak to Dries, but I am going to, because he is on the verge of a championship. And I'm sure the Rodin team would expect me to speak to him. And I'm sure Dries would expect me to speak to him as well. Well, you know what's at stake here. You know what you have to do. It's only 3 points that you need to outscore Arie by, and then you've done it. Is it on your mind?
Well, I try not to have it on my mind. I try to just do the best race I can and see where I end up. But yeah, it's looking good, I shall say. But yeah, see how it goes.
It certainly is looking good. You've got teammate alongside you, though. You need to make sure that you keep it clean between the two of you as well, because I know this team's championship is also important to Rodin.
Yeah, obviously our team manager will be very happy, and all the team deserve to be team championships. So yeah, hopefully we can score some good points for them, and yeah, wish all the best for our teammates.
Best of luck, you enjoy it out there, and I'm sure his mechanic Jake will hope that it will be a championship for Dries van Langendonk at the end of this. Well, here we go then. I'm going to come this side so as not to go by the fans, where you won't be able to hear a word that Alfie is saying. But Alfie, just one quick word. Well, you've got your teammate alongside you. Of course, he's on the verge of winning the championship, but you also want to get a race win. What's the mindset?
Yeah, obviously I want to get the race win, and he's quite far ahead in front of the championship, but at the end of the day, I don't think either of us are going to be thinking about that. If he's quicker and races better, he'll win. If I'm quicker and I race better, I'll win. It's as simple as that, really.
It Certainly, it's a fantastic mindset to have as well. Best of luck, enjoy it out there. We will continue back because we have on P3 Arjen Kraling. Now this is an US racing car. Of course it is an all-road-in front row, but Arjen Kraling already a winner in the Formula Winter Series last time out in Valencia, and it was a pretty spicy race earlier, wasn't it? I mean, there were battles all over the place and it really made things exciting. I'm sure that they will do the same for this final race of the weekend. I mean, there were people in battles all up and down the field. I'm not sure if Adam and Andy have caught their breath yet from all the exciting racing that we have had today, and one man who will be hoping to end the weekend on a high is of course the number 87 of Thomas Behrmann. He starts at P4. Will a championship be decided? Here we go, let's wait and see.
We're smiling wide and we're very excited. It is the third and final race of the weekend in the Formula Winter Series. They've given us 2 corkers so far today, and we're due another one here. It's teammates on the front row, a critical site for Road in Motorsport in the Teams Championship with Dries van Langendonk and Alfie Slater there on the front row of the grid. Arjen Kraling, he was very quick further down in the pack in that second race. Let's see what he can do from third on the grid. He's alongside Thomas Behrmann. Ethan Lennon in 5th place. The Rodin drivers getting up there for this one. Alexander Savinkov, who of course had the best race pace arguably of anyone. He starts from 6th in race 3. Theo Borenstein in 7th. He's alongside Pedro Lima for Van Amersfoort Racing. Harry Bansell in 9th place. He's got some work to do. Platon Kostin alongside him, rounding up the top 10 ahead of Noah Killian and George Proudford-Nalder on row 6 of the grid. Sammy Lifrid looking to get to the points again after having a great run from 4th on the grid earlier. Emilio Del Grosso is alongside him. Levian is 15th. He's alongside Ludovico Busso on row 8 of the grid. Row 9 is Alexandra Lauser and Matilda Patz on what will be her final appearance of the season in the Formula Winter Series. Vittorio Orsini and Chiara Batti, 19th and 20th. 21st and 22nd, Nicolas Cortez and Raheem Alibai. Row 12 on the grid will be Andre Rodriguez and Alicia Palmovsky. 25th and 26th will be Alexander Chartier and Max Kamalander. 27th and 28th, Megan Bruce and Ginevra Panzeri. Megan Bruce, of course, along with Palmovsky, going to go to Shanghai rides after this. Victor Poulsen and Marcus Silkunas making up our final row of this 30-car grid. Alexander Ruta, if you missed race 2, he is not taking the start. Unfortunately, the driver who currently sits 4th in the points sustained a hand injury, I think, in that contact with Harry Bansell in race 1 yesterday, and he is not able to take part in the rest of this weekend. Status unclear for Barcelona, but one would suspect that in a week, if he's got some damage to his hand, it's not going to recover that quickly. Let's hope we get to see Ruta in Barcelona at the very least. Slater on the inside then of the front row as we get this race into life, but of course that's the dirty side of the track. Van Langendonk will be on that pole position slot as well. Meanwhile, Victor Poulsen having an issue there in the 37 car. Didn't actually get underway for the formation lap. That was pushing the car back into the pit entry. Dries van Langendonk then pulls up to his slot. I can tell you, incidentally, that 37 car from AS Motorsport did just go past us to take a pit lane start, so they should be okay. But Dries van Langendonk not wanting to think about it, he told Izzy, but it's definitely going to be in the back of his mind.
Well, absolutely, and he's surrounded by drivers who are quite keen to get their weekend back on track here in this final race. Alfie Slater, for example, starts alongside him. He's had an 8th and a 26th place finish this weekend and hasn't been on the podium since Portimao. Arjen Kraling, similarly, he's had a 23rd and a 7th place finish, and not far further back is Ethan Lennon, who charged through the field in race 1 yesterday to finish 5th, but then stalled on the line and finished 23rd earlier on this morning. So a few drivers around Dries who don't really care about the championship and just want to get a good result, a podium finish, maybe a win, to try and allow them to leave MotorLand Aragón with a smile on their face.
Indeed, but Slater, of course, being a Rodin teammate to Van Langendonk, won't do anything too crazy, but having 3 Rodins in the top 5 important for the team's championship, which we really haven't touched base on. That's not going to be decided today. The drivers' championship might well be. Van Langendonk leads them away then as we are ready to go in the Formula Winter Series. Slater with a decent start. Kraling with a magnificent start. He's going to be up the inside for second position as they run through the first corner, but Dries Van Langendonk has got the first job done. He leads them by quite a margin coming out of the first couple of corners. Then it's the US Racing driver Slater in 3rd position, and where in all of that is Arie Bansel. He's still out there, but I think he might still be 8th, 9th position at the very best. He's actually fallen back a little bit, I believe. All the same, we run through the first sector split, and it is going to be a comfortable lead for Van Langendonk. In 2nd place, I think Slater has managed to gap them a bit as well. Ginevra Panzeri with front wing damage, so there has been a collision further back. But Van Langendonk untroubled at the front.
That, I think, is up at turn 3. We've seen quite a bit of wheel banging there on the opening laps of these Formula races and indeed GT races this weekend, so that's not a huge surprise. Hopefully that car does not need to be recovered under a safety car. We'll wait and see. The rest of the field, though, through the corkscrew section for the first time, and so far so good for Dries Van Langendonk out in front then, keeping everyone else in his mirrors, and he now just needs to try and get his head down and pull a gap if possible. No one else has really been able to do that this weekend. Anyone can, though. Dries can.
Bansel has made up some headway, actually. I think he might be going around the outside of Lima here for 6th place. There is the 47 car. Is it 6th? Yes, it is. Well, he's 7th at the moment, but he's trying for P6, so he has made headway, has Arie Bansel. He needs to be, outscored by 3 by Dries Van Langendonk. In other words, if Van Langendonk wins, it's over no matter what. So he's got a lot of work to do as Slater goes side by side there with Behrman, and further back, I think that's Noah Killian trying to make it 4 wide with one of the Jensers and several others, but the safety car is out just as they go almost 5 wide, but the safety car is out. Hopefully everyone gets that bulletin. Not yet, and well, the boards are flashing. We are going to safety car, but goodness me, that was a touch dramatic through the opening corners there.
Well, there's no way any of those drivers knew the safety car had been called in that exact moment. There's also no way of knowing exactly what order they were in, quite frankly, when the safety car was scrambled. So, yeah, good luck figuring that one out in race control. I think they might just have to say, OK, settle in single file and we'll go from there. But, yeah, Dries Van Langendonk then, you won't mind this safety car too much. It prolongs or it shortens the amount of green flag running we're going to get. Someone to the pit lane at the back, that was Alexander Chartier. So 2 AS Motorsport cars in trouble on the opening lap. There is another of them, the Ginevra Panzeri car being recovered.
And the third one, of course, didn't get off the line on the formation. That's Victor Paulsen, who had to start from the pit lane, has actually made it around the first lap, incidentally, but certainly not the start that AS Motorsport would have wanted here. So movers and shakers, Arjen Kraling, of course, up into 2nd place, while Dries Van Langendonk got a great start in his Rodin. The other 2 cars from the team, Slater and Lennon, both fell back to 4th and 8th place respectively. It's Van Langendonk from Kraling, from Behrman, from Slater and Savinkov, your top 5 coming out of that first lap, and then critically just behind Lima in 6th is Arie Bansel in P7 on this standings right now. Some other movers around the field. Well, it's worth noting that Chiara Betigue has taken the female trophy lead from 17th overall at the moment, so she's got herself ahead of Matilda Patz for the female trophy, and only a couple of places back behind them is Alicia Palmowski in 21st, so she'll be looking to get in amongst that battle as well for female trophy honours on what will be the last, I suppose, F1 Academy flavoured trip to the female trophy before we have Chiara, I know, will be back next time. I think Panzeri will be back as well, so there still will be a female trophy next time out. But of course, with the F1 Academy beginning in Shanghai, some slightly repeated numbers for the finale.
Yes, although I'm sure we won't be short on drama throughout the field anyway. A couple of noteworthy drivers then. Alexander Savinkov, we both said we were excited to see how he went. Well, he's up into 5th position. What have you spotted, Adam?
I was trying to tell you the safety car's in this lap.
Oh, yes, sorry, I was not really expecting that to be such a quick recovery. There we go. So we're going to go racing this time. It will probably change anyway within the first few corners. But yes, Savinkov up to 5th already. Remember how quick he was in that race earlier on today. He could be another spoiler in the pack who could get in amongst the championship contenders.
Has Van Langendonk gone already? I think he has, yes. So Dries is back underway. Where is the safety car? Good, it's well clear. No problems there then. Dries Van Langendonk powers off into the race lead. Of course, he knows how quick Arjen Kraling can be at the sharp end of a field. We all know after the race win at Valencia last time, Noah Killian has a front wing missing all of a sudden. Well, not missing, but badly damaged. Now, did that happen under the safety car or did that happen before the safety car? He was part of that very contentious zone at turn 16 as the safety car was thrown, but he now has damage. I don't know if that came before or after, but either way, he's possibly going to fall through the order with a lack of front error. You can see him struggling with understeer there and losing out to his teammate Ludovico Busso for 13th position. It's Van Langendonk from Kraling, from Behrman at the sharp end of the order. 3 teams in the top 3, as we've seen quite often. Those 3 protagonists at the front of the team standings, that being Rodin Motorsport, Us Racing, and Van Amersfoort Racing, who are separated by 11 points in the team championship coming into this weekend. Rodin, I think, have suffered actually a little bit in the team standings, given that both Lennon and Slater have had some tricky races, although Van Langendonk has been doing his all to make up for it. Either way, while that is nowhere near going to be decided on this day in this race, we will keep an eye on that, of course, in Barcelona, because that arms race is going to continue right until the final flag of the season. For now, though, the collective focus of everyone at Rodin in the garage, I'm sure, will be on Dries Van Langendonk and him staying in the lead. That was very deep into turn 14 from Ollie Behrman, and I thought Thomas Behrman, the other one, is in Melbourne. I knew that was going to happen once this year, not least of which because I used to commentate on a Van Amersfoort Racing F4 car driven by Ollie Behrman, so I was back in 2021 for a moment there, and Thomas was very deep into turn 14, and side by side meanwhile for 4th place, because Alexander Savinkov is through in the 17 car. I expect him to be a part of that podium battle very soon as Ari Bansel gets past Pedro Lima for good measure, so that's him up to 6th place. Still not good enough. He's going to have to go a long way further. In fact, he's going to have to get past Van Langendonk for the lead in theory.
And it might not be him who actually gets past Van Langendonk.
Whoa!
It could be Arjen Kraling from nowhere, launches up the inside at turn 1, and he takes the Us Racing car to the lead. I was about to say that Dries Van Langendonk wasn't getting away, and that really emphasised the point. There's more drama now, I'm afraid, of the Noah Killian variety. I think he's tangled with someone else now at the final corner, but at the front of the field we've got a new leader, Arjen Kraling then, who is hunting down that 2nd win of the year. Drama behind, around,
That's Bansel! That could be the championship. It almost certainly is the championship as he digs his metaphorical heels into the gravel trap. The 46 driver is out of the race by all intents and purposes. That is huge. That is potentially the championship, even though Van Langendonk has lost the lead. It doesn't matter ultimately.
That was always the danger, wasn't it? It's one thing for Bansel to gain the required number of positions to stay in contention. He was starting right in the middle of the drama hotspot, wasn't he, really? And was always going to struggle, you felt, to stay out of trouble, given how feisty the races have been all weekend long. And that midfield battle was certainly pretty feisty. What a shame, though. More drama as well. That's 97 of Platon Kostin, who is off for the VAR car, and that is quite close to the edge of the road. I sense another safety car coming here.
There is. It's already out. So the safety car is out on the circuit for a 2nd time. I'd made comments about the fact we hadn't seen the safety car in the first 2 races. Hold my hands up, sorry guys. Kraling, Langendonk, Behrman then our top 3. Thomas Behrman, to reiterate for myself mostly. Alexander Savinkov has now of course been brought into that directly, and in the bigger picture of this race rather than the championship, I dare suggest that that is very consequential to those ahead of him, because again, we saw the race car underneath Savinkov when he went from 20th to a podium.
Indeed so, yeah, he was absolutely flying in that race earlier on today, and he got past Alfie Slater just in the nick of time, just half a lap before this safety car was scrambled. So that means that he now bridges the gap to the leading three, who themselves, I suspect, are set to resume that battle that they were enjoying earlier on. And he will insert himself fully into that fight for the win, I am sure. Dries van Langendonk, I wonder whether the Rodin team have told him that Arie Bansel is out of the race, or whether they're going to choose not to. In a way, it sort of doesn't matter. He just needs to try and stay out of trouble and finish the race as we get a look back at some of the dramas. This was up at turn 16. This will be Noah Killian's second incident, I suspect. Oh, yes, got tapped into a spin by the 66 car, so that wasn't his fault of the secondary contact as they both go around. That was a little on the clumsy side. Max Kammerlander, whose name I seem to remember mentioning in race 2, being involved in a skirmish somewhere. He is the one who, I'm afraid, might get the blame for that.
Got airborne and then he camel landed, and unfortunately that car will probably not be A1 after that, so we'll see if he can carry on in this race. I don't think he's visited the pits, and he is in the safety car queue, so with any luck Max's car isn't too badly damaged. There it is at the very back of the safety car queue, the number 66 machine. So then 19 minutes and 20 seconds plus one lap of this race, and it's a bit of a return to what happened last week, of course, or 3 weeks ago, as I should say. Ian Kraling at the front of the field in race number 3. It's been a rather topsy-turvy race of, or topsy-turvy even. A topsy-turvy season for Ian Kraling, because his race win was only his second time scoring points all year long, and there he is now, once again at the sharp end of the order. He was 10th coming into this weekend in the standings. He's now 11th. He has, of course, also had a third point-scoring race 2 earlier on in the day. But a highly unusual campaign that he's having. He's currently on course for a second win, all being well, and it will only be his 4th time in the points at all.
Yeah, absolutely so. And in fact, only a couple of finishes inside the top 15 outside of those points finishes. It's been a bit of a topsy-turvy season, though, for a lot of drivers with the variable weather and such a competitive grid. You know, I think it's easy to blame the weather for the mixed results, but I do think the fact that there's so much strength in depth in the grid this year, if you have an off day, you're not going to lose 4 or 5 positions. You're going to drop well outside the top 15 or so, and we've seen that for drivers already this season. If you slip down the order, there are 5 or 6 very quick drivers who, if you give them track position, have what it takes to go and get the results.
Yes, indeed. We're going to have another lap behind the safety car, so it's not another one-lap dash for the safety car on this occasion. I should say, once again, big thanks to the combined forces of PTT Racing, the team from the GT Winter Series, Michelin and Pirelli, who all had a hand on making sure that we had our nice shiny BMW M3 Touring safety car. Michelin kindly ordered a tyre of the specification we needed for it to a local tyre shop so that we could get it running. Pirelli had a hand actually in helping us fit it to the rim, and then PTT got the car on the tyre on the car as well. So thank you to all 3 of them for that, and thanks to Stefan Lerner for finding a pothole on the way to MotorLand Aragón. But it was a real team effort. So thanks as always to the partners we have here in the Winter Series paddock. There are very few series, I think, that can claim to have proactive partners universally, but everyone who appears on our adverts or on our website does have an active role to play. Of course, Race Streaming, who you see adverts for during these broadcasts, they had 2 cars in the Sports Prototype Winter Series earlier on this season. It is great to see. Car 66 has a 5-second time penalty for causing the collision with Noah Killian, so Max Kammerlander has received a penalty to really add some more grief to his day there. But Kraling, Langendonk, Behrman, your top 3 going into what I think should be the last lap under safety car? It depends how things are progressing. Yes, the safety car is going to be in this lap. We did see that bulletin, didn't we? But it briefly left my mind. It will be Kraling, Langendonk, Behrman. Savinkov, though, strikes me as the danger man.
Yes, I don't think you're the only one who has noted his presence now in this leading group of cars, and Alexander Savinkov already has the fastest lap of the race. He had the drive of the weekend, really, in that second race earlier on, where in fact I think he gave him 21st, on the memory serves, to finish very high on the order, well, second on the podium. Only one step higher than he could have gone. Well, this time around he started significantly closer to the front of the field, and only has to overtake 3 more cars in the remaining 15 minutes plus a lap to get a race victory, what would be his second win of the year. He won the 3rd race at Estoril, what really was a topsy-turvy weekend where we had 3 different race winners. Well, if he could win this one, we'd have 3 different winners again from the 3 MotorLand Aragón races. In fact, if Ian Kraling could hang on to win, it would be the same story, and likewise if Thomas Behrman could do it. So again, to my point, so many racing drivers in this grid capable of winning.
It's been a topsy-turvy season, a tipsy-topsy season even in the Formula Winter Series so far. Ian Kraling looking for a second win of the season. Pedro Lima takes out his front wing on the back of Alfie Slater, and Slater has been overtaken under safety car there. Not that Ethan Lennon had any choice really but to go past, but Lima now has a front wing off his car. Of course, he was also the driver involved, Barry Bansell, earlier on. What a day he's having. Negative. One of the AKM cars diving to the inside there further back, just outside the top 10. Meanwhile, Van Langendonk under immense scrutiny from Behrman, and here comes Savinkov to the inside of Thomas Behrman, not quite far enough alongside the Van Amersfoort Racing driver, but the top 4 already breaking away from Ethan Lennon, and that's in part because, of course, it wasn't Lennon in 5th place when they got the race resumed. However, the contact there between Slater and Lima has created that problem. In fact, Pedro Lima, I think, has already fallen well down the field to 27th place, so he is really struggling. I wonder if he may have a puncture as well or something like that, but it's been a really tough race for the Brazilian driver, and that will move Levian up into the top 10, and George Prout from Nowler up to 9th place as well.
I think what happened is Pedro Lima pitted, actually, because he's on an outlap.
Yes.
So I think luckily it happened just before pit entry, and he was able to come in and sort the damage. Dries Van Langendonk struggling a little bit now, ironically, perhaps with the championship pressure lifted from his shoulders. He's now sort of out of sorts. He's didn't get a great restart. That's what allowed Thomas Behrman to get alongside him into turn 1, and was a bit scrappy there through turn 12, but gains some time back again in the slipstream now, up the back straight, 4-car breakaway, 5 seconds added on meanwhile to the time of car number 53. That was Pedro Lima for causing a collision with 46. So that is the incident we mentioned earlier on, as Dries Van Langendonk had to go very defensive.
I don't know if you're going defensive or offensive there, but he certainly dove to the inside at turn 16 one way or another. He remains in 2nd place either way. I was rather surprised that it looked like he was lining up a move. Meanwhile, that's Megan Bruce getting pushed away on the outside line there. Your top half dozen then in the same order that they were across the line, and Ethan Lennon just set the fastest lap of the race. Here comes Thomas Behrman. He was on the outside at turn 1, he was on the inside at turn 2, but it looked like he almost ran out of grip on the front axle, and that's going to give Alexander Savinkov the opportunity, bouncing across the gravel approaching turn 3. He has the inside for turn 4, and he should get it done at turn 5. Behrman tries to hold on around the outside, and he's going to use a bit of runoff area to do it, because he wants the inside for turn 7. They're still side by side. They've been side by side since turn 3. They come now out of turn 7, and Savinkov still hasn't fully cleared the VAR car. He may well have done by the time they get down to the corkscrew. What order will they be in? Savinkov is still side by side with Behrman, but finally Behrman has to relent. There we go. Savinkov is through into 3rd position, but boy did Thomas Behrman put up a fight.
I've seen the odd pass in the grass in my years as a motorsport enthusiast, but a pass in the gravel is something I don't think I've ever seen, and that's where that overtake began. Thomas Behrman delayed slightly in his efforts to get past Dries Van Langendonk, and that just backed him up into Savinkov, who properly kept his foot in it. That was brilliant stuff, and that's the kind of overtaking that brought him all the way up into a podium finish earlier on today. Can he now get back onto the gearbox of Dries van Langendonk, who is almost out of slipstreaming range? We'll have to wait and see if Dries and Arjen Kraling start battling, of course. That will definitely shrink that gap second to third. Behind, meanwhile, the fight for 5th place is raging on. We might have had the fastest lap last time by Ethan Lennon, but he's down to 6th place now, busy trying to get that back again into turn 16.
Interesting stuff. Behrman trying to get his 3rd position back, but he may well actually do it. He had a front axle there alongside Savinkov. What order are they going to come out in? I think there may have been a little bit of contact or something close to it between Savinkov and Behrman. Savinkov remains in 3rd place. Behrman's pressuring him. They head towards the first corner. It could be the inverse of what we saw between them a lap ago. Meanwhile, Alfie Slater is under immense pressure there from Theo Borenstein, who's having his best run since a podium at the season opener at Estoril. Behrman has just about found his way past Alexander Savinkov. Job done for now for the young Brit. But trust me, Savinkov's going to come back.
Yes, he is. Fastest lap, by the way, Emilio Del Grosso out of absolutely nowhere in 8th position. He's in that massive battle pack just behind this leading group of 4. Or really 2 leading groups of 2 now, as we've got a yellow flag, and that is why.
Borenstein has got a tyre down. He may have a tyre missing entirely, and that was, of course, the battle we were watching for 6th place earlier on. So where is Slater? Where is Lennon? They've all gone through the first sector split. So if anyone fell by the wayside, it was only that number 20 car. I was just saying that Borenstein was on for one of his better results of the season, and he ends up stuck. And unfortunately, with that car unlikely to move any further, and it being fairly close to the track, we may be due another intervention from the rather well used in race number 3 safety car. Alfie Slater for now, though, will probably be hoping for it in a sense, and it comes out now just before he comes under threat there from Proudfoot Nalder, having already lost out to Ethan Lennon over the course of the 2nd sector, because there's been a switch between the 2 Rodin cars there.
Yes, there has. Lots going on then in that fairly short period of green flag racing, but for the 2nd time we are under the control of the safety car, and this brings Behrman and Savinkov back onto the tail of the lead. As I said, they'd fallen back a little bit, and that 5th place battle has another opportunity, hopefully with a cleaner restart this time, to join in the fun and games at the front as well. So Arjen Kraling, in a way, again, won't mind about this really, because it's not like he had a big lead over Dries van Langendonk that's now disappeared. It was a car length or 2 at most, and this just eats into the race time. 8.5 minutes plus a lap to go, and Arjen Kraling will be quite happy in a moment or 2 to see that BMW safety car emerge from the pit lane in front of him. Of walking wounded back in the pack still, I noticed. What about female trophy? That is Chiara Batigue still, with Alicia Palmovsky 2nd now. So Alicia Palmovsky has got ahead of Matilda Pax, and there is another Matilda racing car actually between Chiara and Alicia, that being Rahim Alibai. So that's a little subplot to keep an eye on as and when we go racing again. But Chiara Batigue at the moment on course potentially for her 2nd win in the female trophy this weekend. In the pit lane is Emilio Del Grosso. Oh, that's a shame. I was about to mention Emilio Del Grosso was on for his first top 10 finish, his first points finish of the season. He, though, is missing a front wing, putting 2 and 2 together here slightly, but he was battling in that same pack. I wonder if he had something to do with the demise of Theo Borenstein.
I see where you're going, and while we don't have the smoking gun, I do see your case as a valid one. Maybe we'll just take it to civil instead of criminal. Kraling, Langendonk and Behrman, your top 3 then. And that has been a consistent feature, at least at the front. Langendonk and Behrman. Krailing's a bit more of an outlier. Again, when he does well, Arjen does really well. And we saw that in Quali 2 this morning, where he jumped himself up to the 2nd row of the grid. He's converted that in to a race lead once again, and he's got one more safety car period to regroup. Hopefully only one more safety car period to regroup before we go racing once again. Keeping an eye, of course, on the timing screen as well. I don't know how close we are to getting that car recovered down at turn number 5, but there is potential for us to go green again this lap. Maybe, although that car may well need a crane, and that could take a little bit longer. But we'll keep our eyes peeled to that end. as Kraling continues to lead them around. Of course, Russ Racing having another win will be critical for them in the team's championship, and particularly with having Alexander Savinkov there in 4th place, a 1st and a 4th. That would be very good for them in the team's championship. Only your first 2 cars on the order count 4 points, so they will be very keen indeed to see them perhaps both be on the podium if Savinkov can continue to trouble Thomas Behrmann as he has done for a majority of the race so far. So no sign of the safety car coming in. Too late now, I think, really, to make that call. So we are going to do one more lap behind safety car. That will bring us probably to about 3 minutes to go. And in theory, that would be, well, in fact, it would be more than that, actually. It would be 2 minutes to go, potentially 2.5. So it would most likely be 3 more laps of racing, just about, if we go green next time by.
Yes, but of course that's assuming Arjen Kraling accelerates quite quickly and gets the race underway swiftly. If he hangs back, that could just take it underneath that 2 minute to go mark, couldn't it? And leave us with just 2 more laps to go. I hope we get 3 though, because every time we have been racing in Formula Winter Series this weekend, it has been mightily impressive stuff. And up until now, really, generally clean. That is the 12 car going slowly of Alexandra Lauser. The Cram car, mechanical issue, question mark. It's at the final corner, so should be able to get it into the pit lane, although this is uphill, and I'm not convinced there's any real power going to the rear axle of that car. Can it get there? It's going to creep painfully close to the pit lane entry, and hopefully the marshals can get to it and push it the remaining way without wasting too much time, because another lap behind safety car, and we really will be pushing it then to get much more racing.
Well, with the full field neutralised behind the safety car, Race Control does have carte blanche to get the marshals out there. It's not as if there's any active risk of cars going by, so hopefully they can get that done fairly quickly. I think there's probably a good 15 to 20 metres, maybe a bit more though, between the car and the pit entryway, so they are going to have to get some of the more burly marshals to push the car along fairly quickly. Let's hope then that it is just 1 more lap behind the safety car. Of course, what we don't know again is the situation at turn 5, whether or not the car is actually clear or not up there, but you'd think we're probably going to be about ready to go up there now with the car of Theo Borenstein. They cleared up Harry Bansell fairly quickly, of course, up there. Probably the same marshals will be thinking, man, we really drew the short straw on this corner, didn't we?
Yes, right at the end of the day as well, when they're probably a little bit tired and worn out. But hey, we saved an entertaining race to last for you at least. So the BMW safety car lights still on. I need 4 new tyres after the end of this race, the mileage that it's put in this afternoon. It's made a couple of appearances at the Winter Series field, saving all of their safety cars for race 3. The lights are now out, and so we are going to go racing this time. 3 minutes left on the clock, so I think regardless really of how slowly Arjen Kraling restarts this race, we should have time for those 3 more laps that Adam mentioned, because remember, it's the time plus an extra lap at the end. So once the time ticks to 0, there's another lap still to go. So 3 laps potentially then for Arjen Kraling to have to defend the lead. 3 laps for Dries van Langendonk to try and get through and claim what would be his 6th overall win of the year. And Arjen Kraling has gone early again, and once more that has slightly caught out Dries van Langendonk, with Thomas Behrmann latching right onto his gearbox. So Arjen Kraling then pulling the pin early, not for the first time, and is that going to benefit him or the cars behind?
Let's see then, we're going to go back to green flag with 2 minutes 15 seconds plus 1 lap, 3 to go. And look at that, on the offensive already is George Proudfoot-Nalder, who's been something of a revelation for AKM this weekend, trying to get past Slater. Can't do it there for the time being. Van Langendonk looking very racy now on the back of Arjen Kraling. He knows he doesn't need to lead this race or win this race, but why not, I say, as he's now on the back of the German racer. It is Germany from Belgium from Britain in the top 3 at the moment. And look at Lennon for 4th place there up the inside of Alexander Savinkov. They're side by side still as they approach turn 7. Thomas Behrmann looks to the inside of Van Langendonk. It's all getting a little bit intense here at the front of the field. Not unexpected. Here comes Behrman. He's got the inside going into the corkscrew for second place. Who will be in P2? It'll be Thomas Behrman. Good move from Behrman. Van Langendonk down to third. It doesn't matter, 8th or above, and he still wins the championship. However, this is still intense stuff for road in motorsport, especially now because the next horse in the fight is Ethan Lennon, their teammate.
Oh, this is going to get interesting, isn't it? To the outside, no way through there. But yeah, Dries Van Langendonk, what he can't afford is a tangling of wheels here that pitches him into a gravel trap or breaks the suspension, because that will then start to have some championship ramifications, even with Harry Bansal out of the race, especially because Thomas Behrman is ahead of him and into second position. Behrman now has his sights set on Arjen Kraling, and remarkably, what would be a first victory of the season for Behrman. It's side-by-side look for fourth position, and has that changed back again now? Yes, it has. Lennon back ahead of Savinkov. So Savinkov, I think, was briefly in front. He's now back at the inside again. Sorry, that's Lennon back to the inside of Savinkov, excuse me, getting my black and white cars mixed up, and Savinkov reclaims fourth position.
Absolutely, you can see all of that scrummage going on further down as well. That includes, once again, the female trophy battle, where Fatigue, Palmovsky and Pats are going at it. We'll keep an eye on that as well, as we see now Lennon and Savinkov going side by side. Something of a reprieve for Dries Van Langendonk, seeing Lennon now otherwise occupied. Fatigue is up into 10th position. She leads female trophy at this stage, with a couple of cars between herself and Campos teammate Alicia Palmovsky. Fatigue was further down the order, of course, from qualifying, so she's done a good job in that race, this race, to get back up into the points, at least for now. But we saw that scrum for about 8th place back, so let's not count on chickens.
Yes, we've had a few people drop out of contention from that particular part of the order, and you can see why in the background. They were side by side again, I think, up through turn 6. The leading quintet, though, head towards the corkscrew section for what should be the penultimate time of asking, and Arjen Kraling has not got this win in the bag just yet. Thomas Behrman was only 0.4 of a second behind him at the beginning of the lap. He is still about 0.4 of a second behind him halfway round the lap, and if he can be 0.4 behind going onto the back straight, that is well within slipstreaming range. Van Langendonk, for what it's worth, is also starting to close back in as well. So as these two, Lennon and Savinkov, battle for fourth, it's allowing those top three to get away.
That's road in motorsport. They're fairly idly chatting for the time being. You can see their team manager Dick in the middle of the situation, and it could be elation in just a couple of laps' time. We watched there Matilda Racing's number 36 car in amongst the battles. That was Raheem Alibai, who actually running 12th place. He's having his best run of the day so far. Arjen Kraling looking set for a second victory. He's got one more lap between himself and the checkered flag. He's got Thomas Behrman between himself and the win. If Behrman gets half an opportunity, and he was a bit late to the apex there, Thomas Behrman, I think, was slowing down but not quite quick enough, and he almost tagged the 62 car there at turn 16.
Yeah, but managed to get the late apex and carried speed up the hill, so he's right on the gearbox of Kraling into turn 1. Arjen Kraling is weaving around, trying to break the toe, trying to cover whichever side he thinks Behrman is going to attack. Fastest lap of the race, Thomas Behrman. What a time to pull that out. 2 minutes 0.663. He's got one lap, less than a lap now, to find a way past Arjen Kraling and take what would be, I still can't believe this, his first win of the year. Kraling is sideways through turn number 4. What was that all about? Behrman almost got to the outside of him. I don't know whether maybe Arjen hit the curb through 4. Did really well, though, to gather that together, but that shows how hard he's pushing Behrman to the outside at 7. Can he go right round the outside? Absolutely not, says Arjen Kraling, who levers him aside. I think there's still an overlap, though, as we arrive at the corkscrew. Behrman trying to go around the outside of the right-hander to get the inside for the left. That doesn't work, and for now, somehow, Arjen Kraling hangs on.
By the skin of his teeth, and with a big moment there, a lot of opposite lock, I'm sure, at turn 4. Thomas Behrman in the wheel tracks Arjen Kraling as they approach turn 12. Dries Van Langendonk watching with interest, as are we. Behrman swaps to the inside. There may have been a little bit of a jostle between the two of them there. Van Langendonk still in on this as well. Surely not 3 wide, Dries. No, he backs out of it. Wise stuff. Kraling pushes Behrman to the far extremes, but Behrman holds on, and it's 3 cars side by side. There goes Dries Van Langendonk the number 15 from Rodin Motorsport. He's due to be champion in 3 corners time, but will he win the race? Rodin Motorsport watching on the edge of their seat. It is Van Langendonk in the lead. Behrman having a look to the inside of Kraling, who squeezes him out. Van Langendonk goes defensive, 3 wide into the hairpin. Van Langendonk holds on to the lead. He will be champion in the Formula Winter Series 2026. 3 races early. Behrman crosses the line just alongside, but it's Van Langendonk that wins the race. It's Van Langendonk that wins the title in the Formula Winter Series 2026. Vittorio Orsini into the gravel trap at the end of the race. Dries Van Langendonk, your provisional Formula Winter Series champion of 2026. It has been an incredible season, and with that, he's also got the most wins of any driver in one season of the Formula Winter Series. Win number 6 of the year for Dries Van Langendonk. I'm sure not in the circumstances that he would have wanted, given Arie Bansel's DNF. But all the same, what a finish, what a race in the Formula Winter Series. Pedro Lima has had a drive-through converted into a penalty, so he'll fall back through the order. Let's touch base on that order. Dries Van Langendonk wins overall, as we saw. Also the Rookie Trophy winner, of course, ahead of Behrman, Lennon, Kraling and Savinkov. Meanwhile, further back in Female Trophy, winning and indeed getting overall points from 10th overall, Chiara Batig did hold on to that 10th place, just ahead of Raheem Alavai, who actually just got to 11th place at the end there. And the remainder of that Female Trophy podium will be Alicia Palmovsky second and Matilda Patz in 3rd position. So Matilda unfortunately falling back there towards the end in amongst that scrum. She commented on how crazy it was in race 2, and well, she was in amongst it again in race number 3. Certainly had a treacherous weekend, I would suggest. Ian Kraling ultimately finishing 4th position in that race. Ethan Lennon got through for 3rd position, so Ian Kraling went from leading 3 corners from home and fighting for that lead with Thomas Behrman to coming 4th position. He'll be very disappointed to have lost out on that race victory, but it was a great battle between Behrman and Kraling at the front, and you just got the feeling, watching Dries Van Langendonk hanging back a couple of car lengths away, that he might get the opportunity, and sure enough it struck, coming out of turn 15 in what was a delightful racing sequence, and one that certainly tested the limits of my vocal cords. Apologies if it got a bit scratchy there, but it's been a long day, and what a moment this is. The Rodin Motorsport team welcome their man in orange to the top step of the podium and to championship glory for the first time in car racing. I'm going to suggest perhaps not the last time in car racing. Dries Van Langendonk is a champion. He's had great success in karting. He was picked up by McLaren, of course, before he'd even stepped into a race car in competitive action. And already he's a championship winner at F4 level. F4 level, I suspect, is far from DVL's level in the long term. There's the picture. Dries, drivers champion, rookie champion. In 2 races in 1 day, he has secured both titles. And with a 6th win of the season, he has broken Kasper Stuka's record for most wins in a Formula One Series season. And with no disrespect at all to Kasper Stuka, that was the 2023, the inaugural season of the Formula Winter Series, where entries were nowhere near as constant or as sizable. So it is a level above to have won 6 races in the current Formula Winter Series. There are also 5 rounds now, of course, in the Formula Winter Series. All previous seasons there were 4. But just to make the point, Dries Van Langendonk has got that done before the 5th round of the season. What a race. What a drama at the end there. And it's worth noting, of course, that with Van Langendonk and Lennon running first and third, that is very useful for them in the Teams Championship. We'll talk more about the Teams Championship in Barcelona, where it can be decided. It will still be awfully close between the big three in this year's championship, that being, of course, Rodin, Van Amersfoort and Us Racing. But a word must be said as well to some of the drivers from the likes of Jense, from the likes of AKM, Campos and Matilda Racing, and Cram as well, who of course we saw with Samuel Ifrid earlier on, running right at the sharp end of the field. We have seen a lot of teams showing that they can also get a driver up there into the top half dozen, top 10 at the very least. It's certainly not a lock that Rodin, VAR and Us are a country mile ahead in the points. Yes, they are for this season, but I think we're seeing incremental improvements from some of the teams as well as their drivers further down the order. And that's, again, is one of the beauties of the Formula Winter Series. There is no practice like racing, and that applies to everybody in the team, not just the drivers. Levian was 6th position, incidentally. That's his best run for a little while in this season of the Formula Winter Series. In fact, is it? No, it's not his best run of the year because he came third, of course, at the season opener, the first round at Estoril. And in fact, it's his second 6th place on the bounce because, of course, he was P6 in race 2 as well. But Dries Van Langendonk has had a sensational day. He's, for the first time, a champion in car racing. He'd already won a race in Formula 4 coming into the Formula Winter Series season on his first ever weekend in cars. And that's the kind of thing that marks you out as one to watch, certainly in my notes. And, well, we all expected him to be quick. We all expected him to potentially be a favourite. But he very quickly marked himself as the favourite, leaving Portugal with 3 race victories, certainly solidified that one. He remains the only driver, other than Arie Bansel, to have multiple race victories. Bansel has 2, Van Langendonk has 6. Everyone else has only claimed 1 race victory. Let's go down to Izzy Browning. I'm sure it's scenes down there with Rodin and Dries.
Well, here he is alongside me, our provisional 2026 Formula Winter Series champion. It was never in doubt. Dries Van Langendonk, congratulations. I mean, what a way to win it as well. That was some nervy stuff towards the end.
I didn't want to crash, but obviously the win was there for the taking. Obviously I saw it. They were both going at it very hard. Obviously they both wanted to win. But yeah, I got a bit lucky on going onto the back straight to capitalise on their mistakes. Obviously they were battling, so yeah, I think it was like 4 wide going into the last corner. So yeah, I was speechless. It's honestly, I can't thank the team enough. It's been incredible.
You haven't looked emotional all season long, but you do look a little bit emotional now. I mean, that celebration as well when you got out the car with your family. Let's talk about this a little bit, because you won on your debut weekend in British F4. You won on your debut here. You've just won the championship. What do you put this down to, your success so quickly as well?
Well, thanks to my dad and his jeans and my mum. But also just the people around me. Like, without Rodin, I don't think this would have been possible. Obviously, they've been really supportive for me over winter testing and also over last year, getting me into the car. So yeah, just have to thank everyone around me, also McLaren for the support. I've got Johnny, the driver coach, here with me as well. So yeah, everyone around me. It's honestly.
And it's not only been the pace that's been impressive. I mean, I think back to Portimao when you stalled on the line and then there weren't that many racing laps and you still finished P7. It's the overtaking as well. It's not just the pace. You've got the racecraft too.
Yeah, I guess it's a bit of a hunger after I stalled. Yeah, I enjoy it and I like to give my all every single time, also for the people around me, because they do the same for me. So yeah. It just goes both ways.
Absolutely, and look, what a way to start the year. I mean, you've got your family here, you've got your Rodin team here, the support of McLaren as well. How well does this set you up for the year ahead?
Yeah, really good. Obviously, I wouldn't have been expecting to come away with this that early on. But yeah, it's looking promising for my British F4 campaign. But my dogs aren't allowed in the paddocks anymore since karting, so yeah, that's unfortunate. I would like to see my dogs again, but yeah, I'll see them very soon.
They're the only ones that are missing. Congratulations. Go and enjoy it up on the podium. A first championship for Dries van Langendonk, and I don't think it will be the last.
Firmly agree. The boy born a stone's throw from Zolder has done it in the Formula Winter Series. What a race to wrap up the day at MotorLand Aragón. Highlights then of race 3, which got to a bit of a non-start for Victor Poulsen. He didn't get off the line on the formation lap. It was a bit of a slow start from Alfie Slater, unfortunately, as the race got underway. That allowed Arjen Kraling to jump forward into second place. Kraling, after a good qualifying this morning, with his best opportunity of the weekend to try and go for a second race win in as many rounds of the Formula Winter Series. Some sideways action, some side-by-side action. Ari Bansel getting into it there with Pedro Lima on the first lap. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be the only time that we saw the 53 and the 46 getting into it somewhat. 3-4 wide on the end of the first lap, and the safety car unfortunately was already out at this point to collect a stricken Ginevra Panzeri down at turn 3. That was one of the drivers involved, Alexander Chartier. He had a puncture and Panzeri was missing her front wing. You do the maths. The 75 car, Megan Bruce, Marcus Silkunas were side by side, and Max Kammerlander tagging Noah Killian and sending himself airborne just slightly in the process as well. Killian having a pretty tricky race. He already had that front wing damage before the collision with Kammerlander, so not a great time for the Australian racer who only landed in Spain on Thursday afternoon. That was the moment, though, that the championship was effectively won. Ari Bansel, the only man really who could challenge Dries, tagged by Pedro Lima, who upon the safety car restart also found the back of Alfie Slater and cost himself a front wing. Slater then nearly taking out Ethan Lennon in the process. Lennon, who got past his teammate there as the race burst back into life. Alexander Savinkov, 2 on the gravel. Never mind, son. I'm going to come for Thomas Behrman. They were side by side for about a quarter of a lap, and Savinkov couldn't quite get it done until turn 9. It took quite a long time for Behrman to decide to yield, and he wouldn't yield for long. Alexander Savinkov watching as Behrman drew alongside him at the penultimate corner and then promptly muscled him out. Thomas Behrman wasn't playing games in this race. He's yet to win a race this season in the Formula Winter Series, and he's fancied an opportunity. Theo Borenstein was running 6th before he ended up stricken, and unfortunately he would be out of the race. Back to green flag after another safety car then, and Lennon was side by side with Alexander Savinkov for 4th position, and it was all kicking off further back. Your guess is as good as mine. Chiara Batig was in amongst that, leading female trophy in 10th position. Arjen Kraling snapping on the final lap of the race at turn 4, caught himself sideways. That allowed Behrman to go on the offensive. Dries van Langendonk speculating with 3 wide going into turn 14, but the champion-elect thought better of it. Behrman continued to harangue Arjen Kraling, and as they held each other up at turn 16, guess what? Dries van Langendonk through into the lead, 3 wide for the lead at the final hairpin, but it would be the man who became champion, Dries van Langendonk, winning by 0.03 of a second at the line over Thomas Behrman. And for good measure, Vittorio Orsini making contact in what was a fairly hectic and dramatic race further back in the field. But the big headline, DVLP won for the 6th time this season, and for the first time in Formula 4 Championship competition, he is the Formula Winter Series champion provisionally in 2026. Congratulations to he and Rodin Motorsport, who now have their eyes set on the Teams Championship going to Barcelona. Let's take a look at the results in full. Dries van Langendonk, as we said, 0.027, less than 0.03 of a second ahead of Behrman. Rodin's Ethan Lennon in 3rd place, Arjen Kraling in 4th. Savinkov 5th ahead of Levian, Ludovico Busso in 7th, Alfie Slater, George Proudford Nalder, and Chiara Batik, the female trophy winner, taking us down to 10th. Raheem Alabai in 11th place ahead of Marcus Silkunas, and Alicia Palmovsky on her final appearance of the season in Formula Winter Series. Chartier, Ifrid, Cortez, Killian Poulsen, Costin and Megan Bruce taking us down to 20th place ahead of Matilda Paz, Emilio Del Grosso 22nd, Camalanda 23rd, Andre Rodriguez in 24th, Lima was very much in amongst it, finishing 25th ahead of Vittorio Orsini, Alexandra Lauser and Teo Borenstein. Ari Bansel, a DNF, Ginevra Panzeri, unclassified after contact on the first lap of the race. Dries van Langendonk has done it then. MotorLand Aragón, the site of what could be a Formula Winter Series championship we look back at for quite some time, and it's not over yet. 3 rounds to go, 3 races to go at least. But for now, let's go to Andy on the podium.
Thank you, Adam. Well, another sensational race. What a way to round out our weekend here at MotorLand Aragón with the Formula Winter Series putting on the biggest show of the season so far. We'll get our podium presentation underway first, as always, with the female trophy winner. And that, once again, for the second time this weekend, goes to Campos Racing's Chiara Bettig. Congratulations, onto the podium she will step, and again she was involved in all of those battles going on just towards the back end of the top 10. We've got Patrick Miklas from Pirelli handing the winner's trophy out again, and Chiara Bettig looks reasonably happy, I think, with that. A good result and a real fighting drive in the midfield battles. She poses for the photos, and we'll get some final thoughts from Chiara in a second. A weekend of some real battling, Chiara. Congratulations, another female trophy win and another race where I guess you couldn't catch your breath.
No, I mean, it was funny with all the safety cars, but I think we managed well from P20, doing some positions on the safety car, and then, yeah, got a bit held up, but that's it.
Enjoyable racing, though, and you can learn a lot about your racecraft in those sort of races. Hard, though, sometimes to figure out exactly what's going on around you.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult, as you don't know what the people in front of you will do, of course. But yeah, it has been tough, but we managed the way through.
Congratulations. Chiara Bettig gets the win in the female trophy then in the third race of the weekend here at MotorLand Aragón. Rookie category up next then, and as ever, the rookies were very much a part of the main storyline in that race, and with some fantastic, very spirited battling going on between the front runners. We look forward to welcoming our podium finishers in a few minutes' time. We're just waiting for the podium to be dressed with the flags backstage, and hopefully that will be done in a moment or two. The rookies looking forward to some extra mileage next week at Barcelona as well, I'm sure, at the season finale. Tell you what, if the racing was as frenetic as it was today, with the championship still on the line, with the pressure of the championship battle gone next week, I think we could be in for a particularly spectacular show, as drivers are keen simply to get some good results on the board to take them into their main summer season. So we're almost ready to go with our rookie podium, and yep, the flags are on the way up. So rookie podium for the third time this season. It is a podium appearance for Yenza Motorsports' Levian. Well done, Levy. A big smile on his face. He was telling me backstage he really enjoyed that race and how crazy it was. It's a Rodin 1-2 though in the rookie class. A 6th rookie podium of the season for the second place finisher, Ethan Lennon. Well done, Ethan. He heads onto the podium for the 6th time this year. It is a 7th rookie podium finish, though, for our rookie champion. Once again, welcome to the podium, onto the top step, Dries van Langendonk, who gets a pretty big cheer from the Rodin crew down below. I suspect an even bigger cheer is on its way the next time we welcome him up here on to the top step of the podium. He will, for the 7th time this season, collect a podium finish trophy from the GEDLICH staff. In fact, he'll get his winner's trophy from Patrick from Pirelli. Handshakes as well. And Dries van Langendonk, with lots to smile about this weekend, celebrates the rookie victory, and he is understandably very, very pleased with that. And we'll have a chat maybe with Levy and Ethan, I think, whilst they're just sorting the flags out backstage in a moment or two. Photos taken first of the rookie contenders gathered together at the top of the podium as the light really starts to fade now here at MotorLand Aragón. Photos taken. Levy and Ethan, can we just keep you for a second? We'll be seeing Dries back up here again, of course, in a moment. We'll start with you, Ethan. 2nd place in the rookie category, but what a race. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it was a pretty good race. Very hectic and a lot of safety cars, and yeah, it was a good race.
Are you happy with the results this weekend? I mean, the pace has been there, hasn't it? But it's just so difficult to put together a consistent weekend with everything that was going on.
Yeah, I didn't really put together a great Q1, which put me on the back foot for the first 2 races, but yeah, we came back in quali 2. So.
And Levy, qualifying so important when the field is as competitive and evenly matched as it is, and you saw just how difficult it was to just survive that midfield battle.
Yeah, I was a bit sleeping in the qualifying, but I managed to go in front now, and I'm really happy about that.
Now, you had a big smile on your face when we were chatting backstage a moment ago. You enjoy that kind of racing, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I really do. I like this racing. I gained back my pace, so at the moment I'm happy with this pace.
And obviously Barcelona still to come next week. Are you confident that maybe some more visits to the podium could be happening?
Well, I hope so. I will give everything for it.
We look forward to it. Congratulations then to our rookie podium finishers, to Levi Arn, Ethan Lennon, and of course the rookie champion and race winner, Dries van Langendonk. One more podium presentation then to do. And we're ready already. That is excellent news. So our overall top 3 finishes in the final Formula Winter Series race of the weekend. For the second time this evening, we welcome to the podium our 3rd place finisher, Ethan Lennon. Ethan is straight back onto the podium, his 2nd podium finish of the year, having finished 3rd at Portimao earlier in the season. It is a 6th overall podium finish, though, for Thomas Behrman. Thomas still hunting for the first win this season, but he's been a perennial podium finisher, and he heads to the 2nd step once again. The race winner, though, overall, he already had wrapped up the Rookie Championship earlier on today. 6 race wins, more than any driver has ever managed in a season of Formula Winter Series racing, and he claimed that 6th win by 27 thousandths of a second, and with it, claims the championship. Give it up, everyone, for Dries van Langendonk! And as I suspected, the biggest cheer is saved till last as our champion-elect climbs to the top step of the podium, joined by the Rodin team representative, Richard Legg, here to join in the podium celebrations. And again, he gets an even bigger cheer than his winning driver. Now then, time for the national anthem of the winning driver. Dries van Langendonk claims the win in the final race of the weekend, and with it provisionally the championship. The trophies now head out for the drivers for the final time today, and Dries van Langendonk with the biggest smile of them all, as you would expect. What a race, what a battle that was, what a performance from Dries throughout the whole season to wrap the championship up with still a round to spare. Given just how strong the field have been so far, is particularly impressive. So, as the light fades and the final set of photos are taken here on the MotorLand Aragón podium, it is time to reflect on everything that's happened over the last couple of days. Let's head downstairs to Izzy and Adam for their final thoughts.
Thanks so much, Andy. Wow, what a day and what a weekend it has been here at MotorLand Aragón. Adam, I think if you've lost your voice by the end of this weekend, I would understand why. What a weekend.
It was definitely in danger at the last hairpin on the last lap there. It's been an incredible weekend for all of the Winter Series classes. We've determined 2 championships. And have we had a dull race? I don't know. I don't really think we have. There's been so much going on.
It certainly has been. I mean, it really has been probably the highlight of the season in many of the categories. I mean, let's start with the prototypes. I mean, it feels like that race was ages ago this morning, but 2 wins for Ally Racing. I know that yesterday one of the cars didn't finish, so a little bit of a damper on that. But, I mean, wow, what a weekend for them, and especially given they're new to the car.
Exactly right, yeah, and a good redemption for Emil Hellberg today by getting his win after the DNF on Saturday. They've been testing that car only a couple of times since November, so they've taken to it very quickly. And given they're bronze drivers, look at their deltas against someone like Andrew Rackstraw. They're not far off. They're going to be a danger to the bronze category LMP3 classes, I'll tell you that.
Absolutely right, and bronze drivers have indeed stolen the show at some points during the weekend, as such in the GT4s. I mean, we move on to the GT4s though, because Andy, the title has been decided. Enrico Ferrer and Joe Almesh. I said it so many times, but I feel like it's a point that needs to be reiterated. which is that, you know, both of them have come second in this championship. They wanted to come and change that, and that they have done so.
And in pretty convincing fashion, it has to be said. I mean, I just mentioned this on the Formula podium, but to wrap the championship up with a round to spare really takes some doing. It means you've had a pretty faultless season, regardless of what championship that's in. And yeah, the SR team, they know what they're doing. They know how to set the car up. It's a pretty bulletproof car, generally speaking. And they've got a pair of drivers who don't often put a foot wrong, and they were laser focused on the championship from the first round this year. They were driving with the championship in mind. Obviously, that helped them to go on and win lots of races, but they banked points where they could, yeah, they were deserving champions. We all, by the way, I believe, have an invite to the SR Motorsport party tonight, so looking forward to that.
Oh, God, and as you said earlier, ain't no party like an SR party, hey? Well, I'm not sure that any of us will be in attendance. I don't know about that, but yeah, I'm sure the party has already started. Well, the party is going to be starting for the team behind us as well, because fresh from the Formula Winter Series podium, Dries van Langendock, that has been so impressive. And I said it after his interview, you know, it is a first championship for him, but I really don't think it will be the last.
Absolutely not. There are some people, if you're commentating at F4 level, where you think to yourself, that might see some mileage one day on some like highlights packages in bigger championships. And I can't help but think that DVL is going to be one of those people. What a season he's had. We've got to remember that it was after last summer, and I think September, that he had his first F4 race. And look at the advantage he's had pretty consistently, at least sometimes each weekend. He's incredible.
He really is, and there were some nervy faces as well in the last couple of laps from the Rodin team, as we saw on the broadcast. But my word, he has done it, and he has done it in style, it is fair to say. All right, then, the big one that's still to be decided. We move on to the GT Winter Series, and that is going to be quite the fight in Barcelona.
If I had a time machine, I don't think I'd be going back to watch historical motorsport moments right now. I'd be fast-tracking myself to Barcelona next week. I want to know what's going to happen in GT Winter Series. That battle between Orange Racing by JMH, SR Motorsports, that is going to be an absolute classic. Orange have this slender advantage, 4 points. That's next to nothing, really, especially with the big grid that we're expecting next time at Barcelona. More cars means there's more people that could get involved, take points away potentially, get involved in skirmishes. So that is going to be a nail-biting weekend. 3 races to settle it. It's going to go down to that final pit stop race, and in a way that's fitting, because it means that the whole team has to execute then. Both drivers, pit crew, everything has to go to perfection. I'm reliably informed, you'll be shocked to hear this, there's some rain perhaps forecast for next weekend as well. That throws an extra spanner in the works. Who on earth knows what's going to happen, but I'm really going to enjoy finding out.
Oh, it wouldn't be the Winter Series without a little bit of rain, would it? There's a reason we call it the Winter Series, but that is what's coming up next. And would you believe that is going to be our season finale in just a few days' time? You are not going to want to miss that one. We'll see you in Barcelona.
We are racing in the Formula Winter Series for the second weekend. 1.3 seconds to left. It does get a mighty run outside of the final corner.